Chapter 581. Go! The target is the Three Kingdoms. The town of the wilderness. A thought echoed in the local area network. And Fong by cold voice echoed with the will of the Tiandong Pavilion. The serious mercenary group's base. The relevant player information has been loaded into the trial version of the active face recognition device. All those in the information database will be killed without mercy. No limit on the number of times. The intelligence collection team has shared the intelligence to the local area network. And they have also set out in advance to prevent positioning marks. Destructive strikes on all industries of Sirius. This time, kill all the way. Instantly, the murderous aura gathered. And the skies seemed to be slightly dim. 8-meter-high mechas of various colors. Heavy firepower type. Heavy defense type. Light sniper type. Flying special type. One by one, 8-meter-high armored vehicles stood in a forest. And the surrounding armored vehicles were running at high speed, like wild beasts. And helicopters were circling in the sky at high speed. The armored group directly turned into a torrent and rushed forward. On the leading vehicle at the front, khaki and golden spell lights fell one after another. Turn mud into stone. Point to the ground and turn it into steel. The two spells that were improved to the extreme had a greatly shortened duration. But the overall strength was fully erupted in this short period of time, directly raising the strength of the road to the highest level. Even on this 7 or 8 meter high mechanical structure armor, the more than 10 meter long heavy rune chariot drove on it steadily without any collapse. When the road ahead was tortuous and even encountered trenches, spell lights fell one after another. Turn stone into mud. Turn mud into stone. Point to the ground and turn it into steel. However, in a blink of an eye, the road was opened and the bridge was built. The heavy armored chariots that could not enter the dense forest and mountainous area were unimpeded here and were unstoppable. With the help of the external roads that had been built long ago, the armored group appeared outside Hongfeng City in less than 2 hours. Asen, how did you get this time? Don't call me Asen. I have a name. Okay. Asen, a player said with a smirk. And the person next to him sighed helplessly. Nothing much. Only a low-level spiritual medicine. And no monsters were killed. The easy-to-find and easy-to-kill ones were killed long ago. As for the mineral veins, there is no trace of them. Look at my machine. It has not even made a sound. It's like it's broken. Asen lifted up a prospecting machine. And there was a complex seal emblem on the packaged prospecting machine. That was the logo of Tiandong Pavilion. This is a small product made by a project team of Tiandong Pavilion. While it is said to generate income, it also gives play to the initiative and enthusiasm of the majority of players, and uses their characteristics of running maps to find as many elemental mineral veins as possible. Wow! This is made by Tiandong Pavilion. It's not cheap, but it shouldn't break. Right? Tiandong Pavilion's products are famous for their durability. I don't know why they made it so strong. Maybe it won't break even if you die. But by the way, didn't you go prospecting before? Why are you prospecting now? I can't help it. Everyone is doing this. If you don't keep up, you will be killed. After all, there is no profit in simply hunting monsters now. Earning a little hard-earned money depends on a little spiritual medicine here and a piece of ore there. If you can find a vein of ore, you can turn things around from now on. After thinking about it, I still spent some money to invest in a prospector and a spiritual medicine detector. Look, the spiritual medicine detector is also made by Tiandong. Well, that's right. But you are really willing to invest. If it were me, I would definitely not be willing to do so. Hey, what do you think Tiandong Pavilion does with all the money it makes? If it were me, what's going on? The player heard a strange sound and suddenly turned his head back in confusion. Duh. The deafening sound of the helicopter made the two startled. In the blink of an eye, dozens of dark and fierce helicopters appeared at the end of their vision. The muzzles of the densely packed 12-link rotating barrels at the bottom were dim, and the 20mm thick muzzles seemed to suck people's souls in. Before they could be surprised, mechanical structures appeared at the end of their vision. The 7 or 8 meter high, human-shaped mechanical structures ran in big strides, making everyone hold their breath instantly. Mech? The two suddenly widened their eyes, and before they could recover, in a roar, a steel chariot more than 10 meters long roared in. The sturdy front armor of the chariot was obvious, and it was absolutely outrageous. And the muzzle of the more than 200mm caliber on the front made people weak in the knees. Tank. The player's legs were a little weak when looking at the black muzzle. It must be said that there is a reason why there is no front photo of the tank. The two held their breath and watched the armored group approach quickly. Just when they thought reality and the game had already mixed, they got closer. As they got closer, they suddenly discovered that a badge was engraved in a prominent place on the helicopter, tank, and mecha. This badge looked familiar. Ah-san was stunned for a moment. He raised the prospector in his hand and compared the trademark on the prospector with the badge on the mecha. The next moment, the two looked at each other in shock. Tiangong. Tiangong Pavilion? The two breathed heavily. The armored group was past the road beside them, bringing gusts of wind. Wherever they passed, there was a long dragon of dust and fog. The two watched until the armored group disappeared from his sight. After a long time, the two took a breath, and their eyes were still full of shock. Is it really Tiangong Pavilion? It's their badge. If they don't sell tanks, mechas, and armed helicopters, then it should be them. Slight silence. Finally, I know where their money is spent. It's really awesome. Indeed. At this moment, the two were so excited that they couldn't calm down for a long time. Until, hey, should we go to Tiangong Pavilion to sign up? Take their recruitment exam? Yes. I know where to buy the textbooks. Let's just buy one. And we sign up the next time Tiangong Pavilion recruits people. Kiki, I'm already extraordinary. I'm already playing games. Do I still have to study hard for the exam? If so, my extraordinariness is in vain. And my game playing is also in vain. No way. I'm extraordinary, and I'm talking about this. The two were speechless. And as time went by, more and more people saw the advancing armored group, and the eye-catching logos on the mechas, tanks, and armed helicopters caught everyone's eyes. Tiangong. Tiangong of Tiangong Pavilion's creations. In a short period of time, the Tiangong Pavilion section of the Rail Game Forum was directly blown up, boiling and lively. After hearing the news, Hao Wei put down his work and led a group of people to the gate of Hongfeng City. There were already many players who came here to watch the excitement. When the sound of helicopters, mechas, and tanks came, and when the armored group rushed over with a roar, everyone was silent. And Hao Wei also looked at the heavy tanks and the dark muzzles with complicated eyes. Before, it was clearly just an armored vehicle without weapons. And many places on this tank can see the traces of the original armored vehicle. But now it is equipped with a cannon. That is enough to kill the legendary 4th level Yuanling rune cannon. The combination of the two turned into a tank, and turned into a movable 4th level Yuanling cannon. And there are dozens of such tanks. And there are teams of running mechas, more than 8 meters long. There are all kinds of models, which are very majestic. Listening to the exclamations in his ears, Hao Wei said in his heart, "Is this a mecha? No, it is not. The real mecha is 60 meters high, legendary, and can kill evil gods." As the leader of the Red Alliance, as the player organization with the closest relationship with Tiangong Pavilion, and as the player organization that has been fleeced the most by Tiangong Pavilion, he knows much more than the outside world. And only then did he clearly know how powerful Tiangong Pavilion is. But even if he knew, when he saw the steel torrent with his own eyes, Hao Wei's heart could not calm down for a long time. The eye-catching Tiangong on the mecha, the armed helicopter, and the tank was extremely dazzling. It was not until the tank completely passed that Hao Wei retracted his gaze and said silently in his heart, "This direction. It is the direction outside the country. The land of the 3 kingdoms. The previous serious mercenary group." "How you group?" Hao Wei was slightly stunned. Didn't the serious mercenary group all die and be reduced to a level 0 blank state? This Fong Bai is still sending troops to hunt them down. Is he going to kill them all? This. When did Fong Bai become so cruel? Not really. How did Zhu Ping'an of How You Group provoke Fong Bai? Interrupted Fong Bai crucial experiment? Almost demolished Tiangong Pavilion? Not really. Fong Bai has always had a good temper, and he should be almost discouraged after his level was cleared. Hao Wei was puzzled. In his impression, Fong Bai had a good temper, but since they have been dispatched, and they are so high profile, they must be trying to establish their authority and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Hao Wei muttered in his heart, and said after thinking for a moment, "Send 2 glider scouts to follow behind and watch the excitement." Not long after the voice fell, a person with 2 people and 2 gliders took off. After a while, under a gust of wind summoned by magic, The hang glider took off with the wind, and then rose and fell in the wind, closely following behind. However, every time he flew for a while, the pilot had to take out the Red Alliance logo and wave it twice, making sure that the pilot on the helicopter saw it before putting it away. Good man. This is not a joke. If he was really mistaken and shot, can that 20mm thick hole really be called a gun? If the bullets of this thing hit people, they would be covered in bruises. In fact, they were also worrying unnecessarily. Miao Zhou, the leader of the armored group, had no objection to their following, and had no intention of attacking them. Become famous. Establish prestige. Therefore, if someone saw this, it would be like walking in the night in brocade clothes if no one saw it. Not only the Red Alliance hang glider in the sky, but also the players following behind the armored vehicle were not killed. However, the speed did not slow down, since they planned to watch the excitement. Then, it was fine. They would catch up to watch. After passing the Red Maple City, the armored group directly crashed into the wilderness section. The huge sound spread out, and the wilderness where aliens were frequented before was extremely quiet at this moment. No aliens poked their heads out, and they were all shocked. Of course, it is also possible that this place is too close to the Red Maple City, and the players here have killed them all. After all, with the emergence of players, the competition for territory, and one of the biggest costs of wilderness development, life, has become insignificant. That era has changed. Players directly occupy various ecological niches, become the natural enemy of each ecological niche, restrain each ecological niche, and thus actively or passively, continuously cultivate the wild land and crisis land into cultivated land and territory with great value. The armored group drove quickly in the wilderness and headed towards the next city. Fallen Leaf City. Fallen Leaf City, located on the border of the Yabong Kingdom near the Desai Federation and the extremely cold land, is a real military stronghold with a large army stationed there. There are 3 well-known legends. At the same time, because it is located on the border, it undertakes the function of importing some special products of the Desai Federation and the extremely cold land, and exporting some materials, and has made considerable achievements in the economy. The most important thing is that because it is close to the border, the environment is mixed, and the players and the indigenous forces bite each other, and the branches are intertwined, which is extremely complicated. And the news of the Tiangong Machinery Group also drifted to this mixed Fallen Leaf City. Outside Fallen Leaf City, in a large stockade, Shui Yunqi was paying attention to the military training of their Blood Hunter Guild. Thousands of players and indigenous peoples are training in the training ground. Theoretically, with the same strength, equipment, number and morale, the army composed of pure players is definitely the most powerful and can definitely crush the indigenous forces of the same level, because they know they will not die, and the cost of dying only once is acceptable, and there is a guild subsidy anyway, so there is basically no problem of morale falling due to fear of death. Then, they can definitely fight to the last soldier in the true sense, until the last person dies, because everyone knows that if they don't perform well, even if they don't die, their bonus will be deducted, and if they die, they will get a subsidy anyway, so it doesn't matter if they die. Who doesn't have a breath? Even if they can't win, they can brag to their colleagues more and ask for a few more bonuses if they kill one more person. In addition, because they won't die, players can become 100% veterans of 100 battles, regardless of whether they win or not, whether they have survived 100 battles. Just ask if they are veterans of 100 battles. Right? How powerful is this? The combat effectiveness of recruits and veterans is not at the same level at all. Therefore, players are the perfect source of soldiers that all forces and generals dream of. It is hard not to think too much about this point. And the indigenous soldiers do not have these advantages. In this case, why not form a pure player army and recruit indigenous people? Even the proportion of indigenous soldiers is much higher than that of players? This question is very classic, and there is an almost identical example in history. Why not eat meat? Chapter 582 Legend of Ross. Why not eat meat? Shui Yunqi thought about this and looked at the player soldiers. His heart twitched slightly. Those who can form more than 10,000 or even tens of thousands of player soldiers are truly giants. This group of people, even in reality, as long as they are not in modern times, have the potential to compete for the world in any troubled times in history. A truly awesome force. It's on the stage. As for the others, Shui Yunqi shook his head, threw this heartbreaking thought out of his mind, and came back to his senses to continue watching them train. Under his gaze, the soldiers changed in different training movements, and almost every movement was challenging the limits of human beings. In this process, the player soldiers often did a relatively standard job, while the indigenous soldiers were much worse, and could only let the player soldiers in the same team correct and guide them over and over again, when they were doing it in a standard way. In certain training movements, their sweat dripped like mercury liquid. However, in this process, the blood and qi in their bodies kept surging, frantically digesting the meat in their stomachs, squeezing out every bit of nutrition, and turning it into strands of blood and qi. In the surging, blood and qi would overflow from time to time and connect with each other, as if to form a cloud. However, just as it became mist, it collapsed and dissipated in an instant, leaving no trace. Seeing this scene, Shui Yunqi was so angry that he slapped the table, and a wave of anger surged up. But then he held it back. People have been pushed to the limit. If they continue to push, this will really kill people, and it will be even more of a loss if they die. Shui Yunqi, who was on the supplies, thought about it and looked down at a purchase list on the table. This purchase list still had the residual heat of printing, and it was obviously just printed from the printer next to it. Tiangong. This is the trademark on the printer. But at this moment, Shui Yunqi's attention was completely on this purchase list. The list was filled with all kinds of purchase prices of various levels of monster meat. The highest was the master level Beast King meat, and the zeros behind the price were too much to read, which made people dizzy. Shui Yunqi didn't even plan to take a look. But even the cheapest professional level monster meat costs more than 100 pounds. And if these thousands of troops want to maintain such training efficiency, they need to consume at least 10,000 pounds of monster meat a day. This is millions a day. Shui Yunqi felt that the money he had raised before was nothing at all, and it couldn't be burned for a few days. Fuck. These profiteers. Don't they have several professional level monsters that have entered the large-scale breeding stage? The price dropped a little some time ago, and it has not only risen back during this period, but has also risen a lot. Fuck. Fuck. Shui Yunqi looked at the blood and qi cloud that failed to be built again and again, and there was a fire in his chest that he couldn't let out. He didn't want to buy monster meat, but this was the cheapest thing that could improve the blood and qi the fastest. The training will be effective. He didn't want to train the army like this, and didn't want to be so anxious to let the cloud form. But thinking back to the news that the Red Alliance relied on more than 10,000 extraordinary troops to sweep across the 4 directions and conquer another city some time ago, Shui Yunqi gritted his teeth again. There was news that the Red Alliance had set its sights on the territory of Luoya City. For this news, Shui Yunqi knew it must be false. Before other places could not expand, the Red Alliance would definitely not set its sights on Luoya City, because there are a large army of indigenous people here, and there are 3 legends sitting on the border. Even if they are not afraid of these 3 legends, they will definitely not want to fight these legends and these armies so early, which will definitely slow down the development of their Red Alliance. So they won't come for the time being. But is this the key? The key is that they also have to face these 3 legends? The key is that other guilds have also spent a lot of money to exchange for the training manual of the Extraordinary Army. Everyone is training. If they don't keep up, there's no need for the Red Alliance to come. After all, when the Extraordinary Army fights ordinary players, it's really like the regular army fighting civilians. Like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Shui Yunqi sighed slightly. And at this time a player came over. President, I have a piece of news to report to you. What's wrong? An armored corps is coming, heading directly for our fallen leaf city. I heard there are helicopters, tanks, and mechas. Helicopters, tanks, mechas? Shui Yunqi frowned slightly. And when he heard it, he thought of helicopters and tanks in reality. If it's a replica of reality, it's just average. He can drive it alone. Besides, due to technical limitations, the performance is generally not as good as in reality, and the means are not as diverse as in reality. The word mecha is a bit mysterious. What's the origin? What's the origin? What's it for? Do you remember the serious mercenary group that brought tens of thousands of people over before? Remember? It's Sirius, which was funded by Hallyu Group and then expanded wildly with real capital. I remember that a considerable part of our resources were purchased from Sirius. What's wrong? This armored group should be targeting the Sirius mercenary group. Shui Yuji raised his eyebrows. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But when he looked down at the list on the table, he thought of Hallyu Group and felt angry. He immediately slapped the table and said impulsively, "Targeting the serious mercenary group and touching our close partners? How can this be? Let's go and gather the brothers." Shui Yuji asked subconsciously just as he was about to leave. "Oh, by the way, I just asked you and you didn't tell me. Which family are you from?" "Tiangong Pavilion." "Tiangong Pavilion." The player pointed to the word Tiangong on the printer next to him. Shui Yuji's breath stagnated when he heard this. The Tiangong Pavilion in Red Maple City? The Tiangong Pavilion that created the Mecha Master profession? The Tiangong Pavilion that sells armored heroes? The Tiangong Pavilion next to the Red Alliance? Oh, right. Shui Yuji suddenly calmed down and slammed the table. How can this be? The serious mercenary group is actually going for the Tiangong Pavilion. What an ungrateful bastard. Those tens of thousands of people are 100% Mecha Masters. How can they have the face to do that? No. Such people can be killed by everyone. Let's go. Let's go and help the Tiangong Pavilion. And, wait. What else did you say is coming? Mecha? Shui Yuji didn't care much about helicopters and tanks, thinking that they should be replicas of weapons and equipment in reality. These two words are too familiar to be noticed. But the word mecha. Let's go and take a look. The main road in front of us is the only way. Let's take a look at the excitement. Shui Yuji suddenly calmed down and led people out, leaving only the player who just tilted his head. What's wrong? Were they close partners just now? How come everyone can kill them now? Can't we attack Tiangong Pavilion just because we changed our job to Mecha Master? The player thought about it carefully and suddenly seemed to understand something. This might be like Yuan Shu's claim to the throne during the Three Kingdoms period. The Han dynasty still had its power. So Yuan Shu's claim to the throne was definitely not orthodox. And it was not necessarily orthodox for others not to claim the throne. But even if it was not orthodox, killing the emperor would have inherently occupied the position of righteousness. It's not that Tiangong Pavilion is so powerful. It's that the players as a whole, and even the indigenous people have received too much favor from Tiangong Pavilion. The scope is too wide. And there are too many powerful forces and strong people, so that a solid deterrence system has been formed instead. This is a name. The player shook his head and suddenly felt enlightened. He turned his head to look at Shui Yuji, who had already left, and hurriedly followed him. Although Shui Yuji's Blood Hunter Guild is not small in scale, it is not the largest player force in Luoya City, nor is it the only player force. It can only be regarded as one of the many large player forces. Of course, this big is limited to Fallen Li City. If we put it in the overall situation, at this time, if we have not been able to occupy the resources of a city, we cannot support a large-scale pure-player supernatural army. If we cannot support it now, we cannot turn it into a real elite supernatural army through chaotic battles. If the force value in hand is not enough, then naturally we will not have the title of big to be a big force. At least we will no longer be suppressed by a few legends. At least Hao Wei's Red Alliance captured a legend alive. So the Blood Hunter Guild is the big guild limited to Fallen Li City. Other limited edition big guilds also heard the news. And soon, the official road was full of people. At the same time, this news also quietly flowed to another place along some hidden intelligence lines. A military camp. Are you saying that a mechanical group consisting of helicopters, tanks, and mechas came to Luoya City and prepared to go abroad to seek revenge? What do helicopters, tanks, and mechas mean? The man asked after hearing this. While speaking, he also fed breadcrumbs to a six-eyed fish in the pond in front of him. After listening to his subordinate's explanation, he pondered for a while and understood. It's an interesting thing, the man said casually, and the listener's ears moved slightly, but did not say anything, but just silently remembered this sentence. But then he heard the man continue to ask, "But you can handle this kind of thing. Why report it to me? Do I need to deal with such a small matter? It's just killing a group of foreign bandits. What's the fuss about? Could it be that you have contact with this group of bandits? Received benefits from them?" The general standing in front of this man muttered in his heart. The benefits were indeed received, and a portion was handed over at the beginning. "Sir, it's not because of this matter. Didn't you tell me at the beginning? In the future, any intelligence about the Red Alliance will be reported to you as soon as possible. Especially the news about the Red Alliance people arriving in Luoya City or leaving the country. When the two words Red Alliance sounded, the whole yard seemed to be frozen, and the general felt a chill all over his body, with goosebumps all over his body. But this feeling was fleeting, and then he heard the man say it again. Red Alliance? Although the tone didn't sound much different, the general clearly heard a bit of coldness from it, and nodded immediately. Yes, Lord Ross. Ross was silent after hearing this, and the two words Red Alliance brought back some not very pleasant memories for him. Duh. Ross's fingers tapped on the handrail of the pond, making a crisp sound, and the sound rang out after a moment. We don't care about the life and death of foreign bandits. But are you going to export a large number of war weapons? Are you planning to betray your country? Are you going to support the enemy with battle weapons? Can this be exported on a large scale without the kingdom's permission? Ross's bland voice sounded, and the general nodded immediately. I understand. The general said nothing more, and quietly left the yard and walked towards his own training ground, saying to the messenger next to him as he walked, Order. All troops. Strengthen vigilance to prevent the kingdom's forces from fleeing the country, and prevent hostile forces from fleeing the kingdom with war weapons for other reasons. Yes. In a blink of an eye, the soldiers who were drowsy and blind at the checkpoint instantly dispersed their mental power, and instantly completed the control of the checkpoint. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from the giant structure in the center of Fallen Leaf City, shooting towards the double-track spires on the border. At the top of the double-track spires, there was a polyhedron crystal stuck in the middle of the two tracks and rotating slowly. After the light fell on the polyhedron crystal, part of it turned into a blooming red light. These red lights were like red lines intertwined with each other, and in a blink of an eye, they turned into a red dotted network covering the sky and the ground. At the same time, a bright red light refracted from the crystal again and shone on the next double-track spire. Although these spires were originally connected by light, they were relatively dim, but at this moment, they were extremely dazzling. At this moment, the border defense line that was originally full of loopholes seemed to have become a copper wall, and Ross in the courtyard no longer had the heart to feed the fish. In his mind, he kept thinking about being besieged, imprisoned, released by the exchange of interests, and then directly becoming a laughing stock in the legendary circle. Sensing the changes in the external defense system, Ross muttered to himself, I accidentally fell into your encirclement at the beginning. I was alone and weak. At the beginning, I went deep into the enemy camp and underestimated the enemy. I fell. I really can't do anything in your home court. But in my home court, Ross's eyes emitted a cold light. He felt that he was good enough to deal with the Red Alliance. It was just that he was a little unclear. Or he was mistaken. It was not the Red Alliance that came. It was not the so-called Red Alliance-affiliated research institute. It was the Tiangong Pavilion. Miao Zhou now knew what was happening ahead. Although they were still some distance away from Luoya City, their spies from the outer pavilion of Tiangong Pavilion had already arrived at different corners of the country and abroad. Among them, there were also people stationed at the checkpoints connecting the inside and the outside. And this change would naturally become a piece of information that would be summarized in Miao Zhou's hands. Looking at this information, Miao Zhou frowned slightly. So, is it a coincidence? So coincidental? Miao Zhou thought for a moment and felt a little unconvinced. There was no evidence, and his intuition did not believe it. But, we should not have offended the garrison troops in Luoya City before? Could it be that the nobles here are related to some of the nobles we killed in Hongfeng City? Miao Zhou shook his head slightly, issued the verification task, and then gave an order. Everyone, be prepared for battle. The enemy level is set. Legendary. Chapter 583. Boom. Duh. Accompanied by the iconic sound of helicopters. They got closer and bigger, and dozens of helicopters appeared directly on the horizon. The helicopters that kept circling in the sky kept moving forward as a whole, obviously keeping the same gait with the mecha troops and tank troops below. The armed helicopters gave them the same feeling as in reality. But when the tanks and mechas approached, the huge size and majestic momentum that required looking up made people shocked for a long time. Shui Yunqi of the Blood Hunter Guild widened his eyes slightly, feeling that he was insignificant in front of such a behemoth. This is a little different from the tanks in reality. And this mecha. President, do you want to fight? The player next to Shui Yunqi said. And after saying it, he may feel that he didn't make it clear. So he immediately added another sentence. If it's not from Tiangong Pavilion, Shui Yunqi was about to curse. But it was too late. The main gun of a tank pointed at him vaguely. Let Shui Yunqi successfully see the front of the tank's main gun. The frontal photo that couldn't be more correct. Moved by itself. And the barrel also had an automatic correction frontal photo. Looking at the black muzzle, Shui Yunqi felt numb all over. And first whispered to the player next to him. Shut up. After the voice fell, Shui Yunqi hurriedly bowed. Sorry. My subordinates are ignorant. Perhaps it was because of this sentence that the muzzle moved away again. At this moment, Shui Yunqi's back was already covered in cold sweat. Although he is also a master, the moment he was pointed at by the muzzle just now, he felt that the whole world was frozen. There is no room to dodge. No possibility of survival. There is no doubt of death. This cannon is too terrifying. Shui Yunqi took a deep breath and watched this huge armored group move forward. No force dared to block it in front. But the people behind were all watching the fun. There were individual players, guild spies, and some curious natives. At this moment, the purpose of Tiandong Pavilion's coming out had already spread. An unknown upstart small force, in defiance of the world, actually tried to attack Tiandong Pavilion and plunder Tiandong Pavilion. However, these tens of thousands of players will be discovered and wiped out as soon as they enter the wilderness mountain where Tiandong Pavilion is located. No one survived. They didn't even see the shadow of the people from Tiandong Pavilion. But their death does not mean the end of the matter. Obviously, there is a price to pay for provoking Tiandong Pavilion. This is reasonable in the eyes of everyone. And no one can find any fault with it. So they just watched the excitement, without worrying that Tiandong Pavilion would take the opportunity to plant forces in Luoya City. This is the small force seeking death. They are now mainly curious. This legendary Holy Land Tiandong Pavilion is absolutely the highest in reputation and righteousness. In terms of technology, this Holy Land is also at an absolute high position. But what about the specific combat power? It is well known that Tiandong Pavilion has few people. And Tiandong Pavilion is the first force to develop a supernatural army. If they send out a supernatural army, their strength is absolutely unquestionable. And because they are more familiar with the system of the extraordinary army, they can make a simple assessment of its strength with a simple look. But what came from Tiandong Pavilion were some helicopters, some tanks, and some mechas. This kind of mechanical equipment does look like that. But everyone knows that as long as they have a certain industrial strength, it is not a problem to build a shell. Not to mention anything else. It looks absolutely intimidating. Therefore, no one can really assess their specific combat power without seeing their specific combat performance. No one is not curious about this. How can they not follow? But not long after they followed, they suddenly heard a piece of news. What? You said that the border line is under full martial law? Wasn't it normal before? Why did it change so much? Did the Desai Federation launch an attack? And there is a beast tide in the extreme cold land? No, that's not right. Now is not the peak period of the beast tide in the extreme cold land. And I haven't heard of any military operations from the Desai Federation recently. No, not much. Something is wrong. Shui Yunqi's eyes were stern. And he immediately ordered. Quick! Quick! Let the players on the other two sides find out what's going on. What's going on? Shui Yunqi looked at the armored group from Tiandong Pavilion in front of him. And his heart moved slightly. Looking around, Shui Yunqi found that the eyes of some familiar people gradually became inexplicable. Not long after, a rumor gradually spread among the crowd. Rumor. Rumor. When the Black Wolf bandits crossed the border, it was Ross Legend who guarded the fallen Leaf City fortress, who led the team to arrest them. At that time, the new Red Maple City had just been established. For some reason, Ross and the Red Alliance had a conflict and were captured alive. It was mainly used to exchange interests, so that the Red Alliance sold it at a good price. In this process, although Ross did not die or suffer any injuries, he lost face and became a laughing stock, and his prestige was destroyed. And it is said that this legendary Ross also ordered that all information about the Red Alliance must be reported to him. In the eyes of the natives, the Red Alliance and Tiandong Pavilion may actually be one and the same. Or, in fact, we also know that Tiandong Pavilion is one of the member associations of the Red Alliance. It's just that Tiandong Pavilion is too transcendent. Generally, we, including the Red Alliance itself, will not and dare not count Tiandong Pavilion as a member association. If so, for a moment, They swallowed their throats, and a complex emotion could not help but surge from their chests. On one side are the legends and border fortresses, border defense troops, and on the other side is the mechanical army of Tiandong Pavilion. On one side, the border line is on the highest alert, and on the other side, they come here to establish their prestige, and they must leave the country. This is inevitable. The thunder of the sky hits the fire of the earth. So, what will happen if this armored army faces the legend? This armored army is difficult to fight. After all, the legend has become its own field, someone said. But someone else took over the next moment. What if it contains Fong Bai and the extraordinary army of Tiandong Pavilion? The crowd was slightly silent, and no one said much. But they knew. Something big is going to happen. This is probably the case. This Ross legend may have put us on the opposite side because of the conflict with the Red Alliance. I think that in the home court of Luoyes City, I am not afraid of the Red Alliance. And I also want to use this home court to avenge the sorrow at that time. The grudge with the Red Alliance. How dare he involve us in the Tiandong Pavilion? Before Miao Zhou spoke, another person next to him spoke. He thinks he's done again. Right? In fact, if it's really the Red Alliance, it's hard to say. At least it's not so easy for the Red Alliance to take him down on his home turf. This is exactly the meaning of our trip, Miao Zhou said lightly. Legend? Before, I was worried about not having a legend. In this simple sentence, everyone tasted a cold murderous intent. At this moment, they couldn't help but wonder what instructions the Tiandong Pavilion executives, including Fong Bai, gave Miao Zhou before they set off. But no matter what it was, this was just what he wanted. Changing his tone, Miao Zhou asked a wizard next to him. Have you negotiated with the Luoyes City military? What did they say? They said that people can leave the country, but planes, tanks, and mechas must stay. This is a large-scale war weapon under the control of the kingdom, and they ordered us to transfer it immediately. This player did not exaggerate at all and directly expressed the other party's attitude. After the voice fell, the command vehicle instantly fell into a dead silence. Miao Zhou did not say anything, but just looked at the sand table in front of him quietly. The information detected by the airborne detectors gathered here to form a sand table. The road, Luoyes City, and the fortress gate in the center of Luoyes City are clearly visible on the sand table. Luoyes City is located at a mountain pass in a mountain range. It relies on the terrain and blocks the entire mountain pass with a fortress. The overall appearance of Luoyes City is a gourd shape, or barbell shape. The barbell plates on both sides are for civilian use, while the middle part occupies the entire mountain pass and is a real military fortress. If you don't go through this fortress, you can only cross the mountains and take a small path to cross the border. However, at this moment, the border is in a state of high martial law, and the magic array above the fortress has been fully activated, and the border is covered with a net. Let's not talk about the feasibility of the armored corps crossing the mountains and crossing the border. Even if it is possible, this border defense magic array system that senses both attack and defense is a hurdle that cannot be avoided. And another point, Tiandong Pavilion is here for revenge and to establish its authority. This requires a concerted effort. If we give in here, Miao Zhou thought about these things in his mind, looked at the sand table, and directly pointed his finger at the fortress in the sand table projection. Duh. Target selected. Target locked. Armament deployed. Warm-up completed. At this moment, just as everyone was talking and expecting what would happen, they suddenly found that the banker group had stopped. Why did you stop? Are you ready to give in? Everyone was thinking, full of surprise, mainly because this place is still more than 10 miles away from the Fallen Leaf City Fortress. Nearly 10 kilometers. What can we do if we stop here? Thinking of this possibility, everyone immediately smacked their lips, feeling uncomfortable. Although this decision is a bit unexpected and disappointing, it is a legend after all, so it is not very surprising. And just at this time, wait, what are those tanks doing? Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and quickly turned their heads to look, only to see helicopters flying high in the armored group that stopped in the middle of the road, and mechas guarding the tanks on both sides. The tanks spread out their 6 legs like crabs and stuck them into the ground, firmly fixing the tanks on the ground. A finger of steel fell down, and the tanks seemed to grow together with the earth. This doesn't look like a coward, someone murmured. As we all know, cranes also have similar brackets. But cranes only unfold the brackets when they are working. So, everyone realized something and looked up at the tanks that were already connected to the earth. To be precise, it should be called a turret. Almost at the moment they raised their heads, the ultimate golden light bloomed at the muzzle. Boom! Amid the thunderous sound, a full 20 golden light spears broke through the air, and finally converged at the same intersection at a slight angle. Boom! In the far distance, the high tower in the center of the fallen Lee City fortress emitted a strong energy fluctuation. A red light column fell from it, forming a shield in an instant. The shield was like a red fine net that was constantly intertwined and stacked. But it was instantly broken in front of the 20 golden light spears. Boom, 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 boom. The attack range of the golden light spear is far inferior to that of the fire element's fireball bombardment. But in terms of armor penetration, several fireballs are no match for a light spear. But the small attack range is only relative. In just a moment, the completely erupted golden light spear turned into a metal storm and directly crushed the entire fallen Lee City fortress, leaving nothing behind. The soldiers and buildings inside were all crushed into dust in the madly rotating metal storm, leaving nothing behind in the entire military camp. And the city area next to it was not affected at all. And the towering spire also slowly fell down, falling into the area of the metal storm bit by bit, and was crushed into dust. It was a precise strike like a scalpel, making it hard to believe that this was actually artillery fire. This is also a point that the fire element artillery fire cannot match. Range control. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The players were stunned. The natives were stunned. Ross was stunned. And the remaining two legends, who were ready to watch the excitement, were also stunned. The fortress is gone? Just gone like that? Is this a military fortress? Before everyone could react, a terrifying aura rose into the sky, and a voice came. You are looking for death. Hearing this extremely angry voice, the faces of many guild leaders changed slightly, and the next moment they saw a ray of light rising into the sky, moving in the air at a speed far exceeding theirs. At this moment he might be in the west, and the next second he might appear in the east. But there is no doubt that he is approaching the artillery position at a rapid speed with a tortuous route. Ross has already seen some defects of the cannon. So, Miao Zhou pressed with one hand and drew a circle. And in an instant, boom, 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 10 of the remaining 30 cannons burst into dazzling red light, and blazing and bright fireballs bloomed in the air. 10 fireballs fell and covered, and Ross subconsciously hid in an area with weaker explosion power. He suddenly felt something was wrong just after moving. At this moment, Miao Zhou's eyes showed a trace of indifference, and he pressed with one hand, and the sound rang out. Locked. Bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. 9 cannons fired simultaneously. But unlike before, the 9 cannons at this moment were not range coverage, but targeted attacks. When everyone saw Ross, whose face changed greatly, being engulfed by the expanding flames, everything was silent. The world seemed to have lost its sound, leaving only the mushroom cloud rising slowly in the distance. The black and red mushroom cloud, surrounded by lightning, was not very large and small in scale, but it was like a symbol of destruction. 1 moment, 2 moments, everyone was stunned, until the flames dissipated. Time passed by minute, and there was still no sound. No movement. Only Miao Zhou's indifferent voice sounded. Move out. Pass. Chapter 584 Clearance. Pass. Miao Zhou's cold voice sounded. And then with a click, he put down the turret fixed by the bracket and put away the bracket, turning from the turret into a tank. After a while, the turrets were all put away, and the armored group continued to move forward, heading towards the unobstructed fortress. At this moment, everyone behind him was deeply shocked. They thought that Tiandong Pavilion would be very strong. After all, it created the mecha division profession in individuals, and developed the extraordinary army in groups. This is definitely very strong. Individually, it even produced Fang Bai, a super strong man, a hard hammer legend. In the group, there is the world's first extraordinary army, and no one knows how strong they are now. So whether Tiandong Pavilion is an individual strongman or the extraordinary army goes out, they can accept it, and it is even expected. Even if it is the same battle result, it is exactly the same. But no one expected that Fang Bai did not take action, and the extraordinary army did not go out. and only 50 tanks directly razed the fallen Leaf fortress that resisted countless invasions by the enemy country. No, not 50. There weren't that many firing at that time. And then people saw what it means to kill instantly. The object of the demonstration was a legend. If it was just that, it would be fine. But the real problem is, this is a tank. Tiangong Pavilion can directly send out up to 50 tanks in one breath. 50 identical tanks. One look at them, and you can tell that they are tanks that can be copied infinitely. And the mature skills and tactics that just killed Ross instantly. This is the most terrifying. This is even more terrifying than Fong Bai becoming a demigod. Because even if Fong Bai becomes a demigod, it only means that Tiangong Pavilion has one more super strongman. And it only means that there is one more super strongman among the players. It only represents the individual, not the general. What do replicable tanks and mature skills and tactics mean? This means that it can be copied infinitely, which means a mature extraordinary technology system. It even means that the war has entered the stage of modernization again. They thought that the Red Alliance was a window for Tiangong Pavilion to show to the outside world. Even if it was not the strongest, it at least represented the technical strength and combat system of Tiangong Pavilion. But now it seems, I'm so fucking. The big ones are all hidden behind. It's so fucking outrageous. The attack of a small serious mercenary group actually directly blew up a new set of extraordinary technology system. And directly blew up such a terrifying megalodon. They even have a feeling at this moment. They are still in the Clash of Clans. And Tiangong Pavilion has already opened the Star War. This is not on the same level at all. They are really far behind. And the gap in strength brought by technology is really too big. It's so big that they can't even raise the will to resist. Everyone was silent. Although they have reacted, many of them have no intention of watching the fun in their hearts. Because they feel that if they continue to watch, they seem to become a fun. But if they don't watch, they don't know what to do next. How to face this new era. At this moment, the remaining two legends in Loya City are also at a loss. They heard about Ross's actions, and were watching the fun. At first, they were quite happy, and prepared to get a few planes and tanks to play. Then Ross died. They were given almost no time to react. It was too fast, so they didn't have time to rush out to help Ross. But fortunately, they didn't rush out to help Ross. Because even if they stayed at home, they felt like they were being watched and could die at any time. They didn't dare to move. They really didn't dare to move. Ross's death was still vivid in their minds. And now there was nothing left. They had no doubt that their lives were in the hands of the other party. Let's not talk about other things. Just survive first. In this atmosphere, the world was extremely quiet. Only the sound of helicopters, tanks, and mechas moving forward sounded. They drove straight through the fortress that had turned to ashes. From beginning to end, no one showed up. And from beginning to end, no one came out to stop them. Just quietly watching them pass through. Finally disappeared on the horizon. And after a long time, two terrifying auras rose to the sky. That was the breath of the legend's full-scale expansion of the domain. Just when the players were scared and thought they were going to be taken out on, two legendary auras instantly broke through the air and disappeared within everyone's perception. The purpose of this field was just to run faster. And then, a series of master-level auras rose up and broke through the air in an instant. And rainbow lights streaked across the sky, which was spectacular. But everyone was silent. It was a false alarm. But many people sighed and felt inexplicably. The legend that had oppressed them for so long actually ran away like this. They didn't even dare to show their heads in front of the war weapons of Tiangong Pavilion. And they didn't dare to make any sound. Even if they ran, they dared to wait until Tiangong Pavilion was far away before running. After a slight silence, they thought about what they were going to do, and immediately rushed in the direction where Tiangong Pavilion left. Since they didn't know what to do. Since they were very confused. Let's just watch the excitement. No, that's not right. How can this be called watching the excitement? This is clearly a serious study of a new extraordinary technology system. Studying the combat methods of Tiangong Pavilion. This is serious business. Thinking of this, they didn't hesitate, and immediately shot out. And in a blink of an eye they passed the fortress and disappeared into the sky. At the same time, in the serious base, Zhu Ping'an. Where is that bastard Zhu Ping'an? Tiangong Pavilion is coming to attack us. I told you. We shouldn't have tried to touch Tiangong Pavilion's tiger whiskers. No. No. I didn't know at the beginning. I was deceived by Zhu Ping'an. It was Zhu Ping'an who harmed us. I am innocent. Zhu Ping'an. As long as Zhu Ping'an comes out, let him solve it. If it doesn't work, let him be solved. What are you arguing about? Arguing to death. If you keep arguing, are you going to keep arguing until Tiangong Pavilion comes? A person slammed the table and cursed. And the meeting room at the serious mercenary group's base was barely quiet. Each of them had a face full of panic. People can indeed run away, but the Foundation cannot run away. They have already been washed to level 0. If the Foundation is lost again, they will really have nothing. Even if they lose the protection of the base and the current resources, they don't even know if they have a chance to recover. Even if they do, they don't know how long it will take. Zhu Ping'an has been taken away by the government because of some things. We can't count on him. We have to find a way to ask for forgiveness from Tiangong Pavilion, the man said calmly. But he was stunned before he finished speaking, and they all looked up at the sky. I saw several beams of light breaking through the air and falling. Boom! After passing Luoya City, everything went smoothly for Miao Zhou and others. No matter where they were, they became very cooperative. The forces along the way were only hiding, and no one dared to jump out. No one thought that the defense of their guild's base was stronger than Luoya Fortress. No one thought that their speed was faster than the legend, and their vitality was stronger than the legend. Although the players would not die, they would definitely not waste it like this. The whole armored group arrived not far from the serious mercenary group marked on the map. After arriving here, under Miao Zhou's order, the entire armored group was directly divided into new combat teams in units of 5. 5 helicopters, 5 tanks, and 5 large armors. A total of 15 combat teams composed of mechanical structures. Although not equipped with a special armored command vehicle, the commander armor in the large combat armor team supports the role of the command center, with built-in computing units and enhanced mental detectors, with the assistance of the command vehicle data link bridged by high-altitude drones. Each combat team is benchmarked against legends. Each combat team has enough strength to challenge and kill a full-fledged legend. And there are 10 such teams. With Miao Zhou's order, 10 teams rushed to the coordinates set by the early intelligence team. The helicopter provided reconnaissance, and the rotary machine guns at the 12-barrel muzzle cleared the miscellaneous soldiers, like mowing the grass. The large armor protected the tanks with their own different functions to ensure the safety of the tanks during the firing period, and the safety during the preheating and cooling period. And 10 tanks? The tanks are only responsible for one thing. That is, to deploy tanks when they arrive at a coordinate, and directly wash the coordinate points from the ground to the underground. Wash the ground in a large area, leaving no gaps and no space. Make sure not a single chicken or earthworm survives. Clean the ground. 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 Clean the ground again. The Tiangong Pavilion's utter annihilation, along with the extremely powerful artillery fire, was deeply imprinted in the minds of all witnesses, and could not be wiped away. While Miao Zhou led his men to take revenge, Fong Bai was not idle either. In addition to nurturing the meteorite iron in reality, and trying to forge 2 4th-level armors for his parents, Fong Bai focused on the great sacrifice of the evil god and the barrier array. Because according to the analysis of Fong Bai and others, if the barrier array with a level of 0 is not cracked as soon as possible, or the issue of the player's corpse as a sacrifice for the great sacrifice of the evil god is not resolved as soon as possible, it is likely that in a few days, the whole world will be filled with evil gods. This great sacrifice of the evil god is simply too easy. The price is simply too low. More importantly, it is very, very hidden. There is no need to collect people on a large scale, and there is no need to plan to massacre the city. Just hire a few hundred or a few thousand players, and set up a barrier array. It won't take long to get millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even tens of billions of corpses with vigorous blood and vitality at no cost. Fong Bai didn't know what kind of monster this would create. Fong Bai was afraid that the world would be directly destroyed. No development speed can compare to this kind of cheating. Destruction will always come faster than construction. In addition to this, Fong Xiang had another hidden worry in his heart. That is, energy conservation. This is a resource that the extraordinary world also abides by. As far as we can see now, even if there is something that is not conserved, it is just an unknown energy source. So, where does the energy that makes up the player's corpse come from? These players' resurrection is free of cost. What energy do they consume? Or what resources do they consume? Is this resource renewable or non-renewable? Will it be exhausted? If there is such a situation of exhaustion, what will happen after it is exhausted? This player loses the ability to resurrect? Or will all players lose the ability to resurrect? Thinking of this possibility, Fong Bai was silent for a moment. In fact, in addition to this, Fong Bai also has one more concern. That is, the indigenous people and the gods. The true gods. If he were a strong man among the indigenous people, as long as he had a little sense of crisis, he would find ways to take countermeasures. Because this is not about saving a certain person. This is about saving the world. In this case, the best situation is that this barrier array is made a taboo. And all people or organizations that study, learn, and spread this array will be killed in the most brutal way. Or use some extraordinary method to directly curse this knowledge and curse everyone who possesses this knowledge. As for what will happen in the worst situation, Fong Bai doesn't know. But even a simple thought is chilling. As a genuine legend, a demigod-level combat power owner, he knows better than anyone how strong the power is, and how wonderful the means are. And demigods already have all kinds of magical abilities. So what about the real gods? What about the major orthodox churches that occupy the world organization? The world organization controls the world's power. If such a group of true gods and a group of demigods join hands to target players together, then Fong Bai doesn't know what kind of situation he will face. So Fong Bai wants to crack this array as quickly as possible before this array attracts the attention of the Aboriginal high-level officials, and publicize the way to break the array, and try to develop a way to lock this array. It would be best if the magic array would set off an alarm when activated. Only in this way can the case be prevented from being used by the Church of the Evil God to a great extent. Only in this way can the high-level Aboriginals be dissuaded from taking action. However, the spread of this news was faster than Fong Bai expected. Much faster. While he was working hard to study and develop the magic array. On the other side, at the top of an observatory, a man came up with a pure crystal in his hands. "Sir, this is Count Lucius, who asked me to give it to you. It contains all the details of their encirclement and suppression of the evil god this time." "Oh!" The old figure focused slightly, retracted his gaze from the starry sky, glanced at the pure crystal on the tray, and grabbed it. The pure crystal was suspended in front of him, and the starlight fell on the crystal, dyeing it with a touch of brilliance. In the refraction of the crystal, the starlight gradually formed a picture. In the picture, a team of referee knights were leading people through the space channel. Chapter 585, The Root of the Struggle. Players? When the screen was playing to the grand sacrifice, there was also a surprised voice. That was their surprise when they accidentally discovered that the players' bodies were used as sacrifices. When they saw the scene, the huge amount of flesh and blood in the canyon, and the huge scale of the sacrifice, the chief wizard's eyelids twitched slightly. Although the scale of this sacrifice lacked souls, the effect of the sacrifice of flesh and blood alone was very poor. But no matter how poor it was still effective. When the effect was magnified tens of millions or hundreds of millions of times, no one could ignore it. It's just that this was like a joke in the past. How many cemeteries would have to be stolen to find so many freshly dead bodies with vigorous blood and vitality? So before this, few people cared about the corpses. As long as the major kingdoms and churches grasped the problem of the large-scale disappearance and death of living people, they could basically strangle the evil god's sacrifice in the initial stage. But the appearance of the players and the blocking array had already appeared, and the two seemed to have a wonderful reaction. And the effect produced was very terrifying. If left alone, the world will probably soon fall into the hands of the evil god. This is a great benefit to the evil god. To save the world, the best way is to cut off this channel. Players must also be contained. However, players are immortal. The eyes of the chief mage of the Yabom kingdom became a little confused. He stood on the observatory, looking quietly into the distance, thinking. Next to him, a black token was enshrined on a stone altar with a number written on it. The chief mage rubbed his hand on the token and then shook his head slightly. Simple killing, even if all the players in the kingdom were killed, would not help. This might even force the players to take the initiative to hold evil god sacrifices and cause chaos in the world to retaliate against him. By that time, even the god-level combat power could not reverse the situation. Even if you want to fight, you can't fight casually. You must pinch the vital point and kill with one blow. The chief gradually retracted his gaze, walked down the observatory, entered his own magic tower, and carefully picked up an ancient fragment that had been deciphered. This is a partial storage unit left by the spirit of the Death Tower, which stores some valuable information. In addition to some records of the legendary mage, there are also some discussions of the great sage on summoning players. The chief looked at the deciphered information with a focused look. This storage device may seem broken, but it is the true origin of the player. It mentions some analysis and discussion of the mage's great sage on the way to summon players, and the design of the resurrection mechanism. Although there are not many words and the length is short, the chief studied and pondered word by word to deal with the player. But the player will be resurrected and immortal. Then destroy the resurrection mechanism from the root, and everything will fall apart. The chief's turbid eyes were inexplicable, as if he was thinking about something. But then, he was immersed in this information again. In the corner next to him, a pile of ancient books that have been weathered and full of historical traces, and old storage devices are piled together, waiting to be climbed. The resurrection of players must have some mechanism, and this mechanism must be carried by a medium. If you want to solve the resurrection, just solve the medium that carries it. And when the chief mage calmed down and studied silently, the mage in the chief mage tower did not express any blow to the players. Instead, as usual, he neither rejected nor discriminated against the players, just like ordinary people. It's just that more and more ancient books are moved into this mage tower, and the team organizing searches and exploring ruins is getting bigger and bigger. There are even players invited to this team, giving full play to the advantages of players and constantly advancing the exploration progress of each ruin. And these progresses are constantly gathered in this mage tower, gathered in front of the chief, and turned into a three-dimensional model on the table. Mysterious and inexplicable. The chief looked at this gradually improved three-dimensional model with deep eyes. In his eyes, the location of each ruin turned into a node. The entire model seemed to have turned into a high-speed star cluster, with stars orbiting around it. From time to time, stars would derail and disappear in the model. From time to time, new stars would join in, forming new orbits. Behind it, the star tracker, like a hill, was huge and complicated. The delicate and complex mechanical structure made it look messy, but it also had a unique beauty that made people unable to extricate themselves. Each layer of the star tracker had countless delicate gears, shafts, wheels and other parts. It seemed messy, but it was precisely meshed together without any difference. It was extremely precise. And if you count carefully, there are 9 layers. 9 layers of star tracks. According to legend, the lineage of stargazers had 2 inherited sacred artifacts, both of which were star tracks. One was portable, and the other was extreme. Both were extremely precise professional sacred artifacts. When you see the 9-layer star track, you will understand what the ultimate is. At this moment, the 9-layer star track rotates at a high speed, and countless gears mesh and rotate in an instant. It is faintly consistent with the calculation in the chief's mind. Or, this is the result of deduction together. The 9-layer star track provides the chief with tremendous computing power. The chief mage of the kingdom, who is also a legendary prophet, is assisted by the ultimate 9-layer star track. Everything in the world can be calculated, and the source of the player's resurrection is calculated. The star track is becoming clearer and clearer, based on data and information. It avoids the touch and influence of the destiny field and locks the required target in the most essential way. Outside the tower, the sky is like a rolling cloud. At the same time, the chief mage of the Yabon kingdom, the mage tower, is searching for the remains of ancient mages. The news of mobilizing ancient books is also passed to Tangwen by the information collection team of Tiandong Pavilion, and then passed to Fong Bai by Tangwen. Did Fong Bai explain this before? Keep a close eye on the reaction of the Yabon kingdom. In addition to the Yabon kingdom, there are also the major Orthodox churches. Of course, in addition to this, there is also the collection of player information and the collection of information on the Evil God Church. The most concerned are the players who have just joined the game and some Wii players, keeping a close eye on some rumors among them. The cost of joining this death sacrifice system is the lowest level, and they are also the most susceptible to temptation. In addition, keep a close eye on the major Orthodox churches. Theoretically speaking, they are the most likely to have a stress response, because once the evil god ascends to the true god status, the first to be impacted are the major Orthodox gods. However, From the intelligence point of view, these Orthodox churches did not mobilize their hands. But the chief magician of the Yabong kingdom started first. According to the information Fong Bai learned, these Orthodox churches have different styles of behavior. But their three views are surprisingly positive. It's so strange that they don't look like churches at all. They don't look like villains at all. But fortunately, Fong Bai, who has more contact with the Church of Light, probably understands some of the reasons. Finally, Fong Bai's thoughts fell on the chief mage, who had already taken action. Looking at the information that had been collected, he sighed softly. Master, this? Hearing the sigh, Tang Wen asked in confusion. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, waved his hand, and nodes emerged one by one, turning into a complicated star map in a blink of an eye. Then, Fong Bai projected the structure diagram of the magic array in the trial space. The two were suspended in the air, surprisingly similar. Seeing this, Tang Wen immediately turned his head and looked at Fong Bai in surprise. Fong Bai said lightly, although the ancient mage civilization has disappeared, the traces they left behind are all over the world. It has a huge impact on this world and even determines some world processes. For example, the player's summoning and a point that is closely related to us today. That is, the player's ability to resurrect. Tang Wen opened his eyes when he heard the words. So this chief mage seems to be just looking for ruins. But in fact, he wants to completely erase the player's resurrection ability. To completely pull the player down from the altar? Tang Wen was shocked. Fong Bai nodded slightly. If the things left by the ancient mage civilization are regarded as a spell, then the player's resurrection is the effect of the spell. If this is regarded as an artifact, then the player's resurrection is the rule carried by the artifact. What this chief mage is doing now is to find a way to find this artifact, thereby affecting the player's resurrection ability, or even directly erasing it. Tang Wen suddenly felt creepy. If the player's resurrection ability is erased, can the player still be called a player? And, if the player's resurrection ability can be shaken, what about the player's most basic login function? Of course, Tang Wen prefers to believe that the chief mage can't shake the traces left by the ancient mage civilization at all. Players are what they should be, and there will be no changes. Just let the chief mage find it. But, who dares to bet? What if you lose the bet? The players are finished? Say goodbye to this world completely? Don't be funny. What should we do then? No. I will send someone to keep an eye on this chief mage or other powerful people under his command. Tang Wen was about to leave when he was stopped by Fong Bai, which immediately attracted Tang Wen's puzzled eyes. You can't keep an eye on this chief mage, the prophet, and the double legendary mage. He is more than a demigod, and he is in the absolute home field of the mage tower. I don't know how many magic arrays he has arranged. Who would you send to keep an eye on such a person? Who can keep an eye on him? Who can keep an eye on him without being discovered? What should we do then? Tang Wen asked immediately. Fong Bai shook his head slightly and said, don't keep an eye on the chief. You can't keep an eye on him. Just keep an eye on his team exploring the ruins. Don't they like to use the advantage of players being able to revive to speed up development? Since you enjoy the benefits, you should also bear the disadvantages. Contact these players for me. Ask for a fee. Trade offline. And don't have any disputes online. I want the most detailed information about the ruins. Fong Bai said again after taking a breath. Also, contact the fat guy and the prophet for me. Haven't they teamed up to rob tombs recently? Tell them. Don't rob tombs. I will fund them to find ruins. And I will send people to help them develop the ruins. Let them choose the things first. The more ruins they find, the more things they can get after developing each ruin. It's definitely worth the money. Furthermore, I want you to find a way to collect all the ruins information found by players running around the map. Then verify and confirm. I need as much information about the ruins as possible. And I need as many ancient books about that era and about the players as possible. Put this matter first. At any cost. Understood? Tang Wen was startled, and immediately nodded in response. And the whole person suddenly felt a sense of urgency. At this moment, he also understood. This matter cannot be gambled. They must stop the chief mage's actions. And in the case that the chief mage cannot be monitored, there is only one way to stop it. Find the root of the player's resurrection mechanism faster than the chief mage, and then protect it before the chief mage takes action. This is a speed competition in the field of knowledge and computing power. It is also a speed competition in mobilization ability and intelligence collection ability. Whoever has stronger mobilization ability and higher intelligence collection efficiency can obtain more complete information. Whoever has stronger algorithms and stronger computing power can obtain more games and model derivation. The sum of the two determines whether they can keep the root of the player's resurrection mechanism. And their enemies are the Chief Wizard of the Yabon Kingdom, a legend in both wizard and prophet fields, equal to a demigod, and his court wizard group centered around the Wizard Tower. However, the royal family of the Yabon Kingdom had no intention of participating, as if they didn't know about this at all. But it was obvious that this was impossible, and the royal family must know. But they just didn't find any traces or signs of royal participation. The master of this kingdom seemed to be busy with other things, putting all his energy on that matter, and had no intention of participating in this matter. Although Fong Bai didn't understand this, he would not involve the royal family without authorization. As the master of the Yabon Kingdom, there is obviously a demigod behind him, and he should not be easily provoked at a critical moment. Otherwise, it is easy to suffer. Tang Wen turned and left. Fong Bai had already deployed, and he would be responsible for implementing Fong Bai will next. Next, it would be a day and night rotation. After Tang Wen left, Fong Bai quietly opened the resource allocation of Tiangong Pavilion. Page. Directly enter the computing power resource allocation. Under Fong Bai choice. One computing power array after another made room, and one computing power array after another connected to the private network, ready for support at any time. The next moment, part of his consciousness sank into a fantasy space, with a time flow rate more than 1,000 times faster. He didn't know how fast the deduction speed of the chief mage, who was more than a demigod, was. He also didn't know how superior the algorithm of this chief mage was. Fong Bai knew that as long as the deduction speed of this opponent of the same level was not 1,000 times his, as long as the algorithm efficiency of this opponent of the same level was not 1,000 times his, as long as the computing power resources of this opponent of the same level did not exceed their supercomputing power arrays supplied by the mental power of more than 1 million people in 2 extraordinary cities, and extraordinary people plus ordinary people. As long as these did not exceed, then Fong Bai was somewhat interested in this competition. After all, what he liked most was to crush the opponent with strength and fair competition. A cold light flashed in Fong Bai's eyes. Chapter 586. Is he also a player? Chief Mage. Fong Bai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Although this Chief Mage is a demigod, who is not? From the moment the mecha was made, he was already qualified to compete with such a top-level strongman. Everyone is a demigod. No one is worse. Who is really strong and who is weak? That can only be known after fighting. This is in terms of strength. In terms of research, with the support of fantasy space, more than 1,000 times the time has passed, and the help of the top peak humans among the billions of people in reality, he is not giving in at all. This time it must be tit for tat, and the chief mage will not give in. Just Fong Bai pondered carefully. The player resurrection mechanism is something that no one can touch. Let's not talk about whether the chief mage has enough ability to find it, and whether he has enough strength to shake it. Just having this idea and this action is unacceptable. Fong Bai thought in his mind. This is not a personal grudge. He and the chief mage had no grudges or hatred, nor had any conflicts of interest before, nor did they have hostility due to personal issues. This was purely a dispute of positions. Fong Bai stood on the position of the player and the real world. The resurrection ability was a great help and benefit for the player to explore this world. Once this function disappeared, it would inevitably bring great inconvenience to the players, and would inevitably greatly slow down the development speed of the players, which also meant greatly slowing down the development speed of the real extraordinary. More importantly, dying and not dying were two completely different concepts. If you don't die, then the player can arbitrarily develop various things, including but not limited to dangerous places and cultivation methods, and new professions. If you die, or every death has to pay a huge price, then this aspect will inevitably be affected. This is not allowed by Fong Bai. The chief mage stood on the position of the indigenous people, the position of saving the world. This is even more correct. The player's resurrection ability is very likely to lead to an imbalance in the power of the evil god, and finally lead to the life and death of the entire world order, and the life and death of the indigenous people. While the natives died, the players could just walk away, or continue to wander around and play with immortality, even if there were evil gods everywhere. It was just a change of game environment, and a change of game mode for them. This was also unacceptable to the chief mage. He would not allow such a big hidden danger to exist. This was the conflict between the two sides. The chief mage could not entrust the survival of the world to others, and Fong Bai would not allow the chief mage to try to cut off the great development and great opportunities of the real world. This had nothing to do with interests, good and evil, only positions. Even if you stand outside the game, the players may not even be glorious and upright. This also made Fong Bai think deeply, and his position would never change. He would not sacrifice the players for his own ideas, and actively cut off the players' resurrection mechanism and the development of the real world. He is not so shameless. But players should also take on the responsibilities of the times while enjoying the great opportunity of development. At the very least, the indigenous people should not be made to bear the price of the players' reckless behavior. This is the responsibility of being born as a human being. Since this situation exists, it should be faced and solved, instead of escaping or rejecting the chief mage's solution and letting it develop freely. Players should bear the responsibilities of the players, and players should have their own sense of responsibility for the times. Fong Bai pondered deeply. This thinking was to establish the correctness of his thoughts on the hostility with the chief mage, strengthen his confidence, and clarify his justice. This is very important. This can keep his will from being shaken, especially in this extraordinary world. The impact is more far-reaching. He is convincing himself. On the other hand, this is also his true thought. He originally thought so and did so. Otherwise, why would he start researching this before he knew the chief wizard had taken action? Do you really think he has a lot of free time? Isn't it also to take on the responsibilities that players should take? The responsibilities that players should take are definitely not just self-monitoring. This is just the most basic responsibility of being a human being and taking responsibility for the consequences of one's own actions. The specific responsibilities of the times should focus on the development of the world and the promotion of the times. Players coming to this world should not be an invasion. Perhaps in this process, the interests of many people have indeed been encroached upon, and conflicts have occurred with many forces. But overall, players should promote the development of the world and form a win-win situation with this world. At least, the indigenous people are the original inhabitants of this world, and they came first. The development of players must not be based on harming others for their own benefit. But fortunately, players as a whole have taken a few steps on this road. As Fong Bai pondered, his eyes fell on the red maple city on the map. Hanfeng City is the new Hanfeng City, but the people are the old Hanfeng City people. It's just that the owner has changed from aristocrats and lords to players. Many aristocrats died, not to mention the increase in the total amount of wealth. The aristocrats lost a lot in terms of share. This is even more true in terms of power. From this perspective, the arrival of players is definitely an infringement of the interests of the indigenous people, harming others and benefiting themselves. But looking down, various industries in the new Hanfeng City continue to advance. Advanced agricultural technology, extraordinary productivity has made food rich, coupled with the development of the breeding industry, and strengthened exchanges with other regions. Although it is impossible for everyone to have fish and meat under the supply of staple food, it has been achieved to ensure that no one in the entire Hanfeng City starves to death. And if you actively cater to the development of the times and enter various factories, workshops and farms, it is not difficult to eat meat occasionally. You can see meat on the table. The blood on the faces of the lower-level indigenous people in the new Hanfeng City and the meat on their bodies are the best evidence. In addition, warm clothes also have basic rations. In terms of culture, storytellers and projection teams also go deep into the streets and villages. The children who used to walk the streets and steal chickens and dogs have long been caught in the school and are undergoing compulsory education. In addition, technical training classes that go deep into the gathering places at night are also spread everywhere to train various technical talents for this era. Although the new Red Maple City is just an exception, it is a reflection of the long-term vision of Hao Wei and others, and the strong strength and profound foundation of the Red Alliance. This is a reflection of their real intention to operate the territory for a long time. But overall, the fact that indigenous workers are cheaper than player workers is a calculation that every player lord will make. The liberation of the productivity of the lower-class people is also done in a real way. No matter what level of capitalist the lord is, at least they only eat the surplus value of people, not people. At least they know that people with sufficient knowledge and skills can get more surplus value. Perhaps this is not a world without a trace of darkness. Although many players have bad intentions, this cannot be denied. But there is no doubt that from the perspective of the nobility, the players are real invaders. Killing their people and robbing their interests is dark and evil. But from the perspective of the general public, from the perspective of history, and from the perspective of the times, the emergence of players has indeed promoted the development of this era, and assumed their own responsibilities of the times. After the emergence of players, the lives of more people must be better than before. Players did not regard the lives of the indigenous people of this world as nothing, and they did not let them live in dire straits. On the contrary, players rescued them from dire straits. Of course, this does not mean that the morals of players are so noble, nor does it mean that players are saints. Players are also driven by interests, but judging by deeds rather than hearts. The civilians among the indigenous people have indeed become better. This is enough for Fong Bai to have a clear conscience. Enough for Fong Bai to have a standpoint dispute with the chief mage with the most firm belief and the most firm will. After the dispute, continue to do a good job of self-supervision and external supervision of players. In addition, evil god. Right? Evil god church. Right? Player sacrifice. Right? You like players so much? Sure. You wait. I will deal with you after I deal with the chief mage. Hide and seek. Hide and seek. You can hide now. But wait. Wait until the household registration system is implemented on a large scale. Wait until the grassroots power is strengthened. Wait until the players calm down. I will let you see what the power of the masses is, what the Chaoyang masses are, and what the modern tracking ideas are. Fong Bai mind flashed one idea after another. What is the reward for reporting? What is the joint responsibility system? What is the grassroots autonomy? What is the management of floating population? What is going deep into the masses? What is the investigation of suspicious persons? What is the anti-evil god propaganda? What is the popularization of knowledge? Fong Bai eyes are fierce. Regarding the current problem, the problem of the corpses of players being used for the evil god sacrifice caused by the player resurrection mechanism. He thinks it is better to treat the root cause than to treat the symptoms. As long as the evil god church and the evil god are all killed, no one will worry about the players' corpses being used for the evil god sacrifice. The church of the evil god must develop believers to exist. And as long as it develops believers, it will inevitably reveal its true colors. Then we can follow the clues and put it out bit by bit. As for the evil god, if you want to believe, then you will inevitably expose the name of the god, and the directional prayer terms and sacrificial methods. If you accept the sacrifice of the evil god believers, then I don't know my great sacrifice of the evil god. Will you accept it or not? It's not just the church of the evil god that has mastered the blocking array. They know how to do it. But Fong Bai doesn't? If they really want to offer sacrifices, they know how to do it. But Fong Bai doesn't? As for whether the evil god will accept it, or whether the evil god believes him, it's ridiculous. At worst, Fong Bai will go to the anti-fraud center for further study for a while before coming back. Isn't it just telecom fraud? He is familiar with this. Even if he is not familiar with it, sometimes he is familiar with the person. Do you really think that those fraudsters wanted by the nobles can't cheat if they change their targets? Huh? Fong Bai took a long breath. While waiting for information, he developed a method of sensing and blocking the array in a large area, and at the same time developed a method of detecting the fluctuations of the evil god in a large area. Not long after, before Tang Wen sent the ancient book, another person sent it. Man Xiong, the mercenary in Thunder Valley. This is an ancient book found at home, which is related to you players. I heard you wanted it, so I brought it here. Man Xiong had already gone to the evil god plane, and he happened to meet Tang Wen when he came back halfway. After learning some information, he brought a tattered ancient book. After handing the ancient book to Fong Bai, he hurriedly entered the evil god plane again. He seemed to be looking for something. This reminded Fong Bai of the sorcerer outside the Thunder Valley. The destruction of the barbarian bear family seems to be related to this evil god. Fong Bai thought of this and shook his head slightly, and set his eyes on this ancient book. The ancient book is very broken, and people outside may not take a second look at it, and they will not want to read it after opening it. Chinese, or simplified Chinese. But after thinking about it, Fong Bai continued to read it, because he suddenly realized that the display of the Mage Tower left over from the ancient Mage civilization has always been Chinese. The virtual panel derived from the control system of the Mage Tower has always been Chinese. Simplified Chinese. Before, I thought it was just because he merged with the Mage Tower, so it was intelligent and automatically loaded his language. Simplified Chinese. But at this moment, he suddenly found that the printing font in this ancient book is exactly the same as the font style on the virtual panel of the Mage Tower. If it is just a language, it can be loaded during his fusion process. But what about the font style? Not really. It's fine that the language used in this game is Simplified Chinese. The ancient wizard civilization also uses Simplified Chinese? But how many years of history does Simplified Chinese have? Isn't this thing created in modern times? Fong Bai was suddenly a little confused. But there was too little information to judge. After thinking about it, he still focused on the ancient book in front of him, reading it page by page. About Manxiong. This ancient book originated from the ancient wizard civilization and is related to players. Fong Bai thought that it recorded some information about the ancient wizard civilization's arrangement of the player system, or the application of the player system. But I didn't expect that after reading for a long time. I didn't see any relevant content. This seems to be just a memoir of a professional, with more bragging and low information density. As he read, Fong Bai suddenly found that there was a place with 2 spaces in a paragraph in the ancient book. The abrupt space looked a bit abrupt, as if there should have been 2 words here, but they were deleted. However, there is no trace of modification on it. Combined with the context, this should be a name. The name of the legendary mage. Is this a taboo? Can't write the name? Fong Bai was slightly puzzled. The names of ancient emperors could not be written. If it is because it cannot be written, it is barely acceptable. But if it cannot be written, why not use a pseudonym? Fong Bai shook his head slightly and continued to read down. But the next moment, he stood up suddenly. Fong Bai widened his eyes and looked at this ancient book in disbelief. Player? What do you mean? This mage is also a player? He created the mage profession as a player? Isn't the ancient mage civilization the creator and builder of the player system? They themselves are also the beneficiaries of the player system. Moreover, they were also Simplified Chinese at the time. And they were also called Player? Chapter 587 Players Take Action. Players. Players. Fong Bai looked at these 2 words and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. From the perspective of language and speech, the era of ancient wizard civilization can be perfectly integrated with the present era. There is no conflict or incoordination at all. Fong Bai took a deep breath. But the ancient wizard civilization does exist. And it has disappeared for at least thousands of years. Or tens of thousands of years. These relics left behind, the traces of time passing on them, etc. These are not fake. So, this should not be the present era. Fong Bai shook his head immediately. He knew too little about the information of the ancient wizard civilization and the social structure. All his ideas could only be regarded as random guesses. Maybe it's reincarnation, a parallel world, or a similar modern world? Who can say for sure? It's just a player title. A similar modern term. It doesn't prove anything. Fong Bai shook his head slightly. But he was very curious about this ancient wizard civilization, and this great wizard. What kind of person is this? What kind of wizard civilization is this? Super wizard civilization? How did the civilization that hunts evil gods and spans the universe disappear? What happened? World destruction? Civilization war? Or Fong Bai inadvertently recalled the monster next to Tiangong Pavilion that was originally suppressed by the Wizard Tower and is now suppressed by the remains of a dragon. I can't help but recall the murals I saw when I got the Magic Beast summoning token. The War Machine Magic Beast cultivated for war. The War Fortress floating city suspended in the sky. The Magic Beast took turns to board the floating city. And even the last floating city fell. All of this shows the magnificence of that era. After a little thought, Fong Bai gathered his mind and focused his energy on research. During the research, time passed by. And in reality, Tang Wen contacted one player after another and reached an agreement. Although players were guarded and could not access many things, the simplest coordinates and ruins could not be concealed in any case. This is what players do. At the same time, through the shop set up by the outer pavilion outside, through the contact information left by buying and selling, and exchanging technology, Tang Wen contacted one guild leader after another, in the form of point tasks. It didn't take long for a steady stream of information. Ancient books with no actual value and other items to converge on Tiangong Pavilion. In addition, Tang Wen also made a phone call. Hello. Is this Yaoling? I want to call the police. I want to ask. Is endangering social security in the game considered endangering social security? If someone helps the cult, if it is not stopped, it will inevitably cause the death of a large number of indigenous people and players, and the destruction of the industry. Permanent loss of assets in the game world is very harmful to society. Is this considered endangering public safety? Oh, I know. I know that killing game players and indigenous people in the game is not illegal. At least there is no law to make it clear. But it's like players helping indigenous people or imprisoning players themselves. Mental torture. Not allowing resurrection is clearly defined as intentional injury. Then can this be a crime? If not, all evil gods gain power growth in this way, thereby destroying the world, or directly causing problems with the overall resurrection mechanism of players. Is this considered anti-human behavior? Is this matter worth discussing? Well, okay. I also understand your difficulties, but I still hope to consider it as appropriate. I will send the names of the players who have been confirmed so far. Please check it. Tangwin sent the information of some players who participated in the sacrifice at that time. There are a large number of corpses left. Knowing the appearance and breath, and finding one person, then naturally follow the clues to find another part. Until all. In this regard, the white-clothed prophet said that although it feels a bit strange to find this person based on the other party's corpse, it is not difficult at all. It's done casually. After sending this information, Tangwin found another mailbox, wrote a report and sent it over. The content is similar, but the format is more complete and standard, and the wording is more written and official. These are the instructions Fong Bai received, and this email address was also given to him by Fong Bai. Fong Bai had given clear instructions on this. There are no laws at present, but that doesn't mean there can't be any. There are no laws at present, but that doesn't mean there doesn't need to be any. Tangwin pondered these two sentences carefully, and then returned to the game again. As soon as he entered the game, someone reported to him, Master Tang. The group of people who participated in the sacrifice of the evil god were chased and killed and went crazy. Huh? What happened? Who is hunting them? Who else? All the player forces in Huangyan City, several cities near Huangyan City, and all the player forces in the Three Kingdoms. They almost finished their collective game without knowing anything, and went bankrupt collectively. They were so angry that they hunted them all over the map and offered rewards to those who participated in the sacrifice. Although they kept saying that they didn't know whether they were going to sacrifice or what they were going to do. But the player shrugged. No one listened at all. And they still hunted them all over the world and offered rewards all over the world. Now they are basically hated by everyone and have no place to stay. Even their real identities have been dug out and exposed. Fortunately, we stopped the evil god sacrifice this time, and no serious consequences were caused. Otherwise, the natives can't kill the players. But the players can. Players can kill players. And they can also kill players. If it really leads to the destruction of several cities, it will directly lead to the destruction of all the fixed assets of the player forces in several cities. And all of them will go bankrupt. Tangwin shook his head slightly. The player's body is immortal, but the offline body is not. You have directly squandered all the investment of hundreds of millions of yuan for a few thousand or tens of thousands of yuan of petty profits. That will really kill people like crazy. If he knew about this, he would have a heart attack. This has played a big role in the dissemination of the situation of the Evil God Festival and the self-restraint of players that we reported. Now the main public opinion is very much in favor of our approach, especially the major player forces in major cities. Each of them has responded positively. It is clearly stated that it will supervise the players in its sphere of influence to prevent such situations from happening. As for the overall individual players, they also express support for this. In addition, through contact with the Church of Light and other righteous churches, we have obtained the main characteristics and identification methods of the Evil God Festival, and have reported it through offline forums. In conjunction with the previous situation of players being hunted down as an example, we actively promoted it. Tangwin nodded slowly upon hearing this. While listening to the report, he used his mental power to process the various tasks and information gathered on the internal land. Under the wise leadership of Pavilion Master Fong Bai, the skill of splitting the mind into two or more tasks has spread throughout the Tiandong Pavilion. There is no other way. If you don't split the mind into two or more tasks, that is, if you don't treat one person as two or three people, you can't complete the various complicated management and research tasks. Originally, The workload of a day would take several days. But in this way, it can be completed in half a day, and you can rest for half a day to do your own research. You will know how useful it is if you use it. While browsing, a pop-up window suddenly popped up in his mind, attracting his attention. Only emergency intelligence or emergency information can be forced to pop up directly in the local area network for immediate processing. Tangwin did not dare to neglect it, and quickly clicked to read the information. But he was stunned when he saw the content. There is no wall that is impenetrable. The actions of Tiangong Pavilion were noticed by people. And the actions of the chief mage were also noticed by people. And there is no shortage of smart people in the world. What is the root cause of this evil god sacrifice? What will the reaction of the indigenous strongmen be? All of these were easily calculated by them. After mastering this point, the smarter people will not dare to be careless, and will immediately start an investigation. And with the direction of Tiangong Pavilion, the chief mage, the mage's actions immediately caught their eyes. Then some clues and fragments of words turned into puzzle pieces, and they pieced together the truth. They all realized that this was a competition of information collection ability and research ability. Whoever wins will take the initiative. The more you win, the more time you exceed, and the greater the first mover advantage you will gain. This made countless eyes focus on this competition. So, then, all the ruins exploration team sent by the chief mage died? Even the horses they rode and the donkeys they pulled were directly split in half from the middle? Tangwin looked at the result and was slightly confused. The table of the competitor was overturned. He had thought of many results and reactions. But when he saw this result, he was still a little overwhelmed. This is really a little funny and dramatic. He just stopped playing with this chief mage and smashed the table. When Fong Bai heard the news, he couldn't help but sigh. He faced the chief mage who was equivalent to a demigod for the overall resurrection mechanism of the players. But he didn't expect others to get involved. This was his own idea, what he wanted to do, and he didn't ask others to get involved. But when other people really got involved, Fong Bai heart was still slightly touched. This feeling is not bad. He is not wishful thinking. Nor is he just being too enthusiastic. It's just that the table is not so easy to turn over. This chief wizard is not only a legendary wizard, he is also a legendary prophet. I can compete with him, and even form a competition with him, because I also have the strength of a demigod. I have the status of a demigod, and as the actual master of the two titles of Mecha Pioneer and Rune Pioneer, thousands of beliefs are gathered in one. The difficulty of predicting me will not be easier than predicting a true god, so I can start this competition. But you? Fong Bai sighed slightly. Forget it. The idea is good? With a sigh, a space channel opened silently above his head, and a behemoth of more than 60 meters stepped out of it. The field of the main body is completely integrated into the mecha and the energy furnace, and the field representing mass is transformed into the most powerful force, driving this behemoth. Dust Titan. The next moment, Fong Bai drove the mecha to step on the sunrise, stood in the void, left the area where the mage tower was located, and directly entered a military camp. Here, a huge jet backpack came into view. After the Dusk mecha arrived, he directly grabbed the double-barreled jet backpack and hung it on the back of the mecha, and on the ceiling. Boom! 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 Amid the huge sound, the projection of the simulated blue sky above the sky revealed part of the silver ceiling. The ceiling made entirely of metal slowly opened, little by little, gradually forming a long passage. Finally, the real blue sky was revealed at the end of the passage, and the mecha also slowly floated up and entered the passage. Both sides of the passage were all metal, covered with runes, and in the metal passage, there were circles of conspicuous blue rings, and there seemed to be electric current flowing in them. In this metal passage that was hundreds of meters long, such blue metal rings full of electric current were everywhere. Then, accompanied by the strong current burst, a strong repulsive force began to bloom. Level by level, the blue metal rings even turned purple under the penetration of high voltage current. A strong magnetic field burst out from each ring, acting on the Dust Titan, turning into a repulsive force to push it upward. Ring after ring, level after level, the speed of the Dust Titan became faster and faster, and it was not even affected by the air resistance. The inside had been evacuated to a vacuum. Dust Titan had just entered the passage, and the next moment it had arrived at the exit. Hundreds of levels of acceleration in an instant directly launched the Dust Titan like a cannonball. This may be a cannon itself. And at the moment of leaving the cave entrance, bang, 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 the sound barrier was like the skirt of the goddess of fate, easily torn apart. And in an instant, the dust titan was brought from the ground to the sky, under the diversion shape of the alien shield on the surface of the mecha. The dust titan gradually drew a huge parabola and gradually became parallel to the ground in the sky. When it reached parallelism, the rune arrays on the mecha and even the two huge jets on its back were activated. In an instant, the speed of the Dusk mecha increased again, and in the thunder, it turned into a phantom and shot towards the direction of the king's capital. In the king's capital, inside the chief mage tower, the chief mage who was calculating frowned. He, a legendary prophet, had a premonition of something, but he did not open the prophecy, but called his assistant in. But before he asked, he saw the assistant said angrily, "Your Majesty, they are dead." All dead? All the ruins exploration teams we sent out were dead. Not a single one survived. Chapter 588 Demonic Beast Forbidden Meteorite Falls from the Sky. Who did it? After a slight silence, a cold voice sounded, and anyone could hear the anger and murderous intent in it. Player. The specific player force is still under investigation. No need to investigate. Take me to the battle site. The chief looked angry, waved his sleeves, and walked out directly, and the assistant hurriedly led the way, accompanied by the howling wind. The two people went directly into the air with the wind, and soon they came to a wilderness. This place is in a mess at the moment. The earth is broken and charred. A fire is filled in the nose, and the violent force that has not subsided so far makes people know that a fierce battle has just taken place here, and even a small hill next to it was directly blown away. What is even more unacceptable is, there is not even a corpse left here. Not even the corpse of a horse. But it is not non-existent. Nor is it not here, but everywhere. In the perception of the breath. The breath of the corpses has turned into dust, and spread throughout the battlefield, and even a large area outside the battlefield. In addition, the chief also sensed a residual mental fluctuation here, like some kind of spell to dispel the soul, crushing bones and scattering ashes. Soul transcendence. Although the battlefield still exists, there is no one left. This level of death. Even the semi-god level paladin of the Church of Light cannot revive it personally. At least it will take the God of Light to come down and revive it before it is possible to pull it up. But? So cruel. So cruel. The chief uttered two words. His eyes became a little colder, and with a wave of his sleeves, he and his assistant disappeared in the battlefield again in the wind and rushed to another battlefield. One battlefield after another. One after another. No one survived at the master level or the legendary level. All of them were reduced to ashes. Completely reduced to ashes. And the degree of death has reached the point where only the God of Light can save them. And if you want the God of Light to help, then you must make outstanding contributions to the development of civilization. And only those whose achievements can be recorded in a separate page in the history of civilization development will have the opportunity. After obtaining the Medal of Brilliant Light, you will also get a quota for resurrection. This quota can be used by yourself or given to others, and it is entirely up to the person concerned. In addition, the God of Light will not perform the divine resurrection spell for other reasons, even if it is someone from his own church. Even if it is the Pope of the church, he will not make an exception. Even if it is the relatives of other gods, even if other gods come to ask for it, he will not make an exception. No matter which God of Light has never made an exception. The chief wizard believes that he is not qualified to ask the God of Light to make an exception. As for the Medal of Brilliant Light, no one has received it in the past few hundred years, so people gradually regard it as a legend. If you want to find a Medal of Brilliant Light in this era, it must be unused. So it is better to find a way to ask the God of Light to give you another one. What? How to send it? Press the head of the God of Light with one hand, and ask him whether the decision not to destroy the world and civilization is an outstanding contribution to civilization. Laughing to death. The chief couldn't laugh at all at this moment. In just one night, most of his team members died. This was just one night. In addition, all the ancient books and antiques they collected disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the chief calmed down. He understood that this time was different from usual. This time he was not facing a certain strongman or a certain force, but the entire player group of millions of players. All the strong men and all the forces. Even including a demigod. Who knows how many legendary combat forces. This is an extremely horrifying thing no matter who sees it. But what I fear is the potential inside, because it can be resurrected, and the potential can never be cut off, the chief whispered softly. And I don't know how many top powerhouses' frustration, helplessness, and fear were expressed in one sentence. I was so scared that I even lost all my will to resist. And I was only thinking about packing up and preparing to run away. I was so scared that I gave in again and again, and retreated again and again. This player was like the legendary protagonist of Destiny, who would definitely control the world no matter what. It was like the master of the world, and everything was just a game for them. After the chaos, the world would naturally return to their control. I was chilled, frightened, and terrified. But that's all in the future. And I'm not afraid of your current strength. Since you are determined to force me to a dead end and want a fight, then I will just give up my life and kill all the players. Let you control the world for 100 years. The murderous intent in the cold words made the whole world gloomy, and the nearby vegetation died at a speed visible to the naked eye, cutting off the vitality. The next moment, the daytime star appeared, and rays of starlight fell. Behind him, 9 layers of star tracks emerged and slowly rotated. The rules of heaven and earth were all pried by it, and what happened here was reproduced here. In just a moment, the chief had locked the target and stretched out his hand. Swish, swish, swish. A ray of light fell from the fingertips, constantly bursting, rebounding, and overlapping in the air. In an instant, 3 layers of counter-rotating altars were constructed. A crack appeared in the strong spatial fluctuations, and the chief stepped directly into it. Here it comes. A middle-aged player looked at the crack in the air calmly, looked at the person, and felt the terrifying momentum. There was no surprise on his face, no fear. Only the red flag next to it fell slowly, but firmly and powerfully. The red flag rang in the wind, and row after row of players lined up neatly, silent, surrounded by murderous aura, swords and spears like forests, steel armor like mountains, looking around, like a black mass of ants, endless, and their number far exceeded the 10,000 troops that should have been here. When the flag fell, the spears in their hands were instantly raised and stabbed out. Huh! The magnificent sound echoed between heaven and earth, and a stream of evil spirits and bloody energy rose into the sky under the will. The azure sky was replaced by thick and heavy clouds, covering the sky and the earth, and the sky dimmed instantly. The elements of heaven and earth dimmed along with it. It was as if we had entered the Dharma ending age. All the free elements of heaven and earth disappeared. They just appeared and disappeared immediately. Or it could be said that all the elements of heaven and earth were swallowed by the endless clouds. Everything was originally there, and all the newly appeared elements of heaven and earth became part of its suppression of heaven and earth. The effect of all elemental forces. As long as the attack appears in the outside world, it will inevitably dissipate. This is the cloud, not the plaything of the blood cloud. It's a long story, but it's actually less than a second. Almost the moment the chief walked out of the space gap. The space gap behind him had dissipated in the suppression. The chief was silent, just like the world. Looking around, familiar faces appeared on the podium. No one knew, no one dared to believe, that the chief magician of the Yabong kingdom, a figure comparable to a demigod, actually knew each of them and had a clear grasp of each person's personality, strength, and other situations. This was something no one dared to imagine. But at this moment, Nye, Chung Bin, Jai Kong, Duan Gan Hao, Su Song. The chief called out the names one by one, without missing a single one, hearing his own name from his mouth and looking at his still calm expression. It was creepy. The most important thing was that he was still standing in the void. At this moment, the world was silent. And at this moment, everyone was looking at the chief. Nye, who was the leader on the podium, shook his head slightly, turned around and said to everyone with a calm face, "Just consider it as accumulating experience. At least we know a little more than before. Right?" Nye smiled. "I try to get 2 more words." After speaking, Nye looked up at the chief in the sky and asked curiously, "Under the clouds, why can you still fly?" "Clouds?" The chief looked at the 300,000 troops below, and then looked up at the thick clouds in the sky, and a voice that was so calm that there was no emotional fluctuation at all sounded. "Do you think that the elements of heaven and earth are everything?" When the voice fell, A black token slowly emerged in his hand. The energy light that should not have emerged under the clouds emerged again. The light kept twisting and turning around the structure. And in a blink of an eye it turned into an ancient altar standing proudly between heaven and earth. The altar covers an area of dozens of meters in radius. The black token fell in the center of the altar. The next moment, a huge beam of light shot up into the sky, even directly penetrating the clouds and rushing straight into the sky. Seeing this, many presidents on the high platform jumped in their hearts, and did not dare to delay, and shouted immediately, "Shoot!" A flag fell, and the 1,000-odd archers in the center of the army all untied their bowstrings. Their arms, thicker than normal people's thighs, rested on the iron bow at their wrists, and 2 arrows as thick as fingers rested on them. A force from the clouds was bestowed on the archers and the arrows. Talent charged shooting. The moment the flag fell, the bowstrings were untied, and the world was shocked. One by one, thick arrows wrapped in a layer of blood-red flames broke through the air like meteors. However, the arrows that targeted the chief mage exploded out of thin air at a distance of 1,000 meters around the chief mage. It was as if there was an invisible barrier in front of them that blocked all the arrows. And none of them crossed the level? Domain? No. It's impossible. Under the clouds, the domain can't be deployed at all. It must be suppressed. Under the clouds, even legends can only retain the basic qualities of their bodies. What on earth is this? The semi-god level manifestation of the domain? If Fong Bai were here, he would tell them that this is not called a domain. This is called field. The field belongs to the individual, but the field belongs to the world. The basic structure of the field is still the elements of heaven and earth, while the basic structure of the field is the quality of matter. They cannot be compared. The cloud gas composed of 1 talent, and no talent is enough to suppress the legend. But it is still a little short of suppressing the demigod field. Otherwise, Fong Bai would not send Zhang Zhong to lead troops to challenge the evil god. Isn't it just to seek qualitative change? To seek cloud gas? And to make another breakthrough in talent? In front of demigods and gods. Simple accumulation of quantity. Well, at least the general simple accumulation of quantity to enhance cloud gas is not meaningful. Of course, although the field is based on the quality of matter, the elements of heaven and earth also account for a very large part of it. And because of its activity, it accounts for a considerable proportion of the field power that is controlled and driven. This part will naturally be suppressed and weakened by the cloud gas. Otherwise, Fong Bai would not send Zhang Zhong to lead troops to challenge the evil god. Not afraid of death does not mean going to die. Only if there is hope will Fong Bai let Zhang Zhong fight for this glimmer of hope and turn the impossible into the possible. Polish to the extreme until it blooms in an instant. Only in this way can the most brilliant brilliance burst out. Well, Zhang Zhong and his team haven't started yet, but the group of presidents of the Huanwang capital line have already started. Although theoretically speaking, if the chief fights to the death, or they have some way to restrain him from leaving, there is indeed a glimmer of hope. And if it really happens, at least a considerable part of the 300,000 troops will usher in a transformation, and even directly give birth to the talent breakthrough and cloud breakthrough that Fong Bai envisioned. But Fong Bai just wants to say one thing. You are so brave. But Fong Bai is still on horseback. No. On the way to the Mecca. They still don't know anything, and can only watch. Watching the arrow like a meteor being easily blocked. Watching the beam of light penetrate the sky and the earth. Suddenly, moo! A loud elephant moo resounded through the sky. And the terrifying evil spirit spread out with pressure. Everyone seemed to see a sea of blood and corpses in their eyes. The pungent smell of rust rushed into their brains. In a trance, they seemed to see a world shattered under the elephant's hoof, like a pillar of heaven, and fell into the abyss in the shocking elephant's moo. This seemed like an illusion. But the next thing they found was that a dark elephant hoof, like a pillar of heaven, fell in the light column. The elephant's hoof was covered with magic patterns, and it expanded rapidly during the fall. In an instant, it seemed to cover the sky, and the border could not be seen. The elephant's hoof fell on the clouds. Boom! The clouds trembled, cracked, and splashed everywhere. The elephant's hoof fell again. Boom! The clouds completely collapsed, turned into mist and dissipated, turned into the elements of heaven and earth, and returned to heaven and earth. And the 300,000 troops who constructed the clouds suddenly turned pale, spit out blood, and their faces were like gold paper, and they were about to fall. The next moment, The field that lost the restraint of the cloud expanded instantly, covering the 300,000 troops, and resisting and suppressing all their attacks and resistances. The elephant leg retracted. The light column disappeared. The altar disappeared. The small black token returned to his hand. And the chief's voice echoed between heaven and earth. I can't kill you completely, but I can keep killing you. Until death. The words spoken by the chief made everyone feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. As you wish. As the voice fell, the fire elements and earth elements between heaven and earth gathered and brewed in the sky like a howling wind. The spells recited by the chief were like the language of gods, like the whispers of heaven and earth. And there were fluctuations like elements echoing between heaven and earth, and finally transformed into a forbidden power between heaven and earth. Boom! Thunder filled the sky and earth, and the existence of this power seemed to be forbidden by heaven and earth. Then, the chief's voice resounded in the rolling thunder. Forbidden meteorite falls from the sky. Chapter 589 God War. Forbidden meteorites fall from the sky. It was like the whisper of a demon god, like the echo before the collapse of heaven and earth. At the same time, a magic circle slowly unfolded, covering all 300,000 people. In this process, all resistance of the players was suppressed, because the power that has not undergone qualitative change has been integrated. No matter how many there are, they have no ability to resist in the demigod field. No matter how many people there are, they will not have the slightest ability to resist in the landslide and flood. It would be a waste of effort to cut the water with a knife. The meteorite in the sky was hanging high, and after the magic circle was fully unfolded, it moved slowly, and the speed increased little by little, getting faster and faster, and the momentum became stronger and stronger. But in a moment, a huge cone-shaped air wave formed in front of the meteorite. But at this moment, a sigh sounded. I really think that everyone knows how to use this blocking array. How will players survive in the future? The death penalty has been maxed out. With a sigh, everyone turned their heads and looked into the distance. They saw a rainbow light approaching rapidly from the horizon. The sound came from a distance, and then a dusk light spear shot out from the rainbow light. Swish! Like a jump, the dusk light spear instantly appeared in front of the meteorite. Boom! The terrifying shock wave spread in the sky, and the violent elemental storm directly shattered all the clouds. The sky seemed to be shaking, and the area covered below was full of howling winds. And in the midst of the wind, a rainbow light fell on the battle array. When the rainbow light showed its true form, everyone held their breath. The mechanical creation, more than 60 meters high, stood in the air, like the ancient god Titan coming to the world. Mech? On the platform below, a person couldn't help but murmur, as if hearing a voice. The mecha looked down. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the eyes were full of admiration and respect, as if they recognized what they did and praised them highly. Feeling this gaze, the presidents couldn't help but proudly straighten their chests. And the next moment, the voice echoed. You are so brave. Thank you for the compliment. The scene was very awkward for a while, and the mecha looked up the next moment and looked at the chief floating in the air. Fong Bai? You did a good job in intelligence work. Fong Bai smiled, and before he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a ray of light burst out from the short spear, and the field that had previously resisted the arrow attack instantly vibrated. But the next moment, the field disappeared. Not broken, but gathered around the body, or even inside, in a highly concentrated posture. This is not retreating. This is the real fighting posture of the demigod. Just now, he was bullying. Fong Bai's face did not change at all when he saw this. His own field was compressed inside the dusk mecha from beginning to end, providing the mecha with surging energy. The field moved slightly, and surging energy poured into the mecha. The huge mecha instantly appeared in front of the chief, and the finger spear stretched forward. Mecha basic skills, thrust. A magical war machine. If you are not a player, maybe we can become good friends. As the chief spoke, a magic circle formed behind him. After taking a step back, he appeared 1,000 meters away, and a magic circle rubbed with his hands had already taken shape. With a pull of his hands, the magic circle instantly expanded to cover the world and turned into a thunder in an instant. Boom! Legendary spell Arson's Thunder Spear. The Thunder Spear instantly penetrated and fell, and Fong Bai's short spear was raised, and it was like a thunder hitting the ground fire. Sparks flew, and the sky turned into a thunder prison. In just a moment, under the chief's fingertips, Dozens of magic circles formed around him, and rays of light fell one after another. Weakness, armor weakening, paralysis, dizziness, mental shock. Spells fell one after another, making the runes on the surface of the mecha bright. The special armor blocked the effect. Fong Bai twisted the field, and the spell effect was instantly broken. Fong Bai also appeared in front of the chief in an instant, and the short spear fell. And at the same time, the halo was diffused in his eyes, and the glow of dusk seemed to cover the earth. A moment of decay caused the spatial spell being constructed to collapse. The chief stretched forward with one hand to form a magic circle to resist. And at the same time, the magic circles on his clothes glowed. Boom! The place where the two sides collided burst into brilliant light. Boom! At this moment, the two sides directly turned into two rainbow lights that kept flashing and moving in the sky. A person and a 60-meter-high mecha collided again and again in the sky. And the sky seemed to shake. The demigod war that had not happened in the main material world for a long time broke out in the most intense way at this moment. During the battle, the two spoke more gently than each other, but they were more ruthless than each other. In the hands of the chief, there are magic arrays one after another. With just a touch of his hand and a thought, magic arrays can be formed one after another. There are all kinds of legendary spells, such as starting, attack, weakening, consumption, etc. Every strike can easily flatten mountains. Fong Bai was driving a 60-meter-tall combat mecha that weighed more than 10,000 tons. His moves were powerful and powerful. The 10,000-ton punch was nothing special. The dust power carried by the attacks was like a maggot attached to the bones, which made people extremely uncomfortable. The chief, who was already not young, even felt a crisis of the passing of his life. Although the mecha was huge and less flexible, its fourth-level defensive armor that was several meters thick made the chief extremely uncomfortable. The density of the defensive array on the fourth-level defensive armor that was several meters thick was no less than his own robe, and the strength was no less. Under the same density, his robe was only a thin layer, and the defensive armor was several meters thick. A legendary single-target attack spell could only blow up a small pit when it landed, and the armor itself could withstand it, and the array was useless. As the light turned, the small pit on the armor returned to its original state. The chief looked as if he had eaten shit, and his face was extremely ugly. The dense runes exposed by the mecha when it was attacked made his face even more ugly. He also mastered the runes, and his robes used rune technology. But the runes exposed on the mecha, although only a glimpse, he could still perceive the complexity and mystery in them, as if this system has been close to maturity after countless people's research. In a moment of daze, Fong Bai's eyes lit up, and he appeared behind the chief in a flash, and the mental vibration device was activated, which instantly disturbed the chief's perception. The vision disappeared, the perception disappeared, and the chief's face changed drastically. In this way, a wave spread, and the sound of the built-in sound on the mecha spread between heaven and earth. And this sound rang in everyone's ears. Must kill dusk sunset piercing. Hearing the sound, countless people widened their eyes and held their breath. In the meantime, behind the chief, a huge monster appeared out of thin air, and a dusk sunset fell from the center of the eyebrows and fell into the short spear. Fusion of dusk sunset. The short spear seemed to turn into light, and the bright but dim dusk light bloomed and stretched forward. When the sense was locked, the chief knew it. Can't dodge. This attack can only be resisted. Absolutely can't be avoided. Although the space is not blocked, it seems that you can flash away. But this is a trap. This is a trap. Flashing will kill you. You can only resist. At this moment, the chief's hands have danced out after images. At this moment, the chief's lips have already sparked. At this moment, the chief's mental power has turned into a skywide magic array. At this moment, the chief's robes, jade pendants, necklaces, and body all shine brightly, and countless magic arrays are revived. At this moment, countless magic arrays tightly wrap the chief. At this moment, the chief's defense is instantly comparable to the most solid war fortress. The whole person seems to be connected to this space, heavy and indestructible. The space is not broken, and the defense is not destroyed. But it's too late to fight with intention. The spear of brilliant dusk stretched forward, and everything blocking the front seemed to have crossed countless time and turned into dust decay in an instant. The spear of brilliant dusk stretched forward as if there was no obstacle. If the space is not broken, the defense will not be destroyed. Then this space, break it. Fong Bai's voice fell, and the space shattered with it. And the defense around the chief was also broken. The spear of brilliant dusk penetrated, breaking the defense and penetrating the rope. Ding! With a crisp sound, the spear of brilliant dusk was suppressed in the golden light, and could not move forward. Golden body is invincible. Fong Bai was stunned, and the next moment he saw the chief come back to his senses, relying on his invincibility to directly rub a fireball and hug the mecha. Boom! The chief was blown away, and the golden light on his body slowly dissipated. Without any injury, the Dust Titan, which was more than 60 meters high and weighed more than 10,000 tons, slammed into the ground, tearing the earth apart, and the mountains collapsed. A terrifying doomsday scene. But the Dust Titan wiped the charred marks on its body and stood up as if nothing had happened. The Dust Titan showed the defense power that matched its size. It showed the power of tens of thousands of fourth-level parts that made up its body. The fourth level is legendary. Hundreds of thousands of parts are equivalent to fourth-tier equipment. And the external defense armor is also specialized fourth-tier equipment, combined with the dense fourth-tier rune defense array cluster inside. It can only be said that you get what you pay for. The Dust Titan shows a defense power that matches its cost. For the first time, the chief felt a sense of frustration. He is a legend, but the array and spells he built can definitely reach the attack power of demigods, even surpassing many demigods. And his spells are definitely hit on it. Without dodging, without rule invincibility, nothing really resisting. This mecha master named Fong Bai is also a legend. It's just a legend. This mecha. For the first time, the chief gritted his teeth, feeling an unprecedented sense of frustration. In this world, mages have always been the ones who play rogue. When will it be the turn of other professions? But today, a mage, was played rogue by others. When two people fight, it doesn't matter if he keeps getting beaten and keeps making mistakes. But once he loses his invincibility, he can only make a mistake once. However, his mind is working fast, and he caught a glimmer of opportunity in an instant. With a wave of his hand, the day star appeared, and the starlight fell. With a touch of his hand, a magic circle appeared behind his head. In an instant, the chief's eyes bloomed with silver light, and the terrifying mental power followed the guidance of the starlight to directly bypass the mecha. Not predicting. The chief is well aware of the risks in prediction. Just simply guide to skip the mecha and reach Fong by spiritual sea. We are all legends, so a battle of mental power should be fine. Right? Don't blame me as a legendary mage and legendary prophet for bullying with high mental power strength. Sure move, dusk sunset piercing. The mental power fluctuations echoed in the chief's mind. The moment the mental power entered Fong Bai mental power ocean, he saw Fong Bai fused with a Dust Titan giant and stabbed him with a spear. Puff! The chief had a splitting headache. His concentration dropped sharply. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and he stared at Fong Bai and the Dust Titan. There are mechas in the mental power ocean. Damn. Shameless. Fong Bai shrugged. Blame me. Despite this, Fong Bai did not hesitate at all and flashed decisively. Although he could not use the sure move again in a short time. The field was shaken, and the horsepower was full. The short spear still pointed directly at the chief's chest in the sonic boom. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Fong Bai will not delay at all, and will not give him any chance. If you have anything to say, you can talk slowly on his grave after he dies. It doesn't matter if you burn some paper money and burn incense. Go to hell first. The chief stretched out his hand, and a magic circle was about to take shape when it was out of control and shattered. He suppressed the tearing pain in his mind and took out a token. You are too happy too early. Go to hell. The chief's hoarse voice sounded, and the token fell. A rough magic circle covering a radius of 100 meters was formed instantly, and the Dust Titan was ejected. Looking at this very familiar altar, Fong Bai was immediately a little surprised. The next moment, the chief held on to the pain in his mind and whispered, "Accept my call. The incarnation of the power of the earth. Appear in the world. Demon God Ganesha." Swish. The light column shot up into the sky, and a shocking elephant moo echoed between heaven and earth. In the bloody air, Fong Bai seemed to see a sea of blood and corpses, as if he saw the world shattering. The terrifying aura of the gods. But the terrifying and murderous aura that the gods do not have. seems to be a terrifying and fierce god born for war and killing. I am like an ant demigod in front of it. The gods are called gods only when they do not appear. When the gods appear in the world, the demigods become the biggest joke. Fong Bai's face became more solemn than ever before, and he had a premonition of frantically calling the police. Can't fight. Can't fight. We'll die. Huh? Demon beast. Fong Bai looked at the chief standing on the altar and said. The chief endured the pain and looked at Fong Bai in surprise. Yes, demon beast. You are indeed very strong. And your mecha is indeed shameless. But in front of the gods, these are meaningless. 1. Looking at Fong Bai mecha, the chief wanted to say that he would die with one blow. But he thought of something and was silent. One blow may not kill you. But how many blows can you withstand? Below the gods, we are all ants. Not to mention the fierce beasts among the gods, born for war and killing. Only the demon beasts can deal with the demon beasts. Unless you also have the corresponding demon beasts. Otherwise, before the chief finished speaking, he suddenly saw Dust Titan flipping his hand and taking out a small black token. Dust Titan looked at the chief. Chapter 590, the God of Light descends to intimidate each other. Are you talking about this? Fong Bai's voice echoed. And the altar was formed while he was speaking. And the same beam of light rose from the sky. Roar! The pressure of the gods. The endless terrifying murderous aura spread between heaven and earth with the roar. Also standing on the altar, Fong Bai looked at the chief and said lightly. What a coincidence. I have one too. The stiff smile on the chief's face gradually disappeared. And Fong Bai's voice sounded. Demon beast. Chimera. Roar! The roar of a lion spread again. And through the beam of light, everyone could vaguely see a corner of the giant beast behind. The body covered with pieces of black scales was like a steep cliff, connecting the sky and the earth. The smile on the chief's face gradually disappeared. Moo! Roar! The elephant's hoof and the tiger's claw passed through the two beams of light and collided with each other. Boom! Boom! The terrifying waves spread. And the earth cracked like a wafer. The mountains collapsed. The earth collapsed. The lake evaporated. And only two altars and the pillar of light that shot up into the sky stood still between heaven and earth. Boom! 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 Through the pillar of light, the two demon beasts collided again and again. And the pillar of light was getting bigger and bigger. Their limbs extended more and more. And their bodies became clearer and clearer. The players below were annihilated one after another like ants under the wave. But fortunately, the magic circle arranged by the chief had been thought of by Fong Bai. And the dead players were able to turn into a white light and disappear in the sky. On the altar, the Dust Titan, the chief stared at the other party with his eyes. And no one left the influence range of the altar. The continuous collision and the terrifying power have completely torn the earth here. This is the residence of a guild. And there are wilderness nearby. And there are no aborigines. But some monsters and aliens in the wilderness turned into ashes under the terrifying power. First, the torn earth turned into valleys bit by bit. And the central earth was squeezed to the surroundings. The earth was like plasticine, twisted and deformed in the terrifying power, turning it into a valley bit by bit. But the next moment, it was shattered by the aftermath and turned into a wreckage. In the wreckage, the space was distorted. And the space was like a rubbed white letter, with countless wrinkles and tears on it, which could not be healed for a long time under the entanglement of the demon god's breath. And in the fight, the violent elemental power mixed with the demon god's breath spread out like a wave. The sky collapsed, the earth was broken, and the space was torn apart, which was a doomsday scene. However, at this moment, everyone stared at each other, without any intention of giving in. Suddenly, crack! The light column suddenly expanded. The space was torn apart, and three heads of different shapes rushed in and roared. Roar! In another area, the light column also changed. Two tusks pierced through the space, and the trunk was like an ancient sacred mountain falling and sweeping across the scene. Moo! However, at this moment, the sun in the sky suddenly shone brightly, and the dazzling sunlight turned into a beam of light and shone directly down. The platinum flame spread. A pair of golden eyes shone, and a majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth. Have you had enough trouble? In the platinum flame, one hand caught the trunk, and the other hand pressed the lion's head, shouting angrily, Get back! Bang! Bang! The two demon beasts were smashed directly into the demon world, and even golden flames were burning on them. The next moment, the majestic eyes fell on Fong Bai and the chief, and the divine power was like a prison. At this moment, even the altar light column could not block it. At this moment, the two demon beasts roared and wanted to fight back, but they were suppressed by Fong Bai and the chief respectively. The next moment, the majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth. The gods have signed a contract. They cannot enter the mortal world. If you violate it, the gods will strike you. The moment the words were spoken, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the sense of crisis of death instantly enveloped Fong Bai and the chief. At this moment, even the violent demon beasts Chimera and Ganesha calmed down. Dare not move. Dare not move. The next moment, the flames dissipated, and the might of the prison slowly dissipated. But the black thunderclouds rolling in the sky had been rolling and brewing for a long time, as if they could bring down a punishment at any time. Although they didn't come down in the end, they still frightened the two for a long time. They didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the thunderclouds slowly dissipated. The altar dissipated, the light column dissipated, and Fong Bai and the chief looked at each other, looking at the magic circle that the chief had prepared. Fong Bai sighed and realized that he couldn't fight today. Stepping out of the dust titan, letting it sink into the shadow space, he reached out to catch the circular chip that emerged and hung it around his neck. Let's talk. The chief stared at Fong Bai, who gestured slightly with the black token in his hand. Ah! Above the 9 heavens, outside the world, the god of light, who returned to the kingdom of God, casually issued an oracle and quickly waved his hand. Hiss! It hurts. Damn it. Why are there still demon beasts? Fortunately, they haven't fully recovered, and they are not in their prime. Otherwise, if I, an administrative staff, were to fight an army that is going to fight a foreign war, I would be tortured to death. Also, what the hell has this world been broken into? Why haven't the rules of heavenly punishment been restored? Even the contract of the gods is dead in name only. Even the thunderclouds of heavenly punishment have to be triggered by me. In the past, if you dared to enter the main material world without authorization, you would be smashed to pieces. You are not even looking for death this way. But there was a trace of doubt in the eyes of the god of light. What happened at the beginning? The world collapsed. The rules were incomplete, and the gods disappeared. Even the inherited memory in this godhood had some blanks and was erased abruptly. How could it be erased? The others also became gods later, and they didn't become gods earlier than me. The god of light pondered for a long time, and finally walked towards the library in the kingdom of God, letting out a faint sigh as he walked. Alas! Alas! Well, let's talk. The chief sighed, stood in the void, and looked at Fong Bai below. Come up. Let's talk. Fong Bai, who was standing on the ground, was slightly stunned. Come down. The chief frowned and looked down at Fong Bai. How can you talk about things standing in the ruins? Even if there is nothing in the sky, it is better than on the ground, etc. The chief's face suddenly showed a trace of suspicion, and his expression became subtle, and he couldn't help but speculate. You can't. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fong Bai quickly rejected the chief's words before he finished speaking. You can't fly? The chief blinked his eyes after he finished speaking. Oh, you really can't fly. Seeing Fong Bai's expression, the chief's expression became a little subtle in an instant. The corners of his mouth raised. He can't fly. Happy. The corners of his mouth lowered. Polite. Polite. The corners of his mouth raised. Happy. The corners of his mouth fell. Education. Education. The corners of his mouth really couldn't fall. The chief couldn't help but raise his mouth, and he couldn't suppress it. Originally, he was at a disadvantage in this tie, but at this moment he really felt that he had one. You can't fly. Fong Bai clenched his fists. You really can't fly. Fong Bai's fists clenched and made a crackling sound. Puff. You really can't fly. Legend? Demigod? No. 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 You can't say you are a demigod or a legend when you go out. Everyone has dignity. You can't embarrass everyone and drag down the overall level. So, how about we talk like this? You are at the bottom. I am at the top. Fong Bai took out the black token, and the altar appeared faintly. The chief appeared out of thin air beside Fong Bai. and Fong Bai put away the token and interrupted the summoning process. Then, the two of them were silent. Although the topic just now livened up the atmosphere a little, it still couldn't hide the fact that they had just fought and risked their lives. Even now, they didn't turn enemies into friends, but only compromised temporarily because of the mutual deterrence of the demon beasts. The God of Light and the heavenly punishment were on one side, and whoever summoned the demon beast would die. But judging from the reaction speed just now, it would be no problem for the demon beast to be summoned and attack briefly. The demon beast is also a god, under the power of the gods. Even if there is only one chance to attack, it is enough to kill any one of them. Even the chief didn't have the slightest confidence that he could survive the attack of the demon beast, unless he summoned the demon beast as well. But even if he blocked a blow, he would still have to face the reckoning of the God of Light and the heavenly punishment. They didn't think that the God of Light and the heavenly punishment were joking, and they didn't think that they would let him explain. That stern killing intent was definitely not false. As long as the other party summoned the demon beast to attack, he would die, and there was no doubt of death. Although Fong Bai is a player and will not die, the death of the demon beast in his hand will make him more heartbroken and reluctant. On this basis, both sides understand that there is no point in fighting. Even if they win, they will only win as long as they dare to threaten the other party's life or violate the other party's bottom line. It will be a fight to the death, and both sides will die. This is also the reason why they stopped fighting. But the conflict between the two sides still exists and has not been resolved. In silence, a space channel suddenly opened up. The two turned their heads and saw teams of priests from the Church of Light walking out of the space channel, performing various divine arts to mobilize the power of the God of Light and the power of the world to clear the power left by the two demon beasts in this ruin, sorting out the disordered elemental power bit by bit, sorting out the wrinkled and twisted space, and closing those invisible space cracks. They are very orderly and skilled. Looking at the interlocking effects of the divine arts, it is obvious that it is also a systematic repair divine art. Obviously, this is not the first time they have done this. At this moment, Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the world compilation theory he had heard from Kaming. At this moment, it seemed that the Church of Light was fulfilling their responsibilities. The Church of God in this world is indeed different from the stereotypes of some priests, little boys, and demons. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that I have not heard much about the scandals of the Church of Light, nor have I heard much about any bad people in the Church of Light. Thinking of this, Fong Bai waved to the President Xia Yi and others who had been peeking from a distance. As soon as he waved, Xia Yi ran over with a group of presidents. "Boss, what's the matter?" Xia Yi shouted respectfully. Although he died just now, he was resurrected again. After dying several times, he basically watched the whole battle. After watching it, I realized how big a god this guy is. This guy is a demigod, and he has a god-level combat power in his hands. Their guilds in the capital have a demigod staring at them, so they should hug their thighs quickly. Fong Bai looked at Xia Yi for a few times, then pointed at the priest who was busy next to him. Organize people to help. Provide people and materials, and help in any way you can. Ah? Xia Yi was a little surprised at first. Then his eyes rolled, and he said indignantly, "Boss, why? It's not us who caused it." Fong Bai felt a hint of meaning when he heard it, but he thought about it and didn't show it, but raised his eyebrows. "It's none of your business." "That's right. Then I'm leaving?" "Hey, boss, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. This matter was caused by us, and even if you didn't say anything, we would do our best to help. We can't lose face for you," Xia Yi said righteously, and then looked at the chief next to him and changed the subject. "It's just..." Fong Bai now understood what Xia Yi meant. It has to be said that Fong Bai sighed again in his heart. "Brave. This is really brave. You are so brave that you will not die." Although he thought so in his heart, Fong Bai still looked at the chief in a cooperative manner, with a surprised look in his eyes and a sneering tone. "Demigod?" The chief's face darkened, and after looking at Xia Yi coldly, he waved his hand, and a complex magic array was instantly evolved and constructed. And then the space channel emerged. The speed was so fast that Fong Bai was secretly shocked. Not long after, Xia Yi and other guilds immediately organized the previous 300,000 player army, and hundreds of thousands of logistics players from the outside world rushed to assist, which made the priests of the Church of Light stunned. He has been working on world repair for a long time. And those forbidden places of gods are even more long-term projects. He had never organized so many people to repair the world together. And he was not used to it. But these people spoke very nicely. After he was stunned, he found that the mages of the Royal Mage Corps of the Yabon Kingdom also rushed over with a large number of resources and manpower. And he was the only one who followed. This is really confusing. But with the big boss, the God of Light, watching him, he was not panicked at all. Whoever came would tremble under the gaze of the big boss. And who was afraid of whom was still the same. They immediately ordered them to do it. Except for the initial chaos. After they got started, the speed of repairing the whole world immediately increased. In this process, Fong Bai suddenly found something interesting, and immediately paid more attention to this side. As for the chief next to him, he still didn't say a word. The two watched the process of the priest directing the world repair together. As if this process was so beautiful. It was to add pressure to Xia Yi and the mages of the Royal Mage Corps. The big boss was watching from behind with a serious expression. Everything I do is chilly. Chapter 591 Main Conflict. Let's talk. Fong Bai suddenly said. The chief nodded. Perhaps because he had sorted out his thoughts. His attitude softened and he nodded. Okay. Seeing this, Fong Bai immediately got straight to the point. First of all, the player resurrection mechanism cannot be changed. And no idea can be given. Otherwise, even if I give up this chimera, I will fight to the death. Okay. But the player's behavior must be supervised. Including but not limited to participating in the sacrifice, as a sacrifice to the evil god. This must be truly implemented. Not false or fake. Otherwise, the world will be occupied by the evil god. Even if I die, I will unite everyone to step on the players again. Deal? Fong Bai said it straightforwardly, directly representing all the players to make this decision. He was very satisfied with this result, which was what he wanted to achieve at the beginning. It's just that Xia Yi's group was too brave and interrupted his arrangement. So he had to take action today. It can only be said that it is convenient to talk to smart people. You don't need to say anything more. And you don't need to explain anything. Let them think about it, and they will figure it out. Well, there is no way to think about it. Fong Bai fist is pressed behind. After all, if a fight really breaks out, Fong Bai will only lose the combat power of a demon beast. But he will lose his life. No problem. As for the mages who were killed by players before, no one mentioned them again. Just like no one mentioned the battle just now. The casualties and industrial losses of Xia Yi and others just now. Xia Yi himself didn't mention it. Although he was on the verge of bankruptcy, the matter was resolved. Fong Bai stretched comfortably and said casually, By the way, have you ever thought about a question? Fong Bai turned his head to look at the chief. His mouth slightly raised. His eyes calm. But it seemed that there was some sarcasm. It is the followers of the evil god who paid the players. And it is the followers of the evil god who set up the blocking array. In the end, it is the evil god who made illegal profits. Obviously, the evil god is the main force. Although the players are wrong. They are at most accomplices. Why are you targeting the players? Why are you targeting only the players? The evil god is innocent. The followers of the evil god are innocent. All this is caused by the players? Or are they just like ordinary people? A powerful principal offender and a weak accomplice will naturally put all their hatred on the weak accomplice. Even because when the principal offender committed a crime, a weaker person next to him did not help. The victim did not hate the principal offender, but hated the weaker person? Why is this? Is it because being weak is a crime, and being weak is what it deserves? Or, Fong Bai looked at the chief with a mocking smile. You are afraid. You only dare to attack the weak players, not the evil god. Although you keep saying that the players are the enemy and have unlimited potential. But the players are still weak at least now. So you are no different from the ignorant people. You just focus all your hatred on the players? In an instant, the chief's eyes widened and stared at Fong Bai. Oh, are you anxious? Sure enough, lies are not sharp blades. But the truth is this a stab in the heart? The chief, who was about to take action, couldn't do it again, and could only stare at Fong Bai. Fong Bai smiled slightly. Or are you planning to deal with the players first because you haven't found the evil god's followers, or the evil god's traces? Then go find the evil god. Fong Bai's words calmed the chief down. And he looked at him deeply. And Fong Bai smiled and continued. I can't say anything about you worrying about the evil god destroying the world, and then dealing with the players. Aren't you afraid that the players will be forced to turn to the evil god and follow the path of the evil god's followers? Actively strengthen the evil god to drive the evil god's power to occupy the world. And then turn around to deal with the evil god? Isn't this the same path? Millions of players are not afraid of death. And they sneak attack, assassinate, kidnap ordinary civilians without limit, massacre, poison, and spread plague. Isn't it easy to destroy it? You really want to force all players to change their camps. You are the culprit who destroyed the world. And you are the dead sinner. Really? If you are worried about the evil god destroying the world, isn't the most important thing to do to kill all the evil gods and all the evil god's followers? Anyway, killing the evil god is the greatest justice. And the god of light will have to give you a thumbs up. The chief looked at Fong Bai coldly. You don't need to provoke me with words. I just don't have any clues about the evil god. If I have clues about the evil god, I will naturally be the first to take action. Fong Bai looked at the chief's look. Wait. No way. No way. He didn't believe it himself. Did he? Ah. This. What are you thinking about that is very rude? The chief stared at Fong Bai coldly. And Fong Bai smiled. No. No. Of course, he wouldn't say what he was thinking just now. There must be a limit to excitement. If the excitement continues, he will have to fight this legendary wizard and legendary prophet again. This is meaningless. If the mecha parts are broken, they have to be repaired at home. Since you said so, I will have someone give you a copy of the information about the evil god and the evil god church in the future. I hope you will have the strength you have today by then. After all, the evil god's kingdom or the evil god's plane does not belong to the main material world or the mortal world. Just pass the news when the time comes. The chief said coldly, and was about to leave when Fong Bai suddenly asked again. Oh, by the way, why haven't you seen the royal demigod? There are demigods in the royal family. Right? Hearing this, the chief paused slightly, thinking of the king who wanted to escape and worked tirelessly for it. His face darkened a little. Without answering, he stepped in and out, and left the scene directly through the space channel that had just been built. After he left, the space channel was directly closed, and Fong Bai was a little puzzled about the space channel that was closed. He noticed the chief's expression just now, but it was precisely because of this that he was a little puzzled. What? What did he say to irritate the chief? But he didn't intend to stab him just now. He just asked out of curiosity. What happened to the royal family? I haven't heard much about it. Fong Bai thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. And the projection in the Tiangong Pavilion directly assigned the task. A force with a demigod has a problem. So it must be investigated. Who knows what they are doing? After thinking for a while, he shook his head slightly and turned his eyes to the direction of the World Restoration Site. But after looking at it for a while, his eyes were no longer focused on the restoration site, but a little scattered, obviously thinking about something, and whispering to himself. Evil God. Plain. Fong Bai thought in his mind. When the two were silent just now, it was not only the chief who was thinking. He was also thinking. The players and the natives were fighting for positions, and his fight with the chief was just an extension of the position. This is not a fight of hatred. How can it be solved by letting go? Letting go. And letting go. If the essential contradiction of the problem is not resolved, then the conflict cannot be resolved. Previously, because of Xia Yi's excessive bravery, the fight directly escalated to the level of fighting. Fong Bai thought that both sides would have to fight to the point of bloodshed and both sides would suffer losses before they could calm down and sit down to talk. Unexpectedly, because of the appearance of the God of Light, he found an opportunity. An opportunity for both sides to calm down and talk. The simple agreement they just made was part of this opportunity. At present, the only thing that has been eased is the fight between him and the chief. The dispute between the players and the natives has at most an extra layer of buffer, but it has not been resolved in essence. What Fong Bai is thinking about is the essence of the contradiction. This contradiction is the contradiction of resource redistribution caused by the change in the power comparison between players and indigenous people. It is also the contradiction between players' modernized concepts and aristocratic feudal concepts. Originally, resources were constrained within the aristocratic system. Feudal concepts are also established within this system. Therefore, the contradiction manifested externally is the impact of players on the existing social order and class system of indigenous people. Thus, it triggers contradictions. Normally, this contradiction will gradually evolve into a war. Either the player kneels down and is incorporated into this system and becomes part of the system, or this system is completely destroyed by the player, and then the player rebuilds the system to distribute resources. Because of the immortality of the player, the latter becomes inevitable. But, although Fong Bai will definitely put his butt straight for the disputed position, he also has his three views and his philosophy. If both can be taken into account, the system between players and indigenous people is not impossible to conceal, as long as there are external factors involved and new resources are added to the distribution system. All contradictions can be concealed, just like foreign wars can conceal all internal contradictions. This is a method applicable from the feudal era to the modern era. Establish external enemies. Draw a big pie, and let everyone eat this pie, whether it is players or indigenous people. If no one can finish this pie, then everyone will ignore some disputes in the main material world. If the weight of this pie far exceeds the resources of the main material world, then no one will care about the resource allocation of the main material world, because the redistribution of the proportion of this resource is also the redistribution of resources. This contradiction can be resolved. The evil god plane, and even other planes are the best enemies and the best pie. It is enough to let the indigenous people and players put aside the dispute and develop. As long as the players and indigenous people have the strength to calm each other down, this contradiction is resolved. And then it is a problem of concept. Human rights issue. Fong Bai thought of this and shook his head immediately. If there are endless planes to be developed and endless resources to be mined, in the case of being unable to compete with the players, the aristocratic system will naturally open up the wisdom of the people, tap the potential of the system, and pursue greater benefits and more resources. In this process, the civilian group has wisdom, vision and insight, and naturally will have wealth and power. Then, they will naturally pursue their own rights. With the extensive development of the evil god plane, the aristocratic system does not need any external attacks at all, and it will begin to collapse from the inside. Finally, with the participation of the players, a new social system will be established. The second contradiction will naturally be eliminated. Throughout the process, the players and the indigenous people not only did not have internal friction, but also greatly exerted their potential and greatly developed other planes. The situation of the whole world is overall upward, and the total amount of resources and power has increased, except for the need to give in to the evil god. The players, the indigenous people, and the main material world all make money. They all win, and the players are not the so-called invaders, but the winners who drive the progress and development of the world. Fong Bai's eyes moved slightly. This is the most perfect way to deal with it. Not just to stop the evil god from destroying the world and killing all the evil gods and all the evil god believers. Killing is necessary, but killing must be valuable. After all, the evil god must also make his great contribution to social development. Of course, the idea is beautiful, and the reality is cruel. This set of rules will inevitably encounter various problems and various obstacles in the process of implementation in reality. But how to say it? Unfortunately, whether it is Fong Bai or Tiangong Pavilion, there is still some justice and reason in our hands. If the legend is not good, then the demigod. And if the demigod is not good, then the demon god. Fong Bai smiled on his face, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He doesn't like rivers of blood. That's just that he doesn't like innocent people to be killed. It doesn't mean that he won't let people be killed. The Dust Titan, the demon beast chimera, is not made of mud. Start with the evil god. It seems that we have to quickly find a lucky evil god plane as a target to unite the Aborigines and openly develop it for players. We must first show the huge benefits that all players and all natives desire. This benefit must be big enough to allow them to develop rapidly. It must be so big that if they don't grab it, they will inevitably fall behind. In this way, there are carrots in front and sticks behind. You can't not move. You must move out. Those who are still conservative will not be troublesome if they miss the opportunity in the future. Thinking of this, Fong Bai couldn't help but keep chanting, "Evil god! Evil god! You must give more strength. Evil god! Evil god! You must have more people. 40 or 50 is not too little. And 100 or 200 is not too much. It must not be too little. If it is too little, the stamina is not enough. And the impact on the existing system is not enough. At that time, it will be even more disgusting if it changes a little and leaves a little. Once the evil god plane is gone, I have to find a way to find other inner and outer planes. Or even other worlds. There are too many variables here. And the evil god is stable. So you can kill and rob at will. Killing is the justice of the world. The rightness of the world. Whoever finds it can kill. After killing, burning and looting, you can become a great hero. This, won't the evil gods become a scarce resource in the future? Fong Bai couldn't help muttering. And suddenly recalled what the barbarian bear said about hunting evil gods. If civilization really develops to that point in the future, hunting evil gods seems to become a common thing. At that time, the mercenary group will not hunt monsters, but will start hunting evil gods and hunting planes. Maybe they will even hunt other worlds. Fong Bai was happy about this, although he didn't know how long this situation would take to develop. But no matter what, it was happy to think about it. And Fong Bai was willing to promote its development in this direction. Chapter 592. Fong Bai thought of something. And after a while, he waved to Xiao Yi and other guild leaders. Come over here. After the words fell, Xiao Yi came over and asked, Boss, do you have any instructions? Fong Bai shook his head slightly. Not instructions. Just a few words. Xiao Yi nodded to indicate that he was listening. Seeing Xiao Yi's respectful and obedient appearance, the other guild leaders immediately cast contemptuous eyes. How could they associate with such a person? Fong Bai looked over, and they immediately nodded obediently. Boss, you say. Boss, you say. Fong Bai retracted his gaze. First, don't provoke the Royal Mage Corps. At present, a preliminary consensus has been reached that he will not explore the resurrection mechanism again. Nor will he retaliate against you because of this incident. It shouldn't. Hearing the word should, their eyes widened slightly. Should? Xiao Yi asked cautiously. Well, I think so. He doesn't dare to attack players on a large scale. I have suppressed him on this point. But he dares to attack you. Settle the matter just now. And vent his anger. He is a demigod after all. So I can't say anything. I am not absolutely suppressing him. But I have a slight advantage in the situation of mutual deterrence. When the chief violates the bottom line, it is difficult for me to take action. Fong Bai ignored the wailing of this group of people. It's not that he is ruthless. But this group of people, it's really brave. Especially Xiao Yi. Especially Xiao Yi. You have also attracted a lot of personal hatred. It is definitely very eye-catching. And the chief must remember you deeply. Ah? Xiao Yi began to babble. And Fong Bai could only roll his eyes in his heart when he saw it. Who made you so brave? Never touched a demigod before. But he directly started a fight with a demigod. Xiao Yi knew that he couldn't beat him later, and still provoked him crazily. But after all, they were trying to interrupt the chief's exploration of the resurrection mechanism. They were heroically dedicated to the greater good. And there is absolutely no problem with this. Such a group of people are definitely watched by many players. And such a group of people should not be liquidated, retaliated, and finally fall into decline because of their bravery. After all, although the chief dared not suppress the strength of the overall players, it would be easy to suppress a few player guilds. But this should not be done. Especially for Xiao Yi, who was on the verge of bankruptcy by using his own camp as bait. Fong Bai said after a moment of silence, It is indeed difficult for me to take action often. But Fong Bai pointed to the battlefield that was in a mess, full of space gaps, and the elements were still violent, and said, I will give you the right to exchange for the construction plan of the extraordinary city. Before Fong Bai finished speaking, Xiao Yi, who had just been complaining, suddenly brightened up and said in surprise, The extraordinary city construction technology that the Red Alliance used to build the Red Maple City? Yes. Yes. After you exchange, you can build an extraordinary city by yourself or with our help. Fong Bai pointed to the battlefield and said, Xiao Yi, didn't your guild base disappear? Is this extraordinary city okay? Yes. 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 Xiao Yi nodded frantically. But at this time a guild leader suddenly spoke up. Ahem. I think my guild base can also be gone. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Yi's angry eyes immediately appeared. Fong Bai smiled. You can distribute the shares among yourselves. With the scale of the extraordinary city, it is difficult for Xiao Yi's family to exchange and support the establishment. This is the real total asset, which costs a lot of money, requires a lot of manpower and material resources, and has a very high technical content. And in the end, It also requires a lot of permanent players to operate. Just like the new Red Maple City. It was also built and operated by many guilds in the Red Alliance. This is how it was run, with bumps and bumps. As soon as the voice fell, everyone smiled. And Fongbai continued to speak. In this regard, you can go to the priests of the Church of Light and guarantee that you will carry out the world repair work in this area. Say that you will build an extraordinary city here to repair the world in the long term, and hope that they can send priests to supervise and guide the repair work. It would be great if we can have a cooperative unit. And it would be even better if we can build a Church of Light. After experiencing this incident, Fongbai had a very good impression of the Church of Light. It must be said that it is difficult for people to dislike them for what they do. You just saw the backstage of the Church of Light. And he is a real big shot. You have established a good relationship with the Church of Light. And even built a Church of Light in the city. Then no matter what, your hometown will be stable and saved. No matter how bold the chief is, he will not dare to offend the Church of Light in a short time. He was afraid that a sudden divine punishment would strike him and kill him. Xiaoyi and the others were even more excited, listening to Fongbai words excitedly. Fongbai changed the subject and continued. Of course, the hometown is one thing, and suppression is another. The chief is powerful, and there will be no problem in suppressing you. This kind of suppression is not to attack you directly or go to war, but to suppress influence in business, cooperation, and other aspects. I don't have any good way to deal with this. Let's do this. Anyway, I will have a branch of Tiangong Pavilion in the new extraordinary city, and I will open an experience store. At that time, I will give you the qualification of a commercial cooperation unit of Tiangong Pavilion. I think it will also be helpful for your development. Even if the Aborigines are suppressed by the chief, the players can help you make money back. Xiaoyi and the others looked at Fongbai with even more passion, as if they were looking at the god of wealth. This risk was worth it, although the loss was indeed huge. But the reputation gained by the first person to come forward among the players is second only to Fongbai. As long as they can survive, this reputation can be realized and support their continued development. With the support of Fongbai, their mood is like a roller coaster, soaring into the sky at this moment. It can only be said that wealth and honor are sought in danger, and such a great opportunity can only be borne in huge risks. Yes, this is a huge opportunity in their eyes. As long as they seize it, they will surely soar to the sky. It is both reputation and substantial benefits. Yes, yes, thank you for your care. Fongbai smiled slightly when he heard this. Such a group of people can indeed be a great benchmark. The better they develop, the greater the demonstration effect they will play. After all, they are the first to stand out. This is like buying horse bones with a lot of money. It is worth it. But speaking of buying horse bones with a lot of money, Tiangong Pavilion did not pay anything substantial. The construction technology of the extraordinary city is just the qualification for exchange, and the exchange points still need to be paid. The construction of the extraordinary city only provides technical support, and materials and manpower are all required from them. And the branch of Tiangong Pavilion is originally. It will be established in every extraordinary city. As for the final commercial cooperation unit, although this quota is precious and has a very high gold content, it is what Tiangong Pavilion is looking for. It is also necessary for Tiangong Pavilion. It is a mutually beneficial relationship of cooperation. So Fongbai is quite comfortable with this result that he can help without paying too much. At this point, Xiaoyi and others almost worship Fongbai like the father of Party A. Then, Fongbai continued, "This is about your development. I think you have considered it yourself, so I won't say more. Next, I want to entrust you with a few things." Xiaoyi and the others patted their chests excitedly when they heard it. Fongbai gave too much. So much that they felt it was too hot to hold. It's like what the saying goes, 1 million for one punch. Are you willing? No. 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 It's too bad to take the money for just one punch. Just wear brass knuckles. Although it didn't mean that. They felt that way at the moment. Paying too little and getting too much. It's not safe. Boss, you said. I will do my best to do what you said. Me too. Me too. I will definitely not hesitate to go through fire and water. Fongbai pressed his hands in the air and spoke after everyone quieted down. First of all, I hope you can completely ban the act of sacrificing to the evil god within your sphere of influence. Beat them to death and hunt them down to death. No problem. Big boss. Even if you don't tell us, we will do it. If for no other reason, we will kill these bastards, who sacrificed to the evil god for our own power. Xiaoyi said immediately, without any hesitation. And the others responded directly. In their view, this is not a request at all. It is just as it should be. If the scale of the evil god's sacrifice is large, it will be a series of bankruptcies. They hate this kind of trouble the most. Well, the second one. I hope you can send a part of your manpower to go deep into various poor places. Go and dig deep into the missionary behavior of all evil god believers. Lock the evil god church. And then give me a copy of the information. As long as you can lock the location of the evil god. Fong Bai mouth corners slightly raised. As long as you can lock the evil god and the coordinates of the evil god plane. I will take you to eat a lot of meat. They were a little confused at first, but they reacted the next moment, and immediately patted their chests, as if they were about to break. Commission? This is not a commission at all. This is a great opportunity. This is the boss willing to take you to play a high-end game. At this moment, all of them looked at each other, and immediately made up their minds to gradually organize a special team to check the evil god believers inch by inch in the capital area. They are familiar with this matter. Not only is there a lot of practical support in the real world, but also in the game. Isn't this just the excavation of large hidden tasks? Dig. Dig hard. Fong Bai saw their spirit and nodded with satisfaction. He believed in the execution and ability of this group of people. They are definitely the elite among the elites. The most important thing is whether they will take the initiative to do it and work hard. Now it seems that they will. Evil god. Humph. A hint of coldness flashed in Fong Bai's eyes. Players should be the best candidates to investigate the followers of the evil god. After all, players will not die. What they find is what they find. There is no situation of being silenced. No fear of revenge. And no cowardice. The more you silence and retaliate against these people, the more excited they will be. It's mainly these two things. I hope you can remember what I said, then implement them bit by bit. In this way, you should not be too bad in the future. Everyone nodded like pounding garlic. Fong Bai smiled. Okay. I'm leaving. You guys can do it yourself. I send someone to contact you about the Tiandong Pavilion. Okay. Okay. Boss, why don't you stay for dinner? You've all come to the capital. We'd feel bad if we didn't entertain you. No. I have something else to do. I was doing other things. When I heard the news of your actions, I knew the chief would be ruthless. I dropped my things and rushed over. Luckily I made it in time. Hearing this, Xiaoyi and the others smiled awkwardly. I'm still busy with my work. I'm leaving now. In that case, next time. Boss, you must say hello when you come. Okay. Okay. Fong Bai was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something and paused. By the way, I almost forgot. Are the storage devices for the ancient books you robbed from the Royal Mage Corps still there? It wasn't affected. Right. If it's still there, make a copy for me. Fong Bai was interrupted by Xiaoyi before he finished speaking. It's still there. We've saved those separately. What did the boss say about copying? With such a small amount of stuff. Isn't that a slap in our face? After saying that, Xiaoyi and his group hurried away. Hurried back, and dragged all the things directly to Fong Bai. The boxes piled up into a small mountain. It was indeed not damaged or broken. It seemed that it was predicted in advance that it might be destroyed here and stored somewhere else. Fong Bai also guessed a little about this. After all, his evaluation of Xiaoyi has always been on the verge of bankruptcy rather than bankruptcy. Some assets must have been transferred. But the total assets of the hometown are all gone. After pushing and arguing with Xiaoyi several times, Fong Bai finally took everything away. However, considering that there were too many things to carry, Fong Bai abruptly ignored the storage space in the inner space, and instead grabbed the chip on his neck. Under the confused gaze of Xiaoyi and others, he pulled out a sci-fi pistol and stuffed the chip into the pistol. Then he raised the gun and fired. Swish! The chip broke through the air with a rainbow light, drawing a huge circle on the ground. This strong sense of déjà vu suddenly made their hearts beat fast. When the magic circle was formed, the two magic circles on the ground and in the sky were running alternately. And when the BGM sounded, the dust titan, which was more than 60 meters high, slowly emerged from the shadow plane. They trembled all over. They only felt an electric current rushing straight to the top of their heads at the coccyx. In the passionate BUG, Their hearts in their chests were beating like drums. Watching Fong Bai slowly rotate and float into the mecha. Watching the mechanical meshing. Their mouths opened slightly. And their legs softened. Buzz 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 boom. Amid the strong hum of the thrusters, the tall dust titan loaded these boxes and flew into the sky, quickly moving away and disappearing, and finally turned into a bright star in the sky, flashing. There was silence for a long time. And after a long time, fuck. Chapter 593, Counter White Magic. Buzz. Amidst a buzzing sound, the dust titan slowly landed on the iron or surface above the Tiandong pavilion. And then a circular pattern appeared on the complete iron or surface, carrying the entire mecha down. Soon the mecha appeared in the mecha maintenance field of the Tiandong pavilion. And many mages had been waiting for a long time below. Maintenance is a small matter. For the dust titan, the intensity of this battle was not high. It could only be said to be average. The damage suffered was also some superficial injuries. And some external armor could be replaced. And the interior was completely intact. After all, the chief's curse of shamelessness was not in vain. Happy. Not to mention the attack power of the dust titan among the demigods. At least in terms of defense. It is unparalleled in the world. Just like its driver Fong Bai. As for replacing the external armor, a simple system program combined with a specific magic array can automatically complete the repair, without any human intervention. And there is only one reason for their coming. Actual combat data inside the dust titan. It was okay before when they were in the evil god plane. They were all weak and disabled among the old. Weak and sick. But once they left the evil god plane, it was a big deal. First, they faced the evil god priest. And then the chief. A mage and prophet, who was more powerful than a demigod. And these were just small details. The real big details were that they also summoned a demon beast to fight a god-level battle. And the appearance of the god of light at the end. And the fluctuations of the punishment of heaven. These fluctuations were all detected and safely recorded by the detection module inside the dust titan. Just thinking about these data makes people tremble. Buzz. The mecha landed completely. The cockpit unfolded. Fong Bai jumped lightly and landed on the ground. And a group of mages in front of him rushed up enthusiastically. Seeing this, Fong Bai immediately opened his hands and moved to make a hug. You welcome me so much? Fong Bai felt flattered. The next moment, the enthusiastic mages in front of him flowed past him like a stream. And no one stopped. Fong Bai, is that how you welcome me? No one paid any attention to him. Fong Bai sighed and hugged himself with his arms outstretched. People's hearts are not the same as they used to be. Fong Bai turned around and looked at the group of mages who had accessed the mecha database and cut the mecha's external armor into pieces. And spat. I won't bother with you. No one bothered with Fong Bai. They were all studying the data and armor. Many armors had taken on the chief's demigod-level spell attack head-on. And the degree of damage, and the way it was damaged were also valuable information. If a specialized defensive armor was developed based on this information, the defense would be much stronger when facing the same spell again. If we can use all the spells that the chief has mastered, and then develop specialized armor, then this armor can be called anti-chief armor, or anti-legendary wizard armor. At that time, it will really be impossible for them to hit us. And they will know what real scraping is. And then we can make targeted weapon systems, detection and locking systems, and blocking systems for their displacement methods, such as flash, floating flight, space channels, etc., and design a special attack mode for the invincible golden body in that second. If these specialized defense armors, specialized weapon systems, and specialized attack modes all form a new mecha, then this mecha can be called an anti-chief mecha or an anti-legendary wizard mecha. That is the real special attack. Only then will they understand what cruelty is. And the current Dust Titan, although powerful, is just a first-generation general style. It is useless except for its strong strength and handsome appearance. The chief was only tied. And he was injured? These are what the mages are discussing at this moment. Fong Bai was itching to join in. But when he thought about his other arrangements, he condensed a projection and joined in excitedly. Who could understand the situation better than Fong Bai? Who is controlling the mecha in battle? Who knows more about the shortcomings of the Dust Titan and where it needs to be supplemented than Fong Bai? No. It is impossible before the second mecha pilot comes out. So, their discussion became more heated. Because the strength level of the demon beast and the god of light is too high. There is no reference value for the time being. Only the chief is evenly matched. And Fong Bai pays special attention to the chief. So the object of their discussion and reference is mostly the chief. Even if they will not really do it in the future. Wouldn't it be good to produce some samples and put them in the warehouse? Whether there is one thing, and whether it is used or not is another. The chief, who was repairing the robe in the mage tower, suddenly felt a sense of malice. The instinct of the legendary prophet told him that something bad was happening to him, which was very disgusting. The chief considered it for a while, and then cursed like a player. Fong Bai San coin. Although he didn't know who it was, he felt that it was right to curse Fong Bai after the fight with Fong Bai. After cursing, the disgusting feeling did not dissipate for a long time, and he continued to repair the robe that was beaten into pieces by Fong Bai. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And the more he repaired, the angrier he became. And he simply couldn't bear it. No. It must be that bastard Fong Bai. It must be him. The chief said with certainty, relying on his sixth sense. No. I can't use these general spells. I have to develop a restraining spell for Fong Bai Mecha. Dusk. Right. Mecha. Right. Thick defense. Right. There are mechas in the ocean of mental power. Right. Okay. Wait for the spell I create specifically for you. Starting at the demigod level. If I can't kill you, I'm still the chief. Although it seems that they can't fight now. Although it takes a lot of time and energy. The chief thinks it's worth it. Fight or not. Create it first and put it in the spell book. It's called Anti-Mecha Spell or Anti-Fong Bai Spell. After the projection participated in the research, Fong Bai body walked on the road in Tiangong Pavilion. The gentle sunlight shines with a hint of warmth, and the breeze blows across the skin, making people feel comfortable. Looking around, the surroundings are vast and high, and the mind is broad. Standing here, no one would have thought that this is actually in a cave hundreds of meters below the ground. This is clearly a picture of a beautiful spring day on the plain. It has been switched to the plain spring module recently. Wasn't it the maple forest autumn module a few days ago? Fong Bai muttered. This is naturally the environmental simulation cycle module of Tiangong Pavilion. Simulation is virtual, and cycle is real, under the effect of the unique array cluster. Although all this is illusory, the sunlight shining down and the wind blowing are real. It is highly similar to the sunlight and wind in nature. The combination of virtual and real has achieved the set of environmental simulation cycle modules. This set of modules can also realize the changes of seasons, terrain, temperature, and weather. It is not a problem to have windy, rainy, hot and suitable climate in spring, summer, autumn and winter. However, since it is for their own use, comfort is the most important thing, not the so-called authenticity. So they did not set up a complete weather cycle system, but selected several weathers with the highest number of votes to join the cycle. And Fong Bai is the master. In the 4 seasons of reality, only spring and autumn are taken, and winter and summer are left to reality. In this way, the 4 seasons are evenly divided, which is reasonable. Walking in the spring breeze, stepping on the lawn, the pine trees in the woods next to me climb and jump on the trees, and occasionally a rabbit running out of the cafeteria carefully nibbles the grass. The graceful legs and beautiful rabbit head are simply unforgettable. And suddenly, a rhino running past disrupted all the peace. The pine tree ran back to the nest, and the rabbit disappeared in a flash. Moo moo moo. The little rhino nudged Fong Bai. Fong Bai touched the little rhino's rhino horn, felt it slightly, and found that the little rhino's training progress was not bad at all. And the mecha master profession had also reached the master level. Well, maybe I can make a beast-shaped mecha in the future? Fong Bai was excited and thought about it immediately, but then shook his head. Beast-shaped mecha. Yes, it is possible. But Fong Bai patted the little rhino's head. Strengthen your training and go to my tower. There is a space passage there. After you go in, find Zhang Zhong. You can hang out with him for a while, and then find a black spring to take a bath. It should be good for you. Fong Bai said after a slight pause. Moo. The little rhino pushed Fong Bai a few times, and then moved its short legs towards the direction of the mage tower. At this time, the little rhino was already several meters long. The training of the mecha profession seemed to stimulate its body, or the size of the monster itself affected it, causing its body to become larger and larger. This looks majestic, but Fong Bai doesn't think it's good. There are two things that are of paramount importance in the mecha profession. The first is quality. The second is density. Mass determines the amount of energy, and density is absolute quality. The same as 10,000 kilograms of cotton and iron. Cotton looks very large, but it has no ability to resist iron. In the mecha master's own field, the density must first meet the standard before the field of self-control can be born, completing the combination of magnetic field and field. On this basis, the increase in mass can make the field energy become magnificent. The increase in density can first increase the level of field power, and then add a multiplier called density to the mass. It's like both are 100 tons, but only the size of a fingernail and the size of a heavy tank. Can they be the same? The little rhino's body is getting bigger and bigger, and it seems that the mass has increased a lot at once, but the density has not increased. So the energy intensity contained in the field is difficult to increase. Recalling the old rhino's appearance, and then looking at the little rhino. This should be a problem with the Warcraft route. They are not taking the path of accumulating energy, but the path of changing their body shape as a symbol of strength breakthrough. So as the strength breaks through, the body will become larger and larger. It is indeed a disadvantage for now, because the evolutionary instinct of Warcraft affects the upper limit and progress of the mecha master profession. After all, practicing mecha masters will become stronger, and the stronger the body, the larger the body. If the density cannot meet the standard, the mecha master profession will definitely be affected. However, if this limit can be broken, then relying on this innate huge body, the little rhino can obtain a larger mass under the same mass. This road is more difficult to take, and the accumulation required is even greater. But as long as it is passed, the potential will be a little greater. Fong Bai smacked his lips. In his opinion, the black spring in the ancient battlefield of the trial space is just such a precious treasure that can break the mass limit. For the mecha master profession, this is an indispensable treasure for promotion. It is a rigid demand. Like the 4 refinements forging method, the legendary mechas are generally the prerequisites for breaking through from the master mecha master to the legendary mecha master, which is comparable to the demigod. With the breakthrough of the body density limit, the 4 refinements of the imitation of the heaven and earth structure, the 2 complete the qualitative change and fusion of the field and magnetic field, and obtain the unique field of the mecha master. Well, maybe it is more appropriate to call it the standpoint. After completing the shaping of the standpoint, you will have the conditions to control the legendary mecha, get the promotion of the legendary mecha master, and get the strength comparable to the demigod according to the combat effectiveness of the mecha. Of course, these are the 3 promotion requirements specified by Fong Bai based on the route he created. He is already a legendary mecha master who is better than a demigod, and it is difficult to repair and supplement again. But maybe future generations have found better ways and methods, such as using some secret technique to replace the natural materials and treasures to complete the breakthrough of the quality barrier. For example, using some secret technique to complete the breakthrough of the imitation of the heaven and earth structure in the body, so as to get rid of the dependence on the body tempering treasure and the 4 refinements. This will make this profession more universal, and make it easier for this profession to break through to the legendary level. Of course, as I said before, Fong Bai didn't plan to study this specifically. At most, he would just start and leave it to others to study. He believed in the wisdom of future generations. After all, it was related to their own breakthrough, so they would definitely be very active in researching. Even if the 4 refinings inheritance was cut off, even if the black spring dried up, there would at least be a glimmer of hope. Fong Bai muttered as he walked in the Tiandong Pavilion, and met relatively few people along the way. In the past, although there were not many people outside the laboratory, there would be many people who went outside to read books and study, to communicate and discuss, and to raise cats and feed fish to relax. There were not many, but there were some. Now, there were only 1 or 2 people, and they were all in a hurry. However, Fong Bai knew that now that the number 1 evil god plane was about to be developed, and a new flesh and blood mecha had been established, the manpower of the Tiandong Pavilion would naturally flow into this evil god plane. However, the evil god was dead, and now it should be called the number 1 plane. The number 1 plane of the Tiandong Pavilion. This will become more and more obvious as Zhang Zhong and others make progress in clearing. Because even if it is semi-automatic mining, no matter how strong the refining system is, it still requires a magician to build it, according to the specific terrain, element concentration, or vein direction. mineral smelting method, mineral storage environment, etc. A semi-automatic mining array cluster is tailored and established. All of these require manpower. After the mining site is established, not only do people have to stay, but also related roads have to be built. No matter where it is, manpower is needed. As a result, the problem of insufficient manpower in Tiangong Pavilion, which was originally prominent, has once again become prominent. Chapter 594. Artificial Soul? What if it is reversed? Insufficient manpower. This is a problem that has existed since the establishment of Tiangong Pavilion, and it has never been solved. Although Tiangong Pavilion has been recruiting people, the fields and routes involved in Tiangong Pavilion are becoming more and more diverse. It is like if you want to establish a production system for all industrial categories, you need a great country with a population of 1.3 billion to complete it. To establish and conduct research on all categories, you also need a behemoth with countless talents. Although Tiangong Pavilion did not target all categories of extraordinary industries, but only all parts of the mecha, all functions, the full technical chain of the extraordinary city, etc. It is still extremely complicated, and I don't know how many projects have been established in Tiangong Pavilion. Basically, everyone has multiple duties. One person is split into several people, and then the fantasy space is used to stretch the time more than 1,000 times. In addition, the extraordinary system has just been involved, just like a tree branch. 1 divided into 3, 3 divided into 9, 9 divided into 27, 27 divided into 81, etc. Now it has only taken a few steps. The division is not complicated, and the threshold for cross-category research is also low. In this way, the Tiangong Pavilion can be put into operation at the same time, and an integrated system of research and development and production can be built at the same time. For this, we can only recruit people. However, ordinary people are not used yet, and scientific research talents must come in. It is better to have no talents than to have high-level talents. But high-level talents generally need at least 20 years of education. At least more than 10 years of education. There are a few of them in the whole system. Everyone wants them and rushes to get them. Although Tiangong Pavilion has enough attraction to recruit them, the speed is not very fast. A drop in the bucket. Forced to do so, Tiangong Pavilion had to go another way. Automated array and intelligent life. The former has a semi-automated array cluster as its basis, and has accumulated a lot of experience in long-term work and experiments. In this way, the semi-automatic magic array cluster technology is becoming more and more mature, requiring less and less manpower, and requiring less and less ability from the super control personnel. Now the trial operation has basically been completed in the laboratory. Although in reality it is impossible to have a standard environment in the laboratory without any accidents. Although there will definitely be a lot of bugs and crashes in a complex and changeable environment. But it doesn't matter. It will crash if it crashes. If there are more crashes and more data, it will naturally mature gradually. It's okay to use it now. Nowadays, this kind of automated magic array cluster has selected several pilots to start deployment, so as to experiment with fully automated mining. In addition, the fully automated shipping system and the fully automated rail train have begun to build tracks and enter the deployment process. If it is formed, the train track will slowly turn into a large network, covering all the resource points in the entire number 1 plane. As long as the system is running, all resources from the entire plane will be planted, picked, mined, smelted, and manufactured in the fully automated magic array, and finally all transported to the warehouse of Tiangong Pavilion for Tiangong Pavilion to use. Even if some procedures cannot be completed automatically during this process, they can be replaced by loading the semi-automatic system first. They just want to send fewer people. Not that they cannot accept sending anyone. Of course, this system and related infrastructure still need time to advance. But with the semi-automatic engineering vehicles constructed by the 3 spells of turning stone into mud, turning mud into stone, and pointing to the ground into steel, although the infrastructure is slow, it is not difficult. And some people have proposed to install this engineering vehicle on the front of the train and control it by people. In this way, it is not that the train goes where the track is. Instead, the track is where the train goes. This reverse thinking made Fong Bai feel bright and praised. In this way, only one person is needed to run the freight train, and the train track will be continuously built at the running train station to complete this step that originally had a huge amount of work. This is a wonderful idea. However, in order to run it, the magician responsible for overall scheduling and management is indispensable. These magicians are the central nervous system of the entire system. Therefore, the focus is on another major task. That is intelligent life. In reality, strong intelligent life is the sign and symbol of advanced civilization in science fiction. This is enough to illustrate its difficulty. In reality, the development of intelligent life has always remained at the level of artificial intelligence. Rigid, inflexible, and cannot be learned without teaching or data. It can only be said that intelligent devices are far from being intelligent life. However, in this respect, the extraordinary system is different from traditional scientific and technological civilization. The extraordinary system has its unique advantages. The computing system based on the mental power structure is inherently extremely flexible. Taking the mental power computing unit as the basis of intelligent life, it has a unique advantage in imitating the soul. With the soul structure as a reference, at least the possibility of success is far beyond the computer intelligent data life in reality. Under the extraordinary system, it is more like artificially creating a super soul with extremely high computing power, extremely high learning ability, a lot of specialized knowledge, and then being controlled. There are examples to follow. Although it is not easy to create in this way, it is not impossible to take shortcuts. Take a ready-made soul. Rely on its soul structure to insert restrictions. Connect to the computing unit and storage unit, and directly construct an intelligent unit through shortcuts, so as to achieve true full automation and replace the operation and scheduling center. In this field, Tiandong Pavilion has conducted many experiments and made some achievements. It just looks a bit evil. Like a villain scientist. In fact, it is actually a bit evil. Villain scientist cough cough. Decent scientist. Because they recently discovered that the soul of the tentacle monster is great. In particular, the peculiar structure that each tentacle has a connected subsoul makes them feel even more surprised. This peculiar soul structure has great advantages in the field of multithreading. And multithreading is actually one of the disadvantages of soul-structured intelligent life. Compared with the computing system in reality, the soul structure has its own advantages, as well as many disadvantages. It is difficult to be distracted, and multithreading is easily affected by each other, which is a major disadvantage. In this regard, computers in reality can open many threads and run a large number of programs at the same time. This is its advantage. And the soul structure of this tentacle monster allows it to have many scattered subsoul bodies. And no matter what the subsoul body does, it is difficult to affect other subsoul bodies. They are all independent of each other and controlled by the main body. But they can do their own things. Use the subsoul body as an independent computing unit to run a thread, and use the main body as the intelligent life body for control. Then it can basically achieve how many threads you have. Even the most common professional level tentacle block has more than a dozen or dozens of tentacles. At the elite level, there are hundreds of them. The master level is even more dazzling, breaking hundreds and thousands. Once it reaches the legendary level, the legendary mist tentacle monster, born from the interweaving of tentacle power and mist power, is even more peculiar. Its body made of mist can be freely dispersed to form a new tentacle. The mist is endless, and the tentacles are endless. Its soul inherits this advantage, and can be freely combined to form a subsoul body. Theoretically speaking, as long as the computing power is strong enough, and the soul is strong enough, there is no upper limit to the subsouls that can be formed by such a legendary mist tentacle monster soul. In other words, the intelligent life made of this legendary mist tentacle monster soul has a very high computing power limit and unlimited thread potential. This is a real supercomputing seed, which is fully capable of hosting the comprehensive automated development and defense work of an entire number one plane in the evaluation. So in their eyes, the value of this legendary mist tentacle monster has become extremely high. So a topic was born on the mass breeding and cultivation of tentacle monsters. Considering the future, an independent plane will be formed into an overall environment that is conducive to the reproduction and strengthening of tentacle monsters. And tentacle monsters will be raised on a large scale to harvest souls, so as to support the comprehensive automation policy that Tiandong Pavilion is preparing to implement. It seems even more evil. Targeting the evil god's followers' tentacle monsters. Transforming the evil god's followers' tentacle monsters, so that they can change from harming society to benefiting society and contributing to society. How can this be called evil? This is called justice. Fong Bai muttered in his heart. However, although he muttered like a joke. These related reports did trigger some thoughts in Fong Bai. Sometimes, it is not necessary to cut it off with one knife. The main thing is that once some openings are opened, the bottom line will be infinitely lowered. It may be good in the early stage, and a person's 3 views may not change for a lifetime, and he will stick to his bottom line for a lifetime. But others may not, and they may not be after rolling up. This is inevitable, and its appearance requires very low requirements, and it only takes a little time. The smile on Fong Bai's face slowly disappeared, and suddenly became a little solemn. He has enough vision to see some things that will inevitably happen in the future. At first, they might only move the souls of the evil god's followers without intelligence. Then they might move the souls of low-intelligence monsters. Then little by little, they will evolve into human souls that are donated voluntarily, until they plunder and buy and sell human souls. Because it is easier to transform souls with higher intelligence. If they are already intelligent life, what can't be used after implanting control systems, loading computing units, and storage units? But if it comes to this, then extinction is inevitable. Either it will be destroyed by the people with lofty ideals and human civilization, or it will be regarded as self-destruction in time after suppressing all the rebels. It may be a good idea now, but we must stand in the present and look to the future. Can we cut it off and strictly prohibit the research of all souls? How to make up for the development opportunities delayed by this? Before the technology of artificially manufacturing souls and intelligent life is developed, how can full automation be achieved? Always use semi-automation? Always consume a lot of manpower in it. But is the productivity enough to explode to the point of manufacturing souls? If the research of souls is strictly prohibited, is it still possible to manufacture artificial souls? No research. Just manufacture? Isn't this just worrying that your daughter will be deceived by a yellow-haired man, not letting her fall in love, and asking her to get married and have grandchildren immediately? The first sentence of looking into the future is to stand in the present. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater now just because something may happen in the future and go too far. This is also the reason why Fong Bai still approved the application for this project. Many people were very entangled in things, but he made the decision directly, signed his consent, and approved it. Of course, approval does not mean that it will be left alone. How to control its positive development is what Fong Bai has been thinking about for some time. After thinking for a long time, he has some ideas. Using rules and laws to manage is bound to be the lowest level. The law is broader than morality, and there must be loopholes in the law. And using morality to manage is too broad. Using the same morality for different things will inevitably lead to good people being wrongly killed and bad people being let go. In this consideration, Fong Bai believes that all rules are wrong. As long as it is a rule, there must be loopholes, and there must be people who will exploit the loopholes. All written laws and unwritten morals cannot stop countless people from studying and pondering. In Fong Bai's view, all rules are false. It's like asking a person to learn. Can the two be the same? Being beaten with a stick and loving learning from the heart? Can their achievements be the same? So Fong Bai came to the conclusion that people should not be managed by external rules. Instead, they should be managed from the heart. Managing oneself is the only way to have no blind spots. And it is even more impossible to hide oneself in any way. This is perfect. This inspiration came from Fong Bai's conception of the ancient Datong society. This may seem a bit idealistic, and it seems unrealistic. But Fong Bai believes that once such a society is achieved, it will certainly be extremely advanced. Internal friction will certainly be very little, or even almost non-existent. And this may not be completely unfeasible. In an environment where everyone is actively learning, children are also more likely to love learning. In a society where everyone is ashamed of making money and proud of dedication, it is always easier to give birth to idealists and people who are willing to give. In a society where everyone is selfish and desires are rampant, when dedication becomes a stupid thing, then involution will naturally occur and internal consumption will naturally form. The environment is the key. And at the same time, education is also the key. Some people try to use education to cultivate noble people, and they are indeed successful. This idea should be correct, but it is not enough. This is not because the realm of thinking is not enough. It is just because something is missing in reality. Missing. Supernormal. Fong Bai closed his eyes, and the priest of the Church of Light, who had repaired the world on the wreckage, before appeared in his mind. And he recalled the people of the Church of Light he had met. There is no bad person. And then a common sense emerged in his mind. Faith is poisonous. Once the belief in gods fails to anchor one's soul consciousness, it will become the image of gods in the minds of believers under the continuous infection of faith. Whether in appearance, ability, or personality, this is the power of faith. This is the gods. This is the believers. The believers change the gods. Fong Bai looked up at the sky and murmured in his heart, "What if it is reversed?" Chapter 595. That is the romance of the Qin, Han and Tang dynasties. Thought stamp? Fong Bai had this thought in his mind, but he shook his head as soon as it came to mind. What I need is not a thought stamp. At least not called a thought stamp. The stamp is mandatory, unshakable and unchangeable. This won't work. This world is so big that the only constant in the long time is change. Change is constant and eternal. The only difference is that the speed of change is slower in some time periods, and it changes with each passing day in some time periods. But even the slowest changes will be very huge after accumulating over time, changing the mountains and rivers. If you use an unchanging thought stamp to deal with the changes that have been going on for countless years, it may last for 100 years. Or maybe my vision is high, and it can barely last for 1,000 years. During these 100 or 1,000 years, civilization will use all its wisdom and strength on development without internal friction, and try not to waste any strength. But after 1,000 years, this thought stamp will definitely become outdated and will definitely collide with the times. Development will slow down and efficiency will decrease, but it will inevitably usher in destruction. The old, dilapidated, and rigid will definitely be smashed in the tide of the new era, leaving only some debris and relics to show its existence. Fong Bai was silent for a while. He couldn't bear to see his civilization destroyed after it developed to the extreme and created countless wealth, turning into the debris and relics left by a civilization in the universe, being explored and excavated by others, and finally becoming part of the museum. It started with the thought stamp and ended with the thought stamp. Unless it is, establish a special agency to regularly modify the thought stamp according to the changes in the tide of the times? Fong Bai thought about it and shook his head slightly. There is no perfect system, nor is there a perfect organization. Let's not talk about the hidden dangers that may arise from the modification backdoor left by the thinking stamp. Let's just say, how long can this organization itself maintain normal operation? Can it accurately grasp the changes of the times and make fine modifications every time? If the position is too high, it will definitely be slow to react. If the position is too low, the vision is not long-term enough. Not to mention that such a major matter will inevitably complicate the procedures. In addition, modifying the thinking stamp requires a lot of power and involves a lot of interests. A slight change may lead to the destruction of a force. For example, if entertainment is banned, the force that relies on the entertainment industry will be destroyed instantly. Compared to, if tourism is promoted, tourism giants will have a huge benefit. If the war faction strengthens its fighting spirit in the mind stamp, it will inevitably fight for years. If the conservatives add a little caution to it, they may never come out. The members of this organization will inevitably decay, and living people will decay and change. When there are enough decays, this mind stamp modifier will become a big toy in the hands of others. A remote control. It controls the entire human civilization behind the scenes. Finally, I went through the history of civilization to find the culprit, and saw two words: Fong Bai. Fong Bai shook his head slightly. If it can benefit civilization, it doesn't matter if he is infamous for thousands of years, and he doesn't care about the flood after his death. If he really did something bad, he would be infamous for thousands of years. He can't afford to lose this person. It can't be a mental stamp. And even if it is a mental stamp, it can't be too specific. It's best to set a goal. For example, to work hard for the development of human civilization. Then build a framework to eliminate internal friction and the like. Then use this goal and this framework to infect people who identify with civilization. Form a positive and progressive civilization environment without minimizing internal friction. Fong Bai just thought of this, and then shook his head again, rejecting his idea. All textual things that are written are imperfect, incomplete, and easy to be misinterpreted. It is also very easy to deviate in the actual process. So, no. It's best to be a certain kind of spiritual infection. It can't be a living person either. Living people will change. Living people will decay. And the dragon-slaying boy will eventually become a dragon. While thinking, Fong Bai suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Text is not okay. But spirit is okay. Living people are not okay. But dead people are okay. Fong Bai eyes lit up instantly. And his thoughts quickly extended along with the inspiration. Who won't change? Dead people who have been judged won't change. The spirit of the living won't change. But the spirit of the dead can change. The spirit that is still developing now won't change. But the spirit that our country has passed down for thousands of years can change. This has already happened. Just cut out a section from it. The hegemonic Qin. The strong Han. The prosperous Tang. Which one won't change? If you cut out a section from it, it will become a dead person. And it can be judged. Right? The living spirit of the dead. Of course. Civilization is always becoming more and more advanced. The so-called hegemonic Qin, the strong Han, and the prosperous Tang are all about distance creating beauty. The spirit bred in their era is not perfect. Nor is it without drawbacks. No. There must be. And there must be a lot. This is the limitation of the times. But it doesn't matter. Distance creates beauty. They have been deified. The spirit of the times bred under the extreme prosperity. In full swing. And the coming of all nations. I don't need their originality. I just need them to beautify. I just need the hegemony of Qin. The strong Han. And the prosperous Tang that everyone wants to see. Cutting off this part, time has naturally polished its drawbacks. And deification has naturally eliminated its dross. After a process, they are close to perfection. This spirit smelted by civilization in time. I think it is enough. This is the spirit. And there are others. We don't want living people. Nor do we want the rotten dead. We only want those heroes who have sacrificed in their prime. Use their deeds. Spirit as bones. And anchor them with faith to revive. Pull up countless heroes from the dusty time, and let them look at this era again. Let them sleep in the spirit of civilization. Let them revive in the spirit of civilization. Let them look again. And keep watching this civilization prosper. One person. One spirit. Even the worst people like beautiful things. And even the most corrupt society will dream of heroes. Even the corrupt dragon will miss the self who slayed the dragon. This is what the heart desires. This is irreversible. And this is something that no one can ever deceive. Get rid of the impurities of the power of faith. There is no need for the power of faith. As long as this beautiful yearning in the heart. Only with this heart to shape the spirit. The people affected will naturally approach perfection. And it will also change constantly according to the changes of the times. Always approaching perfection. And always be beneficial to civilization. Others perceive the tide of the times. And they themselves are the tide of the times. And this spirit and the heroes contained in each spirit and constitute the spirit together. Their spirit in turn affects all those who have a sense of civilization identity and are recognized by civilization, affecting their minds, making them become better in the direction they desire in their hearts. Make them positive and motivated. Make them always excited. So as to develop civilization as much as possible and eliminate internal friction as much as possible. In addition to the spiritual impact, such a spirit can even provide blessings for civilization itself and for everyone in the civilization. It's like the gods bless the believers, and the believers bless the gods. It's just that here, there is only a civilization in full swing and members who deeply identify with the civilization. Fong Bai took a deep breath, and his whole mind was instantly smooth and comfortable. Think about how magnificent the entire human civilization would be if this goal was achieved. The self-improvement, tenacious struggle, shouting, "Are there any kings, princes, generals, and ministers?" The belief of not asking for gods or Buddhas, but only asking for oneself. Killing gods if gods stand in the way. Killing Buddhas if Buddhas stand in the way. The persistence of always being on the road to farming. And the confidence and pride of if you offend the mighty Han, you must punish him even if he is far away. And one Han will be 5 barbarians. Pride. The respect of all nations coming to pay tribute. And the great powers. If all the pride falls on this era. Fong Bai trembled all over. And the desire in his heart could not be calm for a long time. At this moment, the faith in Fong Bai's eyes was extremely bright. The eyes were bright. This is the light of faith. At this moment, Fong Bai understood in his heart. From this moment on, he will continue to work hard towards this goal until he succeeds. Even if it is difficult. Even if there are many techniques involved. They are still just simple thoughts. But he is still fearless. Knowing the difficulty. Facing the difficulty. This is worth his efforts. Life. Even if he is not the one who achieves success, he will definitely be there. Somehow, it seems that there is a sense of responsibility on Fong Bai's shoulders. Of course, this is not a fate, nor a mission. This is just what Fong Bai wants. The goal he has set for himself, and the responsibility he has set for himself. Suddenly, Fong Bai mentality has quietly risen from supervising the experiments of mages in Tiangong Pavilion to supervising the experiments of mages in the entire civilization, and then quietly lead to the development of the entire civilization and shaping the spirit of the entire civilization. Make civilization better. In addition, standing at a new height. Some of the previous ideas were confirmed again. Standing in the long river of time. The distant vision looked far into the downstream of the future along the long river of time. Then, Fong Bai turned to suppress this goal in his heart. Before success, there is naturally no meaning in promoting such things. It will only make people feel that it is a big tone. And Fong Bai does not need to rely on such big cakes and goals to gather people's hearts, wealth, and power. That is a cult. Not him. Cults all promote like this. The gods portrayed by cults are mostly glorious and upright. Therefore, Fong Bai doesn't need it. He has enough strength, status, appeal, and skills to promote it comprehensively. He doesn't need to fool around like the evil god. Fong Bai, who has completely figured it out, walked briskly towards the mage tower. When passing by a forest, the leaves on it made a metallic collision sound, and a steady stream of iron ingots fell from the treetops. Before they landed, they were taken away by a force and piled up and packed. On the other side, some mages in charge of maintenance used high-grade 3 refined metals, and some discarded 4th-grade 4 refined parts replaced by the dust titan to feed the tree in the middle, which was more than 10 meters high and several people hug thick. At this moment, most of the tree has turned into copper, and the copper tree is shining with gold, which is quite dazzling, and the occasional gold and silver threads mixed in it make this peculiar tree more layered. At this moment, under the feeding of 3 refined and 4 refined candies, the branches of the tree swayed slightly. Several mages carefully cut off some branches, took good care of them, cast various spells, and applied some spiritual liquid. After a while, they were carefully planted in a special liquid culture medium. Farther away, a willow forest with both steel strength and flexibility swayed slightly in the wind. From time to time, willow branches fell with the wind like the reader's hair. Before they fell to the ground, they were absorbed into the assembly line by invisible forces. After simple processing, they were sent to a suitable warehouse. But the difference is that these willow branches can grow again after falling. But the reader's hair will never come back. If Fong Bai took in every project, every department, everything. Not long after, Fong Bai came to the bottom of the mage tower with brisk steps, and walked straight into the open interdimensional space channel. Stepping into the channel, it has become a steel town and a solid fortress. But although it is currently used for military purposes, and is more for garrisoning and defense, it also has a certain atmosphere of life. This is to prepare for the subsequent transformation into a residential area similar to an industrial city. Once the layout is completed here, it will immediately become a semi-military zone, semi-residential area, and semi-experimental area. However, it is still a military fortress full of fangs. The gun muzzles on the surrounding Acropolis can make all the legends who have seen it weak in the knees. And the dense reconnaissance drones in the sky, the high-power land-based element radars on the ground, etc. A network of mental power spreads throughout the entire area, and its wavelength is almost beyond the perception of all creatures. And it is impossible to perceive. And these long-wave mental powers covering the land, sky, and underground will feed back all situations to the command center where mages are stationed. All perceived monsters and abnormalities are either captured by throwing a capture net and locked in a cage, or directly activating the 3rd level or 4th level Yuanling rune cannon to turn them into ashes. If you stand in the sky and look down, you can find that the roads and tracks are like the extension of this fortress, probing into one direction after another in this plane. At this moment, there are trains dragging carriages of elemental metals, elemental stones, or completely enclosed metal carriages loaded with various captured prey under the hum of the D01 high-power magnetocrystalline engine. The trains drive into the truck station with the harvest, then automatically float up and stack up in the warehouse of the truck station. This is a specially developed magnetic lifting spell, with a corresponding high-level magnetocrystalline, It can have amazing power within a fixed range. And it mainly mobilizes the power of the magnetic field. It consumes very little energy and is very stable. It is often used in various warehouses, docks, and truck locations. It only needs to be equipped with a wizard apprentice with spiritual power to complete the handling of tens of tons or nearly 100 tons of cargo. If a magic array cluster is formed with high-level magnetocrystalline and then combined with a semi-automated magic array cluster, it is not difficult to complete the dispatch of thousands of tons of cargo at the same time. Even the mecha manufacturing plant and maintenance plant of Tiangong Pavilion use this magic array cluster. Chapter 596 stopped. Of course, although the mecha manufacturing plant and maintenance plant also use such magnetic crystal array clusters, their level of responsibility is not the same. Each of those array clusters is jointly built and arranged by the top leaders of Tiangong Pavilion, such as Qipeng, Su Shiping, etc., embedded with a large number of high-level magnetic crystals, surrounded by powerful electric currents comparable to thunder and lightning, and assisted by the ritual field to build the field. Under such a magnetic field, 10,000 tons of mecha can be easily suspended and manipulated at will. Under extreme power, tens of thousands of tons and nearly 100,000 tons can be lifted out of thin air. This is unimaginable in reality. And this is what the extraordinary system creates. In Fong Bai view, this is already a manifestation of the extraordinary becoming an advanced productivity. After all, although this equipment is now directly controlled by mental power, the manual mode is combined with the semi-automatic array cluster. Even an ordinary person without mental power can play it freely after a period of training. Fong Bai was thinking in his heart while watching the train unloading. The carriages were flying in the sky and placed. Everything was neat and beautiful. Just like watching a child watch an excavator working for a whole day. If a child was put here, he could watch it for a whole day. A mental scan, mental connection, mental identification, authorization confirmed that the reading was successful. Using mental power to read the dispatch data of the freight department. In that warehouse, the pure elemental metals that have been smelted have exceeded 100 tons. Perhaps in the metal smelting industry, 100 tons may be just the result of one or several blast furnaces coming out of the furnace. It is a concept that cannot be smaller and is insignificant. But the elemental metals that have been smelted are different. This thing was originally calculated in blocks. When it began to be measured in tons, the visual impact it gave people was still relatively strong. The best analogy is to replace the elemental metal with gold bars of equal weight. 100 tons of gold. And this is just a small part of the results that have just been developed. Even this has made Fong Bai feel a slight visual impact. And Qipeng, Su Shiping, Tang Wen and others are extremely surprised. This is the charm of developing a new evil god plane. This is fertile land that no one has ever dug. And this is the level of developing a new plane. After all, a new plane has more than a dozen mineral veins in the small area that has been developed now. Although the content varies. But it is impossible to develop an entire plane and finally harvest only a few hundred kilograms of elemental metals. Right? Hundreds of kilograms of gold? How much is that? Which mineral vein semi-automatic array cluster layout cost is not higher than this? Fong Bai took a rough look. And his mind was full of thoughts. This evil god plane must be able to make a fortune for Tiangong Pavilion. And this will be a treasure plane that can produce a large amount of resources for a long time. Mining, warcraft breeding, spiritual medicine rice planting, high-level spiritual medicine cultivation, tentacle monster breeding, production factories, etc. The benefits that can be brought are simply countless. After reading the harvest, he scanned the central control storage unit of the command center. His authority naturally allowed him to freely read and control all the arrays or equipment belonging to Tiangong Pavilion. There was a pause outside for a few seconds. In the fantasy space, with a flow rate of more than 1,000 times, all the data had been browsed and some pending items had been processed. After confirming that everything was processed, Fong Bai glanced at Zhang Zhong and others who were scanning the map normally, and then walked towards the center and walked under his broken sky. The broken sky was full of evil spirits floating up. If he could fly, he could step into the sky step by step at this moment, relying directly on this broken wound, and step by step into the ancient battlefield of the trial space. If his weight could be lighter, or if his strength could be a little stronger, even if he stepped on the air, with the master's flying instinct, he could naturally walk in the void. But there was no if. Fong Bai's mood suddenly became not so good again. Forget it. It's not that I can't fly up. The main thing is that the space barrier of this plane has not been repaired for such a long time. It must be penetrated by the power of the god-killing crossbow. Otherwise, the edge of the space barrier above would not be repaired and restored between the broken pieces. Even if I fly up, it may not be safe. I will be hit by the god-killing crossbow head-on. Well, I won't go there for now. Fong Bai said nonsense with his eyes open, and then walked directly to the center of the evil god's wreckage, next to the huge Tianking. The Tianking seems to be invisible and intangible, but Fong Bai knows that it is full of terrifying death and soldier evil that can easily blow out metal and kill legends. The combination of death and soldier evil will not only wear out the body, but also consume vitality and obliterate the soul. If some of it can be stored in a container, it can probably be used as a killer in the outside world. Death energy and evil spirits turned into the wind and blew over. Even a legend in full glory, who had deployed his domain, could be killed on the spot if he didn't dodge it carefully. His equipment, blood, body, soul, everything would vanish in the wind like dust. And if a demigod was hit by this in close range, he would also be injured. But Fong Bai found that it was difficult for any spell or material to restrain it stably for a long time. However, ritual field, the energy formed by the mixture of death and evil spirits, is of a very high grade. If it is not high, it is impossible to kill the evil god. It is indeed feasible to construct a ritual field with this power as the goal, and use the ritual field to respond to the arrival of this death and evil spirit. Although even if the ritual field is successfully arranged, it must be a one-time thing, and the ritual field itself will be destroyed by this death and evil spirit. But in terms of this power, a hit can kill a legend in full glory in seconds. Even if it is a one-time thing, it is not a loss. It is impossible to lose. Fong Bai was interested and tried to construct it in a fantasy space, just for fun. However, a rough draft of the ritual field appeared in Fong Bai's palm in a moment, and the materials needed were probably marked out, except for some objects stained with death and evil spirits that must be found in this plane or the ancient battlefield in the trial space. The others are mostly common things. Looking at the draft, Fong Bai nodded with satisfaction. He just needed to spend some time and energy to polish and debug the rest. Fong Bai had no interest in this kind of time-consuming and repetitive work that did not require any technical skills. So he threw it into the spiritual land of Tiangong Pavilion. It was a semi-finished product. Whoever was interested could make it. Fong Bai would use it after it was finished. He had an inspiration and an idea. Once the draft was finished, the rest would be given to others. Well, I use it when the ritual field is completed. Even if there is no mecha, I can set up such a ritual field and drag the enemy into it. I just take a bath. Legends will definitely not be able to bear it. Even demigods will get slapped in the face. Fong Bai's mouth corners slightly raised, and he came to the edge of the Tianking and stood on it. The Tianking was the wound on the body of the evil god, and its edge was also the body of the evil god. Fong Bai stood on the edge, and there was no sign of collapse, which made Fong Bai worry-free. In the future, when building a house, you must use the evil god to lay the foundation, so that you won't sink into it when you step on it. Get some evil god materials, and use the forging technology to forge the floor, ceiling, furniture, and walls, so that he can relax at home, especially the bed. God knows how long Fong Bai hasn't slept in the game, and how uncomfortable it is to have to spend a part of his mind to disperse his weight when sleeping. And if he needs to use it in the future. Fong Bai suddenly remembered that his weight was calculated in tons, and he was silent. Forget it. It's not necessary. He doesn't want to cause death by negligence. Otherwise he will be ashamed to see people. Fong Bai shook his head, shook off the messy pictures in his head, and reached out to the sky above the Tianking with one hand. When it touched the sky above the Tianking, squeak! In an instant, an extremely harsh sound rang out, just like a chainsaw cutting a high-voltage wire. Sparks and lightning all the way. And a squeak. Extremely harsh. Fong Bai felt his palm go numb first, and then it was painful, and the pain extended upward along his arm little by little. There was no dead corner or gap inside or outside. The death chi and the evil spirits penetrated everywhere. Any fragile things in Fong Bai's body were blown away by the death chi and the evil spirits, and completely collapsed and disappeared. Then came the numbness and pain all over the body, and finally it was as if the body was torn apart alive. When the death chi and the evil spirits permeated the whole body, the tearing pain washed over the spiritual platform like a tide. However, there was a space on Fong Bai's spiritual platform, guarded by a wall of books, so that no matter what happened, his consciousness remained clear, without sinking or losing consciousness, even if the death chi and the evil spirits directly rushed into the sea of spirituality, along with the spiritual power and soul, before the ritual field for summoning death and soldiers was developed, and before Fong Bai used it to attack others. Fong Bai himself had already experienced the feeling of being attacked by this death and soldiers. Death and soldiers will destroy the body from the outside to the inside, and from the inside to the outside, from the body, from the soul, and from every angle at the same time. Under the influence of this death and soldiers, it is difficult for legends to survive. However, although Fong Bai is also just a legend, he did not die under this death and soldiers. Although it hurts, there is no power of life, not relying on anything else, purely relying on the body. Even the soul has been completely integrated with the body. The body is immortal, and the soul is immortal. Fong Bai can even take this opportunity to temper his soul and mental power again and again, which is very comfortable. In this way, Fong Bai still had the leisure to arrange the magic array, extracting the gold from some elemental metals and integrating them into his body. Although the gold is the same, the amount of gold contained in different elemental metals is different. The difficulty of extracting the gold is also different, and the convenience of controlling the gold during the extraction process is also different. Based on this, on the elemental metals for extracting gold, different suitable levels of elemental metals are also divided according to the amount of gold, the difficulty of extraction, the difficulty of control, and the difficulty of fusion. Fong Bai is using the elemental metal with the most gold, but the most difficult extraction and control difficulty. Black gold, an elemental metal that is completely black, as if no light can be reflected, with extremely high density and hardness. However, the output is barely manageable, so Fong Bai directly uses it as a consumable for cultivation. After all, does difficulty make any difference to Fong Bai? Under the magic circle, a steady stream of gold elements flowed out from a small pile of dark metal, and the gold elements flowed into Fong Bai's body obediently, flowing into the body along the weak points washed out by the death energy and the evil spirits, filling them up bit by bit. This is directly aimed at filling the loopholes in the microscopic world, which is the reduction of the body's weak points and the increase of the body's density again. The density increased, and the weight rose again without changing the height and body shape. This allowed him to start improving his body, which had grown rapidly to 600 tons after completing the fourth refining. 601, 605, 612, 623, along with the flushing of the death energy and the evil spirits, along with the continuous filling of the loopholes. It continued to flow in along the direction of the death energy and the evil spirits. Fong Bai felt that his body was becoming more and more full. Since Fong Bai had exhausted the potential of the fourth refining, he had never enjoyed such a fast strengthening again. Reducing body weaknesses means increasing body strength. Increasing body mass means strengthening his position, improving his status, and being able to drive a mecha for a longer time, or even activating a stronger mecha. Quality is his career path. Others are auxiliary, belonging to branches and leaves, which are good to have, but if they are not, the impact is small. His main trunk is always the mass of the body. If it is restricted, it will affect the overall career development. Although the body is getting bigger and bigger, it will always bring a little disadvantage, making him a little unhappy. But things have come to this point, and it's alright if it's heavier. It doesn't matter if it's heavier. Anyway, it's already solid. For several days in a row, it was pleasant, painful and pleasant. The black gold in front of him kept turning into flying ash, and dozens of tons of black gold turned into gold element and merged into Fong Bai's body, looking very angry. And Fong Bai's overall sense of integrity became stronger and stronger, heavy, hard, and as a whole, Fong Bai's mouth corners were always slightly raised. But gradually, he suddenly noticed something wrong. The growth rate slowed down. 659, 660, 661, 662, 662.5, 662.9. Little by little, the growth rate decreased little by little, and the gaps in the body seemed to have been filled. Gradually, The dense body seemed to turn into layers of membranes. And the death and the evil spirits were blocked. It was like the bamboo basket that was watertight. And like the silk cocoon that was watertight. Under the dense flesh, the existence of all matter was blocked outside. And even under Fong by active control, the energy was isolated. Jin Su, no longer integrated, stopped, and was blocked. Chapter 597, Impervious Golden Body Core. 666. It's a good number. But Fong Bai couldn't be happy. The holes in his body became fewer and fewer under the impact of the death and evil spirits. And the density of his body was so high that it formed a whole piece. It was like a pile of iron sand pressed together and melted to form a steel plate, completely melting into one. The faint film on the surface even blocked the gold element from the outside. Sensing the state of the body without any holes or flaws, only one word emerged in Fong Bai's mind. Impervious body? A new realm of the body. After this step, Fong Bai tried it. When he got serious, the layered body structure could completely isolate the inside and the outside. It has a very high elemental resistance, which can resist spell damage, spell effects, isolate toxins, corrosion, resist mental power, etc. The effect is quite diverse, and its upper limit is also quite high. Fong Bai even found that the field was also faintly isolated from the outside. This discovery made him feel a little surprised. Being able to isolate the field means that the body is completely independent. It may even be used to resist the power of the field. This discovery even made Fong Bai suppress the disappointment in his heart, and his spirit was slightly shocked. This seems to be a bit like isolating the inside and outside, jumping out of the 3 realms and 5 elements. Fong Bai whispered softly, if he stands in a forest, it is equivalent to standing in the field of the forest. If the forest field is strong, or if he does not resist, he will even be regarded as a part of the forest field, adding some power to the forest field. And through the field, the forest can easily capture his existence. But if he isolates the inside and outside, and the field with his golden body at this time, in the field, can he be regarded as non-existent? Unable to select a target, will the field power of the forest be difficult to act directly on himself? Unless it is a range attack. If one day, he can even isolate the field of the world, does it mean jumping out of the 3 realms, and not being invisible? Although it is not clear what other functions this function has for the time being. It sounds cool. Moreover, after the achievement of the golden body, Fong Bai's physical strength was originally extremely high. But now it has directly extended to the field of magic resistance. That is, the field of magic resistance against functional spells such as transfiguration, stun, and human control. Even mental attacks and soul attacks are within the defense range. This also made Fong Bai vaguely realize that the leak-free body must be a very important level in the physical strength. This is just like the magnetic field merging with the field to form a stand. This is another qualitative change of the physical body. However, it is not necessarily a qualitative change in strength. And the change is not necessarily related to strength. It should be caused by the leak-free body. Once the physical realm reaches this point, it will instantly become a panacea with extremely strong versatility. It can fight any profession including mages. It's a bit like the monks in some literary works. The physical body is strong, and the physical and magic resistance are extremely high. Even if it is a mage, it can rush up with spells on its head. Melee professionals who have trained the golden body are definitely qualified. The qualification to challenge mages of the same level, regardless of whether he can win or not. At least he has cultivated a flawless golden body, and the challenge level is definitely enough. Yes, Fong Bai believes that this golden body is not a career transformation exclusive to mecha masters. This should apply to all professions and all people. Theoretically, as long as other professions or ordinary people have the means to find body loopholes and make up for them by adjusting the microscopic structure of the body, they have the opportunity to cultivate it. Fong Bai used the 4 refinements, Black Spring, plus the Dead Air and the Soldier Evil to achieve the purpose of finding loopholes, and then use the extremely fine gold element to complete the solidification and fill it. After all, as a mecha master, Fong Bai's body is flesh and blood metal, and there will be no difference after the gold element is fused and solidified. When the gold element completely fills the microscopic loopholes in the body, when Fong Bai's body is completely integrated without loopholes and weaknesses, the golden light is diffused, and the magic is born. The golden light that was diffused in the body at the beginning bloomed at this moment, completely connected as one, and turned into layers of golden membranes, which seem weak but give people an extremely strong feeling. The stacking of layers of microscopic gold films quietly forms a structure similar to that of a car shock absorber, adding toughness to its rigidity. Strong and flexible. Extraordinary. As far as this kind of magic is concerned, other professions should be able to succeed as long as they complete these two steps. The key lies in how to complete these two steps. After all, if you don't have a little ability, you can't find your own loopholes. If you dare to learn from Fong Bai to use the Black Spring, Death Energy and Soldier Evil to temper your body, you will be wiped out. Not even a bone or a dregs will be left. The difficulty is high, but once you practice it, it will greatly improve the individual, especially the melee profession. Possibility to challenge a mage of the same level, not to mention whether he can win. At least he is standing on the same platform again to a certain extent. This is simply changing fate against the will of heaven. It is just that it is not easy to practice. Of course, with so many professions, so many talented people, and so many natural treasures in the world, there must be some ways to meet these two requirements. It's just that no one knew it before, or those who knew it kept it secret. Feeling the state of the impermeable golden body, Fong Bai felt a little better. This is a qualitative change after all. With the diversity of means, the strength of the physical body, and even the strength of the stance have also improved a lot. And the surface seems to be stained with a layer of golden light. This is a good thing after all. The physical body cannot fuse the gold element, and it is not made of impermeable gold. It's just that the body density just reaches this standard, and the body just happens to achieve this impermeable state. That's all. Just thinking of the state of the body at this moment, Fong Bai mood, which had improved a little, suddenly became bad again. When the weight reaches 666.5 tons, the body density seems to have reached its limit. There is no problem in temporarily integrating and storing gold elements for consumption. There is no hindrance, and it is extremely smooth. The gold elements flow in the body completely at will. But when Fong Bai tried to solidify these gold elements in his body, and further increase his body weight, there would be an extremely strong repulsion in his body. It is like a broken magnet will produce a strong repulsion once it tries to be put together. This is a repulsion from the entire mass of the body, and it can no longer be integrated. Not to mention continuing to increase by 10 tons or 100 tons. Even if Fong Bai wanted to turn 666.5 tons into 666.6 tons, he couldn't do it, which made Fong Bai very uncomfortable. And his already bad mood became even worse. My height is 183, and my volume is 0.075 cubic meters, which is 75,000 cubic centimeters. The weight is 666.5 tons, which is 666,500 kilograms. If you calculate it, the density of my body is 8,886.666 per cubic centimeter. In reality, even the heaviest metal osmium has a density of only 22.8 grams per cubic centimeter. As for the metal uranium that people love to see, it is only 19 cubic centimeters. Fong Bai was silent. Such a terrifying density is naturally the source of its current power, whether it is the movement of its own body or the driving of the dust titan through its stance. Its power source is mostly attributed to this abnormally high body density. It is just that the temperature in the body has not changed much, and the pressure is also normal. There is no other change in the body, which is very confusing. Fong Bai previously attributed it to the extraordinary power, the power of the elements, and a manifestation of the rules. It's not that I don't want to study it, but it's really hard to start. At this moment, he couldn't help thinking again. After all, how should he continue to increase his body weight? He couldn't just shout that he was not a human anymore, and then grow to 10 meters or 100 meters tall. Right? If he grew this tall in the future, he wouldn't need to open the mecha, and he couldn't get in anyway, so he might as well roll up his sleeves and do it himself. After all, as long as the volume increases, the body mass can increase again if the density remains unchanged. If he really grows to 100 meters, millions and tens of millions of tons will be like playing. It's just like the mountain giant he saw outside the wilderness mountains. Fong Bai was very sure that what he saw was the original body of the mountain giant, and the strength of that mountain was at the demigod level, and the field authority should be the mountain. It was also based on its own original body. It was usually a mountain, nourishing the field. When it became active, the mountain was incorporated into a different space. and walked out in the original body, with the field and authority naturally, and his strength was probably extremely strong among the demigods. He is on the mass route, but has moved from density to volume, although very strong. In Fong Bai eyes, he is nothing special, because if Fong Bai chooses not to be a human and takes this route, then with a density of 8,886 grams per cubic centimeter, everything is empty. Everything can be blown up with one punch. And the main thing is that Fong Bai really has a way to continue to grow taller, and even break through the limits of the human body, and stop being a human, and become a giant tens or hundreds of meters tall. After all, with his current ability to control his body, and then study the monsters, he can forcibly break the limits of his body. This is difficult, but it is acceptable, and can be overcome. The main thing is that he doesn't want to. Even if it will bring extremely strong strength at a very fast speed. He doesn't want to. Because Fong Bai has a very high sense of identity with people. Fong Bai believes that once you are out of the human appearance, once you can't live with people for a long time, and can't integrate into society, then this person's cognition of people will gradually shift. It was fine at the beginning, but he really wasn't a human anymore. So it's not that easy to say I'm not a human anymore. Otherwise, Fong Bai height wouldn't have changed from the beginning to the end of his cultivation. And he wouldn't have grown even 1 centimeter. You know, if he only grew to more than 2 meters, it would be too easy for Fong Bai. By adjusting the hormones in his body and promoting it with spells, it wouldn't take long for him to grow to 2 meters and 2 meters, 2 meters and 3 meters, and become a little giant. But Fong Bai didn't want to. Fong Bai just wanted to get stronger without changing his original size. Keep increasing the density. Fong Bai sighed, and with one hand, a ball the size of a head appeared in his hand. As soon as the ball appeared in his hand, Fong Bai eyebrows began to jump, and a bad feeling always lingered in his heart. Fong Bai looked at the ball quietly, feeling the surging power in it. Under the seal of a legendary magician who was like a demigod, the ore inside the ball naturally couldn't emit radiation. But the extreme danger still made Fong Bai's senses jump wildly, and Fong Bai had to take a long breath. And his calm mind forced this perception down. And this sphere is naturally the demigod-level elemental metal, uranium, given to him by Fei Rui. Both the previous rating and the name of this elemental metal are extremely eye-catching. And even the calmest heart will become extremely agitated and turbulent. And according to Fei Rui, such a sphere thrown out can rely on the inherent power of the elemental metal to burst out the demigod-level attack power. According to Fong Bai, Fei Rui's master really has nothing to say about Fei Rui. And this sphere can indeed burst out the demigod-level attack power. But it is far more than the ordinary demigod-level attack power. It is very powerful. And after using metal uranium as a spell-casting material, the spell effect released is extremely penetrating. And once damage is caused, the wound will be extremely eroded, like a maggot attached to the bone and difficult to remove. Of course, if you are directly killed by the spell effect, there will be no so much pain. This is a trouble that only enemies who belong to the same demigod can enjoy. The strong corrosiveness will cause problems in the body of the demigod, deteriorating little by little, and becoming diseased little by little. It is difficult for the demigod to resist the radiation erosion of the demigod-level element metal uranium. This made Fong Bai fall into thought. If I was blown up while wearing the Dust Titan, I am afraid that the surface armor would be blown through. Right? This legendary wizard is indeed extraordinary. Even if he has not studied the fission method of this metal uranium, he can release powerful spells simply by using its characteristics as a casting material. In simple terms, it's like a dirty bomb. Well, that's about it. Fong Bai took a rough look for a while. And then, he had a general understanding of the inside and outside of the sphere. But he only understood that it was a dirty bomb. How it works specifically, and how to turn it into a fission bomb, is still a clue. It's like his body has not undergone any abnormal changes at 8,886 grams per cubic centimeter. This uranium mine also changed under the integration of extraordinary power and field. And the conventional fission method is no longer applicable. After all, this is not a simple metal uranium. This is the 5th level. That is, the semi-god level elemental metal uranium. The extraordinary power and field power contained in it have reached the semi-god level. And the proportion is also not small. Even Fong Bai is worried whether this elemental metal uranium can fission. After all, with the participation of extraordinary power, the rules may be different. But Fong Bai still wants to try. First, this is the mushroom egg that makes people dream. and no one can ignore it. Second, the fusion process of some hydrogen bombs is ignited by nuclear bombs. The high temperature and high pressure of nuclear bombs. Fong Bai looked up at the sky. Will it help me? Chapter 598 100 million tons. Fusion. Fong Bai pondered. The so-called fusion is that under high temperature and high pressure, two atomic nuclei collide with each other under huge kinetic energy to form a heavier atomic nucleus. In this process, a part of the excess matter is converted into energy, so that extremely huge energy will burst out during the fusion process. At high temperature, the kinetic energy of the atomic nucleus will increase, and it will be easier to overcome the repulsive force, and thus fusion will occur. This temperature is generally between 14 million degrees and 100 million degrees. This kind of fusion is also figuratively called thermonuclear fusion. In fusion weapons, this temperature and some pressure are often provided by fission weapons. That is, the so-called nuclear bomb ignites the hydrogen bomb. The atom is very small, but the nucleus is even smaller. The nucleus actually occupies only a few hundred billionths of the space inside the atom, but it occupies more than 99.9% of the mass, and the remaining space is basically empty. Theoretically, if there is no gap between the nuclei, they are tightly arranged together. The density can be directly multiplied by several hundred billion times, and the weight of each cubic centimeter can reach 100 million tons. Fong Bai said silently. That is why he will continue to increase the density of his body on fusion. Fong Bai dare not think about permanently breaking this electrostatic repulsion, which has extremely high requirements for theory. Fong Bai suspects that the theories in the academic community have not yet been fully studied to this point, let alone fully realizing it. Although there is a supernatural power, the situation and difficulty may be different. But Fong Bai still maintains a cautious attitude. No hurry. Take it step by step, and eat one bite at a time. Let's not talk about permanent. Let's talk about temporary. If we can rely on temperature and high pressure to temporarily break the electrostatic repulsion, thermonuclear fusion can be carried out. First of all, the energy that thermonuclear fusion explodes in the body is a very good energy source. The existence of this energy is a great enhancement for his position. It is just like the fields such as mountains and forests are filled with elemental power, and the increase in the total amount of elemental power will increase the overall field power. This is the same principle. Secondly, if the energy of thermonuclear fusion is concentrated and exploded under his control, it is a powerful offensive spell. A thermonuclear fusion weapon is dropped casually. With the power and killing range of thermonuclear fusion, it should be regarded as forbidden spell level damage. Forbidden spells are spells that touch the realm of gods, because gods are taboo fields. This kind of spell is called forbidden spells. Of course, the first 2 points can only be regarded as icing on the cake in Fong Bai view. The last point is what really makes Fong Bai see a chance to help in times of trouble. That is, the essence of fusion. Fission is the fission of heavy elements into lighter elements. In this process, part of the matter is converted into energy. Based on this principle, fission weapons with uranium as the core were born. Fusion is the fusion of light elements into heavier elements. In this process, part of the matter is converted into energy. In this way, fusion weapons represented by elements such as hydrogen were born. Fusion is the process of multiple light elements colliding to form a larger heavy element. The reason why light elements such as hydrogen are used is entirely because the temperature requirement for hydrogen to achieve fusion is lower, and it is easy to break the electrostatic repulsion to form fusion. And hydrogen can achieve the fusion temperature requirement at more than 10 million degrees. That's all. It's not because fusion is only for elements such as hydrogen. Nor is it because fusion can only be carried out by lighter elements. From Fong Bai understanding, any existing element is qualified for fusion. It's just that their fusion temperature requirements are different, and they will be very high, making it very difficult to succeed. But if it succeeds, it will produce a heavier element. The nucleus is heavier, and the weight of the nucleus is greater under the same volume. 1 or 2 may not be noticeable, but if every nucleus in the body is transformed into a heavier element under fusion, then this is another breakthrough in density, and this is another improvement in quality. If it can succeed, Fong Bai believes that the potential of this plan is simply endless. Elements can become heavier little by little during the fusion process, and then continue to become heavier, making it impossible to see the upper limit. In this way, in this cultivation method that directly faces the microscopic nucleus, the current weight of 666.5 tons is like playing hundreds of tons? If you really want to fill the inside of the atom, then 1 cubic centimeter must be 100 million tons. I don't know how many times this is. Of course, that is still a distant thing. If you really do this, and stick every nucleus tightly together, then Fongbai can also be called a neutron star battle body. At that time, if Fongbai can't control his body, then his existence alone is enough to destroy the world. To achieve this step, countless theoretical studies and practical tests are needed. This is destined to be a long and distant road. But isn't the research on fusion a good entry point? While thinking, Fongbai figure appeared directly in the fantasy space. With one hand, a sphere appeared in his hand. Fongbai pondered for a moment, and then condensed a zhong in the fantasy space, and threw the sphere in his hand directly. Boom! The sky was full of flames. Large fireball technique? Large fireball technique, also known as meteorite flame, because it explodes on the ground like a meteorite falling from the sky, and finally shakes the earth. Although this name sounds more rustic and simple as a first-level spell. Its power is a real legendary spell, close to some forbidden spells. The flame of the large fireball technique is fiery red, but at this moment it turned into pitch black. The pitch black flame fell on the ground, like a maggot attached to the bone. It can't be shaken off, and it burns fiercely. It's not exactly a large fireball spell. The spell's ultimate should have been modified. The stickiness and corrosiveness have been particularly enhanced. The corrosiveness of this spell complements the radiation of uranium. It's really good. If an ordinary demigod is hit by it and doesn't get rid of it in time, he might really be infected by the flame. Once infected, he might be burned to death. In the end, even if he barely puts out the fire and survives, the burning, corrosion, and radiation from uranium will cause almost indelible damage to the enemy. Even if the person dies on the spot, he will probably be disabled later. It's the kind that the ashes from the burnt bones will sparkle. Fongbai looked at the power of the explosion, and then looked at the radiation area left on the spot, analyzing it. The next moment, a round ball reappeared in his hand. But this time Fongbai did not throw it out, but floated it in front of him. With a thought, the outer shells fell off layer by layer. There were a lot of strange patterns engraved between the outer shells. They did not look like runes, but seemed to have some origins with runes. They looked like divine runes? This is a portable forbidden spell built on the framework of divine runes. Divine runes, that is, divine texts, as the name suggests, are the texts used by gods. Legend has it that the palaces of gods in the kingdom of gods use divine texts, and the communication between gods and gods is all in the form of divine texts. The true names of the gods are also composed of divine texts. In other words, the divine texts originated from the true names of the gods, and were nurtured together with the true names. Later, as the gods used the divine texts of the divine names as the basis, they completely created the divine texts of this entire system. In the long-term contact process, the divine texts gradually spread, and some top mages began to learn the divine texts. Because the divine texts themselves have magical powers, they can mobilize the corresponding power of heaven and earth, and even authority between heaven and earth. With the divine text, mages can also release forbidden spells in another way. They can also use another more difficult, but very space-saving method to stabilize the magic circle. Obviously, this is the method used by Fei Rui's master. Divine text. Fongbai pondered for a while. He was still quite curious about the divine text. He wanted to study the difference between runes and divine texts, and experience the role of divine texts in practice. Maybe he could take the essence and remove the dross, extract the advantages of divine texts, add them to runes, and further strengthen the integrity of runes. But now I am just looking at these layers of shells. Although there are divine texts on them, they are relatively simple, and there are no related items. It is difficult to learn. But for this question, I will go to Fei Rui later and ask him to introduce his master to me. Then I can indeed ask about the divine text. Fongbai looked at the patterns on the shell quietly. It looks like words and paintings. So mysterious and tempting. After looking for a long time, Fongbai retracted his gaze and looked at the real protagonist. A fist-sized, dark red metal. This piece of metal looked very heavy, with a lead or silver feel, but the surface was dark red. And Fongbai couldn't help but have a picture in his mind the moment he saw it. In a bloody ocean, a dark silver metal lay at the bottom of the sea. The dark red blood in the depths of the sea of blood infected the metal bit by bit, staining it with an indelible bloody dark red. The picture flashed in front of him, and Fong Bai suddenly felt a little palpitation. But in the blink of an eye, it had completely returned to normal, and the picture disappeared without a trace, as if it was really a slight association made by Fong Bai himself. But Fong Bai's nose moved lightly, and he really smelled a faint smell of blood. Fong Bai looked at the fist-sized spherical metal with an extremely smooth surface again. In addition to giving people an extremely heavy feeling, Fong Bai could also feel strong radiation shining on him, making his body warm up little by little. The surface temperature gradually increased. However, Fong Bai found that the radiation emitted by this elemental metal uranium was completely blocked by Fong Bai membrane. He was a little surprised at first, but then he reacted. Yes, let's not talk about my golden body. Even if we only talk about the density, this is completely enough. After all, lead can also be used as a material to resist radiation in reality. Although I am not made of lead, lead is originally a radiation-proof material because of its high density. No matter how high the density of lead is, can it be as high as my current density? Even the fraction is higher than lead. Such a high density. What radiation? Besides, I still have a golden body. Fong Bai curled his lips, thought for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. With a thought, he transformed a body that had not yet completed the transformation of the perfect golden body. Let this body receive radiation with him now. Then, the surface temperature gradually increased under the radiation, and Fong Bai thought that it would be the same as his body later. But not long after, abnormal radiation was found inside the body, in the internal organs, bones and other parts. And it was very, very strong. As a metal body, even the cells were metallized, and he had a very high resistance to this kind of abnormal state. But at this moment, he still felt a sense of discomfort, and it was slowly getting worse. Fong Bai looked puzzled when he found this. Are you kidding? What kind of radiation is this? It was obviously blocked. Legends will die if they are exposed for a long time? Fong Bai was surprised and started to study it immediately. After a long time, Fong Bai was slightly stunned. During the research, he found that this radiation was also placed on the elements, on the space, and on any material and energy that could be touched. All existing things and energy are helping this demigod-level elemental metal uranium to transmit radiation. So the density of the flesh only blocks simple material-level radiation, but cannot block the extraordinary realm. After all, this is a fifth-order demigod-level elemental metal, demigod-level, and has already entered the realm of gods. So, the impermeable golden body has to add another function: radiation resistance. People who have mastered the impermeable golden body can directly resist nuclear radiation with their bodies, and their faces don't even mean it. Well, they can even block themselves from being photographed during an MRI. This thought flashed through Fong Bai's mind, and then he laughed. He laughed until he died. Well, he laughed to death. The body that was extra materialized was playing with and studying this fifth-order element metal at close range, and finally died completely under the increasing radiation state. With a thought, the body disappeared without a trace, and Fong Bai grabbed a materialized uranium and experimented again and again. The principle of nuclear fission in reality is not complicated, and its principle is written on Baidu Encyclopedia. There are even many detailed tutorials on making nuclear bombs on the internet. But why haven't everyone had a nuclear bomb and nuclear deterrence against each other? It's because the main difficulty of nuclear bombs is concentrated on the acquisition and processing of raw materials. That is, purification. Weapon-grade nuclear raw materials of sufficient purity are not easy to get. If you can't buy it, you have to make it. If you make it secretly, with the industrial scale and power supply required, before your factory can produce weapon-grade nuclear materials, it might fall from the sky. But it's different in the game. Fong Bai directly touches the nuclear materials with his body, and with the careful carving of his mental power, various scientific research arrays, and industrial arrays, Fong Bai is an all-purpose machine. An industrial mother bed with the highest precision. Fong Bai can serve as an entire industrial line by himself. He can take charge of all the complex processes from prospecting, mining, refining, manufacturing, and even launching. He can even try to evaluate the power himself. Chapter 599 Return to the Ancient Battlefield. The body can resist nuclear bombs. Let's not talk about whether it can withstand it. Even if it dies, the power and effect can be evaluated. In the fantasy space, there is no need to worry about raw materials. Fong Bai thought. 1 ton? Thousands of tons. Tens of thousands of tons. And billions of tons all appeared at will. As many nuclear bombs, and as much charge as needed can be obtained. But Fong Bai is like this. He tried again and again. And the amount of uranium exceeded the critical point of explosion in reality again and again. But there was no sign of nuclear fission. He was not moved at all. It was unbelievably stable. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Fong Bai's mind like lightning. Stable. Stable elemental metals are called elemental metals because they are infused with elemental power and are deeply integrated with the metal itself. These deeply integrated elemental powers are integrated into the metal, giving the metal higher physical properties and various strange effects. And the physical properties include, but are not limited to hardness, toughness, strength, conductivity, etc. Some elemental metals have all their physical properties increased, while others only increase hardness or toughness, or a few of them. So, with the participation of elemental power, uranium will not increase its stability after becoming elemental metal. It is guaranteed that nuclear fission will never occur casually. Safe. Absolutely safe? Fong Bai thought of this, although there is no relevant evidence to confirm it. But Fong Bai is basically sure that it is because of this reason. Because other possibilities are excluded. Then this factor is naturally the reason. This is what makes Fong Bai a little bit amused. The integration of elements. Elemental metal uranium actually directly splits off the greatest use of metal uranium. I really don't know what to say. This kind of thing is difficult to comment on. It's no wonder that a player told Fei Rui about the knowledge and formulas of nuclear fission, and then told his master through Fei Rui. They understand nuclear fission, but in the extraordinary field, when it comes to elemental power and elemental metal, they definitely don't have a legendary wizard who understands it. And a legendary wizard should be able to find a way to fission on elemental metal uranium faster. Well, maybe they also know that his master has found this uranium. Or there are related clues. No wonder. Fong Bai smiled and shook his head, then gathered his thoughts and looked at this piece of elemental metal uranium again. Uranium has all kinds of characteristics. And this piece of elemental metal uranium is still there. And it is still releasing stronger radiation. It should still have the conditions for fission. But it requires a special environment and a special way. Fong Bai thought for a moment and waved his hand. And one after another, elemental metal uranium emerged. With a wave of his hand, the fantasy space rapidly evolved, and countless laboratories were drawn to start experiments at the same time. Researchability was something that they had never discussed in person, nor had they communicated much. Although they had brief contact, they were good at different fields, so Fong Bai couldn't make a good assessment. But compared to his master, the legendary wizard who was even more powerful than a demigod, Fong Bai had the unparalleled advantage of fantasy space, wireless materials, no fear of explosion, and 1,000 times the time. Fong Bai could experiment arbitrarily, no matter how extreme. Using finished uranium to crack a walnut was a piece of cake, and using fists to swing it was the true nature of a man. The 5th order demigod level elemental metal was used as a brick to hit people, and it had its own magic damage. Of course, who would use this 5th order demigod level elemental metal to move bricks? One experiment after another began here, and Fong Bai immediately distracted part of his attention to the outside world. At this moment, his mecha had been delivered. Fong Bai glanced and found that Qipeng had just come from the main material world through the space channel. Seeing this, Fong Bai, who wanted to use quick summoning, immediately posed. Swoosh. Buzz. Clang. BGM starts. Twilight Titan. Qipeng, who happened to pass by and saw the whole process, felt his eyes warm and glared at Fong Bai. Bah. You show off. What I despise most is people like you who show off. If I had a mecha, I would definitely be the most low-key. There would definitely be a quick summon and no need for the whole process. Bah. Despicable. Qipeng left with red eyes after spitting. I don't know why his eyes were so red. Maybe sand got into his eyes, and he rubbed them red. And Fong Bai silently used the projection module in the Twilight Titan to record the way Qipeng just spoke, and then stored it in a dispersed manner, uploaded to the network for storage, and stored it offline. It will be useful one day. Prepare it first. After saving it, Fong Bai silently looked at the broken sky above the Tianqing, which should be the broken plane barrier to be more precise. The plane barrier that was pierced by the god-killing crossbow and has not been repaired yet is also the passage leading to the ancient battlefield under the trial space. Of course, Fong Bai estimated that he might be able to reach it by walking underground in the Tianqing. But Fong Bai didn't want to walk down there. The next moment, Fong Bai thought, and his stance merged into the mecha. And the mecha started. Smash! The mecha's eyes shone brightly. And a cluster of defensive rune arrays started up. One after another. The floating, weight reducing, flying array cluster slowly started up. And then supported the mecha weighing tens of thousands of tons to float up and float into the Tianqing. In an instant, the dead air and the evil spirits in the Tianqing swarmed in like sharks smelling fishy smells. Countless phantoms and weapon phantoms gathered and fell fiercely towards the Dust Titan. With the strength of the Dust Titan shield, it flickered slightly after being hit a few times. In the mecha, Fong Bai felt that the intensity of this attack was not surprising. This was a god-killing crossbow that killed the evil god with one blow and dragged the entire evil god plane into the ancient battlefield. Behind it, the entire ancient battlefield is connected. And even this evil god plane is gradually becoming part of the ancient battlefield. How much power it can mobilize. How terrifying. So don't look at the empty synode. And don't look at the god-killing crossbow that has been fired. It's just a crossbow arrow connected to a chain. But in fact, there is no telling how much power is contained in it to nail the remains of the evil god and the evil god plane. In contrast, Fong Bai's previous hand reaching in to attract the death and soldier spirits was like playing house. Too gentle. And this is why Fong Bai wants to summon the mecha to go to the sky channel again. After all, his body is just a legend. Although he now has an impermeable golden body, and although the body density has reached an extremely terrifying 8,000, it is not easy to resist the power that can kill the evil god. This is the reason. Not because of anything else. It can't be because he can't fly. Right? No. No. There is a reason. Damn it. Why is this passage in the sky? I make one on the ground later. Fong Bai looked at the space passage floating in the sky with displeasure. Why is it in the sky? It doesn't matter if the master legend can fly. And he doesn't care. But isn't this bullying those professional and elite people? Isn't this discrimination? As a legendary boss, he can keep silent. But if the boss doesn't say anything, what about the professional and elite people? He just wants to stand up. Even if he is slandered. Fong Bai muttered in his mouth, slightly adapting to the attack rhythm of the dead air and the soldiers. And then he thought about it. And the rocket thrusters installed behind the dusk mech made a buzzing sound. And the next moment 2 flames spewed out. Boom! The suspended dusk mech instantly turned into a rainbow light and soared into the sky. But the next moment the dead air and soldiers wandering in the range of the Tianqing suddenly rose up and rushed towards the Dust Titan. There were even phantoms like gods and demons condensing in the sky. And the weapons in their hands fell fiercely towards the Dust Titan. Fong Bai's face was full of seriousness. And there was no trace of joking anymore. His eyes were fixed on the phantom in the sky, staring at the fiery red hammer in his hand. Boom! The hammer fell fiercely with endless black mist. As the black mist surged, it seemed that some extremely terrifying monster was bred in it. Fong Bai did not dare to be careless. He held the short spear in his hand slightly at his waist. And the rocket thrusters behind him instantly burst out with full power. In an instant, the speed of the Dust Titan increased dramatically, and it retreated instead of advancing, rushing forward, and its momentum broke through the clouds. And this was just a moment. The next moment, the Dust Titan had arrived in front of the phantom. The dark hammer in the phantom's hand paused slightly. The next moment, like a landslide, the dark hammer swept over with darkness all over the sky. The short spear in the hand of the Dust Titan instantly thrust out from the waist, carrying the power of the dusk from bottom to top, like a falling sun. And an automatic move broadcast sounded on one side. Sure move, dusk sunset piercing. Boom! At the moment of collision, it was like 2 iron plates colliding directly with each other. Boom! Darkness above, dusk below. As if 2 kinds of heavenly forces appeared at the same time. The darkness wanted to devour the dusk, and the dusk wanted to tear through the darkness. The moment they collided, the death and soldiers' evil spirits above the synode seemed to be torn apart. At the moment of tearing, the phantom formed by the death and soldiers' evil spirits flashed instantly, and the Dust Titan soared into the sky again, and the short spear in his hand turned into a light spot and pierced through the phantom. At the same time, the chest of the Dust Titan was pierced, and a dangerous light flashed in the black muzzle. The next moment, boom, the phantom was instantly dissipated. Before it could form again, Fong Bai had already crossed the broken plane barrier and appeared in an ancient battlefield. Fong Bai turned around, his mouth slightly raised, and said proudly, "Still want to stop me? You can't hit me after you come out." Before Fong Bai finished speaking, he suddenly found that the phantom that had just formed was holding a black heavy hammer and smashed it directly. Ding! The Dust Titan thrust out a spear to block the heavy hammer. Just as it was about to counterattack, it found that the phantom had dissipated and recondensed above the Tianking. Then, as the death energy and the evil spirits gradually subsided, the phantom slowly dissipated in the death energy and the evil spirits. Fong Bai was relieved. Fortunately, I can only fight once. If it can keep chasing me, it will be very troublesome. Fong Bai shook his head slightly. He was very afraid of being chased. It's not that he was afraid of this phantom. In terms of hard power, Fong Bai himself was not afraid of this phantom at all. He was not afraid of fighting. And he believed that he could win. He had his own confidence. And he had sufficient confidence in his mecha. But the key was to chase. And this phantom was also immortal. Facing the undead enemy, Fong Bai first realized the helplessness of the natives when facing the players. This phantom was obviously formed by the death and evil spirits driven by some intention, which obviously came from the god-killing crossbow. And the god-killing crossbow was connected to the entire ancient battlefield. Fong Bai seriously suspected that whether the god-killing crossbow hit the enemy or not, this phantom would condense and press the enemy's hammer. At its peak, it might be able to press the evil god hammer. The most important thing is that this death and evil spirits came from the god-killing crossbow. Fong Bai knew without looking that the god-killing crossbow would not be destroyed if it was not broken. The god-killing crossbow was connected to the entire ancient battlefield. If this connection was not cut off, it would be difficult to deal with the god-killing crossbow. If you want to deal with the god-killing crossbow, this phantom is spinning over there, and it will be attracted if the fluctuation is slightly larger. Forget it. I can't afford to provoke it. But can I hide? Fong Bai muttered a few words. Although he would be resurrected after death, he would have to pay a price. Moreover, if his mecha was blown up, it was really blown up, and it had to be rebuilt or repaired. Unlike this death energy and soldier evil spirit, after it was dispersed, it would be reintegrated into the god-killing crossbow, and then condensed again. If you don't erase its intention, you can't hurt the root at all. And this intention, Fong Bai narrowed his eyes and looked at the phantom standing in the range of the god-killing crossbow. The giant like a god or a demon. This is the will left in the death energy. The broken weapons. The fighting will and evil spirit left on the battlefield. And finally gathered together to affect the power of war or weapons. And its root should be on this ancient battlefield. These corpses, debris, undead, and these broken weapons. Well, don't think about erasing it directly. The difficulty is equivalent to directly moving this ancient battlefield. Fong Bai took a look at the ancient battlefield, which now has no edge, and touched his nose. Move the ancient battlefield? He didn't want to be hit by a god-killing crossbow. Having seen the remains of this evil god and the tragic situation of this evil god plane, he dared not touch the brow of this trial space. Nor did he want to touch the brow of the remains of the ancient wizard civilization. Otherwise, he might be the next demigod nailed to the ancient battlefield. Not only would he die here, but his own remains, weapons, and fighting spirit would also be left here to turn into death and evil spirits, making the foundation of this ancient battlefield even deeper. And there is another point. Their resurrection originated from the wizard tower left by the ancient wizard civilization. This god-killing crossbow originated from the trial space left by the ancient wizard civilization. Who knows whether these relics belonging to the ancient wizard civilization are still connected, and whether the data is common. This thing is regarded as an important unit, an important building that impacts the ancient wizard civilization. It is directly wanted by all civilizations, and banned by all civilizations. That would be the end of it. But Fong Bai suddenly recalled when he had just obtained the wizard tower, and activated the wizard tower. At that time, it seems that the network is disconnected. And the network cannot be connected. Right? Fong Bai muttered to himself, and immediately controlled the projection in Tiangong Pavilion to check, and nodded affirmatively after a moment. Well, the network is indeed disconnected. So it shouldn't be a big deal to hit a relic, and then have a network-wide wanted list. Chapter 605 Generations. Network disconnected. Fong Bai suddenly whispered. What network is disconnected? An internet covering the whole world? But maybe the extraordinary world should not be called the internet. The internet plus some offline physical arrangements. Under the internet plus ecosystem. DD Taxi. Online music. Online video. Etc. If converted into extraordinary versions. That is magic. Should this internet be called Magic Network? Fong Bai said with a strange expression. Because he noticed the amazing fit. So fit that it was like a thing. All he could say was, sure enough. Art comes from life. Isn't this magic network the internet in reality? Aren't the spells that can be used when logging into the magic network DD Taxi? Takeout. TV. Movies. And phone calls? By the way, the summoning spells in the magic network are DD Wi-Fi and online housekeeping. Fong Bai slapped his head and quickly stopped his thoughts. No. I can't think about it anymore. Stop. Stop right now. If I continue thinking, the magic net really doesn't have any style at all. Hey, isn't there a saying that modern people are like gods, who can transmit voices thousands of miles away, call people around, reach for the moon in the sky, and catch turtles in the 5 oceans in front of the ancients? All this is incredible. So stop. What was I thinking just now? Fong Bai quickly controlled his thoughts. Oh, right. I remember. I was thinking about this phantom. This phantom can be recondensed immediately after being blown up. But my mecha has to be rebuilt and repaired after being blown up. This is because the phantom is composed of countless dead air and soldiers. Even if it is broken, the dead air and soldiers are not damaged. It is just a matter of reorganization. But my mecha is different. Although my mecha is also composed of hundreds of thousands of parts. It is broken once it is broken. Parts can also be damaged. Even if there is a self-repair system. It is useless in the face of the damage of the entire mecha being blown up. So it is impossible to achieve the state of regeneration of broken limbs and resurrection by dripping blood. But Fong Bai recalled the dragon scale armor he developed at the beginning. Now because of the improvement of strength, the dragon scale armor has no use except for showing off. The original dragon wing flight can no longer carry Fong Bai current weight. This armor has long been placed in the exhibition room by Fong Bai. And together, with the first iron pagoda and the second mechanical assisted armor, it has become Fong Bai memory and nostalgia. But compared to the first 2 armors, the dragon scale armor still makes Fong Bai recall it repeatedly. It's not because it's so cool. Okay. This is also a factor. It's so cool that Fong Bai installed a big one at the beginning. And he still misses it for a long time even now. After all, being strong or not is a matter of the present. But being handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime. Of course, in addition to this, the design of the 3rd generation of dragon scale armor is also extremely amazing compared to the first 2 generations of armor, which is different from the first 2 generations of armor. That design is extremely amazing even from Fong Bai perspective now. That is, the composition of the armor is not a piece of parts, a piece of iron plate, but a variety of models are stored through the transformer. And then the gold element is filled through the projection model, which can instantly form a variety of armor forms and weapons. The armor is diversified. The armor is complicated. And even if the armor is blown up, it can be summoned again. The 3rd generation of armor does not have the problem of maintenance. Nor does it need others to assist in the armor. Reconstruction. The body stores gold. And any armor can be used, including heavy long-range attack armor, light assault armor, glider flight reconnaissance armor, etc. Completely free and at will. A transformer can store it completely, which is very powerful. It directly solves the problems of the first 2 generations of armor being inconvenient to carry, unchanged maintenance, and single category. This is simply an epic-making product. And I don't know what genius can design and manufacture it. What? Is it him? Oh, that's okay. In short, the 3rd generation of armor represented by the dragon scale armor is epic-making. Even if Fong Bai looks at it from today's perspective. Because the 4th generation, that is, mecha, in Tiangong Pavilion, the 4th generation originally designated was a type of mecha represented by the Violent Bear mecha. But because of the epic-making breakthrough of the dragon scale armor at that time, the dragon scale armor directly broke through to the master level, directly erasing the main role positioning of the Violent Bear mecha. And because the 1st generation of Iron Pagoda armor is used well at the professional level, The second generation of mechanical assistance armor can also play a significant role at the elite level. It would be fine if it was just the first two generations. But the third generation of dragon scale armor directly reached the master level, thus achieving the direct correspondence between the first, second, and third generation armors at the professional, elite, and master levels. 3 consecutive levels, which directly made Fong Bai and his team set the initial standard of the fourth generation armor as legendary combat power. That is, legendary armor. Due to these two reasons, the mecha represented by the Violent Bear mecha completely lost the hope of competing with the fourth generation armor. Finally, the Violent Bear mecha changed its role positioning and design, and was finally produced and transformed into a large war machine. Through stronger firepower, stronger defense, and more suitable for war, it was transformed into a third generation and a half armor, and was also renamed as a large Violent Bear armor. Until the appearance of the Dust Titan, the fourth generation armor deserved its name, the fourth generation legendary mecha. However, due to technical problems, the fourth generation finally took a step back. The fourth generation did not adopt the summoning mode of the third generation dragon scale armor, and could not be formed directly, but solved the problem of carrying difficulty by summoning in the shadow space. In this way, the fourth generation is equivalent to carrying it with you, which is very convenient. But this still cannot cover up the fact that it did not adopt the advanced concept of the third generation. There is no way. The technology is really not enough. Otherwise, if it is based on the concept of the third generation of dragon scale armor, will the mecha still be blown up? We also have to worry about the subsequent maintenance and repair. And if it is blown up, it has to be reproduced. In the dragon scale armor mode, the mecha is least afraid of being blown up. Fong Bai thought for a while, looking at the direction of the god-killing crossbow, which is the direction of the Tianking and the broken sky. The previous phantom has dissipated at this moment. But Fong Bai will not forget that mode, gathering the dead air and the evil spirits with a kind of intention, in order to pry the authority to form the combat power of the god level, even the combat power of the real god level, not the god under the polite term of demigod. In this operating mode, Fong Bai mind once again emerged the scene he saw in the fire elemental world. Real fire elemental life is made up of fire elements, unlike ordinary fire elemental life like lava beasts. To be honest, real fire elemental life will be stronger and have greater potential. And fire elemental life made up of fire elements is not afraid of being blown up. Fong Bai had experienced it once before. It was very difficult to fight. Even if it was blown up, the opponent would recover immediately, which was very disgusting. And this is not the key point. The key problem is, such fire elemental life has a high upper limit, or it will not be born. But once it is born successfully, it will immediately become a master-level fire elemental life. After a little growth, it is normal to become a legendary fire elemental elder or fire elemental lord. And if you look at it online, there are also demigod-level fire elemental gods. This shows that pure elemental creations also have a very high upper limit of strength, which is no worse than other fire elemental life, and even stronger. So, Fong Bai looked in the direction of the god-killing crossbow again, his eyes slightly staring. The fourth generation is limited by technology and time, so it is difficult to change it. There is no way to change it. After all, the technology is not good. But the fifth generation armor is higher than the gods, and the project has been established and is in the early preparation for the form of the fifth generation armor. Is it better to simply make the armor in advance and put it in other planes to wait for summoning at any time? Or like this phantom, like the fire element life, like the third generation dragon wing armor, use other summoning technology? Fong Bai quickly finalized the research direction of this matter. While thinking, the Dust Titan slowly descended and landed on the top of a mountain in a short while. As soon as he landed, he found that a black shadow passed by and hit the knee of the Dust Titan. Bang! Fong Bai on the spiritual power ocean only felt that his calf knee seemed to touch something. Looking down, a half-step legendary undead was persistently hitting the mecha. And even the reaction array of the mecha was not touched. And there was not even a scratch on the surface of the armor. This undead seemed to have no brains, as if it could not distinguish the strength of the Dust Titan from its own. And it continuously attacked the Dust Titan. Fong Bai looked at it intently. It really has no brains. Did something blow off its skull? Fong Bai couldn't help but mutter. And with a flick of his hand, This half-stepped legendary undead was bounced away and disappeared. After flicking it away, Fong Bai directly cast his eyes on the black spring. Yes, there is also a black spring on the top of the mountain, which is also one of the nodes of the trial space above. So here, a half-stepped legendary undead was born relying on the black spring. Just like what Fong Bai encountered in this trial space before, he also encountered a half-stepped legendary undead as soon as he came in. Looking at this black spring again at this moment, the various high-precision detection method trial clusters on the huge body of the Dust Titan gathered directly around the black spring, and directly followed the spring eye, detecting and penetrating down bit by bit. He came in suddenly. Now that he was here, Fong Bai, in addition to paving the way for the Tiandong Pavilion mage, naturally also wanted to study this most magical black spring. After all, in Fong Bai's opinion, this black spring corresponds to the node of the trial space. That is, the node of this ancient battlefield, coupled with the death energy and soldier evil spirits that are exactly the same as the god-killing crossbow. It is hard for Fong Bai not to be curious. Fong Bai even feels that this is the core of the ancient battlefield. The high-power detection equipment installed on the mecha continues to go deeper, and the precision instruments input a large amount of data into the onboard computing array, scanning from the top to the depths. But the deeper the black spring, the lighter it becomes. In the end, only a stream of death energy with a slight evil intention continues to surge, gradually gathering under the black spring, turning into a black mist, and finally dripping into a spring. The black spring is not an isolated existence. There may be a small spring on the surface, but it is like an iceberg. There are corridors like tree roots hidden underneath, layer after layer, layer after layer. And finally the black mist gushes out and drips into a spring. And the effectiveness of these corridors is due to the entire environment. Even if this piece of land is moved back, it will be useless. Only the black springs in the ancient battlefield are black springs, which can continuously gush out misty spring water and cannot be moved away. And Fong Bai's idea of moving it back to Tiandong Pavilion to settle it was completely dispelled. I have read in some stories that some spiritual springs and spiritual veins have become one. Just like taking root in the world. As long as the roots are taken away and buried as a whole, it can still be maintained like transplanting a big tree. At that time, Fong Bai had an idea. An idea to create a black spring group and a black spring pool in Tiandong Pavilion, so that he could complete the crucial training of the Mecha Master without leaving Tiandong Pavilion. But, if you can't move it back, you can only build defenses, stay on the spot, and then find a way to build a space channel, and come across the border when you need it. After thinking for a moment, Fong Bai shook his head slightly, and the projection of Fong Bai standing in the spiritual ocean of the Dust Titan walked forward, and the Dust Titan in the outside world also walked forward directly. Boom! Boom! The earth shook, and ripples spread outward from the legs of the Dust Mecha, allowing the Dust Titan, which weighed more than 10,000 tons, to stand on the ground instead of being stuck in the mud. However, the price was that the surrounding ground was slowly shaking, and the gravel on the ground also jumped into the air, surrounded by the death aura. Such a violent vibration quickly attracted the attention of countless undead. The eye holes reflecting the fire of the undead looked over with cold eyes. Half-stepped legends, countless legends. In that cold gaze, the fire of the undead slowly beat, as if it could devour life. However, when he saw the Dust Titan, he paused slightly and retracted his eyes. Half-stepped legends. The level of legendary strength is enough for them to have a little instinct. Although only a little. But it can already make a preliminary strength assessment. After all, the brainless people like the one Fong Bai encountered when he just entered are very rare. However, before the Dust Titan could go far, it slowly dissipated and turned into a chip that fell into Fong Bai's hand. And the original aura was completely eliminated. Fong Bai came in to explore, not to cause trouble. Besides, this ancient battlefield is the source of the power of the god-killing crossbow, and the upper limit of the level is definitely the god level. The strongest in such a field is definitely at this level, not to mention the real god level. The strongest in such a field is at least a top-level demigod, and if the authority of this ancient battlefield is mastered, the strength will be further enhanced. It is hard to say whether the Dust Titan can sweep here with its strength. So, Fong Bai came in to explore. Chapter 601. Fong Bai walked in this world filled with death and full of undead. He was indeed here to explore. He didn't drive the Dust Titan because he was worried about attracting the real strong men in this battlefield. It would be fine if he had a big battle. He would just collect battle data and upgrade the auxiliary battle system. But what he was most worried about was that the battle would cause too much fluctuation, thus attracting the attention of higher levels, such as the trial space. You know, he attracted the attention of the trial space at the beginning, which led to the god-killing crossbow aiming at the evil god and killing the evil god. If he attracted the god-killing crossbow because of a battle, wouldn't he be a pure injustice? Not only would he die, but the opportunity to explore this ancient battlefield would also be lost. He was really curious about this ancient battlefield, because this is not only the origin of the Black Spring, but also an important resource origin that is convenient for handpicking. And it is the highest priority. It is also because this is part of the ruins of an ancient civilization. And it is also a working ruins of an ancient civilization with the ability to kill gods. It is also the only relic among all the relics discovered so far that has transformed the field and turned the entire field into part of a weapon. Thinking of this, Fong Bai looked up at the god-killing crossbow and the chain looming above the evil god plane. It feels outrageous to shape the invisible and intangible field into a crossbow arrow and a chain to penetrate the plane. Anchor the plane and hunt the plane. Let's not talk about whether the field is malleable. Just say that this model, after developing, can it hunt the world? Driving a giant boat wandering in the sea of stars. Slowly turning the rudder in your hand when you find a world hidden in the endless darkness. As the rudder turns, the heavy and huge god-killing crossbow slowly turns to the world with a creaking sound, accompanied by the sound of the bowstring. The crossbow arrow drags a trace of connection across the endless distance to hit a small black dot and penetrate it. That trace of connection quickly expanded into a field, and turned into a chain connecting the giant boat and the world. The warriors in the giant boat followed the chain into the world, and the winch slowly turned with a creaking sound, retracting the chain and the world. Soon, the cabin of the giant boat was pulled into the world, and like other worlds, it was stored in a freezing cabin alone. Then the giant boat slowly drifted and continued to sail towards the depths of darkness. Fong Bai was startled, woke up from this picture, and took a long breath. He believed that this picture was definitely not a pure fantasy, and it might have appeared before. But Fong Bai believed that the thing sailing in the endless darkness of the universe might not be a giant boat, but a city. Just like the murals he saw when he obtained the demon beasts before. The god-level killing machine demon beasts stood in the floating city, far less than the human figure in the center. The big in the murals may not be big in size, but more likely to show that the person has a high status, is important, and powerful. So even if the god-level demon beasts are not fill-in soldiers in the floating city, their status will not be high. If the god-level demon beast soldiers are put into the floating city of such a hunting world, and pulled back to the world by the god-level soldiers turning the wheel, this is very reasonable. Fong Bai shook his head slightly. In addition to the transformation of the chain, this is also the only reason he has found so far. The so-called use of intention refers to the use of the intention in the dead air and the soldier's evil spirit to pry the power, so as to shape the semi-god level phantom. The method of carrying this intention, the method of using this intention, and the method of nurturing this intention are all what Fong Bai needs, which is very important. Although the manufacturer of the Dust Titan used intention to give the Dust Titan attributes, it not only made the Dust Titan have the essence of a legendary mecha, but also had the combat power of the semi-god level. But in fact, the source of the Dust Titan's strength is more of Fong Bai's own field, more of the power aggregation of hundreds of thousands of 4th level legendary equipment, and the rune array cluster composed of countless profound runes. It is all of this. This trace of Dust Titan Chi is just a medicine. Although it is indispensable, only a trace is enough. This trace was completed by Fong Bai with the help of the reflection of the fantasy space. In fact, Fong Bai has no experience in this area. At most, it allows Fong Bai to understand some Chi and some intentions. Let Fong Bai know their existence, some of their uses and ways of use. And this Chi, this intention, is no different from the spirit of the times in Fong Bai's previous plan. The difference may be that some things are born from the field of heaven and earth, and some are born from the prosperity of humanity. This is like being born with gods and believing in gods after birth. In addition, there is his idea of the 5th generation of armor, a generation of creations that truly belong to the level of gods, a generation of creations that inherit the 3 generations of dragon scale armor and can be reborn with a drop of blood, and the latter is inseparable from intention. Counting carefully, all of these are related to Fong Bai's overall goal and the development of the next generation of armor of Tiangong Pavilion, which is of great significance to Fong Bai. Walking on this land stained by blood and killing. The land is full of broken weapons and broken bones, and each fragment is entangled with evil spirits. As Fong Bai walked, skeletons would occasionally crawl out of the mud, holding broken weapons, and the souls in their minds would slowly beat. After no abnormalities were found around, they would scatter again and be buried in the soil. For foreign explorers, these skeletons buried in the soil are hidden minds and hidden murderous intentions. The strength of skeletons ranges from professional to elite levels. They are a bit clumsy, and should be a little weaker than normal human professionals of the same level, because they lack flesh and blood. Their defense, strength, and defense are much worse. But they also lack fatal weaknesses, and they are not afraid of pain, so they will not be at a disadvantage in battle. If the explorers step on such skeletons buried in the ground, they can kill them with the least impact at the first time. If the battle lasts a little longer and the battle wave dissipates, it will definitely attract a steady stream of skeletons with varying strengths. One careless mistake and bad luck will lead to the destruction of the whole group. As long as enough skeletons are stepped on, they will always hit a strong one, which basically means death. However, at this moment, Fong Bai, as an explorer, walked freely on this land full of undead skeletons, walking over like a leisurely garden, and stepped on it all the way. During this period, there were countless undead spirits that were startled, ranging from professional level to master level. But each skeleton revived like the skeleton at the beginning, looking around and finding no abnormality, and then scattered on the ground again. Fong Bai was only a few meters or 10 meters away from them, still pacing forward, without any hiding, but was ignored by the undead. If you look closely, you will find that there is a golden light on the surface of his body. Under the restrained golden light, the inside and outside are already isolated. Here, although the naked eye can see Fong Bai standing on the ground, if you use mental power or the way of sensing breath to perceive, you can't find any trace. It's there with open eyes, and it's gone with closed eyes. If anyone sees this scene, they will face a strong sense of tearing. Even the mage profession is the same, because most single target spells are to lock the chi and release tracking. Although there are many spells guided by the eyes, they can also be adjusted directly. But it's too easy to get rid of the sight alone, and it's too easy to be misled by illusions. For such an enemy, the sense of tearing and conflict faced by the mage will only be stronger. If you want a better attack, you can only use some large-scale spells to cover and bomb. Otherwise, it's hard to have any other way. Although the undead here are sensitive to vitality and elemental fluctuations, they have no naked eyes. Calling them blind is flattering them. They don't even have flesh and blood, let alone lock Fong Bai with their eyes. So they naturally can't find Fong Bai. In his mind, he recalled the cluster structure of the 6-level trial space array that he had deduced at the beginning, and according to the relative position angles of several nodes scanned by the Dust Titan at the beginning, the distance was inserted into it. After a while, a place that perfectly matched the standard emerged in his mind, and the black spring that he had just passed by was also found by Fong Bai. It was a 6-level node, which was the lowest level node deduced so far. After roughly finding the direction, Fong Bai walked towards the area of higher level nodes. While walking, his pupil technique quietly opened, watching the dead air rising from the earth, and the evil air rising from the earth. The dead air and the evil air intertwined with each other. Looking closely, you can find that they are more or less from the areas where the undead are buried, and a few come from the land stained with blood. Fong Bai opened his pupil technique and watched inch by inch, and every second a huge stream of information poured into his mind. This is information, all precious wealth, but this is like a mountain of gold that hits you at 300 kilometers per hour. Although it is a priceless treasure, it can really kill people. Fong Bai estimated that even a legendary mage would be stunned by this scale of information flow, and Fong Bai couldn't bear it even now. However, at this moment, all these information flows were imported by Fong Bai into the computing power array in the inner space. The computing power array that received the vast information was fully powered, processing the information continuously and filtering out useful data from it. And Fong Bai then imported his mental power into it to read the useful data. And the useless data was not wasted, but was completely shredded and stored after being disrupted into meaningless garbage information. Due to the limitation of the storage unit, All the complete data will be scanned into the library wall in the fantasy space and stored. The disrupted junk information was only stored for a few minutes. That was found by countermeasure against soul attacks and spiritual attacks. Some people always think that his mental power may be relatively weak despite his invincible physical body. But after the achievement of the golden body, the mental defense strength is no worse than that of the physical body. But the counterattack is a little bit worse. So the stored junk information for a few minutes came into being. Fongbai was scared when he saw this thing. And he was very cautious, fearing that it would be triggered accidentally. After all, the amount of information in 1 second is enough to make the unprepared legend crash. There are 60 seconds in a minute. And Fongbai prepared for several minutes. The outbreak is no joke. Since preparing this, Fongbai has been waiting for someone to connect to his mental field. Or someone to try to share his perception. And then come directly. It will definitely be sour and cool. It was a pity that when he fought with the chief invaded the sea of Mecha Spirit. And he directly called over with the meaning of Dust Titan. And did not use this information bomb. Otherwise, he might be able to see how the actual combat effect would be. Thinking of this, Fongbai shook his head with regret, and then focused his mind on the incoming information again. His focus was on the rise of Evil Spirit and Death Spirit. And his main focus was on the rise of Death Spirit and Evil Spirit above the undead skeletons. However, the main object of the research, what he wanted to see was not these Death Spirits and Evil Spirits. Although Death Spirits and Evil Spirits are powerful, in Fongbai view, they are not surprising. It's just shaping the field, and then cultivating undead skeletons through the field in turn, and then feeding the field with undead. He can do this. And Tiangong Pavilion can do it too. Even the Rhino Park and Warhorse Farm of Tiangong Pavilion today adopt this model. The Rhino Park and the Warhorse Farm were shaped into independent fields, and the fields were used to cultivate rhinos and warhorses. And finally the warhorses fed back to the fields, making the fields stronger and complementing each other, so that the growth rate of rhinos and warhorses was far beyond the ordinary. Among this change, the only thing that attracted Fongbai to study the most was the dead air and evil spirit. The energy level of these two was not low, and it could be regarded as a very good energy source. It was even better for attack. If a mecha could be driven by such dead air and evil spirit, it would be a legendary mecha, and the demigod combat power would not be a problem. After all, there was the real example of the phantom in front of us. So we just had to cross the river by feeling the stones. But Fongbai was not interested in it now. What Fongbai wanted to find was the fighting spirit that might be mixed between the dead air and the evil spirit. This kind of fighting spirit of the soldiers and evil spirits belonging to the ancient battlefield was the main reason for the formation of the phantom. And its origin was this wisp of regret and will about the battle. These strands of remnants of battle and will gathered in some form, and finally formed the will of this ancient battlefield. How did they gather together? Why didn't these strands of remnants of battle conflict with each other? Or how were the conflicts resolved? How did these strands of remnants of battle gather into a complete war spirit and evil spirit? Even if this war spirit and evil spirit was formed, it would still be a mysterious existence, just like the spirit of the times. As long as it existed, everyone could actually sense it. But at the same time, it was just sensed. This spirit of the time seemed to exist in everyone's spiritual world, affecting everyone, but no one could grasp it, let alone transform it, or use it against the enemy. How was this spirit of the times, this war spirit and evil spirit, intercepted? How did this war spirit and evil spirit integrate into the god-killing crossbow and transform into the phantom to fight for it? What changes occurred in it? And what was used as a carrier? These questions were like black holes, constantly devouring Fongbai attention. Let Fongbai be more involved in these information flows. Chapter 602 Cross-Server Players? Regret? Fongbai pondered quietly, sensing the residual consciousness mixed in the dead air and the evil spirits. The residual consciousness in the dead air seems to come from the soul fire, or the soul that dissipated directly without forming the soul fire. The residual consciousness in the evil spirits is an important part of the evil spirits, some of which may come from the owner of the weapon, and some may come from the people or creatures killed or injured by the weapon. Fongbai could sense a slight difference. There was even a feeling of shouting and killing among them, which made the residual thoughts extremely explosive. It exploded as if they could fight if they were given a little controllable elemental power. The fact seems to be true. After the residual thoughts were integrated into the elemental power, they acted on the microscopic level of the elemental power. making the elemental power integrated into the evil spirits become very unstable, and at the same time very lethal. In comparison, the regrets that rise from the soul fire and the soul are much calmer. But they are naturally corrosive and contain a kind of resentment. Hatred of life. Resentment of life. Perhaps the general killing power of the soldier may be much stronger. But if it is specifically aimed at living life, the effect of the elemental power that incorporates this regret is better. This can even directly erode the origin of life, which is the so-called shortening of life. Although it cannot erode Fong Bai. Fong Bai tried it, and it does have this function. In a new magic circle created by Fong Bai, the slight fluctuation of the elemental basic particles showed the rise of regrets. Then, by distinguishing different fluctuation states, the regrets from different sources were distinguished again. And then data was collected through technical means, and then mimicked. And a more specific picture appeared in front of Fong Bai. Of course, after all, it was formed through mimicry. Although such a picture is more vivid and specific, it is somewhat distorted and cannot be perfectly explained. So Fong Bai is still more accustomed to browsing its slowly rising process through a series of data. The remnants of the soul fire and the soldier's evil spirits entangled and intertwined with each other, accompanied by the deathly aura. And the soldier's evil spirits floated up to the sky, floating towards the great clouds that covered the entire dome of the ancient battlefield, and merged into it. This gray cloud layer is the embodiment and symbol of the ancient battlefield field. The width of the cloud layer can roughly distinguish the coverage of the field, and the thickness and concentration of the cloud layer can distinguish the strength of its field power. This is a very common way of viewing. Clouds are also a very common form of field expression. The cloud of the Legion of the Extraordinary Legion can also be regarded as such a field. It's just that the power of this field is extremely obvious, and the form of expression of this field is more special. When the method of the Extraordinary Army was just developed, this may not have been understood. But as the understanding of the field became more and more, it became roughly clear. The core of the Extraordinary Army is blood, and will that runs through it. Will is like a pen. Blood and ink, rewriting the rules of heaven and earth under the sky of heaven and earth. So there is the talent of the Legion. So there is the suppression of extraordinary power. This is the root of the Extraordinary Army. And its strength depends on the strength of the blood and chi, and the strength of the will. These two are as indispensable as the pen and ink. Nowadays, the world rules that this kind of extraordinary army can change are extremely limited, and it looks relatively ordinary. However, theoretically speaking, if the blood and chi and will are extremely strong, it is not impossible to reshape the rules. And it is not impossible to use the rules as plasticine according to one's own wishes. At that time, maybe God will have to take 2 punches. Of course, this is just a theory. Just like theoretically, netizens can find any picture, but they can't find a girlfriend. Oh, the latter is probably true. As for the former, the theory is just a theory after all. If it really happens, then it might be a miracle. Right? Are there miracles in this world? Fong Bai shook his head slightly. He did not give an answer. He just walked on this ancient battlefield, and from time to time arranged a magic array that he had just designed and supplemented it with a magic array that records data, so as to monitor the data of each area. At the same time, Fong Bai also observed the terrain and other structural environments of the ancient battlefield based on the deduced array structure of the trial space. The array they mastered was the fundamental array that supported the trial space. In other words, the spatial structure of this space. This array constituted the main framework of the space. Only with the framework can the details be filled in bit by bit. Without the framework, without the space itself, there would be nothing. This is the most important thing. After this period of contact, along with the understanding of this ancient battlefield, Fong Bai found that this ancient battlefield played a kind of foundation role for the trial space. At the same time, it also provides energy for weapons. Maybe the trial space is driven by this ancient battlefield. In short, this ancient battlefield is an important part of the trial space, and it is also one of the important frameworks. Fong Bai believes that a careful look at this ancient battlefield and this field can play an important role in his research on the trial space structure, because the world itself is the largest field. Which fields are composed of the world field? And in what form? Are they overlapping or parallel? What is the relationship between them? And how are these fields composed? What role do these fields play? The world of the main material world is too big and contains too much. Even Fong Bai finds it difficult to walk through one field after another, to feel and experience them one by one. It is too big, unrealistic, and there are too many Jedi in it. So what about demigods? Do you really think that demigods can be pushed flat? Do you really think that demigods are invincible? Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about the nearby Longway area. Don't think that the Dragon Power area was ordinary before. And there were not even a few master-level monsters. Fong Bai was driving the Dust Titan some time ago, and felt very proud, and was about to revisit the old place. As a result, he sensed more than one demigod aura before entering the Dragon Power area. It seems that because he is too big a target, he has attracted the attention of the demigods inside before entering. They stared at him directly, and seemed to be ready to attack at any time. In addition, although various detection methods cannot detect the Dragon Power area, with the spiritual perception of the Dust Titan, he clearly noticed that there are often demigod-level battles in the depths of the Dragon Power area, and demigods splatter blood from time to time. But all fluctuations are obscured by the Dragon Power area. In addition, even if he controls the Dust Titan, the Dragon Power is still terrifying. You know, he is now a demigod. You know, there were not even a few master-level monsters in the Dragon Power area before. But now there are demigods, and bloody battles break out from time to time. No matter how deep the water is, Fong Bai dare not go in. He is really afraid of dying if he tries. Fong Bai also knew the origins of these demigods. They should be the various monsters that ate the dragon scale fruit that grew on the land under the dragon's might. They did not burst to death under the erosion of dragon energy, but continued to fight for more dragon scale fruit and absorb more dragon energy. So their strength would naturally become stronger and stronger. But in the process, they also became vassals, or even incarnations of the Dragon Energy Master. While possessing strong strength, they also gained a lot of combat experience and strong killing skills in the continuous fighting. Except that they were no longer themselves, lost their independence and will. Everything else was almost perfect. But this also meant death. It was like an ordinary person was refined into a puppet by Fong Bai and had strong strength. Is the strength his? No. It's Fong Bai. And this situation is not uncommon according to the news from the Fire Tower. At least in every place where the remains of the gods appear in the world, there will be similar situations. And this also determines that the best time to explore this kind of forbidden area of gods is when it appears in the world. Because at that time, the guardians in the restricted area had not grown up yet, and did not have enough protection power. Generally, as long as you don't go to the core area, it is still relatively safe. Of course, the forbidden areas of gods also have different situations. Some have high exploration value, and some have no value except for the core area. Or the truly valuable things need time to breed in the forbidden areas of gods. But before the treasures are bred, the guardians of the restricted areas have grown up. If you want to take the treasures, you must take them with strength, without tricks. The Longway area obviously belongs to the latter. The real treasures need to be bred in a special environment created under the dragon's power. And the treasures such as the dragon scale fruit that were available at the beginning, let alone robbing. For those who have insight, they don't want them for free. Obviously, this Longway area belongs to the latter. It is not worth much exploration in the early stage, and it is too dangerous in the later stage. Even if there are treasures, they dare not be easily explored. So when the Longway area just appeared in the world, no one went to explore. Now it has taken shape, and it is estimated that some treasures are also bred in this special environment covered by the dragon's might. But judging from the demigod's eyes that Fong Bai sensed, if you don't have some ability, don't go in and die. The reason why the restricted area is called a restricted area is always for a reason. And the dragon's presence restricted area alone is like this. Not to mention other places like the Dust Plain, the Storm Sea, and the Endless Forest Sea. Fong Bai can't wade through any of them. And he has to keep his head down and be a man, let alone sweep the world. So if he wants to study the world's field composition, it is more appropriate to study these plains and spaces. Let's not talk about whether the demigod can sweep this world. At least, he has the capital to explore. Just like the evil god plane. There is only one evil god in the entire plane. If you kill him, you can explore and study at will. No one can disturb you. It is very safe. The exploration of the evil god plane, that is, the number 1 plane, has been handed over to a project team and a high-altitude reconnaissance drone. The high-altitude reconnaissance drone is responsible for the overall work. The project team will use precision equipment to explore, and finally hand over a perfect answer to Fong Bai. Fong Bai can rest assured about this. The main reason is that no one can replace the ancient battlefield. So Fong Bai has to go out by himself to collect information about the field structure. The world structure, the plane structure, or the space structure is very important to him. Under his promotion, Fong Bai walked step by step towards the depths of the ancient battlefield. The death cloud above the depths was gloomy and dense, making the sky extremely dark. The air was surrounded by death, like fog. And Fong Bai's figure gradually became blurred and faded in the fog, and finally disappeared without a trace. Fallen Leaf City. As Fong Bai explored the ancient battlefield, a beacon tower on the border outside Luoya City was struck by a thunderbolt. Sparks of electricity filled the air, and a strange silver light flashed, as if it was connected to something. Silver light flashed, and in an instant, a group of players appeared out of thin air on a wasteland under the tower. These players seemed to be covered with wounds and blood, and even their knives and armor were full of traces of battle, as if they had just retreated from the battlefield. As soon as they appeared, they gasped heavily, and someone asked after a while. But when the words came out, they were in a foreign language. There seemed to be some Chinese pronunciations in the foreign language, which sounded like a dialect from somewhere at first glance. And it means, "We have escaped?" Jingdianjin. Where is this? I don't know. I used a random teleportation scroll. But no matter where it is, it means we have escaped. We will use my treasured return scroll to go back later. But Jingdianjin, I don't think we need to go back so quickly. Since we have teleported here, we might as well explore here and leave those guys alone for a while. But we have brought the elites out. What if the base is breached? We have brought the elites out. So what if it is breached? Are the other things worth this much? The man patted a package on his back and said happily, "When we completely control it and kill it back, we can take everything back. Everything will still be ours." After the voice fell, the two looked at each other, then smiled and laughed. "Okay, Mr. Sakata is right. Come on. Explore the surrounding area immediately to determine the location and the situation of the surrounding players' forces and the situation of the noble forces." Hi! As soon as the voice fell, several capable players scattered and disappeared in the mountains. The rest of the people did not stay there for long. They studied the damaged beacon towers in the back and found that they were all damaged and there were no valuable items. They immediately moved and disappeared in the mountains. The place was calm again, as if nothing had happened and no one knew they were here. At the same time, in Luoya City, in the headquarters of the Blood Hunter Guild, Shui Yunqi was anxious. Fuck. Where does that idiot Li Ming get the money? Buying monster meat every day? Where did he get investment? The Red Alliance is next to him and may attack at any time. What kind of idiot would invest here? Why can't I touch it? Shui Yunqi looked at the list of monster meat purchases, and his scalp was numb. Although he has secretly gathered resources to train a small-scale extraordinary army. But who knows if other forces have it? Chapter 603. What? National players who live a good life? Those idiots. Why can't you be more honest? It's like I'm going to trick you, Shui Yunqi said indignantly. He heard the news. Except for this company that purchased monster meat to train the army. The other companies seemed to be as nervous as him, and couldn't afford monster meat. But in fact, they have secretly built a small-scale extraordinary army, hiding it, and showing nothing to the outside world. No results. Not honest at all. Despicable. Pa! Shui Yunqi felt very ashamed, and then frowned again. What should I do? What should I do? Although I had some soup with Tiandong Pavilion before. No matter how much money I have, it is not enough to build this. Not enough. Far from enough. The supernatural army that was finally trained has already gone deep into the wilderness. I don't know if I can hunt a few giant beasts. If I can hunt a few more, it will be enough for a while. Although Shui Yunqi said this, he did not have any hope. The slightly smarter giant beasts have all moved deeper. Well, the stupid ones are gone. After all, there are now 4 or 5 supernatural armies in that area. Seeing the giant beasts is like seeing money. Their eyes are redder than rabbits. They are basically gone when they show up. For the giant beasts, it is now a hell difficulty dungeon. If you enter, you will go to hell in a few minutes. Not to mention the giant beasts. Even the players have to be careful when entering. 4 or 5 extraordinary armies are interspersed in the encirclement and suppression. And small-scale melees are fought from time to time. All the players in the place have already regarded others as imaginary enemies and spies of the enemy. If they disagree, they will be killed first. Except for these forces, no players dare to enter the entire Loya city. These bastards have just obtained the extraordinary army. They are not only hunting giant beasts, but also training soldiers and tactics. Of course, although they know that it is very likely to be these forces, none of these bastards revealed their names and dared to raise their flags. Oh, it's not that they didn't raise their flags. Others raised their flags a lot. Well, maybe they raised their own flags too. Shui Yuqi thought about it, and immediately made a phone call to notify the extraordinary army deep in the mountains to change a flag. Don't stand up for others. Stand up for your own ideas. Alas, this group of people, can they all be like me and be more open and honest? Shui Yuqi shook his head slightly and sighed, then looked at the shopping list on the table again, feeling a headache. Where can I find a way to make money? Go into the deepest part of the wilderness? The giant beasts have basically migrated to the deepest part of the wilderness. And if they go in, they will definitely gain something. But this idea only flashed through his mind, and he had no plan to implement it. It's not that they don't want to, but it's clear that there are legendary monsters in the deepest part. And there are more than one. If you go in, you will really die. The wisdom of normal legendary monsters is no less than that of humans. If you really anger them and force them to have no way out, it is not impossible for them to join hands and slaughter their extraordinary legions. After all, they have only just practiced cloud energy, and there is still a long way to go before they can give birth to talents. Although they are already working hard, it still takes time to accumulate and battles to accumulate. And it's not that fast. Once a group of legends come out, they really can't stop them, although they have anonymously cut off contact with the main body of the guild, so as not to involve the main body of the guild. What if the group of monsters is forced into a corner, and a monster tide is set off to slaughter all the people in Loya City? This is unacceptable. So in addition to arranging some backup plans to prevent the beast tide, they also try their best to maintain restraint. So unless it is absolutely necessary, the deepest part of the wilderness cannot be entered. Therefore, if you want to make money, you must find another way. Is there any way to make money quickly? God, can you give me a windfall? Shui Yuqi let out a wail, and before the wail fell, the phone in reality suddenly rang. And he answered the phone offline. What? What did you say? Killed a group of people from a country where life is pretty good? Shui Yuqi was stunned. What the hell? Where did the devils come from in Loya City? Did other families find it? Shui Yuqi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Puzzled. But suddenly, a flash of inspiration suddenly emerged in his mind. Ways to make money. Windfall. Isn't it here? Shui Yuqi said softly, and then listened to the inquiry on the phone and made a decision immediately. Show your identity, and let them report the situation to their families. Then make an appointment with them for tea. Right now. The location is where you are now. Shui Yuqi hung up the phone, twisted his neck, immediately logged into the game again, and got up and set off. Time is like a progress bar, slowly pulling its progress forward. In the wilderness of Loya City, two wounded players sat on a snake and gasped for breath. There were also cracks on the body made of all gold, and it was still covered with frost. And this azure blue snake was as thick as a thigh, and it still exuded bursts of coldness. Although it was dead, it still flashed a breath belonging to an elite-level monster. This snake weighs at least more than 200 kilograms, and I will count it as more than 100 kilograms for the meat. Judging from the current purchase price of elite-level monster meat, it is at least more than 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. One person said with a smile on his face, and the other one immediately added after hearing it. No, don't take it to the meat dealers. You just enter the industry, and you don't know. They sell these meats. The starting price of elite monster meat is 200 yuan. Snake meat is not bad at this price. It's at least 250 yuan. The difference is more than 100 yuan. I know a blood hunter guild that buys meat. They can give a price of 200 yuan. This snake is at least 30,000 yuan. The player made a 3 gesture with his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. 30,000? Of course not. The price of monster meat has skyrocketed recently. These guilds are crazy about collecting monster meat, but they are also crazy about killing monsters. These guilds have their own hunting teams, specializing in hunting giant beasts and large-scale beasts. They are not like us who are small-scale hunters. They are deeper, and there are no telling how many individual teams there are. Although the price of monster meat has gone up, But monsters are also harder to find. The overall income has not increased. Who is it? The player's face suddenly changed, and he turned around to avoid it. The big knife in his hand chopped back. But it was too late. In the shadows, a sinister mustache showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and the slender single-edged dagger in his hand pressed down gently against the spine of this player. In just a moment, no matter what profession this player is, the dagger will cut off the connection between his spine in the shortest time. He will lose all resistance. But he will not die. Say any, go to hell. Sizzle. 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 The dagger made a sharp and piercing sound when it was scratched on the player's skin, like nails scratching on a blackboard. Sparks flying everywhere. At this moment, the sinister man who attacked was stunned, and the player who was attacked was also stunned. Japanese? No. How could there be Japanese in the game world? Luia City has never heard of Japanese. Nor have the nearby cities. Nor have other cities heard of them. This player was extremely confident, because in other games, he was used to looking for foreigners, especially Japanese, to start national wars and enjoyed it. This game was no exception. He specifically looked for them. But there were no Japanese. No Japanese. Not even one. He had never heard of any news about Japanese. But that was clearly Japanese. Chinese? Hearing the voice, the sinister man who attacked was also stunned. Although they all spoke Chinese, the way people in their country spoke Chinese, and the way those nobles spoke Chinese were different. Especially after entering the game. Because all the nobles in the game speak Chinese. It is even more difficult for those who have to learn Chinese in the game to speak standard Chinese. Among the players, only the Chinese can speak standard Chinese and say the word gizi. But how can there be Chinese in the game? In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through their minds, and their eyes were almost the same astonishment. Japanese service? Chinese service. In just a moment, the sinister man shouted, "Let's catch those people alive. Everyone. Capture them alive." Yes. Yes. Before the voice fell, the surrounding players appeared from the shadows one after another. And in a moment, there were more than 5. Listening to the Japanese they spoke and looking at the Japanese who appeared one after another. The 2 players were stunned and shouted the next moment, "Run!" The player just now didn't hesitate at all. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. And then he rushed directly into the depths of the wilderness. Seeing this, the other player followed without hesitation. "Stop them!" The sinister man at the beginning growled in Japanese, and the dagger in his hand instantly changed into a thin long knife. As the 2 players rushed forward, the 2 Japanese players directly attacked them, and the flames carried by the long knives in their hands woven into a knife net to cover them, leaving no room for escape. But the 2 players had no intention of dodging at all, and they directly covered their heads with their hands and rushed forward. Squeak! 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 One after another, the 2 defenseless people rushed out directly, with only a few shallow scratches on their bodies. In shock, the 2 of them took out the encirclement. "Damn it. Tanaka. Go back and report. The others will chase with me," the sinister man ordered in Japanese, and without waiting for a reply, he rushed forward at full speed. With a single hand, a dart appeared in his hand, wrapped in a layer of shadow, and flew out the next moment. His darts never missed. Ding! The dart hit and bounced out, leaving only a barely visible scratch at the location of the hit, with a shadow assisting and eroding it bit by bit. Damn it. Chase! So many things happened in such a short time that his brain was confused and he couldn't react for a while. But looking at the 2 players, he still gave orders according to his instinct. One chased and the other fled. The 2 players in front didn't care, holding their heads and rushing forward. No matter how they hit behind, they just took the beating, then tightened the muscle fibers of one leg, twisted them, and finally released the greatest force to stomp. And the whole person flew out immediately. And all the attacks behind were like massage. The people chasing behind tried their best to attack the 2 people running in front, but they only suffered superficial injuries. Every time they wanted to prepare powerful moves, the 2 people had already run away. No matter what they cursed or insulted, they didn't stop and rushed in. The runners were really frustrated, and the chasers were even more frustrated. The sinister man remembered these 2 players and this disgusting profession. In addition, this way of running made the sinister man feel a little uneasy. Although he hadn't run far, the sinister man stopped and raised his right hand to signal others to stop. But before he could say anything, the two players in front shouted as they crossed a canyon. The ones chasing me are the devils. Cross-server national war. The moment the voice fell, 7 or 8 people suddenly appeared in the canyon that was originally empty. They hid in different corners and divided into several teams. They were from different forces at a glance. But there were very conspicuous signs on their clothes. You can tell which force they belonged to at a glance. But at this moment, none of them looked at each other, but all looked at the two players who were running over, and at the sinister man and others who were chasing after them. "What did you just say?" Suddenly, someone asked. "A cross-server national war." "No. The sentence before." The player reacted immediately and said immediately, "The one chasing me is Japanese." The moment the voice fell, the scene was silent for a while, and one by one the players turned their heads to look at the sinister man and the mustache under his nose. In an instant, something seemed to revive in the DNA. Without any hesitation, without any intention of verifying, one after another, different models of horns were taken out. Woo 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 woo. 5 sounds. Horns of different frequencies hum, and a sense of vastness suddenly resounded through the sky. The next moment, there was a faint echo of horns in the depths of the endless wilderness. "Run!" The sinister man yelled in Japanese and turned to flee. When the Japanese language was heard, the players who were just blowing the horn could not help but breathe faster, and subconsciously grasped the weapons in their hands. They looked at each other. The players who usually fought with their brains did not have any hostile intentions at this moment. However, the fighting and killing intent in their eyes were not weaker than usual, and even far exceeded the ordinary. The fighting and killing intent were burning like flames. The next moment, one after another player shot out like arrows from a bow. There were only muffled sounds when they walked. It was clear that they were running, but there were no deep footprints. Instead, the entire piece of land nearby was slightly shaken, and the iron-framed longbow in his hand was instantly pulled to the full moon, and the bowstring rang. Swish, swish, swish. Chapter 604, A Talent, Righteous Battle. Swish, swish, swish. Powerful arrows fell with a sharp whistling sound, and each time they fell, they could smash a big hole in the ground. If you look closely, none of those arrows are sharp diamond-shaped arrowheads, but all of them are flat hammers. With such a speed and such a flat hammer, once hit by an arrow, there is no penetration at all, only shattering. I don't know what this kind of arrow is designed for. The sinister man ran desperately in one direction, and arrows kept coming from behind, but few hit him as they dodged, one chasing and one fleeing. A complete reversal. After a while of chasing and fleeing, a player chasing behind suddenly frowned. No, he is not going back. He is taking us around in circles. After the voice fell, the others also noticed something was wrong, and immediately looked at each other inside. Although they had not discussed it, the tacit understanding they had developed in the past made them choose to chase but not kill, to see if they could find the nest of this group of people. But unexpectedly, this Japanese server player did not ignore this point in the tense escape process. And he was not a fool. He actually chose to lead them in a circle. Forget it. After one person finished speaking, the others did not reply, and raised their longbows one after another. After a slight pause, swish, swish, swish. The sinister man heard the sound and realized something was wrong. He turned back and found that arrows were falling in a blanket manner. No matter the speed or angle, there was no way to dodge. His heart tightened, and he quickly supported the shield. As soon as the shield was raised, an arrow came. Bang! The arrow fell like a flat hammer, making a loud noise, and the shield trembled and fluctuated violently. Before he could be thankful, he found that 5 or 6 arrows were coming at him. Boom! 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 It was like 5 heavy hammers fell. The first one had already shattered the shield, and the next 4 fell firmly on him, smashing him into mud. The last thought left in the sinister man's mind was, what kind of enemy did they face before? Why did the arrows pursue such a sudden damage? And were they used to focusing fire like this? Can't one arrow kill someone? Must it be 6? The sinister man and his group were killed, and no one was left alive. The next moment, the corpses turned into white light and disappeared in front of them. After a period of pursuit, the large army behind them had already arrived at the mountain pass. Looking at the extraordinary army with flags erected, there were even 2 extraordinary army flags that were exactly the same. Maybe these two extraordinary armies are from the same force? But when you get closer, you can find that they are cursing at each other. Shameless. Impersonating my family. You are obviously impersonating us. But you dare not even raise your own flag. Are you afraid of being embarrassed? A group of players cursed while waiting for their own players, who blew the horn to return home. These scouts also carefully identified them, fearing that they had walked into the wrong camp. This situation has happened before. After answering each camp and briefly explaining the situation, everyone immediately felt something was wrong. Where did the Japanese server players come from? Never heard of cross-server? Could it be that the Japanese in our country got an invitation letter and entered the game? Then all gathered together. Impossible. We have never heard of the existence of Japanese in our area. Otherwise we would have been beaten up long ago. Maybe they just know this and hide themselves? This sentence made one person frown slightly. But the other deputy spoke. Does it make a difference? It's not unfair to fight them. In reality, we are not allowed to do such things, which will cause trouble to the country. But who should we fight in the game if not them? The remaining few people looked at each other after hearing this, and their thoughts suddenly became clear. Is that so? No matter whether they are from the Japanese server or not, they are definitely not Chinese. In this case, we will fight them first. After all, we are idle anyway. But there is one thing we must pay attention to. What? If they are really Japanese players, how did they get here? Space means. There are and only space means. What I mean is, if they are Japanese players, they can come here. Can we get there? Fight them. Of course. But the first point is that we must not let them escape. After the voice fell, several people looked at each other and reached a consensus. The next moment, streams of chi and blood surged into the sky, and the wills of hundreds of people gathered. The strong will penetrated the chi and blood and the elements of heaven and earth. The spread of the clouds of one family instantly attracted the attention of the other families. They understood the meaning of it quickly or slowly. But before they understood it, the clouds naturally rose, like a stress reaction. The clouds of the 5 extraordinary armies rose at the same time, and the thick clouds quickly swept in all directions. In the sky, it was like thousands of heavy cavalry charging, mighty and mighty. But in a blink of an eye, the entire area was covered, and everything was silent. The next moment, the 5 extraordinary armies instantly dispersed, and dispersed in all directions. There was once a large herd of beasts, and none of them had the ability to hunt alone. At that time, 5 clouds rose to the sky to suppress one side, and the 5 extraordinary armies were separated in 4 directions, like 5 capstans, quickly interweaving and dividing, encircling and blocking, swallowing up the entire large herd bit by bit, and each family had a full meal. This moment was like a replay of that time. After fighting for a long time, the 5 extraordinary armies, with extremely tacit cooperation, once again showed a strangling trend. At this time, Sakata just hung up the phone call from the sinister man, and stared at the clouds in the sky with narrow and sharp eyes. A ring on his finger had lost all its spiritual light. Under the clouds, everything was silent. Even the space element, whether it was the space ring or the space spell scroll placed in the space ring, it could no longer be activated. Go. It was obvious that he could no longer go. Sakata put his hand on the box behind him, his eyes uncertain. The most decisive thing to do now is to immediately destroy all the space props connected to the Japanese server, and then escape by himself. If you can escape, see if you can find some opportunities in this server. If you can't escape, commit suicide immediately and return to your own server. Everything here is short-lived and will not cause any impact. However, Sakata's fingers on the box behind him slightly exerted force. If he died and went back, the treasures that he had spent countless costs to snatch and guard would be lost immediately, and his guild would be very likely to be breached. If he went back, he might be left with nothing. And if he took a gamble, he might not die. And what if he left the space scroll? What if a few people went there? What if he ran away? Ran out of the forbidden magic range, and teleported back? Sakata's face was uncertain. But the next moment, he pinched the space ring in his palm, and put it on his finger again. At worst, he would just destroy it before he died. Sakata felt relieved and waved behind him. Immediately, everyone looked over, and he said in Japanese, "Follow me." As soon as the voice fell, they immediately chose a direction and rushed quickly. Although they could not use various professional skills to accelerate under the clouds. They were still extremely light and agile with their physical strength alone, and they flew away quickly in a few takeoffs and landings. But at this moment, they suddenly found something wrong. Looking back, they suddenly found a huge kite in the sky. They almost thought that there were still people flying kites here leisurely. But the next moment, their faces suddenly changed. There was a figure tied under the kite. And at this moment, the figure was waving flags to the bottom. Then they found that the kite was approaching quickly. There was no elemental power to use under the clouds. But flying was not exclusive to the extraordinary. If we really move the real technology system into the game, complete the technical research, and completely overcome the various speed changes caused by the supernatural power in the game, then we can still clean up the ground and destroy the world under the clouds. Fusion or fission weapons will not be weakened by the lack of elemental power. Under the scorching sun, the elemental supernatural power also looks dim. Although the technical problems have not been solved, it is not a very technical thing to use kites to fly people at high altitudes for reconnaissance. It only takes a little experience and a little idea. That's all. After all, there are no birds rushing in to attack them under the clouds. Sakata and others immediately fled in the direction away from the kites. But not long after, they suddenly found that there were giant kites on the left, right, side and back, and 4 directions in succession. Run! Although there are still dozens of elites in his hands, Sakata has no intention of stopping to fight, since the other party has chosen to open the forbidden magic field. There are also kites, which are only effective in the forbidden magic field. Then their professions and equipment configurations must be more suitable for fighting in the forbidden magic field. This must be a combat system based on the forbidden magic field. They were suppressed in the forbidden magic field, and this is the opponent's home field. They must have an advantage in manpower and cannot fight at all. Moreover, if he can break out, he wants to do something. And these dozens of people are the only capital in his hands. These people die one less, unless they burn their boats and change the resurrection point to here. Otherwise death means going back. There is no way to fight again. And there is no way to add manpower, unless a new transmission channel is established. If he can take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, use these dozens of people well, escape, cooperate with the top guilds in the country, arrange space coordinates, and construct space channels. The ambition in Sakata's eyes is burning. He will be honored by the Emperor. He must be the eternal hero of the Yamato nation. The Yamato nation will once again get a historic opportunity. He will also have all the splendor and wealth. Even marry a noble lady. Join those noble families and noble surnames. He is in the Chinese server, and has a scroll of returning to the city with the domestic location, and has the qualification to build a temporary space channel once. This is the most precious opportunity. He can be teleported to the Chinese server in the random teleportation. And he happens to carry an extremely precious space system spell scroll. And he has also completed the space positioning. This is his extremely precious opportunity. Destiny. It is in his hands. Sakata excitedly led people to run forward. The scout died in the back, and the people also chased from the back. There was no kite reconnaissance in the front, so the front was their chance to escape. This only gap is his opportunity. Destiny is still in his hands. Before the thought fell, a quiet team stood in front. Friends come from afar. John. I have been waiting for a long time. A calm voice sounded, and Sakata paused. My distant friend? You left in such a hurry. But do you blame me for not treating you well? Behind him, a group of people appeared. My servant is polite. On the right, 100 people came from the dense forest to surround them. Me too. On the left, 2 voices sounded in unison, and people also surrounded them. 500 people stared at Central Sakata and others quietly. Their eyes were like torches. No need to give orders. No need to say more. They surrounded and strangled them. And no one was injured. However, just when the last Japanese server player was killed, suddenly, a glow lit up between them. They were a little surprised and doubtful. But the information they sensed the next moment made them all stunned. They were still shouting and excited just now, but gradually calmed down, and sensed the formation of talent in a daze. The talent that they had hunted, loved and killed for a long time without any movement was born so easily at this moment. In this crushing battle, isn't it said that the more difficult the war, the easier it is to train extraordinary armies, and the easier it is to give birth to talents? They fought with real swords and guns at the same level. and sometimes even in a one-on-many situation. They couldn't give birth to talents, but they were born so hastily. They were born in a 500-50 crushing game? Also, why did 500 people and 5 extraordinary armies all give birth to the same talent? Isn't it said that the overall will of the extraordinary army must be the same? And then, they can gather together to penetrate the elements of heaven and earth to give birth to talents? Wait, the will is the same. 500 people have the same talent? Several commanders looked at each other, and their eyes suddenly became strange. Were their wills the same just now? Yes. They were united as never before. And they couldn't be more united. They had no other thoughts except to kill each other. Were their wills strong enough, and were they excited enough just now? They were so excited that they couldn't be more excited. Even if they took stimulants, they were not so excited. So it was reasonable. Several commanders couldn't help but feel pleasing to the eyes of these Japanese players. Good people. Really good people. During training, they not only sent a few heads, but also sent their talents directly. It's amazing. And the talent is their quiet perception. Feeling the fusion of the elements of heaven and earth and the blood. Feeling the nurturing of the talent under the penetration of will. After a while, a trace of information emerged from the talent. Although it is not very specific and still vague. Based on this information, they can still roughly get the name of this talent. They looked at each other and reached a consensus. Talent 1, Righteous War. Chapter 605 Return to the City Scroll. Justice Fight. When you fight for justice, you will be blessed with the glory of will. The higher your recognition of the battle, the stronger the glory of will be. This is the talent information they roughly sensed. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds. Wow! With this talent, if you play on the Japanese server, won't everyone be glowing? Several commanders looked at each other and immediately logged off to call their respective presidents. A moment later, without any communication or discussion, the 5 guild presidents all arrived, and the flags of the 5 extraordinary armies were finally correctly erected. The 5 largest guilds in Luoya City are Luoya Shicho, Heavy Armor Club, Blood Hunter, Tulip, and Wigwam. The 5 guild presidents all arrived, and among them were the spoils left after cleaning the battlefield. Of course, not all of them, but 2 items that were selected. One is a wrapped box. The other item was a spell scroll that emitted a faint silver light. Space Spell Scroll. Everyone's eyes fell on this scroll. The Space Spell Scroll alone has extremely high value. But at this moment, the origin of this scroll has given it an unparalleled added value. This is a Space Spell Scroll from a Japanese server player. I have asked someone to confirm that this Space Scroll has been located. In other words, this is equivalent to a return scroll. As long as it is used, it can open the space channel to the location. The other 4 people nodded slightly. They have also confirmed this crucial point. And this is the greatest value of this spell scroll. All other gains seem bleak in front of this location. After a slight silence, Yichio, the president of the Luoya Shicho Guild, couldn't help but speak out. How did they get here? Have you figured it out? If you don't figure this out, I'm afraid someone will teleport here in the future. If it's a replicable method, then we must be prepared for defense. After all, the Japanese server's wolfish ambitions are well known. If we don't prepare in advance, it's easy to get into trouble. I asked the 2 players who were attacked at the beginning. At that time, the group of Japanese server players were also very surprised to see them. As if they just knew we were here. So it shouldn't be intentional. From the situation of tracing the source, the first place they appeared was a beacon tower that had a malfunction on the border. When our people went there, the beacon tower was completely damaged. According to our understanding, the beacon tower has certain spatial properties. They may have used some spatial props 7 to sense the beacon tower and then come across the server. As for whether it can be replicated, no one knows. The few people were slightly solemn when they heard this. If the Japanese server can also come, then a steady stream of Japanese server players will come. And they can kill endlessly. Wait, why are you a little excited? Is this the development opportunity for Luoya City? Will Luoya City be famous in the future? Wait, why are the corners of your mouth up? Get down. Get down. Forget it. I can't get down. Ahem. Shui Yunchi suppressed the upturned corners of his mouth and coughed lightly. We still need to be vigilant and not let them seize the opportunity. It's okay that Japanese players will refresh here for a long time. And everyone will have more fun. Luoya City will have another paid attraction in the future. But if we really let Japanese players establish a fixed base here, we will be hung on the pillar of shame by players from all over the country. And then beaten. So we can't lack any necessary defenses. And we can't lack any scouts. In addition, there are beacon towers. It's not realistic to destroy them all. We have to find a way to figure out their operating mechanism. Then we have to find a way to develop spells or tools that can detect space fluctuations, to ensure that if Japanese players cross the border collectively, we can know it and react it the first time. Shui Yunchi spoke out, and the others listened, although they didn't know how this group of Japanese players crossed the server, and although they were basically sure that it was an accident and they didn't do it on purpose. But one thing is certain, this successful cross-server, whether it was an accident or a long-planned one, will be fully reviewed, studied, and experimented after the success is discovered. And then every effort will be made to replicate this accident and this success. This is inevitable. And with all the players of a country working hard, although they are very, very unhappy with this country, no one dares to ignore their scientific research capabilities. With the players of such a country working hard, many difficulties will be swept away directly. The difference may be in the time, earlier or later. Of course, this cross-server situation may just be an unreplicable accident, so don't take it to heart. But if they dare to think so, they will really be hung on the pillar of shame, without anyone else's help. The players under them, and their parents and relatives will hang them up and beat them. The 5 people put aside other things for the time being and started a meeting to discuss the establishment of a detection, monitoring, and strangulation defense system. At the meeting, the presidents of the 5 guilds, including Fallen Leaves, Blood Hunter, Heavy Armor Club, Tulip, and Wigwam, were highly consistent in their opinions, raised their positions, and consolidated their responsibilities. They jointly passed a proposal to subsidize the players of Tiandong Pavilion to develop a large-scale monitoring array. During the meeting, they showed a high sense of responsibility and mission for the national server. They said, "Ahem. I know a player from Tiandong Pavilion. I asked him to help me send this development plan and funds to the internal platform of Tiandong Pavilion. Their members can see it and contact us if they are interested. Overall, although the technical difficulty is not low, from the battle system of Tiandong Pavilion seen before, they obviously have mature technology, so I think it should not take much time. In addition, regarding the manufacture of this series of equipment and the deployment of the array, we can also directly hire the outer pavilion construction team of Tiandong Pavilion to implement it. One-stop service can also save us a lot of things. Will Tiandong Pavilion accept it? It's not a technical thing. This problem should not be a big deal. After all, some members will still take some projects to earn some research funds. In addition, this is a magic array used to monitor the cross-border operation of Japanese players. It's hard for me to believe that they will refuse such a thing." After Shui Yunchi finished speaking, everyone nodded immediately without raising any objections. They also didn't think anyone would refuse such a project. There is money to be made. It is not difficult. And there is also the blessing of righteousness. After saying this, everyone paused for a moment, and their eyes tacitly shifted to the spell scroll. They have basically completed the deployment of the defense issue. After the general direction is determined, the remaining details will naturally be negotiated and debated by their subordinates. And finally a plan that everyone agrees on will be signed by them. In other words, the defense issue has come to an end for the time being. And the next step is to be silent for a while. Shin Guanliang, the president of the Wigwam Guild, said, "In theory, the temporary space channel formed by the space scroll can be used for positioning. It can even be directly solidified into a long-term space channel. But it is very difficult, and I don't know how to do it," Ichio said after a moment of silence. "I know a small guild, not large in scale, with only a dozen people, generally active in various forbidden areas of gods. Although they are few in number, they are all very strong, and everyone is of the same profession." Ichio smacked his lips and continued. "Space mages. They only accept space mages. I have dealt with their president several times. I wonder if I can ask them to help. They are more professional. This is indeed a way. But just like we can use clouds to suppress them from using space scrolls, the other party can also use forbidden magic arrays to prevent the space channel from opening. Or after the space channel opens, they can prop up the forbidden magic area and directly block the space channel. That is really a half-crossing attack. This is not easy to do. After all, although the threshold of the forbidden magic area is very high. If you really want to do it, you can still afford to just create a small forbidden magic area. Shuiyi heard the words, and thought for a moment before speaking. I wonder if you have paid attention to the fact that the several guilds in the royal capital provoked the Royal Mage Corps, and were singled out by the chief mage. Several people were slightly stunned when they heard the words. And then, they looked thoughtful. And Shuiyi continued. Before Fong Bai appeared in the Mecca, the chief mage fought 100,000 players alone under the cloud. Although his luck was due to the summoning of the demon beast, it is undeniable that he was still flying in the air under the cloud, and maintained a certain combat power. But it was just weakened. I asked about this, and the result was that in the field of demigods, the authority would be weakened due to the suppression of elemental power. But it would not be lost completely. When you reach the level of demigods, you can maintain extremely strong combat power even under the cloud. Similarly, I think if there is a demigod involved, this cross-server space channel may be maintained for a long time. Everyone thought silently after hearing this. Listening to Shuiyi's words, the threshold for opening a regular cross-server national war seems to be a demigod. Or one of the conditions is to have a demigod-level strongman. Only when you reach the level of demigods are you qualified to open a cross-server national war. Otherwise, even if you open the space channel by chance, as long as the opponent interrupts the space channel, it will be a complete loss, and you will be killed. The question is, there are indeed demigod-level masters. Fong Bai is one. They are very sure. Fong Bai can't be a demigod to beat the chief mage who is a demigod. Even if he is not, the mecha is. The question is, how can we invite Fong Bai to take action? The price of a demigod is not something they can afford, even if it is a cross-server national war. It depends on whether others are interested. However, if it is a cross-server national war on the Japanese server, I have some confidence in convincing Fong Bai. Japanese server. Expedition to the Japanese server. These 4 words are enough. Several people looked at each other and reached a consensus on the spot. And in the depths of their seemingly calm pupils, some had a blazing flame, and some were excited and eager to try. After a long talk all night, the full moon in the sky fell, and the red sun in the east broke free from the horizon and jumped up, slowly rising. The moon fell and the sun rose. A new day began. But the scorching red sun seemed to be saying that a new era had also begun. In the ancient battlefield of the trial space, Fong Bai walked in it, leaving traces everywhere. But no one, no undead could find a trace of him. Walking between one black spring after another, crossing the boundaries of one field after another, sensing the connection between the black springs, sensing the contact and connection between the fields. At this moment, his mind was like a net, a three-dimensional map, which was lit up bit by bit and filled up bit by bit. Not long after, a phone rang. Ding ding ding. Fong Bai answered the phone and was stunned when he heard it. Japanese server? Space channel? Cross-server national war? Fong Bai subconsciously glanced at the date and found that he had not traveled through time. So many things came up at once. Thinking about it, he shook his head slightly. I roughly understand what you mean. That is, you want to use the demigod-level field and authority to fight against the possible forbidden magic field, so as to ensure the smoothness of the space channel. It's just that. Fong Bai pondered slightly. You may have some misunderstandings about the demigod field and authority, or you don't know much about it. The field is not omnipotent. What is omnipotent? Omnipotent means almighty. Even the few righteous gods of the God of Light dare not say almighty, nor write it into the doctrine. They can't bear it, let alone a demigod who is not even a true god. Fong Bai words made the hearts of the people who were holding a video conference in reality sink slightly. What is the field of a demigod? Let me explain the field to you first. Because they were preparing to open a space channel to the Japanese server. But he couldn't help. So Fong Bai was very patient. The so-called field is the true core of a certain power, such as mountains, seas, plains, and this world. All the mass of the mountain, the elements on it, the flowers, plants, and trees on it, etc., can all be part of the power of the mountain field. And what is authority? The power to control the collapse of the mountain is called authority. What is the use of demigod-level authority? I control the collapse of the mountain, and then use this collapse to attack you. This is a demigod-level attack, as powerful as a landslide. Where is the scope of the demigod-level authority? For the demigod with mountain authority, The scope of authority is within the field of this mountain. It is not that it cannot be exerted if it leaves, but it will be rapidly weakened as the distance increases. Then the question is, the mountain demigod can control landslides. But can he use the power of landslides to support a space channel from being destroyed? Your space channel is supported by space elements, not mountains. The forbidden magic prohibits space elements, and the mountain authority cannot support it. Mountains and space are two overlapping parts. Although the mountain also contains some space, it is too little. It is okay to barely suppress the space and destroy the space channel. On the other hand, it is a bit difficult to support the space channel under the forbidden magic field. Although I am not a mountain field, I can't touch the edge of space either. Within the scope of my field, I can have the authority of a demigod. But in terms of space field, I am indeed far behind. But, Chapter 606 Language and Writing. But, when the few people who had already felt depressed heard these two words, they suddenly became alert and immediately perked up. Fong Bai paused slightly, as if he was thinking, and spoke after a long while. I can't do it, but there is a possibility that I can do it. I don't know if you have paid attention to the battle in the royal capital. At that time, there were two demigod-level fighters, including me. That is, me and the chief mage of the Royal Mage Corps. Although I don't know the specific field of the chief mage and what authority he holds, but as a legendary mage and legendary prophet, and through that battle and contact with him, I probably got a little idea. Mages and those in the field of elements must have a kind of authority to enhance the control of elements. This kind of authority is closer to the spatial authority and spatial element authority you need. Maybe his authority involves the control of spatial elements. If so, it is possible to extend the authority to the spatial channel through this part, thereby maintaining the spatial channel under the forbidden magic field and completely stabilizing it. But, Fong Bai smiled. Many members of the Chief Mage Corps were killed by players in the capital. Although according to intelligence, the chief did not have much interaction with this group of people, nor did they have any feelings for them. But this is a matter of face after all. And coupled with some other circumstances, the players do not like him. If you really want to ask him to help, you still have to think of a way. I am afraid that ordinary inducements will not work on him. After all, he is the chief mage of the Royal Mage Corps, a legendary mage and prophet who is even more powerful than a demigod. Both his strength and status have determined that he will not be easily tempted. Everyone's heart sank slightly. They didn't need to investigate or try. They understood what Fong Bai said. This is definitely not easy. This is basically just a little different from having no hope at all. It is extremely difficult. Fong Bai also thought about this, and then said it again. It all depends on your own ability. Think more about it. In addition, due to my limited authority, I may not be able to help you with stabilizing the space channel. But on the other hand, I can give you some support. I believe you have all seen the tanks, large battle armor, and helicopters that our Tiangong Pavilion drove to Luoya City before. Even if you haven't seen them, you should have heard of them. There are 3-level and 4-level ones. If you need them, I will have someone prepare some 3-level ones and 2 4-level ones for you at an internal price. In addition, Tiangong Pavilion can also help you build an extraordinary 3-dimensional combat system that integrates reconnaissance, locking, and attack. And our tanks, helicopters, and large battle armors have link modules that can be directly connected and used. If there is a malfunction during the battle, you can also connect directly with us at that time. Fong Bai thought about it, and still had no intention of playing himself. He positioned himself and Tiangong Pavilion as a scientific research institution. They have always done this, always taking scientific research as the first driving force. And all income is reinvested in scientific research. In that case, there is no need to go on the field. As for the emotions in my heart, I can just sell a few more tanks, a few large battle armors, and a few helicopters at cost price. Otherwise, these have not yet reached the stage of external sales, and even the Red Alliance has not purchased them. Yi Qiu, Shui Yuqi and others were immediately excited when they heard this. They had seen the Tiangong Pavilion combat system with their own eyes before. It was the dominance of the artillery to decide the legend in an instant and flatten the fortress. Okay. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Well, I let Tangwen contact you next. Okay. Then, Fong Bai hung up the phone, and the people in the video conference also hung up and logged into the game. Although video conferencing is convenient, it is still not as comfortable as talking in person. Waking up again in the conference room. Several people looked at each other. Fogged by unexpected joy made everyone happy. And it took a while to restrain it. However, although they were happy, the matter of how to convince the chief mage still made them frown slightly. If we can't convince the chief mage, everything will be in vain, Yichio said after a moment of silence. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's first investigate the chief mage's personality, hobbies, needs, family, friends, benefactors, enemies, and corresponding interpersonal relationships. Investigate clearly first, and then see if we can find any handles. As long as it exists in this society, it must have social relationships. And if there are social relationships, we can find a way. In addition, we can't hang ourselves on a tree. And we are also asking around during this time of preparing to convince the chief. See if there are other demigods, especially those who are good at space spells, or have space specialties. Okay. As the saying goes, you can get to know anyone in the world through 6 people. However, this only means that they can find a way to create a little intersection, so that they may be able to say a few words in front of the chief wizard and show their faces. But how to convince the chief wizard? This is probably very difficult. Everyone thought about it for a while, and then dispersed. But before dispersing, one person said softly, "It's time to start collecting relevant information about the Japanese server." Everyone paused slightly, and then nodded. Indeed, whether the chief can be persuaded or not, whether other demigods with spatial authority can be found, it is imperative to collect information about the Japanese server through reality, even if it can't be passed this time. With this spatial scroll, it will pass sooner or later, and without complete intelligence, can we just go there and play house? In fact, it is not just the Japanese server. How can this be limited to the Japanese server? Doesn't it need to collect information about players from other countries? Let's not talk about whether to fight or not. What if the other party attacks? Without intelligence, it is equivalent to being blind. This is not acceptable. The few people reached a consensus and then slowly left. After a while, the players of Loya City found that the 5 largest guilds in Loya City suddenly became lively. I thought they were going to start a war, and I thought there would be excitement to watch. The melon seeds and peanuts were all ready, but I found that they were busy on their own and did not disturb each other. Not only did they relax their vigilance against each other, but even a lot of cooperation appeared in some places. This abrupt situation surprised everyone in Loya City. It was as if they had formed an alliance, and they were very close allies. This immediately made those small and medium-sized guilds anxious. After getting busy here, Fong Bai, who hung up the phone, also fell into thought. Japanese server? Cross-border? Fong Bai frowned slightly. First of all, we can be sure that there are no foreigners in the area where we are, at least not in large numbers. In the physical sense, the Chinese server and the Japanese server are definitely isolated. As for the spatial sense, where is the Japanese server? Another continent on the other side of the ocean? Or is it simply another world? Another plane? This made Fong Bai think. What is the structure of this main material world like? If the space channel is opened, Fong Bai really wants to go and take a look. Whether the Japanese server and the Chinese server are in the same world. You will know after you go there. In addition to the Japanese server, what about the servers of other countries? And why are there servers? And on what basis are the servers allocated? Region? Or is it connected by fate? Fong Bai recalled the incident in which a prophet directly wiped out an entire family with his status. If the invitation letter can also trace the connection of fate, it is reasonable. Fong Bai thought in his mind. Countless thoughts emerged in his mind, and he couldn't help but think of a question. I don't know what interesting things will happen after the regions of other countries appear. But then again, it's not just the national server that speaks Chinese and uses simplified Chinese. All countries are in this era, speaking Chinese and using simplified Chinese. This, generally speaking, a second accent may appear even if you are a few miles apart. In this game world, under the physical isolation, there is no difference in language, writing, and system. No matter what language the player enters the game, if he wants to communicate with the natives, he must learn Chinese. Otherwise it will be like a chicken and a duck talking to a duck. Normally speaking, this is absolutely impossible. This makes it seem like a game. But obviously, this is another world. So, the same language and characters cannot be just a game setting. There must be a reason for it. First of all, there will definitely be differences in the languages and characters of two places that have no communication at all, even if they are the same language. Therefore, these servers that all use Chinese must have been integrated in the past, or must have been closely connected. Then, even if they were the same before, they will definitely change after being separated. It's like the ancient continent in reality is a whole piece. When it is dispersed into continents, the same species on it will also change a little bit. This is inevitable. And this is exactly the same. It must be unusual. Among them. Rule? Fong Bai narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Is there a rule in this world that stipulates or causes all civilizations to give birth to languages that can only give birth to Chinese characters? Speaking must also be this sound? Fong Bai was amused. What kind of rule is this? But when all possibilities are eliminated, the last option is impossible. And it is the truth. It may not be a rule. It may also be an influence. But what left this influence? Fong Bai thought of a huge monster. Ancient wizard civilization? This is indeed the text they used. As for why the written language was passed down. Thinking of this, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. This is too far away. I don't know the meaning of it. It's unnecessary to guess at random. However, Fong Bai heard the power of faith. For inheritance? Huh? Fong Bai retracted his thoughts and circled around the remains of the evil god in front of him. There was also a Tianqing in the center of the stony remains, which was exactly the same as the Tianqing in the center of the evil god's remains in their plane. It's just that there is no god-killing crossbow here. The Tianqing has also turned into a small pool. The water in the pool is dark. It is the accumulation of the black spring water. But compared with ordinary black springs, the death aura in it is more intense, and the evil aura in it is more fierce. Fong Bai can feel that the remains of the evil god have completely become a part of the ancient battlefield. The unique death and evil spirits in the black spring pool were bred by the remains of the evil god. On one side of the black spring pool, on the remains of the evil god, Fong Bai discovered that there was actually a strange spiritual medicine growing on it. This is a spiritual medicine that looks like a white skeleton, just like a small snake that has been stripped of its flesh and blood, with only a white bone hanging on the treetop. Looking closely, this crystal clear, jade-like snake-shaped white skeleton is full of pure and extremely rich death energy. Each section of the snake bone seems to be the most pure materialization of death energy. And looking up along the snake skeleton, the pair of fangs are scarlet, as dazzling as blood jade, and the flowing liquid in it makes Fong Bai a little frightened. This is the concentration and substance of the evil spirit, which seems to contain the evil god's long-lasting hatred and resentment. Once pierced by it, once the blood-red liquid inside flows into the body, Fong Bai is a little bit unimaginable. At this time, as if it felt Fong Bai gaze, the snake skeleton's eyes stared at Fong Bai with empty eyes, as if it had a spirit. However, this feeling was only a flash, like an illusion. But Fong Bai could feel it was real. This is a spirit. Of course, it is not the spirit of the soul, but the spirit of the spirit. A 4th level spiritual medicine. I am afraid it has been stuck at the highest level of the 4th level. It is only half a step away from transforming into a divine medicine. Fong Bai personally sighed that the roots of this spiritual medicine have clearly explored the edge of the Black Spring pool, absorbing this powerful evil god version of the Black Spring as power to grow. The death and evil spirit in this ancient battlefield are just the nourishment for its growth. What surprised Fong Bai even more was that this spiritual medicine is a poison. The poison of the evil god. It is hard to say for a demigod. Just look at the scarlet on the tip of the snake skeleton's fangs. If a legend is even slightly contaminated, he will definitely die. And the rich and pure death energy in the snake bone skeleton. Why does this death energy give me a feeling of inherent vitality? This snake bone skeleton seems to be alive but not right. The snake bone skeleton is a living medicine. And the dead is the death energy. It is the purest and most concentrated death energy in this area. But it is contained in such a living snake bone skeleton. The extreme of death. Fong Bai captured the field information of this spiritual medicine. Shared it a little. And then his eyes lit up. Contains new life. The legendary stage is a complete poison. The poison of death energy and evil energy. But if it can grow to the 5th stage, the poison of death energy will change, giving birth to a touch of vitality. From pure death to rebirth after death. If it is a 5th level spiritual medicine, This effect will have a great effect on demigods. Fong Bai looked at the petrified remains of the evil god and the black spring pool, and then looked at the snake bone skeleton spiritual medicine. An idea suddenly emerged. Chapter 607 Promotion to Level 5. It is unknown how long this evil god has been dead. The remains have already turned to stone. Even the god-killing crossbow has been removed and turned into a black spring pool. It can be said that the essence inside is not negligible. But at least it is definitely not as good as the remains of the evil god who just died. And this black spring pool is definitely far inferior to the real god-killing crossbow hole. Not as good as? Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and made a decision immediately. However, he did not execute it immediately, but walked through the remaining part, and recorded the overall structure of the ancient battlefield before returning. Although the ancient battlefield is large, he is a legendary mecha master. His speed is not slow. He has already walked around the entire ancient battlefield, and reflected the structure of the ancient battlefield in his mind. Fong Bai did not go to the trial space above the ancient battlefield. He had already collected the data on it. Some ordinary spiritual medicines are not worth going up there. After all, the most valuable spiritual medicines on it are only quasi-4th level spiritual medicines. That is, 3rd level spiritual medicines. And he may not really like them. Of course, the more important point is that there are monitoring arrays all over it. No one knows whether entering the trial space, when it is not open, will trigger the defense mechanism of the trial space. The risk and reward are not equal. So Fong Bai will naturally not go. Returning to the petrified remains of the evil god again. Looking at this snake bone skeleton spiritual medicine. The mental power combs along the root system, and takes it out of the soil, and rock bit by bit. As a kind of extraordinary plant, the vitality of spiritual medicine is extremely tenacious. As long as the root is not damaged. Ordinary transplantation, even if the technique is a little rough, will generally not cause the death of spiritual medicine. But at the same time, spiritual medicine is extremely delicate and has extremely strict requirements for the growth environment. Once the growth environment is not right, the spiritual medicine cannot absorb enough nutrients, or the absorbed nutrients are not enough. And the originally stored nutrients and origins will continue to be consumed. With the different degrees of consumption of nutrient origins, it is easy to downgrade, adapting to the environment at a lower level. Even if there is no nutrients at all, the spiritual medicine can degenerate into a herb with tenacious vitality and continue to grow. Of course, it is also possible that it will die completely after a long period of consumption. After all, spiritual medicine is only tenacious in vitality, not immortal. So it is not difficult to transplant spiritual medicine. The real difficulty is to create an environment suitable for the growth of spiritual medicine and supply it for a long time. This is not easy. Just like this snake bone skeleton, it is directly the traces left by the god-killing crossbow combined with the black spring pool, and the remains of an evil god as the base to grow. In addition, there are more possibilities that it is directly a whole plain field or a whole ocean. A whole mountain field gathered to provide nutrition, occupying a large area and requiring a lot of energy. This may be the best way to shape the growth area for transplantation. While the snake bone skeleton directly uses the remains of an evil god as the base environment. If you want to transplant, you must at least find another evil god's remains. Or kill one now. I killed the evil god now in order to transplant the 4th level legendary spiritual medicine. In this way, without a certain opportunity and a certain confidence, it is best not to transplant high-level herbs. Low-level spiritual medicine does not count. Unless you create a plane or a world as a medicine garden for high-level spiritual medicine, you are not qualified to talk about transplantation. It is better to honestly arrange the teleportation array and build an automated base on the spot to protect the spiritual medicine. Let it continue to grow wherever it grows. Of course, there may be some exceptions for high-level spiritual medicines, which cannot be generalized. In general, high-level spiritual medicines have both tenacious vitality and delicateness. At this moment, Fong Bai directly used his mental power to dig this snake bone skeleton out of the soil and rocks, without even a root being damaged. This snake bone skeleton is naturally still full of vitality, without the slightest sluggishness. Speaking of which, if you are not a big force, the best way to deal with spiritual medicine in the wild is to pick it immediately, and then use the technique to prepare it to minimize the loss of medicinal properties. In addition, don't think about breeding, cultivation, research, etc. Holding the snake bone skeleton, Fong Bai did not touch it with his hands, but used mental power to lift it throughout the process. But even so, when the mental power approached the fangs, it felt slightly painful, so that Fong Bai felt that if he dared to get closer, even the mental power would be stabbed, or even poisoned. The snake bones were cold and felt like the dead air would corrode them. In the end, he could only support the root part below, which was better. During the support process, Fong Bai always felt that he was being watched. It can only be said that the spirituality of this spiritual medicine is too strong. Such a strong spirituality. But it is understandable. After all, it was bred on the remains of an evil god, and even absorbed the essence of the remains of the evil god during its growth. This is a unique breeding condition and growth environment. It is essentially close to God, which means it lacks a chance. Otherwise, it can definitely make up for the last spirituality and turn into a real semi-god medicine, thus giving birth to some spiritual wisdom. While Fong Bai was speaking, the Dust Titan had already emerged silently from the shadow space. There is no one here, so there is no need to play BGM and process animation. Summon it quickly. Put it on. Step into the air, and jump down in front of the plane barrier just above the Tianking. Death and soldiers, one eroding and the other polishing, pass through the yellow light on the surface of the Dust Titan, making a series of harsh sounds. And under the huge movement, the phantom also condensed like a shadow. Bang! The phantom hammered, and the Dust Titan fell down, slowly landing under the reverse thrust of the thruster and entering the plane. The Mecha Master route is said to be impossible in all ways, but no one says that defense is impossible. From professional to mecha armor, the profession alone has forced all archers to replace the armor-piercing arrows with prismatic arrows with flat-bottomed heavy hammers, and forced all archers to give up light arrows and focus all their expertise on longbow heavy arrows. The metal arrow shafts with thumb-length and huge hammer-like arrows were forced out by the Mecha Master profession. It is necessary to change. If you don't change, you can't break the defense, and people will treat it as a drizzle. Let's not talk about the damage after the change. At least it can repel, and the heavy hammer-like shock ability still has a certain killing effect on the Mecha Master. If multiple arrows hit at the same time, there is still a chance to smash the Mecha Master to death. And the Mecha of the Dust Titan still continues the concept of the Mecha Master's invincible defense. The speed may not be fast. The attack may not be strong. It may not be flexible. But its defense is definitely thick and heavy enough. So much so that it was enough to deal with the phantom of the evil god when fighting the Dust Titan. As long as the Dust Titan ran faster and more flexibly, it would not be a big deal if it was hit once or twice in the process. Landing next to the Tianking, he walked down from the mecha, and slowly lowered the snake bone skeleton supported by his mental power. Behind him, the short spear of the Dust Titan slashed in front of Fong Bai, cutting open the flesh membrane of the evil god's remains. And before it closed and repaired itself, the roots of the snake bone skeleton were placed in it. And then the cut part slowly closed, also wrapping the roots of the snake bone skeleton. In just a blink of an eye, Fong Bai felt that the snake bone skeleton was more energetic, full of vitality, feeling that trace of spirituality. The snake skeleton's roots grew inside the evil god's remains, taking root and exploring deeper and deeper. One of the main roots seemed to have a navigation system, growing directly towards the cenote. During the whole process, the evil god's remains, which were so tough that Fong Bai couldn't break them, were like tofu under these roots. No matter how they drilled, they were unimpeded, which was extremely magical. This might be a case of one thing overcoming another. However, for this mechanism, what is the principle? Is it only useful for the dead evil god's remains? Or is it also useful for the living evil god? Fong Bai instantly became interested. If it is also useful for the living evil god, then it would be a special attack on the evil god. Anti-evil god weapon. This is a good research project. Well, I organize it and post it online. Fong Bai muttered, and then edited a simple introduction text, and then posted it directly in the Tiangong Pavilion Internet Project Library column. He has limited energy, and everyone has limited energy, and inspiration is not always available. So this can barely be considered a shared inspiration. When I have a lot of inspiration, I share it if I don't have the energy to study it, and others can study it if they are interested. When I don't have inspiration, I can also look for projects there. Generally speaking, projects selected from the project library will be easier to approve. After posting, Fong Bai was about to leave, But as soon as he moved his feet, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Turning his head, a ray of fluorescence bloomed on the surface of the snake bone skull. The pure white and silver light bloomed, clearly from the materialization of death. It bloomed on the snake bone, but Fong Bai sensed a pure vitality on it. Suddenly Fong Bai realized what happened. This is it. Breakthrough? Fong Bai was a little surprised. Although he expected that this 4th level snake bone skeleton would break through to become a semi-god medicine. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. It was just planted, and it started to be promoted directly. Fong Bai swept his mental power, and immediately found the source of promotion. A main root of this snake bone skeleton just broke through the remains of the evil god and entered the Tianqing, and came into contact with a wisp of death, an evil spirit belonging to the god-killing crossbow. The death and evil spirit that can penetrate the evil god and destroy everything seemed to turn into a spring breeze in front of this short root. Not only did it not hurt the root at all, but it was directly swallowed by it like mist. The pure death energy and fear soldier evil energy directly turned into the best supplement for the snake bone skeleton, and turned into nourishing things that continuously flowed into the snake bone. Another main root also penetrated into the remains of the evil god, and hundreds of tiny hairy roots also penetrated into the evil god's flesh and blood, absorbing the evil god's breath and the remaining will of the evil god. Any piece of flesh and blood of the top evil god may be able to degenerate a world. The will of the evil god was naturally integrated into these flesh and blood. Originally, these residual wills had been inseparably combined with the flesh and blood, and could not be separated at all. They would only become part of the pollution together with their flesh and blood, and become a fulcrum for the evil god to control the body. This residual will would be a permanent pollution even if the evil god died, and even become the anchor point for the evil god to resurrect. But at this moment, in front of the root system of this snake bone skeleton, this incomplete will was like having no resistance, being drawn out like water, and turned into nutrients, and flowed into the snake bone skeleton. Although the flesh and blood pollution in this area is still there, the spiritual pollution of the evil god has been completely drained away, leaving no residue. I saw that the remains of the evil god before had no nutrition, and even began to turn into stone. I just thought that there was no nutrition. Why didn't I think about why he had no nutrition? The remains left by the dignified evil god actually had no nutrition at all, and turned into stone directly. It is far from being worthy of the position of the evil god. It turns out that this is the culprit. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, and the various detection modules on the dust titan behind him were fully activated. All changes in this area were reflected in the detector. The transformation from the 4th level to the 5th level. The transformation from the legendary elixir to the semi-god medicine. Fong Bai watched the snake bone skeleton continuously absorb the death and evil spirits in the god-killing crossbow. But apart from the erosion of the death itself, and the attack of the evil spirit, the phantom had no intention of condensing at all. It stands to reason that the energy level of this legendary elixir is not low. There was also the semi-god medicine ginseng. Most spiritual medicines have their own environmental affinity, or they are harmless and are plants, which are more easily accepted by various extreme environments. Well, spiritual medicines themselves are bred from this extreme environment. They are the sun's. It's not strange to think about it this way. Fong Bai looked up at the god-killing crossbow field that connected to the entire ancient battlefield. This snake bone skeleton was bred in the wound of another evil god's god-killing crossbow. Could it be that the god-killing crossbow field was still there when it was bred? The combination of the god-killing crossbow field and the evil god's power bred this spiritual medicine. And then with the complete inactivation of the evil god's remains, the god-killing crossbow dissipated, and the spiritual medicine also lost half of its nourishing environment until it was restored here? So once connected, it was equivalent to the nourishment of the entire ancient battlefield and of fresh evil god's remains. So the promotion was directly opened. Fong Bai stared at the snake bone skeleton, looking at the death energy that was bred to the extreme. And suddenly his heart moved, and he sent a message to Zhao Ling. After sending it, they continued to watch the changes in the snake bone skeleton. With the continuous addition of death energy, the extremely dense death energy suddenly gathered frantically towards the inside. In an instant, the spiritual medicine that was originally extremely vigorous suddenly became sluggish, and the snake bone skeleton that was originally as smooth as jade also turned pale. However, through mental power and through a series of fine detectors, they could notice that the sluggish appearance was not a bad thing, but sounded the horn of the breakthrough of this snake bone skeleton. The breakthrough officially began. Chapter 608, Re-entering the Fire Elemental World. Boom! Like a scream. Or an illusion. This sound echoed in my mind. The extremely dense death energy made a loud noise under compression. In the high-pressure explosion, the breath of vitality finally turned into substance. Into the purest life force, which was extremely eye-catching and dazzling in the dense death energy. And the original spirituality was also supplemented in this life force. And a touch of spiritual wisdom was born. The snake bone skeleton, which was originally motionless, gradually twisted, like a newly born little snake learning to march. And in its body, the endless death energy was swallowed by it. And finally it turned into pure life force. This force in turn washed over the white bone skeleton, as if it wanted to replace the death energy with pure life force. Like a reborn. The snake bone skeleton originally had no fetal bones, but it seemed to have one at this time. And, vaguely, Fongbai clearly saw a blood thread on the bone. To be precise, it should be a red fruit juice. Not blood, because the rich fruity fragrance and spiritual inspiration it exudes are intoxicating. And the pure life force in it is even more thrilling, which can be called a miracle of life. Fongbai turned his head to look at the side. Xiao Ling, who was dressed in a skeleton costume, was more shocked and happy than him. The fire of the dead soul fluctuated violently, and almost jumped into a flower. Seeing this, Fongbai's mouth curled up slightly, and he reached out to touch the snake skeleton. But before he touched it, the little snake's tail bone twitched on Fongbai's finger. That spirituality seemed to dislike Fongbai. But just after it twitched, it was numbed by the lightning that automatically popped out from Fongbai's finger. Fongbai was happy, and turned his head to look at Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling, you can take care of this semi-god medicine. I think it will be of some help to you. Okay. I will take good care of it. Xiao Ling's skull moved up and down. Quite funny. At this moment, the blood on the snake skeleton gradually increased, and the vitality became more and more vigorous. But it also made the ruby-like fangs more dazzling. In the Bingsha, the death energy seemed to have slowly merged into it, and the snake skeleton did not bite him with its fangs just now, but chose to slap it with its tail harmlessly. Well, this little snake did not repay kindness with enmity. Fongbai muttered and turned away. The dust titan behind him sent all the exploration data just now to Xiao Ling, and slowly sank into the shadow space, crossing the space channel and returning to the Tiangong pavilion. Fongbai did not stay too long. With the opening of a space channel, Fongbai turned and stepped into the fire element world. In the fire element world, the abundant fire elements rushed in front of him, and the magma under his feet was sticky and hot. This is not the space channel opened by the fire tower. There is no rock ground arranged by the fire tower to take care of professional level children. Naturally, there is sticky magma as soon as you enter. This is the normal state of the fire elemental world. Under high temperatures, soil and rocks cannot form continents at all, and will be melted into magma directly. Only things with higher melting points can exist in this fire elemental world for a long time, and continue to roll on the surface of this magma sea. Fongbai stepped lightly, and the magma within a radius of 100 meters suddenly sank, which made him curl his lips. It has become heavier again recently. Looking up, wisps of pure and stable fire elements rose from the bottom, and merged into the boundless and unreachable rolling fire clouds. Perhaps, that is the true meaning of the fire elemental plane. There are only fire elements there. And there are real fire elemental lives. They have wisdom and various levels of division, forming various social systems belonging to the fire elemental plane. Among these pure fire elemental lives, there are many legendary fire elemental elders, and even demigod-level fire elemental lords, as far as Fongbai knows. Ferdinand, the master of Fei Rui, seems to be planning to sign a summoning contract with a demigod-level fire element lord recently. And according to Ferdinand, there are definitely more than one such fire element lord. So this fire element plane is definitely powerful. However, why do these pure and stable fire elements rise into this cloud layer? The lower the fire element is, the more violent and unstable it is, and the more impurities it has. The higher it is, the purer and more stable it is. Is this the operating rule of the fire element world? Fongbai had a vague feeling in his heart. Now he can see some fields in this fire element world by using pupil techniques for a long time, and the interweaving and collision of fields. Fongbai seems to see some laws and rules behind it. And the rule that causes the fire element to rise and become pure as it goes up is the most important an important one among all the rules. However, it's not very clear. This is just a small section. If you want to see it clearly, you still have to walk it yourself. Fongbai hesitated for a moment, and then paused. The sticky magma below shook slightly, and Fongbai went offline, and was instantly swallowed by the magma. A body weighing 666 tons would not be able to stay on the surface of the magma without taking some measures. Puff! With a puff, Fongbai instantly disappeared in the magma. Fongbai perception also disappeared. This magma's perception shielding of mental power is as strong as ever. And the mental power penetration speed is very slow, and the penetration distance is very short. But this is not the first time Fongbai has come here. He punched forward with one hand. Boom! With the outpouring of power, a huge cavity appeared in front of him instantly. The magma first pushed it open, and then gathered under pressure. A wave of waves spread out directly, and in the gap where the magma gathered, Fongbai had already condensed a machine in his hand through the gold element. With a continuous vibration, the surrounding situation gradually appeared in his mind. In this process, the pupil technique also constantly scanned the surrounding field into his eyes. However, although the pupil technique can penetrate matter to a certain extent, the elements contained in it, and the fields represented by them are blocked in front of it layer by layer. So that although it can see farther, the resolution is not much stronger than mental power after the layers are reduced. So what if it can see farther? The layers of blur are so blurred that it is impossible to distinguish anything. However, when Fongbai excluded all the objects detected by vibration from the field of view, the field in the magma sea gradually became clear. In this process, Fongbai always sank downwards quickly. There are very few things in the world that can stop Fongbai from sinking. An area the size of 2 sols requires a weight of more than 600 tons. Even the rocky ground under his feet seems to be non-existent. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters. As the depth continues to increase, the fire elements below are more and more bursting, and they are also full of impurities. The manifestation is that the lava is more and more like liquid, and its internal temperature is getting higher and higher. The fire element in the spiritual power perception is also irritable, as if it has ADHD, and it is impossible to command and control it. Its violent reaction is as if it has all turned into a blazing temperature. It has been rising from a few hundred degrees to thousands of degrees now. However, this is within Fongbai tolerance range. He feels like a hot wind blowing on his face, and even his hair is still straight, without any burnt or bent. He is still descending quickly, but during the descent, a fast-moving object he sensed made him slightly startled. He doesn't look for trouble, but trouble comes to him. Along the way, he encountered many fire elemental lives of various levels, but Fongbai's main purpose this time was to explore the field and the plane structure, not to target these fire elemental lives. If it was a pure fire elemental life with wisdom in the fire cloud above, Fongbai might stop to communicate with it and ask about the world of intelligent fire elemental life. But the following violent fire element life, which has no IQ and is not recognized by intelligent fire element life, is not interested at all. However, Fongbai soon realized that it was called a violent fire element life and was not recognized as the same kind by intelligent fire element life. It naturally had its own special characteristics. That is, it had no brain at all. Just like a mad dog biting people randomly, biting whoever it caught. When it thought Fongbai was not enough to threaten its life, it would bite like a mad dog. It was as if its whole body was extremely hot and had to fight to vent. Perhaps this was the truth. Fire element life is composed of all or part of the fire element. Depending on the type, it may contain some other elements. But in any case, the elements that make up its body are mainly fire elements, or even dominated by fire elements. Whether it is its soul or wisdom, it is born from the fire element. And in the depths of this magma sea, all fire elements are extremely violent and restless. How could a life born from such a fire element be quiet? It's a legendary fire element life. It doesn't even have wisdom. It's just a beast, which is pathetic enough. However, this violent fire element is too explosive. Although it is unstable and cannot be controlled at all, its power is quite excellent, far exceeding that of normal fire elements. If we ignore the role of wisdom in battle, just looking at the hard power, the combat effectiveness of this violent fire element should be higher than that of pure fire element life. As an elemental life, fire element life is the best among all tribes in terms of vitality and attack power. Mages like to sign summoning contracts with fire element life to supplement combat power. Fong Bai was thoughtful. And the next moment, he punched out. And a huge cavity emerged from the depths of this magma sea. The next moment, the magic circle was drawn. And the Dust Titan emerged from the shadow space. Fong Bai appeared directly in its riding cockpit, which is red as the cabin of the energy warehouse. When the stance and the will of the Twilight Titan were combined, the demigod-level field turned into energy and poured into the interior of the Twilight Titan. Smash! The eyes of the Twilight Titan shone brightly, and a demigod-level pressure spread. Instantly, the magma in this area boiled up, and countless fire elemental life forms fled frantically. This was the suppression and deterrence of the demigod-level life forms, which was many times more terrifying than the breath of natural enemies. This had nothing to do with wisdom. The driving force of this escape came from the attachment to life that any life had. So, a lizard-like lava elemental life rushed in front of the Twilight Titan. The original legendary aura disappeared, replaced by the huge and terrifying demigod-level Twilight Titan. The lava lizard, which was more than 20 meters long, looked up at the Twilight Titan. Yang Tian was stunned. Fong Bai thought it would flee in panic like other fire elemental life forms. But something unexpected happened to Fong Bai. The lava lizard's eyes were full of ferocity. Driven by the violent fire element, it pounced forward fiercely. With a twist, the hammer head on the top of the lava lizard's tail turned into a meteor and whistled towards the Dust Titan. The flames on it were entangled and faintly emitted a dark red flame. And the temperature was extremely terrifying. And its violentness exposed in the jump was clearly visible. Facing the whistling meteor tail hammer, Fong Bai did not dodge. Snap! Boom! The lava lizard's tail hammer hit the Dust Titan's knee, and the unstable dark red flame exploded the moment it touched it. The terrifying violent fire element swept over and directly swept the entire mecha leg in. It was just a look of power, but it didn't even break the pale yellow light on it. Instead, the tail hammer exploded and broke into more than half. However, Fong Bai did not despise it at all, because the lava lizard used to attack not the relatively stable fire element inside its body, but the violent fire element absorbed from the outside world. And although its performance was extremely unstable, it was controlled by it for attack. This means that the violent fire element is not completely uncontrollable, but it is uncontrollable by normal professionals and normal mages. But as long as it is controlled, its power will be very considerable, and even have the power of a higher half level. As the direct recipient of the attack, the perception array on the Dust Titan directly evaluated the energy level of this attack. Although it is still not as good as a demigod, it has surpassed the normal legendary level. This is half the credit of the violent fire element. And it is no wonder that the lava lizard is so arrogant. But today it has met an iron wall. It is powerful and stubborn, and dares to attack the demigod without any fear. This thought flashed through his mind. And while thinking, he glanced at the lava lizard that was about to escape. Well, advance and retreat in moderation. Fong Bai liked it more and more. So he grabbed the lava lizard's tail club with one hand. Leave it to me. Fong Bai's voice sounded here. And at the same time, a stance spread directly along the arm of the Dust Titan to the whole body of the lava lizard, directly locking its whole body to prevent it from breaking its tail and escaping. With Fong Bai's strength, it is naturally no problem to catch a legendary lava lizard, even if the strength of this legendary lava lizard has exceeded the ordinary legend. But this is meaningless to Fong Bai. After being captured, he was directly lifted up and hung in front of him with one hand. The yellow eyes of the Dust Titan stared at the lava lizard, and the powerful mental power instantly passed along the line of sight. Chapter 609 Servant. Roar! The giant lava lizard roared. But it could not move at all. Even the magma in its body stagnated and could not flow. Unprecedented panic lingered in the soul of the lava lizard. And Fong Bai's eyes were like torches, carrying the will in it directly to the crystal core of the lava lizard. The crystal core. That is, a legendary fire element life crystal core, which Fong Bai had been searching for before. Although it is not urgently needed now, it is also a valuable treasure for Tiandong Pavilion. Just like the Fire Tower will use this legendary crystal core to shape the domain to replace the domain, Fong Bai has also discovered that with this legendary crystal core as the core, it is not a problem to manufacture ordinary legendary mechas. Although it is not qualified enough to make a unique mecha with a name like the Dust Titan, it is equivalent to using it to produce mass-produced models. And it is not difficult to reach the legendary level of combat power. It's not just the legendary fire element life crystal core that is like this. Fong Bai found that all legendary monster crystal cores have this effect. The effect is best if the soul and the physical skeleton are preserved. With the mechanical body cast by Tiangong Pavilion and assisted by the rune technology of Tiangong Pavilion, the mecha made in this way will only be stronger than its predecessor, not weaker. Of course, this does not mean that the mechanical creation is stronger than the original body. Once it is made into a mecha, it basically has lost the space for further breakthroughs. Of course, Fong Bai caught this legendary lava giant lizard at this moment not to take its crystal core. And he did not mean to kill it. Fong Bai stared at the crystal core quietly. As an elemental life, even if it is not a pure fire element life, this crystal core is still the carrier of the lava giant lizard's soul, and the only core and key to the lava giant lizard's body. Losing this body, the lava giant lizard may be seriously injured and its combat power will be greatly reduced. But it will not die. It can recover again by gathering some fire elements. But if there is a problem with the crystal core, it means death is inevitable. Fong Bai stared at the crystal core, and his will pressed directly on it, and his fingers gently traced in the void. Silently, Fong Bai will was like a steel knife, leaving one rune mark after another on the crystal core of this legendary lava giant lizard. The lava giant lizard roared and struggled with all its might, but was easily suppressed by Fong Bai, and nothing could help. What was even more terrifying was the crushing of the semi-god level will on the crystal core, which made it tremble. Gradually, finding that struggling was useless, the lava lizard suddenly lost its spirit, lying in the void and roaring from its mouth. Although the lava giant lizard is a legend, it has not been born with wisdom, and is still just a relatively powerful beast. As a beast, its nature is the law of the jungle, driven by the instinct of fearing the strong. After it gave up resistance, Fong Bai rune engraving became easier and simpler, which was also a joy in his heart. After all, if it continued to struggle violently, the power of its will would be consumed out of thin air. If it was really stubborn and would rather die than surrender, Fong Bai would probably have to kill it, without it giving up resistance. This rune was too delicate for Fong Bai to burn. Fortunately, it surrendered. After a while, Fong Bai also made the last stroke and completed the engraving of this rune. This is a composite rune. It is called a rune, but in fact it is a rune array. The rune array contains Fong Bai real name rune and various functional runes. Looking closely, the dense runes are like circuits on a motherboard, shining brightly. From a distance, the runes occupy every side of this legendary fire element life crystal core. The lines are like a series of chains, like a shackle that locks it, locking this legendary lava lizard. The small crystal core and the small rune array contain many functional runes such as pointing, perception, mental induction, mental connection, mental warning, destruction, etc. All these runes were carved by Fong Bai will. They seemed to be on the surface, but the will had already penetrated deep into the crystal core and reached the soul will. Fong Bai calmed down. In addition to a faint perception far away in the wilderness mountains, the perception of this legendary fire element life crystal core was clearly reflected in his mind, like a starlight on the spiritual ocean, and then reflected in the spiritual ocean. He released the control of the lava lizard and thought, "Get up." A violent will came from the legendary crystal core. After releasing the control, the lava lizard did not intend to attack under the aura of the demigod, but turned and ran. However, just as it moved, a crisis of impending death came from the crystal core. As if as long as it dared to take a step, the crystal core would explode. Of course, the crystal core would not explode. It was just an illusion of the lava lizard. After all, how could Fong Bai be so wasteful? This is a legendary fire element life crystal core, and it is a treasure that will be snatched wherever it is placed. Even the soul may not be damaged, because the development of artificial intelligence today requires a relatively intact soul. So the integrity of the soul is also part of its value. Fong Bai will only defeat its will. The beast is still alive. Wipe out? Me. The lava lizard's footsteps paused immediately, and the crisis of death was like a sword suspended above its head. At the same time, a comfort that went straight to the soul, gentle and induced spread out. Involuntarily, the legendary lava lizard obeyed the instructions from the crystal core and got up obediently. However, not long after getting up, it became restless again without Fong Bai continued orders. Fong Bai didn't think about it, and his mouth curled up slightly. It's done. This legendary lava lizard has become his servant. Although it has no wisdom, and cannot be used to do very complicated things. If it is only used for fighting, it is still very good. After all, it is a legendary fire element life. And it is also a violent fire element life, with extremely strong destructive power among fire element life. Although this method has been developed for a while, it is indeed the first time for him to use it. It feels good now. The control is relatively firm, and it is convenient to set up. These are the advantages. But in general, there are still many disadvantages. For example, this method can only control those with weaker willpower than oneself, which is almost one level lower than oneself. And those of the same level cannot be controlled. Not only that, if the controlled servants break through one after another, and directly break through to a higher level than Fong Bai, and their willpower is stronger than Fong Bai, then it can completely suppress this talisman array with strong willpower, and completely erase it. Although the crystal core and soul will also be damaged. In addition to these 2 points, there is an upper limit to the number of servants that can be controlled by this method. The upper limit depends on the strength of Fong Bai's own willpower. Every time Fong Bai controls a servant, he has to spend willpower. Although the willpower consumption is negligible when it does not struggle and is not controlled. But as long as you want to control it, there will be a consumption. In theory, Fong Bai can control many servants. But what he can control and use at the same time is limited by the upper limit of willpower. And this is still in theory. In the most ideal state, that is, all servants do not resist, and do not actively attack Fong Bai control. If the servants controlled by Fong Bai in this way exceed the upper limit of Fong Bai willpower that can be controlled at the same time. If all the servants happen to attack the talisman array together, the willpower consumption at that moment will exceed Fong Bai upper limit, resulting in breaking free and losing control. Therefore, the number of servants that can be controlled in this way cannot be too many. Even if it exceeds the upper limit, it cannot exceed too much. The more it exceeds, the greater the probability of the servant breaking free from control. How much it can exceed depends entirely on each person's own control. This method of controlling servants is best used only to control powerful servants, such as the legendary lava lizard, or to control other lord type and leader type servants. This is more cost effective. In addition, it is better to develop some other methods to control servants. Otherwise, even if the servant army is formed, the scale will not be too large. This is better to be larger. After all, although sometimes quantity is not as good as quality, there are still some scenes that require a large-scale servant army. After all, the power is great, but there is only one process that can be carried out with a large number. You don't need to use a butcher knife when killing chickens. It is also more efficient. Besides, if you can have both quantity and quality, why only quality and not quantity? Fong Bai smiled, but he didn't plan to develop it. Someone in Tiangong Pavilion was already leading the development. He would use it after it was developed, and at most improve it on the original basis. How to say it? There are still many advantages to having a big family and a big business. At least there is no need to consider all aspects. You just need to keep moving forward in the field you are specialized in. Naturally, someone will improve and supplement the branches and details on the road. Next, Fong Bai trained the lava lizard he had just subdued while continuing to study in depth. The dust titan was also directly put away by him. Originally, he did not intend to put it away, but planned to directly drive the dust titan to continue to go deep into the magma. After all, for him who has the inner space and fantasy space anchor consciousness, the erosion of the dust titan is nothing. But Fong Bai found that if he drove the dust titan, the surrounding fire element life would be directly scared away. Even if the legendary fire element life did not run away, it would definitely not dare to actively approach and attack. This is not okay. After all, although Fong Bai came to explore, his main purpose was to understand and master the main world framework and operating rules of the fire element world. But since there are legendary servants to pick up, why not expand the servant army? After all, his servant army is only a legendary lava lizard, which is indeed a bit weak. So, the lava lizard was driven back by Fong Bai and waited for him on the spot. Fong Bai continued to go deeper, and in the process of going deeper, he constantly trained the lava lizard through the connection between consciousness and the true name rune. Fong Bai didn't dare to expect to train it to do some complicated things. The main purpose is to train him to obey orders in battle. at least to be familiar with common commands such as advance, retreat, attack, and stop. It must also be familiar with situations such as not being able to attack at will without receiving orders. With the violent personality of the lava lizard and the brain that is not as big as a cashew nut. This step seems simple, but it is actually very difficult. And Fong Bai can only do it bit by bit. This made Fong Bai think. By the way, do these violent fire elements have a chance to calm down completely and give birth to wisdom? After all, the fire elements that make up the body of the lava lizard are more stable than the fire elements in this magma sea. After all, a stable crystal core is born in instability. The crystal core is stable, but the violent fire elements still exist in it. So there is still instability in stability. This leads to the appearance of these legendary beasts without intelligence. In the final analysis, it is the violent factors in the violent fire elements that disturb the spirituality of the lava lizard. If the violent factors in these violent fire elements can be eliminated, maybe this legendary lava lizard will naturally give birth to wisdom. Fong Bai pondered for a moment. He already had an idea of how to eliminate this violent fire element. After all, there is a ready-made example in front of him. The fire elemental world is constantly sending pure and stable fire elements into the sky. During this ascent, the violent fire elements gradually become stable and pure. This is like a purification process. Well, purification is not appropriate enough. Use precipitation. Yes, precipitation is more appropriate. This elemental world is like a huge sedimentation tank, and the bottom has sedimentation materials that act as an adsorbent. The impurities in the violent, impure fire elements are precipitated, and the violent nature becomes stable. Finally, the pure and stable fire elements slowly float up to form the top layer of clouds. Fong Bai recalled the boundless fire elemental world, the boundless magma sea, and the boundless fire clouds. Obviously, this is not a special case, but a common situation. This point can also be indirectly confirmed in some records of the fire tower. From this perspective, the functionality of the fire elemental world seems very obvious. The fire elemental world is used to precipitate violent fire elements, and its output is pure and stable fire elements. The pure and stable fire elements are no different from the fire elements in the main material world. They are gentle, harmless, easy to control, and easy to refine. So, the final output of the fire element world is to flow into the main material world. Fong Bai said softly, then shook his head. No hurry. No hurry. I will know this later when I go up. When I reach the end of this fire element world, I will naturally know where the fire elements have gone. And now Fong Bai lowered his head and looked at the endless magma sea below. I should go deeper to see where these violent, chaotic and impurity-filled fire elements come from. Is it the internal circulation of the chaotic fire elements in the world? Or, outside that world? Fong Bai's eyes were deep, and based on this, he could roughly deduce what role the fire element world played in this world. Chapter 610 Framework. Fire Element Realm. Fong Bai pondered. As long as he knew the role of the fire element realm in the world and its specific functions, Fong Bai could try to reverse the field and structure of the fire element realm bit by bit. This is very important. It is a small matter to find wisdom to help the lava lizard dissolve the violent fire element. The real significance is that Fong Bai can add a powerful supplement to the world structure. This is related to the training of fantasy space. As far as Fong Bai knows, the so-called fantasy space is a creation that a person's consciousness imagines and constructs out of thin air in his mind. It is the most extreme illusion. There is no substance. No one sees it. There is no picture. No one knows it. Even oneself may forget it in a moment of distraction. Even if it is not forgotten, its structure may change at any time in a moment of distraction. Unstable, without substance, it can be called the ultimate illusion. But on this basis, it strives to approach the truth. In the illusion without substance, all matter and energy operate according to specific rules. Everything has rules. Everything has traces to follow. The illusory illusion is directly anchored by the rules, and finally poured with faith, and finally turned into substance bit by bit, turning the illusion into reality, and materializing the world. And the original foundation is still built on the rules. Everyone can fantasize, and everyone can dream, but it is different to give fantasy logical operation rules. From the slightest movement, from the flow of the river, to the sunshine, to the every move of people and animals, their collisions, the changes in the trajectory of wind and wind blowing against each other, etc. Everything needs to be explained by rules. And everything needs to be regulated by rules. Once there is an illusion that does not follow the rules, one more place is a huge destruction to the anchor point of the authenticity of the fantasy space. And such rules are so difficult. If you can fully master them, what if you reproduce them in the illusory world? How is that different from God's? When Fong Bai saw the ancient books about the fantasy space, he understood why the legendary wizard would be a god as long as he could fully condense and materialize the fantasy space, completely reproducing a world. The knowledge rules mastered in this way, its knowledge is already comparable to that of God's, and with the power of belief that is enough to materialize the illusion and the power. It is equivalent to having both godhood and power at the same time. How can it be said that it is not a god? And it is not an ordinary god, but a god-level wizard, referred to as a god wizard, because the god wizard condenses a world. Its authority will not be subject to a certain priesthood like the gods. The god wizard only has his own strengths and weaknesses, and there is no inability to do this, and cannot involve this issue. Of course, although it is indeed very strong, invincible, it also has great problems. It is also beyond imagination. Let's not talk about whether the consciousness is enough to imagine it, whether there is enough computing power to operate. How complicated is the rule of this operation alone? This flawless self-consistent rule needs to include the operating laws of all things in the world. And it cannot be wrong at all. To put it bluntly, isn't this the underlying structure of the world? As long as you master the underlying structure of the world, you can try to condense the fantasy space. But how can we know the underlying structure of this world? My God, this is a world with true gods. True gods are not demigods who claim to be gods. Each of them is a true authority holder. And each of them is the ruler of the rules of heaven and earth. Demigods may only hold the authority of a mountain, but true gods must hold the authority of all mountains. As long as it is a mountain, its authority belongs to it. This is not only called authority, but also called rules. The rules of the mountain. This represents absolute domination and absolute crushing. The gap between demigods and true gods seems to be only half a step. But this half-step gap has exceeded the gap between mortals and demigods. Combat power is fine. More importantly, they who master the rules are the administrators of the world. Fong Bai's idea of understanding the overall structure is equivalent to secretly planning the source code of the world under the administrator's nose. This, Fong Bai's scalp tingles just thinking about it. Not to mention that he hasn't become a god yet. Even if he becomes a god mage, he will still be kicked and beaten. Right? I'm really afraid that they can't beat you to death. The difficulty is self-evident. Of course, there is room for maneuver. According to Fong Bai's long-term research on ancient books, Fong Bai suddenly realized that he might have thought wrong. What this fantasy space needs is self-consistent rules, not perfect rules. If you think that the rules of wind blowing, birds singing, flowers blooming, rivers flowing, and trees growing are extremely difficult and complicated, then it's simple. Throw these away. Just don't have these in the fantasy space. What? Is there such in the real world? Who said that? A dead world is not the real world. Besides, it's all my fantasy space. It's all fantasy. If I can't make the decision on this, what else can I make the decision on? Of course, if a dead land is complicated, then the elemental environment. If a multi-element environment is still complicated, then a single element environment. Other rules may not be clear, but the problem of element operation, this mage is familiar with it. This will produce results in one go. What? Unreal? This is the reality. Otherwise, where is he at this moment? Isn't this the elemental world? As long as the rules are completely self-consistent, it doesn't matter what the specific fantasy is. In this way, the difficulty of condensing the fantasy space will be greatly reduced. Although it is still difficult, it is already within the scope of what can be tried and achieved. Although such a condensed fantasy space will greatly affect future combat power and potential, that is already a matter of the future. At least one can break through, and one cannot. In Fong Bai's opinion, perhaps this is the normal breakthrough path of condensing fantasy space. The breakthrough plan recorded in the ancient books may only be the strongest breakthrough method under the most ideal circumstances. After all, the ancient books have recorded the perfect idea of dual fantasy space and dual material space. But the ancient books said that this method has not been realized by anyone. But it was just recorded with regret. In any case, without the source code of the world, it is completely simple. For Fong Bai, who is comparable to a demigod, As long as he does not challenge the bottom line of the true God, he can basically be called taboo-free. Coupled with the immortality of the player, Fong Bai can really go anywhere. In this way, with the assistance of the increasingly large computing power array of Tiangong Pavilion, it is really not a problem to build a simple fantasy space. But it is just a matter of time. But Fong Bai may be a scumbag. Maybe he is looking for abuse. Maybe he is too arrogant and a little ambitious. With a ready-made and simple road ahead, Fong Bai does not want to go this way. Just like when he saw the ancient books and the dual fantasy space, he made a decision without thinking and chose without thinking. When Fong Bai saw this more perfect fantasy space, when Fong Bai saw that the stronger method had greater potential after success, it was over. It was nothing else. It was that Fong Bai could no longer control himself. There was a stronger one. And Fong Bai pride would not let him settle for the second best. At least, he did not allow himself to retreat without a fight. If you don't even have the courage to try, then what's the point of pride? If you haven't even tried it, how do you know it won't work? Do you have to wait until you regret it later? So, there was a trip to the ancient battlefield. And there was a trip to the fire elemental world. Of course, although Fong Bai decided to try and dared to try, he was not completely brainless. The complete world source code was a direct challenge to the bottom line of many true gods, which was a completely suicidal act. People need courage. But they don't need courage to seek death. What Fong Bai wanted to build must be a fantasy space based on the entire world framework. Fong Bai needs to have all the hardware that the world should have, but no software. He doesn't need anything derived from the world. He just needs to build the world framework and materialize it. As for the rest, leave it to time. Whether it is the ancient books in the Church of Light or some records in the Tower of Fire, all of them show that the four elements of earth, fire, wind, and water are the foundation of the world. The four-element crystal cores used in the element pool of the Mage Tower can also indirectly confirm this. Although there is no direct evidence, all this information points to this result. Earth, fire, wind, and water. Now it is fire. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, retracted his thoughts, and sank quickly. The huge movement along the way was like a drilling rig, which was the biggest provocation to the elemental life living in this magma sea. However, Fong Bai is also a legend, and the legendary aura he exudes is enough to shock all elemental life below the legend. Until, roar! A humanoid fire element giant rushed in front of Fong Bai and roared at Fong Bai, without waiting for it to take action. A behemoth over 60 meters tall appeared in front of it. Roar! The roar of the Dust Titan turned into a sound wave vibration and almost shattered the humanoid fire element life. On one side was the 60-meter-high Dust Titan. On the other side was a humanoid fire elemental life that was no more than 20 meters tall. One looked down. The other looked up. And the humanoid fire elemental life was stunned. If it had intelligence, the first thought in its mind would definitely be that someone was defrauding it. But unfortunately, it did not download the National Anti-Fraud app. The fire elemental life that was about to run was directly held down by a hand. And as its eyes fell, the will of the demigod descended. After experiencing it once, Fong Bai became more and more skilled. And soon after, Fong Bai's servant army got a new member. Legend +1. Fong Bai's mouth was gritting from ear to ear, picking up a legend at a time. This is really comfortable. After the voice fell, the Dust Titan stretched lazily, and then sank into the shadow space again. And Fong Bai, the legend, sank again. To be honest, although Fong Bai has reached the level of a demigod, as long as he does not deliberately release the pressure of will, others will not be able to feel it at all. So Fong Bai fishing with his own nest was still very smooth. But the density of this legendary fire element was too low. It may be difficult to breed, and only a large area can breed a legendary fire element life. But Fong Bai still prefers to believe another reason. That is, when there are two legendary violent fire element life in an area, there will only be one left. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. And violent fire element life cannot allow the existence of the same level, even if they are the same race. It won't work. Or they don't have the same race concept at all. The conflict is not caused by any interests, but they just want to fight to death. Based on Fong Bai's understanding of these violent fire elements, it is probably close to the truth. Continuing to sink, it didn't take long for another legendary fire element to come. This legendary fire element is stronger, but its personality is more explosive. It exploded as soon as Fong Bai caught it and began to engrave it. A huge shock wave swept across the depths of the magma sea, causing a shocking wave, and the dust titan was also directly blown black. However, Fong Bai didn't care and continued to go deeper. But when another fire element he encountered exploded again, Fong Bai immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. It's not that the violent fire elemental's personality is getting more and more violent, but that the environment that breeds them is getting more and more extreme. It's so extreme that their behavior is completely uncontrollable, and their intelligence has completely degenerated from that of wild beasts to the level of bacteria. No intelligence. Things without intelligence are naturally uncontrollable. Fong Bai paused slightly when he realized this fact, feeling quite a pity. After all, it's quite exciting to catch this legendary fire elemental life, one by one. You know, every legendary professional in the outside world is a master of one side. But here, one by one, this sense of difference is fascinating. Of course, this is because Fong Bai is a demigod. What if a normal legend comes? Come and get beaten up. And keep it honest. He completely put away his thoughts and stopped fishing, and did not put away the summoned dust titan again. The thrusters behind the 10,000-ton dust titan opened and exploded. Boom! The flames of the thrusters burst into dazzling brilliance, and the nearby magma was directly vaporized and disappeared. And the dust titan directly exploded and rushed down rapidly. The high-frequency oscillation during the period spread out, and its huge data was analyzed and stored under the ultra-high computing power of the onboard computing unit, without missing any data. As the depth increased rapidly, the temperature in the magma sea became hotter and hotter. From the temperature sensor inside the mecha, the temperature outside was already over 4,000 degrees. Under such high temperature, the surrounding magma had already completely melted, and there was only golden viscous liquid that filled the field of vision. Golden bloom, without any impurities, without any mixed colors. However, in contrast, the fire element was diffused in it. The fire element here was like a bar for mental teenagers who were drunk and high, and everyone was reveling, and gods and demons were dancing wildly. Here, all the fire elements lost the possibility of being controlled. Fong Bai dared to use his mental power to capture the fire element and take the initiative to contact it. And there was only one end. His mental power was injured and burned by the pig's sudden fire element. Chapter 611 Chaos. 4,000 degrees. Inside the dust titan, Fong Bai shook his head slightly as he looked at the marked temperature. Although the temperature on the dust titan is digitally displayed, Fong Bai, as the designer of the dust titan, knows this. The temperature measurement module of the dust titan is almost at its limit, and the next step is to measure the energy intensity. However, the dust titan has all the instruments it should have. Although the automatic temperature measurement module is almost at its limit, Fong Bai controls some active instruments to collect data, and he can also calculate the temperature through the data. At a temperature of 4,000 degrees, there should be nothing that can be preserved in a solid state. Right? This thought emerged in Fong Bai's mind. Because this is not just 4,000 degrees. There is also the invasion of violent fire elements. On one side is physical attack, and on the other side is spell attack. What material can withstand this? Put a legend here, and the legend may be able to survive during the time when it supports the domain. When the power is exhausted and the domain is closed, then wait for death, and soon become a part of this place. Maybe some weapons or ores on the body can be preserved here after being melted together by high temperature and high pressure. This is the real forbidden zone of life. Under this forbidden zone of life, if there is any solid thing left, it must be a treasure. Unfortunately, Fong Bai shook and explored all the way, and he didn't see any solid things after observing with his pupil technique. It seems that except for this golden pure liquid magma, there is only the dust titan. The dust titan is directly immersed in this pure liquid magma, and Fong Bai tilted his head. If it is placed on the earth, it is almost close to the core state. Right? Fong Bai pondered slightly, and continued to descend. Only one sentence echoed in the magma. Further down, it won't be the temperature of the outer layer of the sun, and the liquid will not exist. Fong Bai continued to speed up, and everything around him was reflected in his heart in the shaking. However, this action did not attract the semi-god level elemental life as he had thought before. Everything was silent. There was nothing else here except the golden pure liquid magma, and there was no fire elemental life. Although the concentration of fire elements here is so high that it is beyond words. It's violent and chaotic degree directly extinguishes the chance of the birth of all life. The environment here is extremely harsh, and there are huge amounts of violent and chaotic fire elements washing and eroding all the time. It seems that it is being attacked every moment here. Fong Bai made a simple test, and the more fire element life will be affected, the greater the impact. For non-fire element life, this may be a gust of wind, but for fire elements or other element life, it is a mudslide that will never stop. In this case, whether it is a good or bad demigod fire element, it will be seriously affected if it stays for a long time. In this case, naturally no element life will stay here. Based on this, Fong Bai can only listen to the echo of the mechanical operation of the figure inside the mecha, and continue to go deeper alone. Under this situation, under the same picture scene, the concept of time seems to become extremely vague. Fong Bai only felt that the pressure around him was getting bigger and bigger, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. The boundary of his perception was no different from the scene in front of him. The boundless magma ocean was like a bug that fell into boiling amber, small and fragile, struggling in it. Suddenly, the bug that rushed down broke free from the amber and came to a new area. After rushing out, Fong Bai was slightly stunned. Looking up, there was an endless golden lava sea in the sky. The ocean was upside down, without any drops. Extremely spectacular. Fong Bai was slightly stunned when he saw this picture. The magnificent scene was indeed shocking, and the place where he was at the moment also made him wonder. There was not a single drop of this lava falling, as if there was a barrier that completely blocked it. Because of the high pressure? Fong Bai whispered. Through the sensors of the mecha, it can be seen that the high temperature and pressure here are far higher than the golden lava. This space looks empty, with only wisps of golden gauze floating, which looks extremely dreamy. It is hard to imagine that there is such a beautiful scene in the depths of the magma sea. And this scene appears in a high temperature and high pressure life forbidden zone. Of course, perhaps it is because there is no pollution from life that such a pure picture can be seen. However, when Fong Bai was brushed by a wisp of floating golden sand, bang! The yellow glow on the surface of the mecha was blown up at the moment of contact, and the light golden gauze left a nearly 10 centimeter deep charred dent on the surface armor of the Dust Titan. In an instant, the reminder of being attacked jumped wildly on the main control page, and the red alarm was warned. Fong Bai was also shocked for a moment. He turned on the emergency shield and looked directly at the leg of the mecha that was swept by the golden gauze. The 10 centimeter deep burnt marks instantly caught his eyes. Seeing the extent of the damage, Fong Bai couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Although the leg armor was more than 50 centimeters thick, it was necessary to sweep 5 more times at the same position to break through the armor and attack the inside. Although this was only a superficial injury, but this still made Fong Bai surprised and his chest unable to calm down for a long time, because he had fought with the chief wizard who was more than a demigod for a long time. And the most serious injuries were not as serious as the damage caused by the light brush of the golden gauze at this moment. This is an attack that can really blow up the Dust Titan. It doesn't need to be many. Just 5 layers of golden gauze floating at the same time. And the terrifying golden gauze can directly attack the inside of his mecha. And looking around, the golden gauze here is floating, and there are thousands of them in the field of vision alone. The picture that was just beautiful now seems to be full of murderous intent. If an ordinary demigod comes, I'm afraid that if he is accidentally swept by the golden gauze once, he will be seriously injured on the spot. Legend? It was good enough for the legend to use the domain to barely survive in this high temperature and high pressure environment. Once it was swept by the golden gauze, it would immediately turn into ashes. And there was another golden gauze floating next to it. The Dust Titan slowly turned around to avoid it. Under deliberate control, part of the shield appeared in the range swept by the golden gauze. Silently, the shield swept by the golden gauze was annihilated. Fong Bai looked at this beautiful scene again, and cold sweats came out. Then he immediately focused all the detectors on a strand of golden gauze. He wanted to see what these golden gauze were made of, what structure they were, and why they had such a strong power. However, after the extremely high precision detectors focused on it, nothing was found except extremely high energy reactions. And this extremely high energy reaction is everywhere here, and every place is the same, with only a slight difference in intensity at most. Energy intensity? Fong Bai noticed something was wrong, and immediately expanded the scanning range and investigated. After a moment, the answer emerged in his mind. This golden gauze is not something that exists. To be precise, It is not an existing substance or energy. This is just the ripples formed by energy. If this space is compared to a bucket, and the high temperature and high pressure fire elements filled inside are compared to water, then these ripples are the ripples caused by the wind. There is no wind here, and the source of these ripples is the flow of water caused by the difference in energy intensity, which cause ripples in the process. And the reason why this golden gauze is so powerful is also clear. This golden gauze looks like a part of the light and fluttering, but its essence is actually the overall vibration of the high intensity and high pressure fire elements inside. The golden gauze brushed past, not just the ripples, but also the whole lightly brushed past. This is equivalent to a mountain brushing lightly in front of Fong Bai. And the terrifying total amount of high pressure and high temperature fire elements is the fundamental reason for the terrifying power. This is not a skill. It is completely based on weight. This is a brick flying with great strength. After figuring it out, Fong shook his head slightly and controlled the Dust Titan to fly down little by little. Although he felt sorry for the Dust Titan and was worried that it would be crushed by the sudden riot of the fire element, Fong Bai still drove the Dust Titan. After all, although the player's main body would not die, it would be a waste of time if he died, and it would take some time to eliminate the death state. More importantly, he could not fly. The Dust Titan could at least dodge and evade. If it was the main body, it would fall straight down without dodging. Then Fong Bai would have to die earlier or later. Why couldn't he fly? Otherwise, he could fly down by himself, which would be easier to hide than the Dust Titan. Fong Bai sighed faintly and flew down around one golden gauze after another. The floating speed of the golden gauze was very slow, as long as you were alert in advance. It was not difficult to dodge it. There was no technical content. But the problem was that the golden gauze was not an object. It could exist forever, and the number would not increase or decrease. The essence of the golden gauze was ripples. Since it was a ripple, it would appear and disappear. It would be fine if the golden yarn that had been there for a long time floated from a distance or disappeared suddenly, which was harmless. What was really scary was the ripples that suddenly appeared. Without any signs, a wisp of golden yarn appeared silently in front of him. Some of them could be dodged dangerously, while others could not be dodged and could only be taken. In this process, Fong Bai encountered many such situations over time. There was no other way, so he could only drive the Dust Titan to open the shield and carry it through. When the shield light flashed, the damaged shield was restored during the flashing process. As long as all the shields were not blown up instantly, as long as the consumption in an instant did not exceed the output limit, the shield could continue to recover, because the shield of the Dust Titan seemed to be a thin layer. But in fact there was another world. The shield that looks like one layer is actually supported by a dozen magic arrays. In fact, it is composed of more than a dozen shields. But Fong Bai has compressed the thickness of each shield as much as possible, directly to the thickness of a piece of paper. And the pieces of paper are stacked on top of each other, and finally together form a normal shield that can be seen. It looks like one layer, but in fact it is more than 10 layers. As long as one layer is still there, the shield is not broken, and the others will recover quickly. With this shield constantly bearing the damage, Fong Bai has thoroughly penetrated into this world. Looking back, he can no longer see the golden magma dome, but only wisps of light golden gauze floating slowly. Wisps of golden gauze have already obscured the vision. Looking back, and then continuing to go down, Fong Bai's whole spirit is completely tense to ensure that he can respond to the sudden appearance of golden gauze with the fastest reaction speed. Under the tension of full concentration, the traces of the passage of time seemed to have disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, the Dust Titan was already covered with scars. It was unknown how many times it had collided with several golden yarns at the same time. Although there was a shield, it still left traces on the Dust Titan. Fortunately, it looked scary, but in fact it was only on the surface. The outermost layer of armor was not broken. It just looked a little embarrassed. At this moment, the slightly embarrassed battle-damaged Dust Titan stopped and stood on an edge looking down. There was nothing below, whether it was the golden yarn or the energy. It suddenly stopped in front, and suddenly became empty. This emptiness made Fong Bai dare not move forward. Fong Bai had a hunch that if he dared to move forward and the Dust Titan dared to move forward, he would immediately die. The Dust Titan could not bear it, and was immediately finished. But in this empty area, Fong Bai really could not see anything, could not feel anything. It was just a void. Fong Bai could only sense that on this edge, There were fire elements constantly flowing over and blending into this high-temperature, high-pressure fire element. Sometimes a wave would turn into a golden yarn floating slowly here, getting bigger and bigger. When Fong Bai sensed these fire elements that appeared out of thin air, he understood. He had found the place. This is it. The source of the endless fire elements in the fire element world is here. The void in front of him. This is the source of everything. This must not be the internal circulation of the fire element, because the fire elements that appeared out of thin air here are extremely chaotic and violent. So it's fine. The most important thing is that there is no breath belonging to this world field on it. This is not the fire element of this world. Fong Bai once again cast his eyes on this void, thought about it, and took out a piece of 4th level equipment that he had seized. This 4th level equipment is Fong Bai trophy. Although the grade has reached the 4th level, Fong Bai dislikes this craftsmanship very much and can't look at it at all. This 4th level equipment was directly caught by the Dust Titan and thrown into the void. No sound was made. But this 4th level equipment disappeared the moment it came into contact with the void. Just like throwing ice into fire, and the ice disappears instantly. At that moment, Fong Bai found that there were more chaotic fire elements gushing out from that place. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it doesn't feel like an illusion. This discovery made Fong Bai take a deep breath, and he immediately took out a lot of 4th level equipment that outsiders dream of. It was like garbage in Fong Bai's hands. Of course, it was true. These were the scraps replaced from the Dust Titan. Fong Bai dismantled them now. Although they have certain research value, the spoils he disliked are gone. So he could only try this one. Without hesitation, he directly threw another 4th level scrap into it. Chapter 612 The 4 Elements World Structural Strangling. Huh? Silently, the discarded parts disappeared without a trace. And only an abnormal fluctuation of the fire element appeared near the edge. After replacing several positions and conducting multiple experimental comparisons, Fong Bai can already determine that these disappeared parts have been decomposed into the most basic elements. The abnormal fluctuation of the fire element at the boundary is caused in this way. And in careful observation, Fong Bai found another problem. That is, the edge here seems to be the edge of the world. Crossing the edge is outside the world, and entering the edge is inside the world. There is no gap in between. As we all know, there are space barriers at the edge of space, plane barriers at the edge of planes, and corresponding world barriers at the edge of the world. The world barrier is the edge division of the world, and it also plays a role like a wall, blocking all substances outside the world. This is like the cell wall of a cell, which exists naturally and is indispensable. Once it is missing, it means that the world is sick and there is a problem. Once a hole appears, it means that it is a loophole in the world, a weak point in the world, and invaders can drive straight in. As the edge of the world, this place is directly connected to the outside world, and there is no world barrier here. Doesn't this mean that anyone who can move outside the world can sneak into this world smoothly through here? Is this the weakness of the world? Fong Bai had this question in his mind. But when he saw another discarded part that was eliminated and looked at the violent and chaotic fire elements that continued to pour in, he suddenly realized a question. Where do these violent and chaotic fire elements come from? Naturally overflowing from outside the world. Energy spontaneously flows from the dense area to the weak area? But the outside world can't sense any fire elements. There is no energy in the outside world, and the mental power is instantly eliminated when it is extended. It is just that the incomparable chaos and violence can be sensed at the moment of elimination. Everything in there is extremely chaotic, and everything in there is extremely violent. The violent will tear everything apart, and the chaotic will make everything lost. There is no up and down, left and right, inside and outside, and no time passes. Anything that enters will be eroded by chaos and wiped out by violence in an instant. Only the world stands in it. Chaos. Fong Bai uttered this word directly. This was the first thought that came to his mind. There is nothing in chaos. Of course, it may be that he cannot perceive it. Just like the dark matter and vacuum zero-point energy that cannot be seen in the vacuum in reality. Even many kinds of rays cannot be seen with the naked eye. Is chaos a vacuum? It may be, but it may not be. It should not be. The game is the extraordinary world, and the reality is the world of the end of the law. Things in reality are not all of the extraordinary world. If you have to describe the chaos, elemental power, etc. in the extraordinary world with the materials and theories in reality, this may be the greatest arrogance. A surface technological civilization that has not even been able to play with its own planet. Why do you think that you can use the existing and observed theoretical knowledge to explain everything in a vast and boundless extraordinary world? Fong Bai had this tendency before. But now, he is adjusted back under deliberate adjustments. Nowadays, when encountering new things, we can use theories and reality to associate them. But after that, we must definitely study them through practice to determine the nature of this new thing. The discarded parts thrown in should have been eroded by the chaos instantly, unable to resist, and directly became part of the chaos. Therefore, legends are not qualified to explore chaos. It will be wiped out in an instant. Thinking of this, Fong Bai suddenly frowned slightly. Is that so? Fong Bai suddenly remembered a record in the library of the Fire Tower. There was a sentence in the record that mentioned a legendary wizard traveling in the Star Realm. But it was only mentioned, and there was no specific process. But since the legendary wizard can travel, then this chaos will have the ability to instantly erode the 4th level legendary equipment. Unless the Star Realm is not chaos, but refers to something else. Or this is not chaos. Or this place is special. Special? Yes. It is understandable to be eroded. So why does it turn into fire elements? Is it normal like this? Shouldn't it be? Fong Bai thought and pondered, and continued to look at this chaos. He stood in the world and watched from a bird's eye view. I don't know what the principle is, whether it's mental power or other substances. Once they enter this chaotic area, they will be eroded and wiped out in an instant. But the sight is not blocked at all. Not only can you see, but you can also see very far. Maybe it's because of the overlooking? Fong Bai didn't understand. But at this moment, he suddenly felt something and looked up. But nothing was seen. Without any hesitation, he immediately used his pupil technique with all his strength. Above the chaos was a blank. Nothing was seen. But Fong Bai paused slightly, and did not give up, but mobilized the power of the Dust Titan. A beam of light shot out from the Dust Titan's eye and shone on the void in front. Countless runes as thin as mosquitoes and flies surged out. And the runes kept swimming and combining, turning into patterns in front, forming a huge pupil, mysterious and complex. The moment the pupil was formed, Fong Bai's own stance was fully opened, and the energy it transformed into, after being contaminated with the breath of the Dust Titan, all poured into the rune pupil, making it slightly yellow, and the pupil instantly became indifferent and majestic, like the pupil of a god watching the world. Inside the Dust Titan, Fong Bai opened his pupil, and the runes inside the pupil were reflected, exactly the same as the runes in front of the Dust Titan. Runes flowed out of Fong Bai's eyes, magnified and stacked. When they were connected to the divine pupil in front of the Dust Titan, the circular patterns were like a telescope. But for this telescope, Fong Bai's mental power and the energy of his stance poured out like a heavy rain. In an instant, the divine pupil opened silently, and shadows gradually emerged above the empty chaos. With the influx of stance energy and the infusion of mental power stored in the mecha, these shadows gradually became clear, and finally turned into real reality and hit Fong Bai's eyes. What a vast landscape it was! The endless ocean, the canyon tearing the island suspended land, and the giant tornado caves sweeping across the sky and the earth were clearly the 3 elemental realms of water, earth, and wind. Add the fire elemental realm under his feet. Then this is the earth, fire, wind and water. Fong Bai took a deep breath, and at this time, the Dust Titan lowered its head slightly downward, and the divine pupil moved with it to look at the chaos. The originally empty chaos now reflects a magnificent picture. There is still nothing here, but there is a chaotic fog that is as turbulent as the ocean. This may be the Chaos Sea, and the wisps of gray fog are the legendary Chaos Chi. Violent and chaotic. It is enough to eliminate everything. This is the real shield. The chaos that is said to be located in the depths of the void, and needs to be broken into the space, and then planted in the depths of the void to see. This is the carrier of space, the matrix of space, and also the composition of the universe. After all, even space is only available in the world. Space is a product of the world. But such chaos is not the protagonist here. Or it is also the protagonist. Being the protagonist who is studied in the research. Because above the Chaos Sea, below the 4 elements, the terrifying shadows and terrifying forces gather and strangle above the Chaos Sea. That is the extension of the power from the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind and water. Each elemental world has the qualifications to breed true gods and demigods. And there is no telling how much elemental power each elemental world has. The integration of the field of each elemental world can definitely crush any god easily. Fong Bai, who has the demon beast, is qualified to make this judgment. And 4 such forces gathered in front of him, directly turning into a millstone, turning into a crusher, tearing the chaotic air fiercely on the chaotic sea, completely grinding it, turning it into 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, and then being drawn into the 4 elemental worlds. This is the origin of this violent and chaotic fire element. And these violent and chaotic elements, after the process of precipitation or storage, become part of this world and supply the growth of this world. Such a scene, Fong Bai felt extremely shocked. And the structure and field reflected in it made Fong Bai wake up from a dream. This is incredible. This is perfect. These 4 elemental worlds are the source of everything. The roots of the world, which are deeply rooted in the chaos and absorb the chaos as nutrition. Fong Bai suddenly understood. And his previous confusion was solved. Yes, there is no world barrier here. Yes, the world gap here directly connects to the chaos outside the world. But is this a loophole in the world? That's not the case. If someone wants to break in from here, puff. Fong Bai couldn't help laughing as he thought about it. It was difficult for him to laugh so happily. This was really funny. Judging from the posture of the 4 elemental realms strangling the chaotic energy. If an invader really shows up here, this is basically equivalent to the strangling of the entire world. Right? This should be directly equivalent to the power of the world's attack. Right? If you have to break in from here, it can basically be regarded as not going to the defenseless weak points when attacking a city. And then you have to rush to the city defense crossbow. There should be no such fools. And if there are such fools, it will be a dead end. Fong Bai looked at the scene of the 4 elemental realms strangling. It was simply like a dream. Too perfect. Looking at this scene, deeply imprinted this scene in his mind. And deeply recorded every trajectory, every structure, and every structure of the elemental world. Not daring to leave a single bit. Being here is basically like standing at the window and looking at another building. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is the best viewing point. If you add the information about the fire elemental world that Fong Bai has collected along the way, then the 4 elemental world structures of earth, fire, wind, and water will gather together. Keep watching. Keep staring. While recording with the book wall of the fantasy space, all these structures are transformed into data and imported into the storage unit of the onboard computing unit for storage. The storage units are full one after another. And all these data are transmitted to the data storage inside Tiangong Pavilion through Fong Bai projection. At the same time, many project teams that are applying for computing power resources suddenly found that in the same time period, the 3 city-level computing power arrays of Tiangong Pavilion have all been fully reserved. And the people behind the reservation are all Fong Bai. Looking at the large number of points deducted by Fong Bai in this system, Weiwei calculated that Fong Bai paid extra expedited fees in order to pre-book these computing powers. This kind of expedited often requires high authority or many heavy approvals, and is often a very urgent large project, such as the previous Mecha project team. Fong Bai is now applying for. What big project is the Pavilion Master doing again? These people couldn't help but mutter. And not long after, as the project teams that actually used the computing power array finished using it, they exited the computing power array. The computing power array is located under the extraordinary city and immersed in the pure spiritual power ocean, made a buzzing sound. Buzz buzz buzz. The diamond-shaped computing power units bloomed with silver-white light under the infusion of massive pure spiritual power. And one after another, the silver-white computing power units ran at high speed, like stars shining. And the ties between the stars are countless data flows. And under the peculiar architecture, the computing power burst is comparable to that of a supercomputer. One after another, the supercomputers are connected in series, and the data converted from the structure of the 4 elemental realms and the strangled architecture of the 4 elemental realms are all input into them. Fong Bai's spiritual power is imported into it, and he is in control of it. With the establishment of the overall model, data calculation began, and massive data surged. Fong Bai paid attention to the calculation process, importing some new data from time to time, and making some adjustments to the model from time to time. At this moment, all the research on the core in the fantasy space was temporarily put aside, and the mind was focused on the model deduction of the structure of the 4 elemental realms, and the stranglehold of the 4 elemental realms. Only the main body in the fire elemental realm still had some mental energy. While controlling the mecha, he flipped out an ancient book. That was the ancient book from Fatty and his friends, which originated from the ancient wizard civilization. And what was recorded on it was the knowledge about the fantasy space. Condensing the fantasy space, Fongbai thought that he would have to wait until he had walked through the fire elemental realm and then the earth, wind, and water elemental realms before he could take this step. He even had someone contact Fei Rui to ask him if he could find a way to find the coordinates of these 3 elemental realms, and planned to go to those 3 elemental realms after leaving the fire elemental realm. Unexpectedly, he had such a harvest before leaving the fire elemental realm. Fongbai flipped through the ancient book, and every word, even every symbol, and every stroke on it was memorized by heart. And they were all clear. He had read the contents of this ancient book many times. Fongbai had studied and pondered every page word by word, and had completely mastered it. But at this moment, Fongbai was still reading word by word, and his heart gradually calmed down. Chapter 613 Accident. Fantasy is the theme and rules are the framework. The fantasy space is a fantasy of consciousness, without any substance. But the flow of rules must be logical and seamless. Only if there is no difference can it turn the virtual into the real. The core of the entire fantasy space lies in fantasy. Only fantasy, which has no substance, can integrate the power of faith without any hindrance, and directly create something out of nothing and turn the virtual into the real. Once there is matter, it is different, and it is easy to produce deviations. This is the biggest problem faced by the internal and external fantasy space. You can't have a fantasy space in your body, and your body is not qualified to build a fantasy space. Fongbai looked at the ancient book, silently chanting and comprehending word by word. But more attention was still placed on the Tiangong Pavilion. Now it has been a week since Fongbai used the computing array. During this week, all the computing arrays have not stopped for a moment, and the pure mental power consumed is massive. At first, the mages in Tiangong Pavilion were still curious about what Fongbai was doing. They didn't know what Fongbai was calculating that required such a huge computing power and took so long. But he was only curious on the first day. On the second day, Fongbai spent a lot of points to hire thousands of mages from Tiangong Pavilion to access their mental power to assist in the calculation, and personally found a few white-haired old men to ask to take charge. Although these old men were originally good at modern science and technology, they seemed not good at the extraordinary system. But where is their real strength? The knowledge they possess? That is just the result of their strength. What are they really strong? Learning ability. The learning ability of the system. The scientific thinking of their research and the tenacious character. This is the core. Haven't you seen that those big guys who returned to China in the early years changed their majors directly after returning to China? Relearned, and then became big guys again. Knowledge is their achievement, not their strength. They are so successful because of their character and learning ability. What constrained them before was just a series of memory loss, energy loss, etc. caused by the decline of physical function after aging. But when they changed their jobs to become mages and became extraordinary people and completely rejuvenated, their seals were lifted. So although they seemed to be not involved in the extraordinary, in fact, they were standing at the same starting line as all the players. They are still the bosses in their chosen extraordinary fields. Real authoritative figures. So Fongbai would naturally go and ask them to leave in person. All the curious people have joined in. And then, they are no longer curious. It's not that they saw the whole picture. In fact, it is difficult for ordinary geniuses to see the whole equipment, and they may only participate in a corner after the split. It's like the coding research and development of a part of a rocket launcher, and they can't see the whole picture. And the reason why they are not curious is that they don't have time to be curious. In the calculation, even their heads and their spell slots are connected into a computing power unit, providing a steady stream of computing power for the whole. And their wisdom is the control core of these computing powers, allowing wisdom and computing power to combine to play a similar means of strong artificial intelligence. Such a grand scene. The entire Tiangong Pavilion has devoted all its manpower to physics to tackle the problem. I'm afraid that only Fongbai has so many points and such a strong appeal to carry out such a scene. Even the development of mechas at the beginning was slightly inferior. This time, it can be said that both quantity and quality are required, and the research is biased towards elemental structure and spatial structure. The former is very universal. As a dual profession of mage and mecha master, basically everyone has considerable attainments in the former, and there is no need to distinguish between categories. Therefore, Fong Bai invited more than 2 digits of SSR humans in reality. It's not that he didn't want to invite all of them, but mainly because they also had some work that they couldn't get away from. Otherwise Fong Bai could invite all of them. You know, the number of SSR humans here at Fong Bai is already so large that they can be listed as a certain branch. And under such a huge momentum, the data collected by Fong Bai was interpreted, compiled, spread, and extended bit by bit. Not long after, for three-dimensional models composed of countless light points and lines slowly floated in front of Fong Bai. The 4 hollow three-dimensional modules composed of points and lines are composed of different colors: yellow, red, cyan, blue. 4 colors, 4 models, like 4 worlds. The 4 models rotate and intertwine with each other, and lines of different colors that symbolize power extend below them and intertwine and entwine with each other. It seems that the space of birth and death of heaven and earth collapses, and gradually, the lines of the 4 color models extend upward, intertwine and merge with each other, forming a model with dots and lines of a new color that wraps all 4 models. And it looks like wrapping, and it seems like layering, layer upon layer, for colors change. So gorgeous. Indistinctly, those dots and lines seem to turn into thick chains across the sky, crisscrossing and covering everything. Fong Bai looked at this slowly running model and thought to himself. However, he did not start trying it too eagerly, but put it down and let it slowly deduce and run slowly under the huge computing power. The projection of himself is to connect the mental power to the internet, asking for help, whether it is an ordinary genius or an SSR human. Now that the matter is done, you have to show the attitude of asking for help. You can't just put it behind your mind because the matter is done. Especially the SSR humans in reality. Each of them is a busy person, and they can't have time to rest in reality. They are all people who think while eating, sleeping, and traveling, so it is naturally impossible for them to have a free time and rest for so long. It's just temporarily putting aside other things, and pushing aside other things to help Fong Bai. If they don't say anything, Fong Bai can't pretend he doesn't know. This is all out of kindness, and he must go and thank them one by one. Of course, verbal thanks are one thing, and keeping this kindness in mind is another. In addition, the structure formed by the 4 elemental realms of earth, fire, wind and water was directly placed by Fong Bai in the internal exchange list of the treasure house, limiting the permission to allow the exchange method. Only authorized people can exchange. Fong Bai directly granted exchange rights to all the SSR humans, who made great contributions to this collective attack. Fong Bai didn't intend to keep this structure privately. The reason why he mobilized so much manpower and material resources to deduce this structure was for his own breakthrough. Of course, this is one aspect. The structure of these 4 planes plus the overall structure are too complicated. Only through the pupil technique and the storage unit can he record all the details of this whole. The amount of data is huge and involves a wide range of aspects. The large amount of data can be borrowed from the computing power array, which involves a wide range of aspects. This is not something that Fong Bai can accomplish with the computing power array. If Fong Bai was the only one to do it, it would take a lot of time and effort. Even if the result is finally obtained, it may be too one-sided. After all, although Fong Bai has a deep understanding of the elements, he is only one person, not 10 people, not 100 people. As the saying goes, a mountain can be seen from the side and a peak from the side. 10 people have 10 perspectives. And even if they look at it superficially, they can provide new ideas. With such a big challenge, thousands of people participated together, which naturally led to a more objective and realistic 4 elemental world. Yes, it is close. Not completely. Fong Bai collected a lot of data, but it is definitely not 100%. Even 99% is not 100%. And the errors in the deduction process, the deviation of understanding, everything will produce errors. So they can only be as close as possible to meet the needs. After all, they need a logically self-consistent and perfectly operating 4-element world architecture. Not completely the same. More people, more perspectives, so that there will not be a blind spot in one person's thinking that leads to overall failure. So overall, this plays an important role in the improvement of Fong Bai's personal strength. But this is only one aspect. Just incidentally, what is the greater significance? It is a set of logically self-consistent 4-element world rule operation system. Take it out alone. This is an element world. Combined together. This is the four-element world structure of Earth, fire, wind and water. Then deduce and improve it. This is a complete world with extremely high growth potential. Rather than the inner space in his mind that is only 10 meters in radius and cannot grow for a long time. This is definitely the real top-notch fantasy space condensation method. Although it also requires more faith power to materialize. And the requirements for will and computing power have become very against the sky. But it's like you can't deny the advantages of a commodity just because it is expensive. Expensive is not a shortcoming of the commodity, but of people. The same is true for the difficulty of condensation. Moreover, if the world is too difficult, there is still a structure of four-element worlds, which still has infinite potential and can even refine chaos. If this is still lacking, then a single-element world can also be top-notch. And it is still a huge plane. From simple to complex, the levels are clear and can be applied to different groups of people. Is this for Fong Bai alone? Yes, Fong Bai can use it, but it can also be used by others. As long as you reach the master level, you can try to condense the fantasy space, and then try to materialize it by gathering the power of faith. As long as you materialize a little bit, let a little truth be born in the falsehood. Then the master mage will instantly transform into a legendary mage. What are the knowledge requirements for promotion from master to legend? This model, even the model of a single elemental world, is equivalent to the structure and rules of an entire large plane, which is the principle of its operation. What is knowledge? This is knowledge. Successful coagulation of fantasy space means that the mage has completely learned and understood this knowledge. Not only mastered it, but also continued to deduce and operate it through this knowledge, making it a real world existing in fantasy. This is the fantasy space. If mages who have mastered this level of knowledge are not qualified to break through the legend, then what knowledge is enough? When the power of belief is gathered enough to materialize a trace of real belief, the requirements of the legend level can naturally be met. In this way, if this is not a legend, then what is a legend? This legendary mage is not the legendary mage of today, but the ancient mage civilization that was promoted in the way of the ancient mage civilization. Although the profession of mage, which pursues knowledge, still worships the ancient. This sounds a bit awkward, which means that the mage profession has not only not made progress since the ancient mage civilization, but has regressed a lot. This fact makes people feel a little uncomfortable. But the objective fact is here. Fantasy space. The legendary wizard who materializes fantasy space has too much potential. Once you break through the legend, you are basically a god wizard, which is undeniable. No matter how uncomfortable it is, you can only accept it. And you can't give up because of choking. You can only work hard silently, strive to restore glory, and then create brilliance again. So, helping Fong Bai break through is a fact. And adding a foundation for the legendary wizard to break through to Tiangong Pavilion is also a fact. In fact, let everyone have a fantasy space. The same fantasy space as Fong Bai. To be honest, Fong Bai feels that this is more important than each of them becoming a legendary wizard. And more important than everyone becoming a demigod. After all, combat power is nothing. And the pursuit of new knowledge is eternal. In the research of this field, no matter which subcategory, fantasy space has never lost. No materials are needed. Infinite materialization. Suspected 100% reality simulation. Microscopic fields can be reproduced. Plus dozens, hundreds, or thousands of times the time flow rate bonus. If everyone is one, Fong Bai can hardly imagine how terrifying this picture is. How important is this? Fong Bai couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Under this situation, Fong Bai breakthrough became insignificant. A fantasy space for all. Fong Bai recalled such an ancient wizard civilization. How prosperous and flourishing would it be? With a raging fire and blooming flowers? Fong Bai couldn't even imagine it. Such a civilization. Such divine wizards are almost immortal. And they live as long as the heaven and the earth. How far can such a wizard civilization develop? Why did such a wizard civilization become extinct? The destruction of the world is probably just a recreation for them. Right? After all, when legendary wizards with such achievements become divine wizards, their fantasy space will become a complete world. What kind of crisis could destroy them all? Leaving only some cold and pale relics for future generations. And even the complete wizard heritage could not be left behind. External enemies? Or internal fighting? Could it be the abyss? No. It shouldn't be. The relics left now can suppress the abyss. And it is impossible to destroy the prosperous civilization. Then, experimental accident? For some reason, when I think of the 6 words ancient wizard civilization, the 4 words experimental accident also pop up. There is no way. Wizards causing trouble and accidents. This seems to have become a stereotype. Well, this is not unfair. Chapter 6:14, Recondensing the Fantasy Space. Well, it's not unfair. Fong Bai recalled the project team that started to study high computing artificial intelligent life at his home, and nodded repeatedly. No, I must speed up. I now call the Mage Civilization the Ancient Mage Civilization. Don't let future generations call me the Ancient Mecha Civilization. No. No. Absolutely not. Fong Bai shook his head repeatedly. Ancient Mecha Civilization can be put into the word ancient, which means it is gone. The civilization has no inheritance and has directly perished. How can this be possible? But Fong Bai suddenly had a question in his mind. So, is the ancient mage civilization really extinct? Fong Bai looked down at the ancient book in his hand and recalled the text circulated among the indigenous people. If only the ruins exist, then it should be extinct. But based on the known situation now, the descendants of the ancient wizard civilization still exist. Wizards are still popular, and the text is still in use. There are descendants of blood, iconic professions, and texts circulating. This doesn't look like it has been destroyed. Right? But it can't be said that way. What really determines a civilization is the spirit of inheritance and culture. If the spirit of inheritance still exists, if the culture is still popular, then it can't be considered extinct. After thinking for a long time, Fong Bai still shook his head and put this matter aside for the time being. Now his strength is still weak. When he has the strength of the god level or even higher, he can naturally go to the ruins of the ancient wizard civilization to look for clues, or ask those gods. After all, as the top of the pyramid, as immortal species, the gods must know a lot of things. Fong Bai pondered carefully. But then again, people who study knowledge and have a strong thirst for knowledge are the ones who like to stir up trouble and can cause serious consequences. An illiterate person can only stab someone with a knife at most. But a chemistry teacher may use biological weapons or explosives to make a big mess. This is totally incomparable. Ordinary people can make nuclear bombs. So what will these ancient magicians with god-level combat power and immortality do? After all, they have sufficient ability and execution power. It's fine if it's handled well. If it's not handled well, I'm afraid it will be a big deal. I won't encounter it in the future. Right? But it shouldn't be that serious. After all, the ancient magician civilization has disappeared. And the things they did have been digested in this long time. Even if they do something, they definitely can't get me. Yes, they definitely can't get me. Fong Bai repeated it again. If there are really any things left by the ancient magician civilization, then he is really a little scared. After all, it has been so long, and it has not disappeared with time. Which can fully explain the problem. The key is that as a pioneer who is already higher than a demigod, as the tall one among the tall ones, he is more likely to come into contact with this kind of thing than other players. In other words, as long as his strength continues to improve, as long as he continues to explore, as long as this situation exists, Fong Bai will definitely encounter it. After thinking about it, Fong Bai shook his head helplessly. This thing does not exist? Fong Bai does not believe that a civilization famous for mages will not leave such things behind. Fong Bai will not believe it even if he is beaten to death. Forget it. If I encounter it, I will encounter it. As long as I am strong enough, I can push it away. If I am not strong enough, everything I say is false. I'd better condense the fantasy space first. Fong Bai took a deep breath and looked at the world framework model that was slowly running in front of him again. In theory, as long as it is completely reproduced through fantasy, and its normal operation is guaranteed without loopholes, and then a huge amount of faith power is incorporated, the fantasy space can be condensed. And he can also push the mage profession from the master level to the legendary level. If this step is completed, he can also be like the chief mage, and can be called a legendary mecha master and mage when introducing himself, instead of the current thin legendary mecha master. But that is only in theory, and it is only for ordinary people. And now I already have a fantasy space. If I directly imagine it, it will only take shape in my fantasy space. It will not be built on my consciousness. even if it takes shape in the fantasy space. It cannot integrate the power of faith. The power of faith, I guide, will only be absorbed by the existing fantasy space. Then continue to condense the inner space that can only be used as a storage space. This is simply too wasteful. This inner space that has no autonomous growth and can only be used as a storage space has no value for cultivation. The innate fantasy space that Tian was born with not only did not become a help to Fong Bai at this moment, but became an obstacle. Although this innate fantasy space is simple for him to use, it is already a finished product and has been packaged. He can use it only for development. But if you want to modify it, Fong Bai will not say that there is no way. But at least, he has not found it now. And if you want to condense a normal fantasy space, the first condition is to solve old version. This is also the first step that Fong Bai has to do. But Fong Bai does not want to destroy this fantasy space. This inner space. It is not like that. Fong Bai will not be so wasteful. This is a talent. And this will also be Fong Bai chance. The only chance. This fantasy space has condensed a small inner space due to an accident. Although this inner space is deformed and has no rules. So that no matter how Fong Bai cultivates it, it will not grow at all. This may have been an obstacle and a mistake before. Well, it is also an obstacle and a mistake now. But now it allows Fong Bai to find an opportunity to recycle waste. In Fong Bai consciousness, the inner space is anchored in the consciousness, and it carries the heavy fantasy space on it. Take a deep breath. Breathe silently. And after a while, the inner space and fantasy space slowly fall off from the consciousness. When Fong Bai went deep into his soul and mastered the power of consciousness, he already had the ability to cut off his talent. If you want it, keep it. If you don't want it, cut it off. Of course, no matter how stupid he is, he will not want this fantasy space talent. But now he has to cut it off. The existence of the cut fantasy space swayed slightly, but it did not dissipate. The inner space that has been successfully materialized is part of the fantasy space. Although the inner space has been successfully materialized, the connection between them has not been cut off. So at this moment, the inner space in turn maintains the existence of the fantasy space. And the next moment, the inner space and the fantasy space slowly emerged from Fong Bai's soul and appeared in the spiritual ocean. However, the fantasy space has disappeared without a trace. And only this inner space with a radius of 10 meters exists. It is originally a fantasy. And it naturally does not exist outside the realm of will. Only when the thought sinks into the inner space can it enter the fantasy space along the inner space. In the spiritual ocean, the inner space slowly floated out and appeared in Fong Bai body for the first time. The next moment, all the scattered items, rocks, soil, and spiritual medicine were cleared out and appeared in the palm of the Dust Titan. Protected by the Dust Titan. On this 10-meter square land, a small ginseng doll curiously reached the edge and looked at the outside world. When it sensed the endless fire elements and high temperature outside, it sat on the ground with a snap. Horror. It was so terrifying. This must be hell. The ginseng doll's small eyes were greatly shocked. Fong Bai looked at the little ginseng happily. In terms of status, the little ginseng is also a demigod-level existence. However, due to its special nature as a spiritual medicine, it has no combat power. And all its skill points are on medicinal properties, vitality, and escapability. And if it is exposed to the current environment, it will probably die soon. Of course, it is also possible that the little ginseng merged the fire element in order to survive and turned into a new fire element spiritual medicine. Although it is difficult to change the properties, the semi-god level spiritual medicine has quite special characteristics after all. And the core of this little ginseng lies in the vitality of life. So it may not be difficult to fuse the fire element to save his life. Thinking about it, Fong Bai moved his mind and cut off all distracting thoughts. The whole person calmed down immediately, and all his attention fell on the inner space. The inner space that had been completely emptied moved slowly, and in a flash, it had already left the spiritual ocean and slowly descended along the body, leaving the mind little by little, and appeared in Fong Bai body. There are 3 major power cores in Fong Bai body. The first is the spiritual ocean, which is the place where Fong Bai's spiritual power is stored. It does not exist in the physical body, but it is projected in Fong Bai mind like a higher dimension. The second is the heart, which is the place where Fong Bai chi and blood gather. The qi and blood of the muscles and bones of the whole body will gather in the heart along with the blood to temper, and then merge into the blood, and then pump to the whole body by the heart. The third is dantian, which is where Fang by fighting spirit is formed and gathered. Qi, blood, spiritual power, and elemental power will be tempered into fighting spirit here, and finally stored here for slow tempering. The fighting spirit here can flow through the whole body as quickly as possible. And this dantian is also a space that is half layered on the body, and the foundation is on the body. Apart from absolute brute force, these three are all Fang by extraordinary power. The most important of them are dantian and spiritual ocean, because the heart is just a place where qi and blood are gathered and pumped. In many cases, qi and blood are still integrated into the body, or tempered into fighting spirit, and they are not often gathered in the heart. The inner space that just separated from the spiritual ocean floated directly and slowly to dantian, directly passed over the body, and sank into dantian bit by bit, located in the center of dantian, and fighting spirit surrounded it. After completing this step, Fang Bai surrounded the inner space with Do Qi, controlled the inner space to exist in an unguarded state, and used Do Qi to flow into the inner space little by little to temper the inner space. And the spatial force in the inner space also actively flowed out and tempered together with Do Qi little by little. After completing this step, Fang Bai put it aside for the time being, meditated quietly, and his attention sank into consciousness again. At this moment, the anchoring of consciousness disappeared, which was a very dangerous state, and it was also the state of Fang Bai as a weak person. In this state, if the evil god or other corresponding professionals use pollution, brainwashing, and cognitive deviation to deal with Fang Bai, the success rate would be many times higher than before. Without an anchor, consciousness will naturally change with the passage of time. This is a natural phenomenon, just like the natural metabolism of the human body, which is completely normal. It is also equivalent to a completely unguarded state. Of course, the original connection between the fantasy space and Fang Bai is still there, which comes from Fang Bai consciousness. The connection cannot be cut off, but now it can no longer play the role of anchoring consciousness. Fang Bai took a deep breath, and as his consciousness gradually calmed down, his thoughts moved, and his consciousness followed suit. What is fantasy? Fantasy is based on consciousness, and fantasy exists within consciousness. Machines don't have fantasies, and neither do separate bodies. And the fantasy space is within consciousness, which is why the ancient wizard civilization cannot achieve dual fantasy spaces. A fantasy space has already been nurtured in the consciousness, and it has already been materialized. If this fantasy space is cut off, it is equivalent to cutting off the consciousness. If the consciousness is gone, how can we talk about building a second fantasy space? Only people like Fang Bai who have the talent for fantasy space have this unique condition, and have this opportunity to try it once. However, the fantasy space originated from the ancient wizard civilization, which is a man-made comprehension and a result of cultivation. Why is it a talent? Fang Bai said silently in his heart. Is it because my ancestors are also descendants of the ancient wizard civilization, and at least one legendary wizard's bloodline flows? So the information of the fantasy space is passed down through the bloodline, and it was activated after my generation came into contact with the extraordinary, and thus was born naturally. Or is it that my talent is an attempt by the ancient wizard civilization for the dual fantasy space? This talent was transformed into seeds and buried in the ancient wizard civilization, and passed down with the flow of time, until this generation of seeds blossomed and bore fruit. And by chance, it was born in me again. In short, I should have a very close relationship with the ancient wizard civilization anyway. Fang Bai smacked his lips. His ancestors were actually traced back to the ancient wizard civilization era. It seems that they were also very successful. Otherwise they would definitely not be passed down to the modern era. I can explore it later. Fang Bai gathered these thoughts together, and the next moment, the space inside his consciousness expanded rapidly, and countless points and lines emerged and connected in his consciousness. Sometimes the space in the consciousness is so big that it can contain the entire universe. But sometimes it can't even contain a singularity. The size is the most mysterious thing, and everything moves at will. At this moment, the space in the consciousness is boundless, as if it can accommodate a star. Nodes emerge one by one, and lines connect one by one. All of this changes at a very fast speed, and in an instant, it becomes extremely complicated and profound. consisted with the structural diagram of the world deduced by the 4 elements that Tiandong Pavilion had previously obtained. And it has been perfectly presented. Chapter 6:15 Singularity. Huh? Fong Bai took a deep breath and paused for a moment. At this moment, the 4 elemental world structures and the deduced world structure have been perfectly imagined in his consciousness. Exactly the same as the structure they deduced. This model may not be perfect, but it is definitely feasible and can be operated. This is the conclusion drawn after many simulation operations. It doesn't matter if there are bugs in it, as long as it can be operated. As long as it operates normally. And it is real enough. As long as it can still operate normally after the power of belief is injected and actual power is involved. And it will not collapse after partial materialization. Then this is a very qualified fantasy space model. Of course, imagining this model in consciousness is only the first step. After the imagination, it is operation. And this operation is the most difficult and challenging step in the entire condensation process. The difficulty lies in having enough computing power to maintain the operation of this model. The test is that as long as the operation fails due to conflict, the fantasy space will fail to condense. Without hesitation, after a short pause, Fong Bai directly connected a computing power array with his mental power. The computing power array of Hongfeng City is the first computing power array built by Tiandong Pavilion. It is also the computing power array with the most abundant spiritual power storage, and the highest computing power so far. At this moment, all the computing power of the computing power array of Hongfeng City has been vacated, just waiting for Fong Bai to access it. With Fong Bai access and input of the calculation model, all the computing power units of the entire computing power array are suspended at the moment of startup. Countless data flow in it, and a sea of data is constructed in an instant. In this sea of data, 4 frames gradually emerge. Fong Bai promotes the fantasy space according to the results of the computing power array. It's like playing chess with an old man at the highest difficulty of the chess game. Fong Bai is connected to AlphaGo. Step by step. This complex and mysterious model, like a sea of stars, moves bit by bit. It's like a gear moves in a precision device with hundreds of millions of gears. Silently. Only the data is continuously imported. 1 gear. 2 gears. 3 gears. 10 gears. 100 gears. 10,000 gears. The gears rotate faster and faster. And more gears are activated. The parts in the entire precision instrument are running fast while interlocking with each other. And the chains are slowly moving. The chains formed by the structures are all over the model, covering everything like a net. As time goes by and the amazing computing power is activated, the models of the 4 elemental realms are already running at full speed. As the model runs at full speed, it seems that there are chains crisscrossing horizontally and vertically. And as the chains slide, it seems that a picture emerges. The movement of points forms lines. The vibration of lines becomes surfaces. And the splicing of surfaces conceives the structure. It's like a picture passing by quickly in front of your eyes and gradually forming an animation. Earth, fire, wind, water, the vast earth, the blazing flames, the light breeze, the azure ocean. The 4 models gradually turned into 4 elemental realms. Even if it is a fantasy, the operation of real rules will still produce all kinds of magic. The strangling power gradually emerged, as if it had crushed something invisible, causing the 4 elements to gradually fill up and grow. The chains connecting the elemental worlds extended outward as the power filled up, and the 4 chains intertwined and crisscrossed, gradually building a world outside the 4 elements. In this process, Fong Bai found that the power of consciousness was increasing a little bit. Although it was very slow and very small, it was not an illusion. False illusions and deductive operations have absorbed real power, allowing consciousness to grow. This is outrageous in itself. But think about it. This is a secret method in the field of consciousness. And consciousness is a kind of power that will be enhanced out of thin air when it is awakened. It is not unacceptable to create something out of nothing. But Fong Bai is still curious about what the principle is and what power it is absorbed. My distracting thoughts? Fong Bai muttered. He did feel a sense of calmness just now. Not bad. An unexpected surprise. Fong Bai smiled and continued to operate the fantasy space. Time passed by, and the world built on the 4 elemental realms had already taken shape. If it was just to build a fantasy space, then it could be said that it had succeeded now, and the computing power array could be withdrawn. The initial operation was the most difficult. After it was fully operational, it only needed to be maintained by inertia. Although this also required a considerable amount of computing power, Fong Bai could naturally meet it. Completing this step meant that he had reached the peak of the master level of the mage profession. At this point, the accumulation of knowledge has been completed. In the process of breaking through the legend, at least in the field of knowledge, there is no threshold. And the next step is to accumulate the power of faith step by step, and use the massive power of faith to materialize a trace of fantasy space. Then Fong Bai can break through the legend. And accumulation. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. How did he achieve the inner space before? It was just absorbing a little overflow of faith power. A little overflow can materialize an inner space. Not to mention the total amount Fong Bai has. But this reminds Fong Bai of something. Materializing fantasy space can make you a legendary mage. Fong Bai has the talent of fantasy space. And it seems that he has the potential to break through the legendary mage from the beginning. No. It should not be said to be potential. To be precise, as long as you have this talent, there is no threshold below the legend. As long as you gather the power of faith, you can directly become a legendary mage, which is higher than a demigod. After all, with fantasy space, there will be no difficulty from professional level to master level. Infinite and costless simulation, as well as time acceleration. There is no threshold for mages at all. With this talent, collecting the power of faith is just a piece of cake. That is to say, it is not an exaggeration to call Fong Bai a natural demigod. However, if he relies on his talent to directly ascend to the legend. Fong Bai recalled his inner space with no growth potential and shook his head slightly. Even if he ascends, he still has to make up for it. And he has to cut it down again and condense it again. After all, relying on this kind of inner space, it is impossible to rely on it to become a god mage. After all, the foundation of a god mage is to build the fantasy space into a complete and formed world. If you have a world, even if it is small, you are a god. But first go to the legend, and make up for it with the strength of the legend. I don't know how many times stronger than ordinary people. While Fong Bai was thinking, he controlled the 4 elemental realms to strangle. Once the distracting thoughts were cleared, the intensity of consciousness rose a little. Fong Bai was happy. It was really fun. The fantasy space cleared all the distracting thoughts. Fong Bai opened the attribute panel, looked at the glittering Mecha Master title and rune title on it, and reached out to pick it up directly. The invisible and intangible title was directly broken off, and Fong Bai felt a heavy feeling when holding it in his hand. The previous evil god's godhood seemed light and fluttering here. He took it in his hand and looked at it for a few times, and then cast it into his consciousness. The invisible and intangible title dissipated when it touched the consciousness, and the moment it dissipated, a huge amount of faith power instantly poured into Fong Bai consciousness. Fong Bai had a feeling that if he directly absorbed these faith powers with his consciousness, then his consciousness could directly undergo a qualitative change and become a godhood. And the title in it would directly become a priesthood, allowing Fong Bai to become a god instantly. It's just that at that time Fong Bai could be a mecha god, a rune god, or even a mecha and rune god. But he would definitely no longer be a mage, and would no longer be a god mage. While gaining authority and power, Fong Bai would also be directly infected and distorted by this huge amount of faith power. No, this should not be called infection and distortion, because this is Fong Bai actively accepting this power, and actively accepting its shaping of himself. While gaining power, you also become a god in the eyes of believers, not yourself. The power of belief and the power of faith are only a thought away, and accepting its power naturally requires a price. This is also the most primitive use of the power of belief. Fong Bai has already condensed into a fantasy space, and absorbing it like this is really a brain twitch. No matter how stupid you are, you can't do such a thing. The distracting thoughts in your mind and the desires induced by the majestic power of belief are directly crushed by the fantasy space. Fong Bai, who is sober-minded, does not hesitate to introduce these powers of belief into the fantasy space. The original fantasy space is like a series of empty models, and the power of belief is like the molten steel poured into the model. As the molten steel flows, it becomes full in an instant. At the same time, another force of belief flows directly into the gifted fantasy space and the inner space along the connection of consciousness. In just a moment, the gifted fantasy space quickly condenses. In just a moment, the inner space that originally did not grow or expand at all began to grow. It became higher and deeper, and became more vast. 11 meters, 12 meters, 13 meters, 14 meters. At this moment, it was like blowing a balloon, and the inner space expanded rapidly. However, no matter how this inner space expanded, it was disordered, dead, and had no room for growth. In other words, if you invest the power of faith, you will grow. If you don't invest, you will never change, or the command will be weakened and gradually collapse. So with the infusion of the power of faith and the simultaneous formation of two fantasy spaces, Fong Bai opened his eyes. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the mecha slowly woke up. With the start of the power warehouse, Fong Bai position poured into the field of the mecha, and merged with it. However, in the past, the standpoints flowed into the field and presided over the field. But at this moment, a reversal occurred. Under Fong Bai control, the power of the entire Dust Titan was concentrated on Fong Bai mass standpoint. At this moment, the power contained in the standpoint expanded rapidly, to an unimaginable degree. The field power of the 10,000 tons of mecha was concentrated on Fong Bai standpoint. And then, the standpoints that were originally open to the outside also turned inward at this moment, contracting inward. In a blink of an eye, it passed through the body and came to the inside of the body, and gathered directly to the dantian, and came directly to the rapidly expanding inner space. Buzz! The strong standpoint almost turned into substance, directly crossing the nodes of the space and acting on the space barrier of the inner space. Or it can be said that the integration of this space force allows this standpoint to act directly on the space. This is just like when Fong Bai used the power of space to bless his body. At that time, his fists could be directly swung on the space. If the power was a little stronger, it would not be impossible to tear the space cracks directly with this method. It has a complete foundation for realization. At this moment, under the same principle, the terrifying power of the stand carrier directly acts on the space barrier of the inner space. Crack! Almost instantly, a crisp sound rang in Fong Bai's ears. It was like the breaking of potato chips. It was unusually crisp. Crack! 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 If it was just a piece of potato chips that broke just now, then now several bags of potato chips are breaking at the same time. Just by listening to the sound, you can imagine the feeling of fragmentation. And the next moment, bang! The rapidly growing and expanding inner space not only did not continue to expand, but it was completely broken in the compression of the stand. And everything inside was instantly compressed inward. 10 meters, 9 meters, 7 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 1 centimeter, 1 millimeter. Smaller and smaller, smaller and smaller. Under the terrifying pressure of the stand, the inner space seemed to be compressed and disappeared directly. There was only the terrifying stand that seemed to be substantial. Under the terrifying compression, there was no unit that could describe the size of the existence of this inner space. All units seemed too large in front of the size of the inner space at this moment. It seems to have been compressed and disappeared. But as its controller, Fong Bai can sense it clearly. Although it is so small that it cannot be measured, it does exist, because the power of faith is still being infused into it, and the gifted fantasy space carried on it is still being materialized and integrated into it. The inner space should have expanded rapidly, but under the position of terror, the inner space is getting smaller and smaller, so small that it loses the meaning of volume. In this case, the mass it possesses is getting bigger and bigger, not to mention how much mass it has. In the face of an almost infinitely small volume, as long as it has mass, its density is infinitely close to infinity. The infinite density is still increasing, doubling up again and again. That is, this point is not on the same level as Fong Bai body. Without the body that integrates the power of space, the energy cannot touch the space at all. This seems to be a high-dimensional existence. At this moment, the power of faith is still pouring in and accumulating. It can be expected that when it is completed, it will be earth-shattering. In the consciousness, the fantasy space has become extremely full, just like highly compressed energy. Although it is not substantial, it looks the same as matter. Obviously, it is approaching the critical point here. It only needs the last accumulation. Fong Bai tried his best to maintain his position and waited silently. Chapter 6:16 Mecha Transformation. Ping. Fong Bai did not wait too long. The power of faith, which was as turbulent as a flood, was too powerful. Every minute and every second, a huge amount of faith power was integrated into it. When it reached the limit, almost at the same moment, there was a strange sound. And two fantasy spaces, in Danteon, formed by blood power, fighting spirit, and mental power were also integrated into the compressed inner space. Finally, the inner space with a density approaching infinity reached its limit. The original outward force disappeared and collapsed inward. Immediately afterwards, a suction force surged out. This suction force did not act on the flesh and blood, nor on the body, but on the power of faith and the position that wrapped it. In an instant, Fong Bai position was completely sucked in, and the power of faith was also madly poured into it, and into consciousness. Along with crossing the critical value, a sense of substance appeared on the fantasy space. The operation of the fantasy space no longer needs to be maintained. Even if it is completely ignored, it will continue to operate on its own. After all, real things and real rules are just like what that sentence says. The world will not stop without you. The same is true for this fantasy space. A trace of reality is enough to maintain its own operation. And it began to provide strength support for Fong Bai. At the same time, Fong Bai also sensed a trace of substance and weight. The consciousness that had lost its anchor has been anchored again. The originally defenseless consciousness entered into full armor again. And finally, along with that trace of real-world substance, a trace of rule sounded in Fong Bai consciousness. Ding! The sound was so loud that it was like a morning bell, like an evening drum, like a Taoist master preaching, like the world removing all covers from you. The power of rules also slowly washed with the spread of the sound, instilling Fong Bai consciousness, soul, mental power, and body, and finally ending in the Mecha. The concept of Mecha in that consciousness also quietly fell on the Dust Titan, as the first Mecha in the world, and Fong Bai Mecha. It is more than appropriate for him to carry the concept of Mecha. As the fantasy space breaks through the critical value, the remaining power of faith is completely immersed in the inner space of Danteon, and the structure of the four elements also enters. Boom! In Fong Bai perception, the world seems to have disappeared, and only his consciousness is floating in the endless void. This feeling is fleeting, and the next moment it seems that he has seen an infinitely expanding world, boundless and infinite. But in another moment, that world is clearly in Danteon, and the boundary of that world is clearly the boundary of Danteon. Boom! The grand sound of rules spreads, and countless runes spread along with the fluctuations of the sound, imprinted on every position past, explaining the opposite. Externally, it spreads within the Dust Titan. The runes fall, and the concept of the runes falls. Internally, the sound of rules reverberated in the body, in the ocean of spiritual power, in the soul, and finally transmitted to the consciousness deep in the soul. Ping! The sound of rules collided with the sound of rules, and the sound of rules intertwined and overlapped with the sound of rules. The collision of rules caused it to spread and cover again. Countless fine runes constituted the rules, explained the rules, and were imprinted on every corner of Fong Bai body, even in his genes, all over his body, without any omission. When the sound of rules sounded in the depths of consciousness, it was pure and without any noise, like the sound of a clear spring flowing in the mountains, like clear water after a refreshing exercise, like quenching after high-temperature forging. The pure sound of rules vibrated, and Fong Bai consciousness instantly became tough. Before this, Fong Bai consciousness was just anchored and not easily distorted. At this moment, Fong Bai consciousness had transformed from cotton wool into steel, tough and stable, and he felt refreshed and clear. When it spreads to the soul, the pure sound of rules has a lot of noise, but it is still clear, constantly reverberating in the soul, turning the power of rules into the steel support of the soul, making the soul more tenacious and stained with the breath of rules. When it spreads to the mental power, it is already full of noise, but it can barely be heard clearly. This sound of rules is constantly tempered, allowing the mental power to transform again. When it comes to the flesh and mecha, the sound of rules is already blurred and only hastily refined. This is the breakthrough of the orthodox mage. Therefore, although the mage's physical body is not weak, it is far behind the consciousness and the strength of the soul. This is unacceptable for the mage who pursues perfection. So the idea of dual fantasy space is proposed. That's why Fong Bai just made a breakthrough. Fong Bai body, soul, consciousness, and mental power asterisk have all undergone 2 transformations. And the instant the transformation strength drops is just the opposite. The soul, consciousness, mental power, and physical body's affinity and control over the elements are all maxed out. And the related spell resistance and physical strength are not bad at all. From the inside to the outside, from strength to structure, from affinity to resistance, Fong Bai has only one feeling in his mind. Perfect. This is a perfect body, which looks like it should not be owned by anyone. Gently clenching his fists, Fong Bai felt a strong power, an unparalleled sense of security from his body. Fong Bai understood that even if he did not drive the mecha, his mental strength alone was comparable to that of a demigod with this body. This time it was not only a breakthrough in strength, but also an elevation of status. And with the slow adaptation, the brand new stance gradually spread from the body. Without the mecha, Fong Bai body is enough to resist the high temperature and high pressure around. And when the stance is connected to the mecha, buzz, the mecha carries the concept of fusion inside. And the rune concept is instantly activated. The stance that integrates the 2 worlds as the foundation flows into it as energy. The moment the Dust Titan revived, a terrifying aura bloomed. Not like a demigod. The moment the aura bloomed, the entire space fell into stagnation. The combined field slowly released, and countless runes flowed in Fong Bai mind. The fire element in the field range has calmed down. The pressure from the outside world has suddenly dropped. And the temperature has suddenly dropped. And this is just 1 year for Fong Bai. Runes. This is the basis for Fong Bai to control the elements. And one of the main branches is the field of rune authority. Fong Bai can easily achieve various spell effects and easily control the power of various elements. The Dust Titan has already brought about a real qualitative change at this moment. The integration of rune authority and mecha authority has made it reborn. At this time, the divine will of the Dust Titan can no longer play a leading role. And it has been squeezed aside and can't occupy much space. It is no longer appropriate to call it the Dust Titan at this time. The 2 authorities of runes and mechas directly constitute the rune mecha. But there is still a prefix missing. It's like Fong Bai previous field power couldn't exert its power because of the lack of the Dust Titan's aura. Although it can fight, the real power can't be released. The same is true for the current rune mecha. Of course, you can also use the Dust Titan's aura as a prefix. And it can be used barely. But how to say it? The authority of the Dust Titan is fine. But it's just this aura. It doesn't deserve it. But now it can only be wronged and barely used. And it will be replaced when a better substitute is found. In addition, runes and mecha authority also brought another change to this mecha. The original foundation of the Dust Titan was 3. One is the rune array cluster. The second is the mechanical structure and parts of the mecha. And the third is a trace of Dust Titan's aura. Now, with the integration of all runes, the rune array cluster is completely taken over by the authority. And the endless fine runes symbolizing the rune authority flow inside and outside the mecha. As long as the rune is within the scope of the rune authority, its trace can be found in it. In this flowing state, if Fong Bai needs it, he can instantly form any rune array that Fong Bai has mastered, and build any rune array cluster. This brings great flexibility to the mecha. And the mecha authority is integrated into every part of the mecha, into every structure, making them also alive. This mecha seems to have real life, and each part recovers itself without any wear, and in motion. Its internal parts can even change freely as needed. Gears can suddenly become a spring, and bearings can naturally change into a meshing tooth. Mutual conversion allows the mecha to self-repair, and can continuously optimize and debug, so as to find better parts and structures. At the same time, when the mecha has both rune authority and mecha authority, their cooperation just meets a condition. That is, Fong Bai thought moved, and the structural transformation diagram that had been constructed for a long time was imported into the mecha. The armor, parts, and rune array clusters inside and outside the mecha all changed. The legs of the mecha closed. The arms merged into the body. The head folded back. And the parts of the knees and elbows danced quickly to form 4 metal tires. The armor on the surface of the mecha quickly changed between the ups and downs. And the lines were beautiful and smooth. In the blink of an eye, the Dust Titan, which was more than 60 meters high, had turned into a flat sports car that was tens of meters long, with hard lines and extremely beautiful. The clusters of rune arrays on its surface flashed coldly, making anyone who saw it understand that this was definitely not a fake. While the machine twisted and changed, a black hole appeared on the top of the sports car. Looking at this scene, Fongbai didn't seem to be overwhelmed, and whispered, "The Rune Authority and the Mecha Authority are integrated into the mecha at the same time, and the transformation function can be perfectly realized. Fortunately, I gave up my control of the runes and the Mecha Authority, and kicked them out and integrated them into the mecha. Otherwise, even if my strength temporarily becomes a god, what does it matter? What if I am strong? Strong or not is only temporary, and it can be solved sooner or later. But being handsome or not is a lifelong thing." Fongbai stroked the surface of the sports car, and when he walked to the door directly opened to one side like a wing, and Fongbai walked in and sat down. It is naturally impossible for Fongbai to sit in such a huge sports car with the same body size. But when Fongbai entered it, the mental loading function was immediately activated. In the simulated driving function, Fongbai turned into a Gundam robot and sat in the cockpit, holding the steering wheel and stepping on the accelerator. Step lightly. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the roar of the engine, a strong and powerful sound sounded in the ears. Release the brake. Slam your foot on it. Boom. The huge sports car instantly ejected, the four wheels spinning at high speed, speeding through the void, and directly smashing the golden gauze ripples in front of it. After speeding all the way, Fongbai slammed the brake pedal, pulled up the handbrake, and turned the steering wheel to the end. The sports car instantly drifted and turned around. At the moment of losing control and flipping up, it quickly split and changed in the air. At the highest point, it turned into the Dust Titan, holding a short spear in both hands and swinging it in the air. Boom! The terrifying fire element shook, but the mecha remained motionless. Fongbai twisted his neck happily. His eyes were filled with excitement and joy, and his eyes were shining as he looked at the mecha. It's just missing the prefix. It's just missing the prefix as the finishing touch. The Dust Titan's aura is not good, but there is one thing that will definitely work. If that thing can be integrated into the rune mech, then this mech will definitely be able to unleash greater potential. But it's not easy to get. Although Fongbai thought so in his heart, he was incomparably confident in his chest. For others, it was not easy to get for him before. But now, he only had strong confidence in his heart. He was determined to get it, immersed in this love. But then he stopped the mech and left the cockpit. The transformation of this mech is certainly gratifying, but it is just an unexpected surprise of this breakthrough. No, it can't be said to be an unexpected surprise. This is within Fongbai expectations. Fongbai wanted to do this. To be precise, this should be a byproduct of Fongbai breakthrough this time. The real main thing is that Fongbai immersed his mind in his mind. His own fantasy space has only a trace of substance, and others are all false. This lost a bit of real-world power, but it gave it infinite potential to change at will. And the integration of the original talent fantasy produced some subtle changes. The use of consciousness acceleration appeared here again, and the time multiplier was 2000. It increased by 100%, which seems a lot, but I guess it is not exaggerated for the qualitative change of this breakthrough. However, Fongbai was already very satisfied. After cutting off the talent and condensing the new fantasy space, Fongbai still retained the original time flow speed acceleration and the two functions of infinite simulation of items. He didn't know how many calculations and micro-manipulations he had made. It was acceptable to retain only 50% of the functions, and perfect retention was victory. Not only was it preserved, but it was also strengthened by 100% on the original basis. How could he not be satisfied? Even if Fongbai only materialized it a little for this. Even if a huge amount of faith power was invested in the space in the Dantian. Chapter 617 Small World. Of course, this is not the highlight. In order to ensure the functionality of the fantasy space, Fongbai faith power was used to materialize it a little bit, and then it stopped after it stabilized. After all, when the fantasy is materialized into reality, its lossless and changeable characteristics have disappeared. At that time, if you want to use the fantasy space to do experiments, the difficulty will not be the same level. After all, consciousness fantasy, to put it bluntly, is to spend 1 year after another in the dream, and only 1 night in the outside world. Ordinary people may be able to do this by chance. It can make the time in the completely real world pass 1,000 times faster, not to mention 1,000 times. Even if it can be accelerated a little bit, it is an unimaginable thing. That is the time domain. Don't even dare to think about it. So only a part of the faith power was invested here and stopped. And what about the remaining faith power? That is naturally in the space inside the Danteon. The vast majority of the power of faith contained in the two titles was invested. With the original inner space, part of the gifted fantasy space, and Fong by position as the basis. And the brand new product. A small world in embryonic form. With a thought. The space in front of him split open. And Fong Bai came out of the mecha and walked directly into it. This place was empty. With only a dim red light shining. Under Fong Bai gaze. The four elemental world structures of earth, fire, wind and water shattered the void. Shattering the chaos of the void into surging elemental power. All kinds of elements were stored in the elemental world. Returned, stabilized, and finally diffused between this world. Operating according to the rules set by Fong Bai. The heavy earth element quickly gathered and extended in the void. And the earth was born from then on. And extended in all directions at a very fast speed. And gravity was quietly born. The fire element flowed deep in the earth, turning into rolling magma. And the water element turned into rivers and lakes, flowing on the ground. When the fire element emerged from the earth and joined the water element, the dust and fog in the sky rose with the wind. And the wind element joined in, forming a cycle of wind, water, fire and the rocks they turned into quickly expanded the land area and stretched the world. Earth, fire, wind, water. In the cycle of rules, the weight of the world became larger and larger. When the surging power of faith was completely exhausted, the earth that expanded in all directions slowly took shape. Magma spread to the depths of the earth. Rivers gathered in the low-lying areas of the earth. And strong winds roared over the earth. But only the earth stood still. As time passed slowly, the violent elements gradually stabilized. And this small world gradually stabilized. Because the rule structure used by Fong Bai world is only the most basic framework, which is only derived from the four elemental realms. It does not contain much content. The world constructed by this is naturally as simple as a rough house. But it has indeed taken shape. Fong Bai stepped on the warm rock. And the howling wind and flowing river water were slowly eroding it, turning it into powder and soil. Standing on it, you can easily feel the surging power contained in it, which can erupt like a volcano at any time. Although this is just a rough and crude, you can find out that this irregular square continent is also 50 kilometers in radius. That is, it is 100 kilometers from the southernmost to the northernmost, 50 kilometers deep and 50 kilometers high. The whole world just forms an irregular sphere. And the world barrier is even more spherical, just coinciding with the edge of Fong Bai Danteon. And this is not the limit. It just exhausted the power of faith and ended the rapid growth period. But the structure composed of the four elemental realms is slowly running. It is the root system that takes root in the void chaos in the deep plane of the world to absorb power. It will continuously absorb power to strengthen this world and allow this world to grow. This is Fong Bai's most proud handwriting. If it is just the appearance in front of us, it can be called a simple small world at most. A tree without roots, but with the four elemental world structures and the potential for continuous growth. This small world has become a world embryo. And this only requires the flow of time. Even if Fong Bai does not care about anything, this small world can still grow by itself. And then step by step let Fong Bai master the power comparable to that of a god, and become a divine mage. Or even stronger. It only takes time. What? Can Fong Bai lifespan wait? Fong Bai understood it from the moment this small world was opened up. His consciousness is anchored by the two worlds above and below at the same time. The world is not destroyed. And consciousness is not dispersed. Even if his body dies and his soul is destroyed, he can still maintain consciousness through the world and become the world itself. That is, as the legend goes, he lives as long as the heaven and the earth. Therefore, as long as the small world is not destroyed, Fong Bai will inevitably achieve the position of a divine mage. Just like the legendary wizards of ancient times. Standing in this small world, Fong Bai holds all the power of the whole world in his hands. The power of a spherical small world with a diameter of 100 kilometers is in Fong Bai's hands. At this moment, Fong Bai even feels invincible. God? If the gods come down, they will be beaten first. Although he has not yet become a god wizard. At most he is a legendary demigod wizard. But is it important? For the wizard profession? For this group of overlimited people? Does it need to become a god wizard to beat the gods? The level is just a general description. And the power in the hand is the most real. The power of the world turns into fighting spirit and flows slowly in the body. And the mass of the world merges into the standpoint and spreads around Fong Bai. Whether it is mass or energy, Fong Bai is fearless. This is the power of an entire small world, feeling the growth of the world every minute and every second. Looking at this dark space, stretching out a hand, a ball of light slowly rises, and finally hangs high above the sky, shining the world. Once nuclear fission and nuclear fusion are fully understood, hang one in the sky as the sun. This is also somewhat true. Fong Bai muttered. Although he had semi-god level uranium ore in his hand, he didn't light it. Of course, even if he could use it directly as the sun, Fong Bai would not do so, because the ancient book repeatedly emphasized that you must not put anything in your small world. Ordinary things are fine, but things related to the sun, one of the core structures of the world, must not use anything from the outside world, no matter whether there are hidden dangers or how they are obtained. Otherwise, it is adding impurities to your own small world. The small world originally condensed by the fantasy space, and the power of faith is pure and completely controlled by yourself. But if you put things in it, it's hard to say. The more you put in, the greater the proportion in the small world. Even if these things do not have any hidden dangers and are ownerless, it is easy to share your proportion and your authority. If there are no hidden dangers, and they are all ownerless, it's fine. If the core structure has an owner, then it will be fun. The ancient book repeatedly emphasized this, and the tone was very strong. I don't know if the person who wrote this ancient book suffered a great loss. I have been unable to forget it for a long time. In this regard, Fong Bai listened to the advice. It doesn't matter if the small world grows slowly, even if it is supplemented later. They have already been immortal and have become gods. So there is no need to rush to reincarnate. It's better to take it slowly and wait until mature nuclear fission and nuclear fusion technology is developed, and then send a sun up there by hand. As for now, first use a magic circle to top it up, and directly convert the elemental power into light energy and heat energy. In the small world, the least lacking thing is the elemental power. Make up the sun. Design the day and night according to the flow of day and night. Take the original spiritual medicine and plant it, and scatter some seeds of flowers, plants and trees. Under the effect of magic, a green area will be born in a short while. On this vast rock surface, it is like an oasis in the Gobi Desert. As long as the outside world is not used as the core structure of the sun, it is harmless to add other materials to the world normally, which can greatly reduce the consumption of the world's replenishment. After all, the real core structure is easy to touch. Equity. When planting flowers and plants, shadows appeared in some uneven places under the light. A thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Fong Bai paused slightly and pointed his finger. The next moment, Fong Bai's hand reached into the shadow. Then, Fong Bai simply walked into the shadow world. Is the shadow plane really born? Fong Bai was a little surprised, looking at the flowers and grass in the shadow and the desert everywhere, except for the dim light. This shadow world is exactly the same as the outside world, without any difference. No, it already has. Footprints appeared where Fong Bai landed, which is different from the outside world. And looking forward again, there is no life here. Only shadow elements are diffused and scattered. This is a brand new plane, a shadow plane belonging to the small world. However, as soon as Fong Bai moved, the barrier of this plane was torn apart, and except for the surface, there is no depth. If the shadow plane of the outside world is a three-dimensional state, in addition to the surface that is exactly the same as the outside world, there is also a deep layer belonging to it. The shadow elements inside are more intense, farther away from the real world, and there are more monsters hidden in the shadows. But there is none here. It is just like a photo without height. Then, rather than saying this is a shadow plane, perhaps the name of the world shadow is more appropriate. Obviously, from shadow to plane, it still takes time to brew. With a slight struggle, he stepped out of the broken shadow plane, looking at the sky and the earth. Although everything is new, even the age of the stone is less than a day, and although there is still a lot of incoordination everywhere, but Fong Bai felt comfortable no matter how he looked at it. This was his world, and it was completely his. It was an independent space and secret base that others could not see or enter. After walking around here for a while, he stepped out of a space crack and appeared in the outside world. This time Fong Bai did not enter the Mecca again. but stepped directly into the air. The mecha behind him did not sink into the shadow plane again, but directly entered the small world and stood on the Gobi Desert. Fong Bai stepped on the void and walked forward. Wherever he passed, the space rippled slightly, walking in the air. Others could do it at the master level, and Fong Bai finally did it at the semi-god level. Others stepped on the air and the elemental power when they stepped on the air. But Fong Bai was different. Fong Bai stepped on the space. The space power of the small world gathered directly under his feet, allowing him to touch the space. Although this would also make the space an obstacle, Fong Bai seemed not to notice it, and he moved forward step by opening the space. Only the slight distortion and ripples of the space where he passed told everything. When the golden gauze ripples approached, Fong Bai unfolded his stance. It was like a world barrier. No, it directly mobilized the stance of the world barrier's power, instantly isolating the inside and outside. The power of the small world permeated the world barrier and filled Fong Bai's body. And all the rules within the world barrier were replaced by the rules of the small world and mastered by Fong Bai. The place where he stood was the kingdom of God, and the ripples did not cause any ripples, and disappeared silently, and the difference in energy was directly smoothed out. After walking for a while, Fong Bai felt a little slow and surrounded the power of space on his palms. Then, Fong Bai stretched his hands forward. His 10 fingers penetrated the space, and then tore it to both sides. Bang! Like a crisp sound of cloth being torn. The space was directly torn apart, revealing the dark space behind it. Behind the space is the void, and the deepest part of the void is chaos. Originally, this scene was something no one wanted to see. Everything is fragile in front of the space crack, and even if you can withstand the jagged space crack, once you fall into it, your mental power cannot penetrate the void and cannot sense anything inside. And there is endless darkness inside, as if it is filled with fog, and you can't see anything. In addition, there is no gravity inside, so there is no distinction between up and down. People who fall into it will be completely lost in just one step. If you want to return, you may go in the opposite direction and walk towards the deepest part of the void. If you get lost in the void, you can basically only commit suicide to revive. Of course, there may be no chance of suicide. Maybe any space ripple or space storm can completely wipe you out. But this moment is different. The jagged space fragments kept shattering the moment they touched Fong Bai's skin, and the fog gradually became transparent under the current mental power. And then it was penetrated. The picture of the void was lit up at this moment, and gradually became clear. But even so, Fong Bai had no intention of exploring the depths of the void. He just moved quickly on the surface in the shallow layer to determine this direction. The next moment, Fong Bai's body also entered it and disappeared into the void, and the space crack slowly closed. Fong Bai walked a few steps in the air in the void, then pressed his hands into the space barrier and pulled his hands to both sides. Bang! 10 fingers appeared out of thin air more than 10 kilometers above Fong Bai's original position. When the two hands were pulled apart, there was a bang, and the space was forcibly torn apart. Fong Bai walked out, and the void was unscathed. After coming out, he looked around and scanned with his mental power, and immediately knew the approximate distance. 13 kilometers and 600 meters? Fong Bai muttered. This effect is quite good. So this hand-tearing space is considered successful, and I can travel in the future. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, his hands tore the space apart, and the whole person crashed into it. The next moment, bang, 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 Fong Bai flashed upwards at an extremely terrifying speed. Chapter 618, The Self-Destructing Little Fire Element. Bang, 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 with the continuous spatial sounds. Fong Bai's upward speed became faster and faster. With each jump, Fong Bai's distance became farther and farther. It didn't take much effort for Fong Bai to appear on the surface of the magma sea. He paused slightly on the surface, and put the several legendary fire elemental lives that he had subdued before into the fire elemental world of the small world. It is now empty inside, and it is time to fill it with manpower. Standing in the void, looking up at the endless fire clouds in the sky, the powerful mental power swept across, and instantly took in a corner of the fire cloud scene. It was all extremely pure and stable fire element power. Fong Bai captured a few sporadic spiritualities in it, all of which were just fire elements that were being nurtured. The mental power extended to the distance, and gradually living fire elements came into Fong Bai's eyes. There are many elite and master level fire elemental lives. Compared with the violent conflicts in the magma sea, The fire elements here are much milder, showing the appearance of tribal settlement. There are exchanges, communication and cooperation between them. And now there is their own civilization in this endless sea of clouds. And Fong by spiritual power unexpectedly discovered that these fire elements avoid the magma sea below like scorpions. When a fire element saw him at the edge of the sea of clouds, it exuded a very surprised emotion. When communicating with the fire element next to him, Fong Bai caught the fluctuation, which roughly translated means, "Look, there are people in the feces sea." Huh? Fong Bai eyebrows jumped wildly. Go. Stay away from him. Don't get too close. Otherwise, what if he infects you? Fong Bai looked down at the lava sea below, and then looked up at the pure and floating fire clouds in the sky, and his mouth twitched slightly. But then Fong Bai found something unexpected. Not all fire elements avoid the lava sea below like snakes and scorpions. Fong Bai found a small fire element wandering on the surface of the lava sea, carefully avoiding the magma while also looking for something. Judging from the violent fire element following behind him, he should be capturing the violent fire element. And there is also a way to control it. Using this violent fire element as a soldier? As soon as this thought came to Fong Bai's mind, he saw a very surprised picture. The little fire element was only at the elite level. After alarming a master level fire element, he did not dodge or evade, but directly wrapped the 7 or 8 violent fire elements behind him with the flames that constituted his body. The next moment, a fire giant jumped up and fought with the master level fire element. Sparks flew in an instant, and waves were set off in the magma sea. Not long after, this master level violent fire element was actually subdued by the fire giant transformed by the little fire element, and calmed down, as if it had been controlled by the little fire element. The battle subsided, and the next moment the fire giant disintegrated. The little fire element and other violent fire elements fell down again, and the life of the master level fire element was also honest, becoming the first master level violent fire element in the team of the little fire element. Fong Bai was stunned when he saw the scene. So fierce? Fong Bai didn't react at all. His combat power was not as good as that of the violent fire element. How could he be an elite fire element that defeated the master level violent fire element? Are you kidding me? Cheating? Fong Bai muttered. But the next moment Fong Bai keenly noticed that there was a wisp of turbidity in the body of the small fire element. Upon discovering this scene, he immediately recalled the scene of the small fire element and the violent fire element merging into a fire giant. Although it is not clear what the principle is for the time being, it is obvious that this is not without cost. The fusion with the violent fire element directly led to the pollution of the body. From the way the two fire elements regarded the magma sea as a sea of feces at the beginning, and from the fact that the small fire element carefully avoided the magma sea, this price may not be low. Otherwise, the small fire element would not have been able to remove the feces on his body. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, but became interested. Is the situation of the little fire element a special case or a common situation for fire element life? Fong Bai imagination reminded him of an anime he had heard before. In a world, there are demons, and everyone is afraid of demons. But to deal with demons, one must become a half-demon, and then gradually become a real demon while gaining power. And the people who fear demons wantonly ridicule and suppress these heroes who have the courage and life to become half-demons to protect them, ignoring their contributions and their power. But these heroes also endured and swallowed their anger. Fong Bai has not seen it, but has only heard of this setting. This is simply a setting that makes blood vessels burst. If anyone dares to write a novel like this, he will be killed in minutes. But the scene in front of him gave Fong Bai a sense of déjà vu. So, is it like this? This thought flashed through Fong Bai's mind for a moment. And the next moment Fong Bai burst out laughing. What are you thinking about? It's not good to have too big of an idea. Does the fire elemental life need to rely on this method to gain power? Although their combat effectiveness is not as good as that of the violent fire element, they have wisdom. And it is definitely another matter when they really fight. Besides this, as fire elements, they are innate elemental bodies, which is relatively superior among all population conditions. Right? Immune to matter, immune to fire, and innately have powerful elemental spells. Such a group even has demigod-level fire elements. How could they gain power in such a self-polluting way? So, this should be just a special case. Fong Bai pondered slightly. It takes an elite little fire element to take such an extreme way to gain power. Fong Bai's mind has already emerged a bloody drama. This seems to be easy to associate. Fong Bai, who became interested, stepped directly towards the little fire element, leaving circles of ripples in the space behind him. Like a phantom flashing, Fong Bai appeared in the sky in an instant, and appeared in front of the little fire element in the blink of an eye. Fong Bai's sudden appearance made the flames on the little fire element jump suddenly. It was obviously frightened. However, although it was frightened, its reaction was not slow at all. It was just like a stress reaction. Its body turned into liquid and scraped backwards. It seemed to have touched the master-level violent fire element behind it. But, freeze! As soon as the voice fell, the little fire element and the master-level violent fire element were fixed in the air. And even the flames stood still, like mosquitoes falling into amber, unable to move at all. Not only them, but also the few meters around them were like this. Everything was fixed. But Fong Bai's position covered this area at some point. The world barrier that moved with it also covered this area. The world barrier is a barrier that divides the world inside and outside. When the world barrier falls, the world is divided into inside and outside. In the world, Fong Bai is the master. With a command, even space can only solidify on the spot like amber. Fong Bai is indeed qualified to treat space as amber. As long as he has a thought and slightly pries the rules, he can freeze a region of space until the end of time. Like amber. But also like a seal. Everything about the people inside will be frozen by space. And only consciousness will remain clear. Either feel your own death, or go completely crazy in the freezing of the end of time. Of course, people who are too weak do not have this qualification. After all, if it is an ordinary person, even the transmission of nerve signals will be frozen, and they will only die instantly without any perception. In the world, Fong Bai is the master. This is the weight of this sentence. Standing in the center of the world barrier, Fong Bai stretched out his hand, and the space around the small fire element began to flow again. The liquid flame transformed by his body flowed towards the master-level violent fire element, but was directly blocked by an invisible barrier, and could not get close. Even though the fire element has no face, and cannot see his face, Fong Bai can still perceive his emotions. Uneasy, angry, but no fear. Or it can be said that fear is shown. But Fong Bai does not feel it. This immediately made Fong Bai more interested. And he asked immediately, "Can the violent fire elemental power on the body be removed?" Fong Bai said. And at the same time, his mental power also conveyed his consciousness through mental waves. Mental link is indeed a good spell. At least it saves the work of translation. And it can ignore language. Countless races can communicate, as long as they have mental power and the ability to communicate. This little fire element can't speak at first glance. And it didn't communicate through mental link. It just shook its mimic head, paused slightly after shaking its head, and nodded again. Fong Bai thought about it, and roughly understood what this meant. Yes, but it's very difficult. Basically equivalent to no? The little fire element nodded. If this goes on, will you go crazy? Will you become a new violent fire element? The little fire element nodded. Fong Bai couldn't help but think in his heart when he saw this. It's really a melodrama. Why are you in such a hurry? For fire elemental life, there should be many ways to improve strength. Right? There's no need to choose such a self-destructive method to save a little time. Fong Bai felt that he was a little nosy. But he didn't want to change. There's no way. No one can kill him anyway. He's so strong. If he doesn't mind his own business, wouldn't it be a pure waste of such strong strength? After practicing for so long, can you do whatever you want and be more free? What's wrong with minding your own business? The little fire element remained silent. And Fong Bai smacked his lips when he saw this. In fact, Fong Bai was curious about one thing. That is, if the little fire element anchors consciousness, then after all the fire elements in the body become violent fire elements, will the little fire element lose its mind? This idea made Fong Bai quite tempted. But anchoring consciousness, how could it be so simple? The most basic threshold involves the field of consciousness. And the only effective method currently mastered is to construct a fantasy space. But how can the field of consciousness be so easy to contact? Is the fantasy space so easy to condense? Dreaming? If you want to improve the strength of consciousness, you should honestly use experience. And polish your consciousness with joy, anger, sorrow and happiness. Just like polishing jewelry. Peel off the stone coat bit by bit. Wash away the lead. And finally leave it as shining as a gem. In fact, Fong Bai has planned to develop a method to temper consciousness and enhance consciousness. The main idea is to start with emotions. Emotions can interfere with consciousness, and polishing consciousness with experience is often related to emotions. Emotions often make one's will firm, and extreme emotions can even make a person's consciousness change drastically. If you can cleverly use the power of emotions, you may be able to actively sharpen and strengthen consciousness. Once created, this is definitely a truly God-level auxiliary method. However, there are also huge problems. Let's not talk about the difficulty of creation. Just look at the danger of this practice. It is possible to change personality under extreme emotions. It is normal to practice this. If you rush for success, you may end up with a demonic obsession. And this kind of demonic obsession cannot be cured at all. It is the mind and consciousness that are distorted. So you can only take it slowly. Fong Bai is just thinking this way now. He himself relies on the fantasy space and the small world to help anchor the consciousness. So he can unscrupulously try to create this method of consciousness sharpening. Anyway, it doesn't work for him. So he can quietly experience the feelings. But the most terrible problem is that everyone's mental state is different. For the same thing, some people may laugh it off, while others may fall into madness directly. So even if Fong Bai has no problem with his practice, it may be directly sealed by someone else. It can only be said that the field of consciousness is too magical and too mysterious. No one can easily interfere. Otherwise it may usher in a nightmare result. So much so that Fong Bai began to consider developing this method into an attack method. Some people are strong, but this does not mean that their consciousness is firm. This is not proportional. Even the weakest can have a firm will, and even the strongest can have a fragile mind. Or there are loopholes in the mind. If you attack the consciousness directly, it may have a miraculous effect and directly deal real damage. This may be the legendary heart demon tribulation. It can be sharpened and attacked, depending on the person. Of course, Fong Bai has temporarily kept the attack method and has not studied it. His main purpose is to find a practice method that can temper consciousness. But because everyone is different, the same practice method cannot be universal for everyone. It must be specialized according to each person's situation before it can be practiced. But Fong Bai himself certainly cannot help everyone customize their own method of tempering consciousness. So they can only rely on themselves. Therefore, Fong Bai's idea is to create a general outline, then write a sample practice method based on the general outline, and write down the way to create it, so as to summarize it into a practice method. In this way, it can be regarded as a practice method applicable to everyone. However, in this case, this technique has a very high threshold. It requires a person's understanding. That is, the so-called learning ability, research ability, creativity, and knowledge accumulation. Only when these conditions are sufficient and meet the requirements can it be possible to practice. But now, Fong Bai looked down at this stubborn little fire element. Chapter 6:19 Demigod Bloodline. Fong Bai seemed to have discovered something, and looked at the little fire element with some surprise. I didn't notice it before, but it should be that the little fire element used some method to hide. When Fong Bai was not paying attention, he might have overlooked it and didn't see it. But when Fong Bai looked carefully, this layer of cover could no longer block Fong Bai's sight. Fong Bai actually sensed a breath of near God deep in the body of the little fire element, which made it feel naturally noble and particularly high level. But Fong Bai, as a demigod at this moment, naturally would not have this feeling, but could only perceive it. In fact, he also had this influence. This is naturally obtained after the strength level was upgraded to legend and demigod. This is the preferential treatment given by nature, everything in the world, to the creatures at the top of the food chain. Of course, this preferential treatment is also for everything. It is telling them that if they feel this breath, they should be honest. He is either a high-level strong man or a god. Or there is a high-level strong man or a god among his close friends. If they need to run, they should run. And if they can't run, they should be obedient. This is a mark from the food chain, and it is a natural oppression from a higher level of life. Fong Bai has it naturally. He is a demigod. But why does this little fire element have it? Is he a demigod? Or is he the blood of a demigod? It has to be a direct line. But, can fire element life also give birth to children? This immediately involves Fong Bai blind spot. He doesn't know much about this magical creature. According to his understanding, Fire element life is a spirit born naturally from the fire element in an extremely rich and active environment. And then it is called fire element life. He always thought that this thing was born and raised. Even though they have formed a tribe and a civilization in the fire element realm, Fong Bai still doesn't think they will be able to reproduce. He didn't see this scene in his mental skin just now. He thought that the civilization of fire element life was a natural social support system. But the breath in this little fire element comes from the bones. That's right. It's the descendant of the demigod. The direct descendant. Definitely not far away. Maybe it's the son of the demigod level fire element. Fong Bai smacked his lips. So low-level fire element life has no right to have children. This is a privilege that belongs exclusively to the strong among fire element life. Right? Fong Bai originally thought that the social support system was quite advanced. But he didn't expect the final result to be a bit miserable. Looking at this little fire element again, some of the things that were previously puzzling immediately came to mind. The ability to control violent fire element life and violent fire element life mostly comes from the inheritance of demigod level fire element life. And the concealment of the breath. The noble inheritance breath is not released, but hidden, mostly to hide the identity. In this case, it is even more ridiculous. However, Fong Bai sensed this breath and became more and more interested. This reproduction inheritance of fire element life should be for the reproduction inheritance of fire element and consciousness. It should even be a heritage with consciousness as the main and fire element as the auxiliary. These can be found in the little fire element. As for consciousness, since you don't want to say it, then I won't ask. But I am quite interested in you. Meeting is fate. So, I will give you a chance and see if you can grab it. Fong Bai stretched out his hand, and a huge lava giant lizard appeared out of thin air. It was about to roar, but was glared at by Fong Bai and instantly became silent. It lay obediently on the sea of magma with its head down, and had no intention of looking at the little fire element in front of it. But the legendary fire element breath emanating from its body instantly made several violent fire elements next to it tremble. And only the little fire element stared at the lava giant lizard stubbornly, full of tenacity, and forced its body to control without trembling. Fong Bai was more and more satisfied. Then he stretched out his hand and gently tapped the magma sea. Under a cold light, a palm-sized black token emerged from the magma. He held a still warm black token in one hand, and with the other hand, he drew on the void above it. Although this made no sense, it looked cool at least. After a while, a rune appeared on the black token, which trapped a breath of Fong Bai and a piece of fighting spirit with the power of the world. He handed the prepared black token to the little fire element, and when he saw that he had no reaction, he hung it directly in the void in front of it, and hung it in the air. Then he conceived and summarized it in the fantasy space based on his own experience, and then made some modifications based on the consciousness of the little fire element he just sensed, forming a book on the principles of tempering consciousness. In theory, after understanding it, the little fire element can get a method of tempering consciousness tailored to his situation, but not completely. Fong Bai only thought that the path of tempering consciousness with emotions was feasible, not successful. So he did not dare to give this function to the little fire element. Otherwise, he would not be helping him, but sending him to death. The heart demon calamity is a calamity, a life-threatening calamity. This principle is tailor-made for the little fire element. The focus is not on tempering consciousness with emotions, but on using emotions to stimulate consciousness, stimulating the characteristics of his consciousness that come from the semi-god level fire element, as long as that characteristic is activated and strengthened. Since it is an inheritance in the field of consciousness, Fong Bai believes that this is good for consciousness and can be improved. And compared with the immature emotion tempering consciousness, this method is definitely more beneficial than harmful to the little fire element. Only in this way can it be regarded as an opportunity for him, not a disaster. Only in this way can he accept the opportunity given by Fong Bai. Fong Bai passed this set of principles to the little fire element through mental fluctuations, and then told him, "It's up to you whether to practice this set of skills or not. Of course, you may not be able to practice it. This kind of difficult tempering skills cannot be practiced by ordinary people. 99% of people, no, 99% of creatures cannot practice it. Even if you get it, you can only stare at it. I guess you are no exception. Just take a look and watch the fun. As for this token, normally it is useless for you to take it. You can't command this legendary lava giant lizard. Your strength is too weak, so weak that it doesn't even take you seriously. You are not qualified to be its prey. For you at this stage, the only use of this token is to prevent it from attacking you. That's all. But if you really practice this skill, although this legendary violent lava giant lizard will still ignore you, but it will definitely not attack you, and will definitely not resist your contact. Just like this master level violent fire element will not resist your contact. Fong Bai mouth curled up slightly. Of course, you can also ignore everything. Want nothing. Stay away from this legendary lava giant lizard. And forget the principles of the skills I taught you. Don't care about all this. Just this token, which contains my power and will. You can use it directly. Both the power and functionality are quite good. How to choose depends on you. My name is Fong Bai, a mecha master level mage. Fong Bai turned and left. Without looking back, only a faint voice sounded. I hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future. The little fire element stared blankly at Fong Bai departing back. Stared blankly at the legendary violent lava giant lizard next to him. And stared blankly at the black token in front of him. There was also the knowledge in his mind that made him a little overwhelmed. Everything came a little suddenly. He had just hunted a master-level violent fire element for the first time. But in the blink of an eye, he got a legendary fire element. It was hard to accept at first. But when he reacted, a sudden excitement spread. If he could control a genuine legendary violent fire elemental life, it means that he already has the foundation to survive. He can go deep into the magma sea according to the information and the inheritance to perform the ceremony, so as to obtain a possibility of revenge. Although the little fire element has no heart, it feels like its heart is beating at this moment. Revenge. The possibility of revenge. Just thinking of this, the little fire element's spirit is full of desire. And then a sense of tenacity is revealed in his eyes. Tenacious and stubborn. The little fire element, who was still hesitating just now, immediately grabbed the black token decisively. And his hand touched the lava giant lizard in disbelief. But the next moment, the lava giant lizard roared. Although it did not attack the little fire element, but the terrifying pressure directly forced it back, so that it could not get close or touch. And Fong Bai's voice sounded out of thin air. I'm glad you didn't get carried away, and didn't try to control its power right now. It would definitely be a self-destructive act. After all, no matter how talented you are, it's impossible for you to control the legendary violent fire elemental life at the elite stage. This is not in line with common sense. So he still won't let you touch him in any form, until you practice the kind of skills I passed on to you, or the near-god characteristics in your inheritance are stimulated to a certain extent. Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to touch him. This is for your safety. So come on. Fong Bai's voice disappeared, and the little fire element was slightly startled. The next moment, he immediately grabbed the token in his hand, and then swallowed it into the depths of the flames that made up his body for safekeeping. This is definitely one of the most precious things he has so far. The little fire element looked at Fong Bai departing back, and engraved it deeply in his heart. How strong is this human named Fong Bai? God? This unbelievable thought emerged in the little fire element's mind. Fong Bai left after saying the last words. A legendary violent fire element is not worth mentioning to him. A token and a wisp of power are even more insignificant. Investing two insignificant things in, and giving them to others satisfied Fong Bai's interest in psychology. In exchange for the feeling of helping others. It is really a good deal. What made Fong Bai even happier was that he had a faint sense of anticipation. Now we don't know whether he will become better or worse in the future. And it is always exciting before the answer is revealed. It's like buying stocks the day before National Day. No matter what the result is, you will always look forward to the first working day after National Day. What if there is a surprise? Although the chance of a surprise is even lower than the first working day after National Day. But Fong Bai was still willing to give it a try. Just as an occasional willfulness after becoming stronger. He entered the area of fire elements and opened the interdimensional space channel from the direction of Tiandong Pavilion again. Watching the space channel slowly opening in front of him, Fong Bai couldn't help but wonder what the positioning principle of this interdimensional space channel was. If he learned it, would he still have to rely on the black box of the Mage Tower? To be honest, the Mage Tower is really easy to use. It can automatically open the space channel by giving a coordinate. After the element pool is done, you don't have to provide energy yourself. And you don't have to worry about the whole process. It's just a foolproof direction. You can click on anything you don't know. You don't even have to worry about getting lost. There is always a projection at home that can open the interdimensional space channel to pick him up. Fong Bai couldn't help but give it a 5-star rating. But this is a black spot after all. Fong Bai has not been able to research any real heavyweight technology on the Mage Tower from the beginning to now. Unlike runes, the Mage Tower uses spell model compression technology and divine text technology, directly jumping from the simplest to the most difficult, skipping the rune level. And through compression, the huge spell model is compressed into a super compressed state equivalent to the divine text, so that its technical difficulty instantly skyrocketed, comparable to the divine text. But Fong Bai was able to learn the divine text very well. But he just couldn't touch the shadow of this spell model compression technology. This is not something that can be reduced by proportional compression. The spell model is different even if it moves a little. The corresponding positions of their nodes and lines are very strict, and the requirements are very high. Not to mention directly compressing it into a mosquito. In addition, the spell model relies on the fields between different spell nodes and different spell lines to interfere with each other and resonate to form spell effects. And this super compressed spell model is actually directly compressed into a size that is not as big as the original spell node. It is compressed to the point that all the fields are mixed together, and Fong Bai can't figure out the principle of their operation. So Fong Bai can fine-tune the size of the spell model structure to a certain extent. But after reaching a certain limit, he can't make any progress. This limit is the minimum interference resonance distance of the field. Fong Bai understood that there must be a set of theories that have not been solved and studied. Only when this new basic theory appears can he complete the conquest of this technology. This is just like some technologies in science, and technology must conquer the grand unified theory to achieve. To be honest, based on existing research, Fong Bai feels that this set of theories is roughly related to mathematics. Fong Bai began to have a headache, but there is no way not to study it. The Mage Tower is useful, but it is a black box after all, let alone other things. What if it breaks down one day? Chapter 620 Rapid Growth. Research is indeed necessary, but the mathematics aspect is a bit of a headache. Mathematics is a very critical tool and a real foundation. Based on experience, if you have strong mathematical ability, it will be very helpful to prove this theory. But what about mathematics? Those who get full marks in mathematics in the college entrance examination are just ordinary people. It is something that really needs to be advanced by mathematical geniuses. General geniuses are not enough, and they must be geniuses with mathematical talent. Other things are easy to say. If you push yourself and work hard, you may really be able to do something. But mathematics is different. If you don't know how to do it, you won't know how to do it. If Fong Bai doesn't understand the super compressed spell model, he can't analyze the construction of the Mage Tower. And naturally he can't analyze the various magic arrays contained in it. Black box. A complete black box. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, put this matter aside for the time being, stepped into the space channel, and his mental power spread, penetrating the scene outside the space channel. To outsiders, Fong Bai only took one step into the space channel and walked into the Tiangong Pavilion in a few steps. Fong Bai thought so before, because his mental power could not penetrate the space channel to see the situation behind it. And even if he penetrated it, he could not sense anything. But now it is different. Under the cleansing of the double rule sound and the integration of the space power of the fantasy space, Fong Bai mental power has already changed qualitatively, and this space cannot stop it. When he spread his mental power in the space channel, he discovered the truth of this space channel. From the outside, the space channel is straight and short. But under the coverage of mental power, this space channel is not only long, but also extremely tortuous. If you have to use an adjective, it is a distributed wooden stake. If a person wants to get from one end to the other, he must jump over the wooden stakes one by one. The distribution of these wooden stakes is not straight. Some are on the left, some are on the right, and they are tortuous. This space channel is like this. But this tortuosity is not visible to people. In the outside world, the space channel is a straight one and very short. But whether it is straight or short, it is just the correction of the space power. That is, artificial correction. Fong Bai can see many artificial traces. If it is a purely natural space channel, if there really is a purely natural space channel, the external manifestation must be tortuous. But this tortuosity, why do I feel that it seems to be tortuous? But it is actually a straight line. Also, is it really long? The sudden feeling made Fong Bai slightly stunned. He was standing in the space channel at this moment, sensing this tortuous space channel, and had a strong feeling in his heart. This is straight. This. Fong Bai originally thought that the space channel was to find or create space nodes one by one, and then jump to the space nodes, one by one, so that the space channel was formed. But at this moment, it felt wrong again. It was not this feeling at all. His intuition told him that this was straight, and his theory, his wisdom, and his experience told him, listen to your intuition. Yes, listen to your intuition. Intuition is only a need to be skeptical when it comes to metaphysics. But when Fong Bai has become a demigod, has directly controlled a small world, and has such a deep understanding of the extraordinary, Fong Bai understands that his intuition is definitely not groundless. In the battle, the intuition may be that someone has plotted against him. But this is not a battle. Intuition is worth trusting. Besides, he has no relevant knowledge and information to deny his intuition. What he sees in front of him, this thing is the most unreal. In addition, the intuition at this moment also reminds Fong Bai of a little knowledge about the transition from two-dimensional to three-dimensional. The map is a plane, which is two-dimensional. The Earth is three-dimensional, which is three-dimensional. As we all know, the straight line is the shortest between 2 points. Can you draw a straight line between 2 points on the map, and then follow the straight line to get the shortest distance? This can be seen in the flight path of the plane. Even if the plane does not follow the airflow, it will not go in a straight line. On the contrary, under certain calculations, the shortest distance is a curve. This is because when the three-dimensional Earth is unfolded into a two-dimensional map, its information will be distorted, and the two-dimensional map will be stretched. Although this is just the fault of drawing the map, it is enough to explain some problems. That is, if you look at the two-dimensional in the three-dimensional, even if it is a straight line, it will be distorted and stretched. It's like drawing a straight line in a cube and then unfolding it. The line is definitely not straight. Then how many dimensions does this space channel exist in? If the principle is to draw a straight line from a higher dimension to construct a space channel, then if it is viewed as a three-dimensional direction, will it be stretched into a tortuous shape? Fong Bai believes that this is possible. If we really study it, we may start from this aspect. On the other hand, isn't the essence of spatial coordinates the three-dimensional route calculated based on the relative position of two objects at high latitudes? Then, by tearing the space, take a three-dimensional route in space, and thus connect the four-dimensional space channel? Fong Bai fell into thought and wrote it down in his notebook. His hands were eager to move, but he shook his head. Although I can tear the space by hand, it is only a destruction of the space. What if I go in? It's okay if it's shallow, but if I go deep, I will still get lost, and I will have to die and resurrect back to the city? After all, even if I speculate it, I can't verify it. Without the calculation formula of spatial coordinates, wouldn't it be like seeking death if I wander around? Fong Bai muttered. Spatial coordinates are a formula and a way, which should be correct. After all, the spatial channel should tell the other party how to go this way. First go to Jianxi Road, then turn right to Wu Road, then go to Zhangqian East Road, etc. Instead of just marking a store name and never telling how to go this way. This should be a standard spatial coordinate, or give a landmark building as the starting point, and then give the coordinates based on this starting point. Otherwise, the spatial coordinates will have no practical meaning. Record these thoughts and then go out. First, release attack spells in the small world to crush the surface of the earth, and then go out to collect soil from several mountains. Mix the rock powder and soil together, and then think about it, and heavy rain pours down. After watering, go to the material warehouse. Get thousands of common plant seeds, hundreds of low-level spiritual medicine seeds, dozens of mid-level spiritual medicine seeds, and several rare spiritual medicines mixed together, and spread them all and bury them in the soil. Then, one after another, with type spells that promote growth fell, rich vitality fell, and rich elements surrounded them. One seed after another slowly woke up from sleep and took root and sprouted. At this point, Fong Bai did not interfere. There are nearly 10,000 kinds of plants, including spiritual medicines and ordinary plants, with a total of hundreds of thousands of seeds. With so many seeds falling, there are also spiritual medicine seeds with strong vitality and strong adaptability to the environment. There will always be some that can survive and form and begin to grow and reproduce, becoming the first batch of creatures and producers in this small world, laying the foundation for the entry of other creatures in the future. It doesn't matter if the spiritual medicines all drop in rank to adapt to the environment. Even if the spiritual medicines temporarily lower their rank for survival, their potential still exists, and will still accumulate slowly. When the environment is right, and the time is right, these spiritual medicines will always have a moment of revival. Maybe there will even be opportunities to break through their own limitations and become higher-level spiritual medicines by taking advantage of the initial formation of the small world and the imperfect rules. After paying a little attention and thinking about it, he directly constructed several large ritual fields to cover the entire small world, so that the entire small world maintains a state of vitality. All plants grow rapidly, as if they were fast-forwarded. The whole scene is like the mushrooms after the rain in the documentary, with explosive growth. The ability of the demigod-level magician is fully demonstrated. This is far more shocking than how powerful the combat power is, and far more shocking than how huge and significant the destructive effect is. Construction is always difficult to destroy. The ritual field covering a small world is directly connected to the four elements of earth, fire, wind and water, with an endless supply of elements, plus the self-maintenance system that Fong Bai casually arranged. This set of ritual fields can basically operate semi-permanently, and even because of the accumulation of power year after year and the majestic foundation, the ritual field will play a stronger effect, watching generations of plants grow up and die. Some did not accumulate nutrients to produce seeds until they died, and died quickly under the effect of rapid growth. Some barely produced a few seeds and survived. Others have strong adaptability, grabbing nearby nutrients, producing a large number of seeds and falling, and spreading again with a larger number of vegetation. In this process, animals are needed to assist in pollination, and plants that spread seeds die one after another or cannot spread. And those plants that do not need pollination and can spread seeds or spores through explosions, wind blowing and other means spread quickly, generation after generation. The rapid selection process is manifested in the gradual homogenization of vegetation types. But despite this, they are still spreading at a very fast speed and occupying wasteland. At the same time, new ones have grown, and the old ones have died, but not rotted. All vegetation can only grow upward layer by layer, resulting in a larger and thicker coverage of vegetation. These vegetation have been renewed for many generations in a short period of time. However, there are exceptions. After the spiritual medicine seeds germinate, they still remain in the first generation. Even in a fast-growing environment, they grow abnormally slowly and are still tender buds. However, they are clean on all sides, and no vegetation can spread in. If you get a little closer, you will be strangled quickly. When plants compete for nutrients, the competition is often more cruel than that of animals. Plants are the most silent and coldest killers. And if you observe carefully, you will notice that although these spiritual medicines are still buds on the surface, some of the roots have spread directly over a range of tens of meters, strangling all the plants within the range. And some of the energy radiates nearly 100 meters, relying on energy fluctuations to firmly occupy their own territory. Some emit high temperatures, making the nearby land extremely dry, and even more outrageous ones will summon thunder to strike at will, and any debris nearby will be criticized, and their own buds will also be criticized. But after being criticized, the buds are not only not damaged, but even more tender and tender, which is obviously a great benefit. With different means, these spiritual medicines have basically taken root and grown tenaciously. Obviously, the elemental environment in this small world is not bad. And more importantly, there are no magic beasts. They can absorb elemental power at will without being devoured by the magic beasts that are attracted. After all, not all magic beasts will guard the spiritual medicine and wait for it to mature before eating it. The magic beasts that can do this must first have strong enough strength and have the qualifications to guard the spiritual medicine under the prying eyes of many magic beasts. Secondly, they must have the intelligence to actively guard the spiritual medicine instead of swallowing it according to instinct. The latter is even more difficult than the former. After all, the attraction of spiritual medicine to magic beasts is self-evident. They can overcome the control of instinct and actively guard the spiritual medicine. They can only watch but not eat. Without a certain amount of wisdom and self-control, they can't do this at all. In addition, there are some adventurers or other magic beasts who will wait for the guardian magic beast to leave and steal the house. It is really not easy for the spiritual medicine to accumulate enough years to mature in the natural environment. There are too many difficulties. To be honest, The reason why the spiritual medicines have not disappeared is that they are really tenacious. Even if the environment is not right, they can degenerate into ordinary weeds and survive. And then wait for the environment to mature before turning into spiritual medicines to grow. They are not picky about the environment and can grow anywhere. In addition, ordinary plants also have the opportunity to turn into spiritual medicines. That is, the original spiritual medicines are tenacious, and new spiritual medicines are added. So the spiritual medicines have not become extinct. Otherwise, Fong Bai suspected that the spiritual medicines would have been extinct long ago. Many spiritual medicines cannot withstand humans. Warcraft is built like this. No, ordinary beasts and insects eat them. However, most of the spiritual medicines that grow better are low-level spiritual medicines. It's not that the middle and high-level spiritual medicines are not good. It can only be said that they are not very ideal. And they are similar to these low-level spiritual medicines. Compared with the grade, this is naturally not very good. Fong Bai also saw that he also found the reason. The elemental power of the small world is enough. But only elemental power can only provide the basics. This is like only being able to feed a child but not being able to provide meat, eggs and milk. How can it grow tall? But it is not easy to prepare the meat, eggs and milk for these mid and high-level spiritual medicines. It takes a lot of effort to build a medicine garden. Fong Bai has no technical problems, but his understanding of high-level spiritual medicines is not very deep, so he cannot customize them. And with only the basics guaranteed, these mid and high-level spiritual medicine seedlings can only accumulate little by little, waiting for the environment to change, waiting for the surrounding areas to naturally form a field conducive to their growth. It can only be said that the threshold for high-level spiritual medicine seedlings is not very high. Fong Bai, a demigod mage, can just arrange a few ritual sites. But is this the real difficulty? It seems to be really difficult. But legendary mages can do it. For them, the real difficulty is how to make these spiritual medicine seedlings have the value of high-level spiritual medicines.